Chapter 6181 Doomed soldiers across Red humanity's borders. A hurricane crashed against all of the fortified positions at once. The Red Tide offensive had begun. The native aliens spent so much time on building up their assault fleets and equipping them with more modern tech for the singular purpose of overwhelming the barriers that stood in the way of human extinction. Pretty much every alien soldier yearned to do their part into driving the hateful humans back to the edge of the dwarf galaxy before wiping them out entirely. This was pretty remarkable. The forces that had answered the call of the Red Cabal were composed of a lot of different races, cultures and other subgroups. The full answer why this was the case would take too long to explain, but the essence of it was that the native aliens built up far too many grievances towards the humans over the past decade. Since their explosive expansion across the new frontier, the extragalactic invaders had mercilessly wiped out every native alien that occupied the precious planets that had already been earmarked as future colonies. The humans did not play by the rules and conventions that had been responsible for establishing a relatively stable galactic community. The deification of phase whales had long kept the 13 major races connected in a loose galactic community that transcended the barriers of race and cultures. Few of the local races liked each other, but they deliberately controlled the intensity of every scuffle below a certain level to avoid any disastrous escalation. Most of the alien leaders were rational enough to understand that if two civilizations went to war against each other, others would just sit back for a time before swooping in to mop up both sides at once. When such conditions remained stable for a long time, the native races were unlikely to engage in all-out slaughter. Despite fielding massive home ships that were capable of unleashing the same scale of destruction as human warships, the natives of the Red Ocean implicitly or explicitly agreed to withhold their most destructive arms in any violent conflict. This was not actually all that remarkable. A similar status quo existed in the Milky Way before the Age of Conquest. It was not until the rise and explosive expansion of human civilization that this uneasy but fairly stable balance shattered all at once. In the old galaxy, the greedy but insecure humans saw no choice but resort to lying, stealing, cheating and other underhanded means to disrupt the regional status quo and supercharge their growth. In the new galaxy, the much more arrogant and uncaring humans disregarded the rights of the native life forms to an extremely callous degree. Humans only saw everything in the Red Ocean as resources that were just waiting to be harvested. Unfortunately for the greedy pioneers and colonists, the Red Cabal completely turned the situation around when they teleported the Red Ocean far away from the Milky Way. Now that the Red humans could no longer obtain any form of support from their much more powerful cousins in the old galaxy, the native aliens that previously got beat up more times than they could count finally gained a chance to exact their revenge. Regardless of the alien language they used to express their feelings, the crew members of all of the alien fleets unanimously cried out for blood and vengeance. The sheer collective fury and bloodlust among all of the aliens taking part in the first wave of the offensive boiled over to the point where it looked as if they dyed the space around them in red. The red nebula background that suffused the dwarf galaxy seemed to become a little richer and darker. It was as if the Red Ocean itself heralded the true beginning of the Red War and all of the bloodshed that was about to ensue. In the face of this momentous tide of red, the soldiers assigned to guard the strategically valuable border systems were all the first to face the brunt of this aggression. The pressure among the star systems located in the most forward and vulnerable first defense band was especially high. It went without saying that practically no sane human would want to reside in a star system located so close to angry aliens that wished to do nothing more than to genocide every human population center. This made it difficult for the Red 2 and the other major powers to assign enough troops in these crucial star systems. The leaders of human civilization briefly considered the option of automating the defenses at the most vulnerable and doomed border systems. However, they quickly dismissed this idiotic notion. Automated defenses could always be hacked. Even if the polymath herself programmed the cybersecurity defenses of the automated defensive platforms and armies of battle bots, there was always a way to circumvent them, either internally or externally. It didn't matter that the native aliens were much less capable of hacking state-of-the-art human ICE and algorithms. The damned cosmopolitan movement were just as proficient in hacking, if not more. These degenerate human traitors had proven many times that they were superior hackers, as they relied on their ability to subvert electronic systems to engage in untold amounts of data theft and sabotage. The hidden presence of an unknown amount of cosmopolitan cells throughout human society was one of the real reasons why people developed such an unreasonable degree of fear towards extensive automation. No matter how convenient ICE may be, as long as one competent bad actor came around and completely messed them up, a disaster would occur. Human intervention and control therefore remained an essential component of Red Humanity's defensive layout. This forced the Red Ocean Union, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact to come together and hammer out a necessary addendum to the new elites program. Only after offering additional incentives were the three colonial alliances able to attract enough soldiers to the most dangerous star systems in the new frontier. Right now, hundreds of mech pilots assigned to an elite mech unit had gathered in one of the briefing rooms of an orbital space fortress. A gloomy atmosphere pervaded in the compartment. All of the uplifting and motivational banners displaying thrilling scenes of human victories or blood-pumping slogans failed to lift the mood. A relatively old 55-year-old mech pilot called Josh Ketter stood in the middle of a crowd of fellow soldiers. Each of them adopted grim expressions as they listened to the speech of the RA liaison. "Your hour has come," the well-dressed and impeccably handsome man said. "After months of waiting, the native aliens have unleashed their red tide upon us all, seeking to flood the defenses that we have painstakingly built in the border regions. As one of the many nails that our race and civilization has hammered into this star system, we must stand up and hold our ground no matter the cost." None of the mech pilots showed any cowardice or hesitation. Sure, they might harbor a lot of fears inside their minds, but they possessed enough discipline to avoid exposing their insecurities. Each of you have chosen to do their most sacred duty to uphold the first defensive band. I shall not lie to you. Our forces are stretched too thin. The entire first defensive band is projected to fall within a week if not less. This means that most of us may end up dead by the time 7 days have passed. The gathered mech pilots did not show any strong reactions towards this news. They already expected as much. They knew what they signed up for. It would be stupid for them to change their stance on the matter now that so much time had passed. The Mecher liaison continued to address the honored soldiers. "Our preliminary analysis on the alien fleets that are on their way to break our planet's orbital defenses and bombard our strongholds on the surface has revealed several lethal threats. The more updated warships are not only armed with greater quantities of tertiary gun batteries, but also feature many more missile launchers. Do not get close to them, and do not group up too much. These anti-mech warships can shred entire mech companies in a matter of seconds under the right conditions." A projection of several different alien ship models appeared. Josh Ketter already recognized the distinctly broad hulls as warships belonging to the Orvan race. Just as the liaison had said, the Orvans had chosen to install less primary gun batteries in favor of installing a lot more tertiary gun batteries. The largest Orvan hulls boasted over 1,000 tertiary gun batteries, thereby allowing them to vastly exceed the firepower of a typical ranged mech regiment. Aside from that, the native aliens have also prepared another specific counter to our mechs in the form of phase fighters. The projection changed to display several civilian cargo haulers that had hastily been converted into dinky carriers. Although the conversions had been completed in haste, the terrible qualities of these former cargo haulers did not affect the immediate combat power of the state-of-the-art alien phase fighters. Not only did they look fairly new and modern by human standard, their quantity was absolutely dazzling. These cheap capital carriers have shown up on every star system under siege. The RA liaison said, "They may look fragile, but don't think they can be blown up with ease. They are equipped with strong enough transphasic energy shields to resist sustained attacks. What truly matters is the fact that they can all transport at least 2,000 phase fighters each. Since there are so many converted carriers within the alien fleets, we have already estimated that our mech forces will be outnumbered 3 to 1. That caused the mech pilots to finally express more emotion. Many looked dismayed at the prospect of trying to fend off 3 times as many phase fighters. "Do not be intimidated," the speaker shouted. "The alien phase fighters are difficult to eliminate, but you can still do it. The more you are able to eliminate, the more time you buy for us all. No matter how hopeless the battle may seem, remember what you are fighting for. As the most selfless line fighters to exist, each of your names will be remembered in our greatest halls of honor for as long as our civilization persists." A lot of mech pilots puffed up their chests after they heard this. It was a dream to many of them to matter in some way. So many humans lived and died that it was too difficult for any of them to leave a notable legacy behind. If these elite mech pilots were able to receive one of the highest honors by sacrificing their otherwise mediocre lives, then they would gladly make this trade. While Josh Ketter desired this honor as well, it did not excite him as much as his other goal. His thoughts strayed to his teenage daughter who resided in a much safer star system far away from the dangerous border region. Many of you are not just fighting for yourself, but also for your families. The Red Association has already guaranteed that all of your offspring will be awarded with the title of war children, thereby officially recognizing them as the immediate descendants of war heroes. The better your performance, the more generous the pensions, subsidies and other privileges we bestow on your spouses and children. Our association will further grant all of your war children a chance to pass a low-barrier test to join its ranks. The greater your contribution, the more bonuses your offspring will receive. The eyes of many Mech pilots lit up as they heard this. Many of the veteran soldiers signed up for this duty for this express purpose. They fought not for themselves, but for their precious children. In a galaxy where many humans were about to experience a deterioration in quality of life and life opportunities, it would be great if their children could become a part of one of the most powerful human organizations in the Red Ocean. Chapter 6182 War Children had become a new class of people within the new elites program. It was a way to reward linefighters for answering the highest calling. After all, by sacrificing their lives for a greater purpose, they would not be able to live to enjoy the rich rewards that they deserve. This was why the Red 2 and the first-rate colonial superstates came together and figured out a fair and reasonable way to transfer contributions to the next of kin. The class of war children therefore came into being. Any child or adolescent below the age of 30 that bore this special title could enjoy a lot of conveniences. From pensions to easy access to prestigious educational institutions, these offspring who had lost their fathers or mothers to the Red War gained a much easier ride to success and prosperity. The benefits were substantial enough to motivate a lot of soldiers to volunteer for the ominous duty of trying to hold the line against the powerful aliens. Josh Ketter smiled as he thought about how his daughter would live far better than him. As a second-rater, he never dared to dream that his girl would be able to exceed him to this degree, but this time was different. Under the guarantee of the 3 colonial alliances of Red humanity, each of your war children will gain enough wealth and access to promising opportunities to fast-track their way to success. The liaison from the Red Association continued. All war children can expect to retain all of these benefits until they have reached the age of 30 or 10 years since they have received this title, whichever period is longer. After that, the war children can retain their titles, but lose all of the corresponding pensions and other privileges. If they cannot stand on their own feet after gaining so many promising career opportunities, then that is their responsibility. It was not the intention of the higher-ups to raise a growing number of good-for-nothings. The new elite program must always retain its essence, which was to promote the development of elites among the masses that normally lacked these opportunities. Josh Ketter did not begrudge the limits on war children. He had full faith and confidence that his daughter would be able to make good use of all of the benefits. Many of his fellow colleagues shared similar sentiments. They did not believe their sons and daughters would dishonor their parents by squandering the advantages of becoming war children. If they somehow failed in their studies and squandered all of their pensions on recreational stimulants, then their ghosts would come back from the dead and punish their useless children. Before I leave, I wish to announce one recent change to our battle plan. The liaison said, causing the gathered Mech pilots to pay closer attention. The additional time bought by the prior delay of the red tide has allowed us to make additional preparations. Our association has assigned a small stealth ship in the orbits of many fortified planets, including this one. The purpose of this ship is to wait until the attackers are on the verge of attaining orbital supremacy before quietly evacuating key personnel. From this star system, how was this relevant to the Mech pilots? None of them possessed a high enough status to earn a place on this secretive evacuation ship. It would have been better if the liaison never mentioned it, as there was a higher chance the news might leak and prompt the native aliens to hunt the vessel down. The liaison smiled. A new opportunity has opened up for you. Yes, you. The coming days will test your mettle like nothing else. We are well aware that each of you have already made the determination to die, but what if I tell you that there is a small chance that you can live? The Mechers' words did not elicit much of a reaction. The veteran Mech pilots were not that easy to hoodwink anymore. It didn't matter. The Mecher was confident that his next announcement was bound to excite his audience. The sole criterion for earning a seat in the stealth vessel is not based on wealth, connections or officer rank. You can rest assured that no one in this besieged star system can take the spot of one who is more deserving. This is because the only eligible passengers of our stealth ship will be Mech pilots who have managed to break through during the upcoming fighting. The audience became stunned as they listened to this surprise announcement. Josh Ketter and the other Mech pilots were not stupid. They quickly realized that they had gained a faint but realistic chance to make it out of this doomed star system alive as long as they satisfied a single condition that was very easy to discern. However, the expressions of many soldiers soon began to fade. Josh was no exception as he thought about how hard he had tried to break through in the past. As a middle-aged mech pilot who had served for around 3 decades, Josh never managed to exceed his limits throughout his career so far, and it was not for lack of trying. Now that his aging caused him to gradually lose his sharp reflexes and agile thinking, the father had gradually let go of his childish dream. The sensible decision to make was to treat this fleeting chance as a lottery that Josh was unlikely to win. This star system would become his grave if everything proceeded as he envisioned. Yet, if there was a light at the end of the tunnel, how could a soldier like himself remain indifferent to it? Even if the chance of reaching it was below 0.01%, that still motivated pilots such as himself to strive for a breakthrough in what may be their last attempt of their lives. The liaison smiled wider as he observed the effects of his announcement. The harder the mech pilots fought, the more setbacks the invading aliens would suffer. Any additional losses and delays could sap the enemy's offensive a little more. This is a time of heroes and gods. The power of humble soldiers such as yourselves will always remain important, but the best way for red humanity to turn the tide against the native aliens is to draw out your potential and gain strength beyond the reach of mortals. Fight, kill, ascend. We ask nothing more or less from you. As long as you become an expert candidate or expert pilot during the upcoming battle, we shall do whatever it takes to protect you and evacuate you from the field. A brand new life awaits you within the ranks of our association. You will receive the opportunity to master the best skills and pilot the strongest first-class mechs, but only if you fight with the determination to survive. Break through, and you shall live. Die, and your offspring shall become war children. Many mech pilots' eyes immediately grew red as they processed the implications of the liaison's words. A lot of mech pilots that had already become resigned with their imminent deaths suddenly began to develop a renewed desire to make it out alive. Even if their best days were already past them, the veteran soldiers still wanted to fight for the small but not impossible chance to live past this week. Josh, another mech pilot excitedly whispered. We can still live, haha. We can still make it of this doomed star system and become a high and mighty mecher. I bet none of us ever expected to enter the association at our ages. Think of how rich and powerful we can become. With the honor, glory and merit of fighting in the 1st Defensive Band, we'll be treated as heroes everywhere we go. Your daughter and my brats will want for nothing once we get inside. As much as Josh wanted to feel as upbeat as his more optimistic comrade, he couldn't help but be realistic about his chances. I will try like the rest of you, but we're old, Franklin. We can't keep up with the younger generation pilots anymore. We already put our best days behind us. We have begun to enter our twilight years. I will already be happy if I can turn my daughter into a war child. Franklin jabbed his elbow into his friend's side. Don't think like that, Josh. We are living in the age of dawn. Any miracle can happen these days. Think about how much happier your daughter will be if you return from the front lines alive. Don't you want to live long enough to see her grow up into a beautiful woman and hug your grandchildren? The mention of what he might be missing out on created an ache in Josh's heart. His desire to live grew stronger. As long as he broke through, he could return and continue to take care of his daughter in person. Thank you for that, Franklin. I don't know if your words will make any difference, but I will fight as best I can. That is what friends are for. If you ever manage to make it out without my company, please tell me you will keep an eye on my sons. The RA will definitely take good care of them, but I will treat them as if they are part of my own family. Josh earnestly promised. I expect you to look out for my girl if the reverse happens. After the liaison shared the latest announcement, he quickly left the briefing room so that the mech pilots could receive more mission-specific briefings from their superiors. Josh and Franklin did not pay too much attention to the final details. Every mech pilot assigned to this dangerous star system had already studied and memorized the main defensive plans. They roughly understood the defensive layout and also comprehended their roles. The staff only made a number of last-minute adjustments to the plans in order to account for the enemy response. Remember to maintain your distance from the enemy warships whenever possible, the officer in front of the stage emphasized. The native aliens have begun to mirror us by unleashing a large amount of phase fighters in our direction. Leave the enemy vessels to our orbital defenses and our warships. Your duty is to keep the phase fighters at bay. You can think about attacking other enemies after he have cleared the enemy fighter screen. The mech pilots felt rather mixed about needing to fight against the enemy phase fighters. The annoying transphasic small craft were always troublesome to kill due to their strong energy shields. The fact that the mechs would be going into the fight with a heavy numbers disadvantage also tempered people's confidence. However, Josh Ketter would gladly fight against a giant swarm of phase fighters than confront one of those threatening new anti-mech warships. As the pilots finally got dismissed, Josh and many others proceeded down to the space station's hangar bays in order to enter their respective mechs. I am glad that we get to enjoy a good old-fashioned dogfight in what may be our final battle, Franklin said in a light-hearted tone. Mech pilots like ourselves are trained for this. Those phase fighters might not look like mechs, but the resemblance is close enough, unlike with warships. Josh nodded in agreement. It is a good thing I am piloting the right mech for the job. I hope this hangar bay has enough of the right Fey in stock. The two mech pilots stopped before Josh, machine. As far as second-class mechs were concerned, the Fey Fianna easily stood out from the rest, even if it was just the standard edition. Their silhouettes were unique and their visual design was striking. Their characteristic glows also made it impossible for people to dismiss them as ordinary machines. I am so jealous that you get to pilot such a new and well-regarded mech. Franklin did not hide the envy in his voice. How did you ever manage to get your hands on this machine? Would you believe that I won this machine from a membership raffle? Chapter 6183 Siege Weapon. All of the fortified star systems located in the first defensive bands were never meant to last. The Red II and the first-rate colonial superstates may have a reputation for being wealthy and powerful, but their resources were ultimately finite. This meant that it made little sense to invest too many resources in the star systems that were ultimately supposed to serve as speed bumps to the alien offensive. Unlike the more well-equipped fortified star systems located further to the rear, the star system where Josh was about to fight the battle of his life did not receive a lot of luxuries. The RF was entirely absent. The Ra only stationed a handful of aging warships as well as a far too small contingent of first-class multipurpose mechs. The bulk of human resistance in this star system relied on the cheap but cost-effective second-class mechs and the bulky but relatively low-quality defensive platforms. This ensured that when the star system eventually fell, Red humanity would not suffer too many losses. It was a pity that almost every mech pilot who volunteered for this exceedingly dangerous duty would not be able to make it out and leverage their abundant combat experience in other battles. However, people found it morally unacceptable to station younger and more vigorous soldiers in this doomed place. They were the future of Red humanity and deserved to live a lot longer. As mech after mech started to launch from the hangar bays of many different space stations, the orbit of the planet quickly became a lot busier. The mechs all grouped up with their respective units, but made sure not to enter into any tight formations. The machines also hovered close to nearby space stations and defensive platforms in case they needed to shelter behind the only forms of cover in this space environment. All of the mech pilots waited for the alien fleets to approach the fortified planet. It shouldn't take too long. The alien vessels all relied on their warp drives to rapidly cross through real space. Soon enough, the ships slowed down and maintained their distance just outside of the effective ranges of most weapon systems. "They're here," Franklin said as his rifleman mech flew in the vicinity of Josh Ketter's Fey Fianna. The enemy carriers are not wasting time in deploying their phase flighters. Look at how many of them are launching into space. Thousands of them appeared within a minute. More and more phase fighters steadily flew out of the converted capital carriers with a remarkably high degree of coordination. Most of the native aliens never took small craft seriously, but the astonishing performance of humans forced them to reconsider. Many of the Orvans in the cockpits of the phase fighters only received a year of training or less. Mech pilots such as Josh and Franklin looked down on these aliens for that reason. There was no way the skills of those alien phase fighter pilots could rival that of the worst professionally trained human mech pilot. While there were certain alien races that adapted a lot better to fighter combat than others, the Orvans did not demonstrate any notable affinity to them. The biggest difference was that their larger bodies made them tougher but also a little clumsier. Their learning speeds were not notably higher than that of humans. The alien developers of all of these phase fighters took these limitations into account. All of the craft released during this early stage of the Red War were dumbed down in order to reduce their complexity as much as possible. Clever applications of automations reduced a lot of the manual control requirements and enabled the low-caste Orvan fighter pilots to control their machines as if they were playing an immersive virtual reality game. Perhaps the extensive automation might make the phase fighters more rigid, less precise and slower to respond, but it didn't matter because they could afford to make mistakes. The aliens had access to so much phase water that they were able to equip all phase fighters with transphasic energy shields. A part of the phase fighters that deployed from the alien carriers even showed signs of enjoying the protection of more modern Azure energy shields. Fortunately, their quantity remained limited to the most elite fighter units. Just as the humans did not invest extravagant resources in this star system, the Orvans had done their homework and sent out fleets that could do the job without making any excessive commitments. As the number of icons denoting phase fighters continued to multiply in the local plot, the full weight of having to square off against so many enemy small craft began to dawn upon all of the mech pilots. Josh began to wonder whether he would be able to survive long enough to trigger a breakthrough. "Don't worry, Josh, my Faye and I will watch your back. You just do your thing." "Thank you, partner." The Faye Fianna was his first living mech, and boy it was an experience. Josh already found it creepy enough that the mech showed signs of life at the start. He jerked in his piloting seat the first time the Faye Fianna grew clever enough to speak like a human. Fortunately, everyone who knew about living mechs reassured Josh that this was completely normal behavior for a certain mech company's products. "We can't take too many attacks." Josh spoke to his machine. "You're just the standard edition of your line. If you were the elite edition, we could have resisted a lot more attacks. Those phase fighters are all armed with transphasic energy weapon systems. Even if there's only a drop of phase water in their cannons, their repeated attacks can shred through our defenses. Then we make sure to stay mobile and ruin their aim as much as possible. With all of the ECM, jamming and other interference on the battlefield, the amateur alien pilots will have to resort to manual aiming to land their shots." Josh was confident he could evade the attacks of a typical alien phase fighter, but he could not make the same guarantee when there were 5 or 10 of them attacking his machine at the same time. "The Orvans are done with deploying all of their fighter craft," Franklin mentioned. "Our intelligence was right. The Orvan carriers have no intention of rotating their craft. The enemy wants to break open our defenses in a massive assault, thereby ending our resistance within a single day." Josh sneered. "Then let's make sure these aliens will break their teeth when they attempt to gnaw on our hard bones." Minutes went by as many Orvan phase fighters and warships began to close the distance. The orbital space fortresses interrupted the relative peace. Their warship-grade gun batteries fired their hyper-energy beams straight at the distant enemy warships. The well-protected Orvan warships all began to struggle as their transphasic segmented multi-layer energy shields quickly got drained. Though the targeted vessels ultimately managed to get away with their hulls unscathed, they lost so many segmented energy shields that their coverage had become severely inadequate. The enemy warships retaliated with their own energy weapon barrage. Hundreds of thick warship-grade energy beams collided against the Titan shield of a single orbital space station. The Orvan spacers responded quickly by having the partially depleted warships fall back and hide behind the hulls of other large vessels. "It's holding." The exchange of fire grew more intense. The orbital defenses with clear firing lines began to pummel the approaching enemy warships. The Orvan vessels struck back with their own powerful transphasic cannons. Josh found it strange that both sides flung so much firepower at each other, yet failed to inflict any material damage up to this point. Transphasic energy shields were simply too strong. The Azure energy shields were even stronger due to making use of hyper-technology. Just as Josh and many other mech pilots assumed that they would remain spectators for a while, a mutation occurred when a very bright and powerful source of light flashed across the battlefield and struck the beleaguered space fortress. What was that? These energy readings are insane. Which enemy ship fired this attack? The initial confusion quickly made way for dread as the humans observed what just happened to one of their space fortresses. The Titan shield has been breached. The enemy's super attack has breached the fortress walls and disabled multiple power generators and other essential systems. Many sections are losing power as we speak. Fortress Antadon is partially crippled. The Orvans have secretly brought a capital ship armed with a spinal energy cannon. Our initial analysis on the tech and materials of this vessel indicates that she is a fairly economical vessel that the Orvans have hastily constructed to serve a single purpose. She happens to do her job fairly well, and therefore poses a massive threat against our orbital defenses. Spinal cannons love targeting stationary targets the most. Change of plans. One of the commanding officers spoke over a public channel. "Turtling up is not an option anymore. We must take the fight to the enemy and eliminate the siege ship as soon as possible. Our orbital defenses can last long against the firepower of the enemy vessel's spinal cannon." New orders quickly arrived. Most of the mech pilots had to leave the cover of the orbital defense network and cross through open space. Most mech units did not receive orders to destroy the siege ship. Their job was to escort and remove any obstacles that could hinder the advance of the powerful first-class multipurpose mechs of the RA. As powerful as these machines may be, even the mechers were reluctant to send a single squad in the middle of all of the enemy phase fighters and anti-mech warships. Advance. Tens of thousands of mechs flew forward. Although many of the less mobile machines remained behind in order to guard the orbital defenses against ambushes, it was remarkable to see how many human machines left their reassuring confines and made themselves vulnerable by flying through open space. The mech unit that Josh belonged to happened to fly closer to the first-class multipurpose mechs. Josh took a brief moment to enjoy the reassuring sight of these powerful machines, but he also felt uncertain how many mechs would get destroyed by moving so close to the enemy fleets so soon. The siege ship is firing again. Another blinding flash occurred as an extremely powerful transphasic energy beam struck another orbital fortress, shattering its Titan shield and dealing crippling damage to its internal systems. Damn, how do the aliens know where to aim? That energy beam accurately eliminated 3 power generators at once. Do you really have to ask? The Cosmopolitans must have stolen and passed on the blueprints to the Red Cabal. Those damn Cosmos. More assets began to open fire. The smaller but much more numerous defensive platforms all fired their energy or kinetic armaments at the approaching enemy warships. In turn, the Orvan vessels returned fire with their own primary and secondary gun batteries. The energy shields protecting all of these assets began to deplete at varying rates. Some of the smaller and weaker alien warships already began to suffer serious damage as they failed to take shelter behind friendly vessels in time. However, the human orbital defenses were being reduced at a rapid pace. The enemy warships did not need to spend too much effort on aiming in order to land all of their shots on their targets. Debris fields began to emerge as the large combatants from both sides continually pummeled each other without any finesse. Josh tried his best to ignore all of this activity. He knew he had to take action very soon as a huge amount of alien phase fighters had split away from the alien fleet and attempted to intercept the approaching human mechs. "I am opening fire." Franklin's rifleman mech proceeded to fire one positron beam after another. The searing energy attack struck several different alien phase fighters, yet only lightly reduced their transphasic energy shield integrity. Without concentrated fire, it would take too much time and effort for a single rifleman mech to eliminate just one of the alien small craft. "This is just my luck. These Orvan phase fighters are even tougher than I expected," Franklin complained. "Josh, I am counting on you to soften them up. Don't let them bully us with their obnoxious energy defenses." "I am on it, Franklin." Unlike many other Fianas, the one piloted by Josh flew forward along with many other melee mechs. This was because his drone mech was uncharacteristically equipped with a full melee loadout. Chapter 6184. The raffle mech. Josh truly won the Fiana in a prize raffle. Before he signed up for this suicidal defense mission, he worked for one of the many mercenary organizations that had emigrated to the Red Ocean. The pay was good, and he was able to sponsor his daughter's education and augmentations with his income, but it did not leave him with enough capital to afford his own mech. In truth, most mech pilots did not develop a great yearning to buy their own mech. It was nice if they had one, but owning one came with a lot of additional costs and responsibilities. Although experienced mech pilots of Josh Ketter's skill level earned a lot better than average, this income was far from being able to purchase a decent mech, especially one that was fresh from the factory. Even if Josh had an inheritance or something, the economic burden of owning his own mech did not end at that point. Every mech needed to be certified on a regular basis. They needed regular maintenance by mech technicians who knew what they were doing. Repairs could also get exceedingly expensive if the machine ever suffered any serious harm. An entire infrastructure had to be formed around an independent mech. While there were many services available on developed planets and space stations that allowed independent mech pilots to forego the need of building up an entire crew, the cost of relying on third parties often exceeded the profit that could be earned from solo mercenary contracts. In fact, the best way for mercenaries to take advantage of owning a personal mech was to negotiate a deal with an existing mercenary outfit. All of that was beyond Josh Ketter. As a mech pilot who graduated from the Mech Academy and served as an ordinary soldier in various mech organizations, he did not learn how to set up an independent business, manage his own crew or maintain a positive balance sheet. He never even set out to buy his own mech. What would he do with it anyway? That was why he became completely dumbfounded when he won an actual mech in a raffle. The raffle was part of a promotion from a mech magazine that he subscribed to for a long time. The virtual publication regularly held these raffles, and it was quite easy for readers to sign up. They merely had to check a few boxes before pressing the confirm button. Josh had been reading this magazine for over 15 years. He signed up for every raffle with the attitude of not missing any opportunity, but he never won any prizes during these years. He did not even receive a plushie for his efforts. After realizing that these sweepstakes were no different from the lotteries where the chances of winning anything were infinitely close to zero, Josh no longer held any expectation for them anymore. He did not stop signing up for the raffles that appeared on the projected pages from time to time, but he became so dismissive of them that the act of checking the boxes and pressing the confirm button became a subconscious instinct. Congratulations, Mr. Ketter. You have won the grand prize of the raffle included in issue 6136. Please confirm your shipping address and other conditions so that we may deliver your very own xianxia, courtesy of the Living Mech Corporation. When he received the announcement one day, Josh still could not believe that he had won the raffle, and managed to obtain the greatest prize worth 3 MTA credits. It truly did not sink in until the mech actually got delivered to a warehouse close to his home at the time. He even thought about selling the xianxia as he had always been accustomed to using company mechs. The money he could earn from selling a second-hand but completely unused mech could easily fund his daughter's tuition and other expenses for many years. Yet from the moment he visited the warehouse in person and took a close look at his new possession, he instantly discarded his plans to get rid of the machine. So this is a living mech. LMC mechs had become well known for making unforgettable first impressions. They outright manipulated the minds of anyone who went close to them, and somehow the Red Association still permitted the so-called living mechs to do so despite the potential for abuse. In any case, once Josh started to try out the xianxia for himself, he couldn't help but fall in love with the popular drone mech. No wonder all of those mech pilots became fans of this model. This mech is so easy to pilot. The xianxia at the start had not yet grown smart enough to speak to Josh, but the living machine could already convey its feelings and emotions through the man-machine connection. Josh changed his plans. He decided to stick with this machine. If he obtained this fantastic mech a few years ago, he probably would have tried to make it work by signing a contract with a mercenary outfit. However, times had changed, and Josh was not a young mech pilot anymore. He fought against alien raiding fleets enough times to comprehend that red humanity had not yet fought against the real war machine of the native alien civilizations. When the dreaded offensive finally erupted, human civilization would suffer a huge amount of damage that would cause a lot of collapses and breakdowns. Even if red humanity managed to block the assault, the damage to human society would be so great that the lives of the people at the bottom of the pyramid was about to become a lot worse. This was why Josh Ketter decided to sign his life away by volunteering for this exceedingly dangerous mission. He wanted to fight to keep his daughter safe. Already, his decision allowed his girl to transfer to a much safer and more developed colony in the rear of human space. Being able to provide his mech saved the defenders a bit of effort and also allowed him to negotiate additional compensation. What Josh found important was that his xianxia was better than most of the second-class mechs stationed in this doomed star system. Perhaps it didn't matter too much as the native aliens would eventually kill all human mech pilots regardless of the quality of their mechs. Josh still wanted to go down swinging if possible. There was only one big problem with utilizing the xianxia as his combat mech. Josh specialized in melee combat. He was not a particularly talented or skillful mech cadet back during his academy days. His advisors told him that he needed to choose his specialization early if he wanted to keep up with his training. This was why he only completed the bare minimum of ranged combat courses before he happily focused his efforts on becoming a qualified night mech and spearman mech pilot. Josh never lacked for opportunities to pilot melee mechs since then. He steadily developed and polished his fighting skills, and also became competent in piloting swordsman mechs. He never held any desire to improve his marksmanship. A number of his company mechs had occasionally been equipped with ranged secondary weapons, but he never made use of them in his 30-year career. This left him in an awkward position as the xianxia was heavily slanted towards ranged combat. The most effective offensive Fey were all mounted with ranged weapons. Josh was not able to land his shots when wielding an ordinary rifle. He had even less of a chance of hitting anything when trying to aim with his Fey. It seemed like the Fey Fianna was profoundly unsuitable to a melee mech specialist like Josh. Though he thought about exchanging his Fey Fianna for a good melee mech, the problem was that the infamously slow LMC had yet to add a modern second-class spaceborne melee mech model to its product catalog. There were plenty of rumors that claimed that the LMC was working on it, but it had yet to release a good melee mech model that conformed to the standards of the Hyper generation. The thought of swapping the Fey Fianna for a melee mech produced by another mech company never entered his mind. Once Josh experienced the comfort and pleasure of piloting a living mech, he refused to go back to steering those lifeless lumps of metal. If he was about to fight one last battle before he perished, he wanted to enjoy the experience to the fullest. Fortunately, the mech technicians working in the orbital space fortress offered Josh a convenient solution. "We can modify it into a melee mech configuration," the chief technician gruffly told Josh. "We normally have to wait for a mech designer to come and work out the modifications for us to implement, but you're in luck. The standard edition of the Fey Fianna is such a popular mech model that plenty of mech designers have already developed many different variants and modification kits. We can obtain one of the off-the-shelf schematics and begin the modification work right away." Josh was no stranger to aftermarket modifications to mechs, but he gazed skeptically at his relatively skinny Fey Fianna. Without the Fey mounted on the back, the mech did not look like it possessed the physical power and structural strength to be able to hack at enemies at point-blank range. The chief technician grimaced. "We are short on personnel here for obvious reasons. We don't have the time or manpower to spare for a complete overhaul. We should look at the catalog for one of the less radical modification kits. We won't be able to turn your Fey Fianna into a real melee mech, but once we are done, it should get close enough that the limitations are not too crippling. You can even rely on the Fey to compensate for most of the shortcomings. It looks like the Fey Fianna needs a complete redesign in order to become a good melee mech." Josh Ketter became impressed by this plan. "How much will it cost?" "Nothing. We are short on personnel, and our budget is not endless, but we still have enough spare materials on hand. We'll cover the expenses. This will be an interesting distraction for us. If we are about to die soon, then I at least want to work on at least one of the LMC's famous living mechs." The two proceeded to sit down behind a desk terminal and browse through an extensive product catalog. Josh eventually settled for a spear-wielding variant. The modification kit was fairly small and did not require a lot of work to apply to the Fey Fianna. Much of the modification work went into the arms and the upper shoulders. The arms needed to become a lot thicker and stronger. The limbs lost the precision and fine control that enabled them to land accurate shots with a rifle as a consequence. In exchange, the heavier arms were able to maintain a much more solid grip on a two-handed spear and thrust it forward with decent power. "This won't be a full spearman mech," the chief technician warned the pilot and owner of the modified Fey Fianna. "The limitations of the arms and torso structures make it so that your mech is only truly good at stabbing. It is very slow at swinging a polearm in wide-sweeping horizontal or vertical motions. The mech cannot respond fast enough to block any incoming swings of other melee weapons." "I can live with that," Josh said. "The native aliens don't make use of anything resembling melee mechs. A simple stab is enough for me to kill any alien fighter craft within my reach." "You're right. Let me warn you that this modification kit has only barely turned your Fey Fianna into a spearman mech. Do not mistake it for a lancer mech. High-impact charges are not recommended unless you want to damage the arms and lose your only weapon." "Noted. Now let us finalize your selection of Fey." Chapter 6185 Mass Mechs vs. Mass Facefighters. As tens of thousands of mechs were about to come into contact with an even greater quantity of alien phase fighters, the space in between already became filled with energy beams, projectiles and missiles. Watch out for the missiles fired by the phase fighters. Each of their warheads are transphasic, so they are powerful enough to cripple most of our mechs if they manage to score direct hits. Rifleman mechs, intercept the missiles. Every phase fighter mounted at least a pair of transphasic missiles under their wings or fuselage. This increased their threat by a huge margin so long as they had yet to launch their payloads. The initial salvo of missiles launched by the enemy phase fighters crossed the distance and attempted to nail down any mech they could lock onto. Rifleman mechs managed to shoot down many of them with each passing second, but the slender cross-sections and evasive movements made it challenging to intercept the missiles. However, the mech pilots proved their mettle and succeeded in blowing up the majority of missiles. The few that managed to get through overwhelmingly went on to blow apart energy shields and blast through multiple layers of armor plating. Only a small proportion of heavily damaged mechs had to retire from the battlefield. The damage was small, but this was just a probing attack. The only question on everyone's minds was whether the Orvan phase fighters chose to save their transphasic missiles for the ensuing dogfight or planned to unload them right away. The phase fighters are holding onto their missiles. Damn, even if many of the mech pilots had not fought against the newfangled alien phase fighters in reality, they already spent plenty of time tangling against them in virtual training settings. The performance of the virtual phase fighters might not be a total match to the actual alien craft, but the principles should still be the same. It was terrifying to encounter a huge missile swarm right at the start. If the mech force did not possess enough missile interception capabilities, then the human machines would almost certainly suffer a heavy blow. The abrupt losses inflicted by this thunderous missile strike could even set up a chain reaction that caused the damaged mech force to suffer continuous setbacks until it lost entirely. However, many mech pilots preferred to get it over with. As long as the phase fighters emptied their missile reserves at once, the fighter craft no longer became as threatening as before. Pilots such as Josh did not have to watch his back all of the time for fear of getting waylaid by a missile launched during inopportune moments. Seeing that the Orvan's small craft still clung to most of their missiles, Josh grew more nervous but also more excited. His blood pumped faster as he tried to make his xianxia navigate through the energy beams whenever the enemy craft occasionally aimed in its direction. "We can take it, at least for now," he judged. "I will leave the management of the Fae and their hyper-energy shields to you, partner. I know what to do. We practiced this." Josh Ketter felt a little guilty for not possessing the multitasking skills to properly pilot a drone mech. The xianxia's kind of made that requirement optional, but it was well known that drone mech specialists could get much more use out of these machines. This was also why he deliberately chose a Fae configuration that required as little manual control as possible. Since his mech had been modified to fight with a spear, he saw no need to pair it up with any of the ranged weapon Fae. Josh eventually settled for a balanced but boring selection of 2 water energy shield Fae and 2 space suppressor Fae, thereby augmenting his base mech with additional defense and utility. The shield Fae added a lot of fault tolerance to his mech, allowing him to last a lot longer so long as he and living mech properly juggled the multiple active energy shields. The space suppressor Fae worked well in weakening nearby transphasic energy shields. They had practically become mandatory for any melee mech expected to fight against the native aliens. Josh was counting on his pair of suppressor Fae to quickly eliminate the enemy phase fighters. Without the transphasic qualities to their tech, they were not as scary as they sounded. The only issue was getting close enough for the 2 Fae to do their job and for his mech to attack with its spear. The xianxia was not built for high mobility. That honor went to the light mechs that flew ahead and to the sides of the main mass of mechs. Our light mechs are beginning to tussle with the enemy phase fighters. The leading Orvan craft suddenly came under a lot of pressure as thousands of light skirmishers assaulted them without any reserve. The aggressive mech pilots relied on the impressive mobility of their light machines to close in and catch up to the phase fighters that possessed no effective means to fight at point-blank range. Every phase fighter that became haunted by a light skirmisher immediately stopped what they were doing and tried their best to shake off the mechs that sought to tear them to shreds. The initial contact made it difficult for a lot of phase fighters to avoid contact. Hundreds of them ended up getting swarmed by at least 2 light skirmishers that rapidly chipped away at their transphasic energy shields. The lighter Orvan phase fighters appeared to save on costs by placing much less emphasis on material defenses. Their fuselages were light and slender, granting them superior mobility at the cost of becoming incredibly vulnerable if they lost their transphasic energy shields. In order to make sure they would last, the Orvan developers had made sure to equip the craft with fairly strong transphasic energy shield generators, but there was only so much they could do with a limited budget and phase water allowance. The space suppressors equipped by light skirmishers were very small and weak, but 2 of them working in concert was usually enough to remove the transphasic factor from the enemy fighter craft. The sight of all of the light skirmishers working together to eliminate the phase fighters was beautiful. The paired machines coordinated their movements and always made sure to box in their targets. When 4 different knives struck the weakened transphasic energy shields on a repeated basis, the poor alien shield generator usually reached their limits in just half a dozen seconds, even though they were supposed to last at least 3 to 5 times longer at their phase water level. As long as the fighters lost their fancy shields, their exposed frames became incredibly vulnerable. Dozens of fighter craft got crushed or cut into several pieces with ease. Once the predatory light skirmishers finished off their prey, they did not delay and move on to eliminate other phase fighters. Woohoo! Kill 'em, skirmishers. Don't let the cowardly phase fighters fly away. Josh became impressed by the sight of these mechs at work. He never had the reflexes or guts to specialize in light mechs, so he always held a greater degree of respect towards these daredevils. Despite piloting cheaper and more breakable machines, the mech pilots maneuvered around the battlefield without betraying any fear. Perhaps the mech pilots were all secretly scared out of their wits, but their strong discipline and sense of duty kept them clear-headed enough to do their jobs without any interruption. Kill as many Orvan fighters as you can. Kill 2 of them and you have proved you are not a waste of space. Kill 3 of them and you'll break even with the Orvans. Kill 4 or more of them if you want to earn a profit. The calculus of war did not quite work that way, but the light skirmisher pilots did not care. They just wanted to take down as many alien fighter craft as possible before their mechs eventually met their end, which was an inevitable outcome. Although the light skirmishers were able to take down the Orvan phase fighters with ease, they were just as vulnerable against the craft they were hunting. The Orvans knew how to exploit the fragility of human light mechs. The native aliens may not have made use of small craft on a large scale for much of their recent history, but they still retained much of the tactics and combat doctrines in their historical archives. The Orvan fighter pilots did not panic but instead maneuvered around in accordance with their training. Many phase fighters began to circle around in chaotic patterns. While the frequent turning allowed the pursuing light mechs to close the distance faster, when many phase fighters weaved into each other at the same time, it became possible for the craft to shoot down the pursuing mechs. Lots of energy beams began to strike the light skirmishers from different angles. The phase fighters did not bother to shoot down the mechs on their tail, but instead took advantage of any moment an enemy machine briefly entered their crosshairs. Most of the Orvan pilots were rather clumsy and formulaic when employing these basic weaving tactics, but it didn't matter as their numbers advantage allowed them to fire a lot of shots at the light skirmishers in a short interval of time. Both sides began to suffer a lot of casualties. The light skirmishers continued to pair up and shred any alien phase fighter they managed to get close to. The Orvan fighter craft utilized their superior numbers and their rapid-fire energy cannons to shred the relatively fragile light skirmishers with just as much ease. There's too many of them. Our light mechs can't hold out long if they are left by themselves. Fortunately, it did not take too long for the main wave of mechs to crash into the swarms of Orvan phase fighters. The collision between human mechs and alien phase fighters caused an entire section of the battlefield to turn into an indiscriminate cloud of moving metal pieces. Mechs and phase fighters weaved into each other, making it difficult for human orbital defenses and alien warships to intervene in this chaotic melee. Tens of thousands of small craft on each side tangled against each other without trying to impose any greater sense of order. This was not a surprise. The Orvan fighter pilots were too inexperienced and poorly trained. The human mech pilots were restrained by their numbers disadvantage and their fear towards the new anti-mech warships. It was impossible to adopt any greater formations or establish teamwork on a wider scale. The commanding officers of both sides could not even force their subordinates to retreat as the combatants on both sides had become utterly devoted to eliminating each other to the very end. Josh had lost almost all of his awareness of the greater battlefield once he truly entered the fight. As a member of one of the elite units, it was not his job to hunt down the most fragile Orvan phase fighters. Instead, Josh set his sights on the heavier, bulkier and most importantly tougher phase fighters. The heavy phase fighters intimidated a lot of mechs due to their vastly superior firepower and defenses. While their mobility was not as great as their lighter counterparts, the more massive craft were able to rely on their more powerful arms and higher phase water content to shred one mech after another. Not just the light skirmishers, but also the thicker medium mechs faltered quickly when under attack by a heavy phase fighter. No more. Josh's xianxia intercepted a heavy phase fighter that had just crippled a swordsman mech and thrust out its spear. The mech pilot made sure to limit the interception speed to make sure the contact did not result in anything breaking, but the xianxia still shook as it suffered a rattling collision. Josh quickly shook it off and renewed his attack on the enemy phase fighter. The enemy craft was losing its shield integrity quickly as the two space suppressor Fade did their jobs and blocked most transphasic effects. Even so, the xianxia was too clumsy and simplistic in its attack moves to wear out the energy defenses of the alien craft quickly enough. The Elite, Orvan fighter pilot quickly started to bend and corkscrew around in order to give other available phase fighters the opportunity to take potshots at the enemy drone mech. Josh's mech indeed began to receive more attention from enemies, but its 2 hyper-energy shield Fei ensured that the machine remained physically unharmed. If you think this can deter me from pursuing you further, then you are sorely mistaken, alien. Chapter 6186 Josh and Franklin. The battlefield turned into an entire mess. Orbital fortresses continued to get breached by the siege weapon brought forth by the invading aliens. Countless engineers and technicians worked hard to control the damage and allow the alloy bulwarks to last a little longer. The longer these fortresses remained operational, the more enemy fire they attracted. The fortresses were also able to employ their own turreted gun batteries to retaliate against the distant enemy warships. Alas, the volunteers who had all chosen to stay behind in this doomed star system could not do much to undo the catastrophic damage inflicted by the invading enemies. There were too many enemy warships. Even if more of them adopted an anti-mech weapon configuration, they still possessed enough primary armaments to wear down the structure of the exposed space fortresses. Meanwhile, the large capital ship that bore a mighty spinal cannon accumulated a lot of energy before launching an extremely penetrating transphasic energy beam at the next fortress. That's the 6th space fortress that this siege vessel has broken open. We are losing our strongest defensive assets far too soon. Why haven't we eliminated this ship yet? She should be broken up into billions of pieces at this time. We can't, sir. Our teleportation strikes are being hindered by the alien versions of interdiction fields. Our ship killer torpedoes are always intercepted before they reach their target. As for our more direct energy and kinetic attacks, the Orvans have placed multiple capital ships around their siege vessel to intercept our direct fire. What of the mechs we sent out? Our second-class mechs are being entangled by at least twice their number of enemy phase fighters. Our first-class mechs are being hindered by 10 times the number of elite Orvan phase fighters of a model that we have never encountered before. Our observations and analysis indicate that they are expressly designed to counter first-class mechs. Give me the data on those elite phase fighters. Are they individually on par with our first-class multipurpose mechs? No, sir. They are only a fraction as powerful and expensive. However, the gap in performance is not so crushing anymore. The aliens are able to field many more elite phase fighters and rely on their superior numbers to destroy or at least stall our first-class mechs. The first-class multipurpose mechs that were supposed to hinder or destroy the alien siege vessel could not proceed any further. So many elite phase fighters swarmed them from every direction that the outnumbered raw mechs would probably get mowed down in quick succession if they forced their way through. Despite their excellent defenses and the use of shield link technology, the Orvan pilots were not deterred by the superior mechs. They all knew that as long as they landed enough attacks onto any mech, they would steadily be able to deplete the excellent protection that kept the first-class machines safe up to this point. The first-class mech pilots were all smart and perceptive enough to understand they could not remain active on the battlefield for long if they tried to push towards their objective. They had no choice but to alter their trajectories and move as unpredictably as possible in order to avoid getting struck too many times. Their collective Azure energy shields could resist a lot of attacks, but everything had a limit. Even then, the first-class multipurpose mechs truly found it unbearable to deal with so many elite phase fighters at once. Their defenses and mobility were not that impressive, but the aliens had massively increased the phase water content of their energy cannons, allowing the fighter craft to inflict slight but real harm on the famous first-class mechs of the Red Association. If that wasn't bad enough, the elite phase fighters were also equipped with expensive but threatening transphasic missiles. Any first-class mech that showed the slightest sign of faltering instantly became targeted by at least 5 transphasic missiles. If they impacted their target and detonated at the same time, the resulting explosions were powerful and violent enough to overcome the upper limits of the mech's shield link module, thereby causing the machine to become exposed and a lot more vulnerable. The superior armor systems of the first-class multipurpose mech should have given it a chance to disengage and retreat to safety, but many of the surrounding phase fighters behaved as if they smelled blood in the water. Over 50 elite phase fighters instantly prioritized the vulnerable mech and fired as many transphasic energy beams at the poor mech as possible. Unless the mech possessed a special defensive module that still remained working, there was no way a first-class mech could withstand the combined firepower of so many potent elite phase fighters for long. These elite Orvan phase fighters don't have that many alien design characteristics. It is too human. The Cosmopolitans must have designed this model for the Orvan race. A human design was ultimately responsible for helping the Orvan kill first-class multipurpose mechs in a much more cost-effective manner than before. It was not as if the Orvans were unable to eliminate first-class multipurpose mechs. They just relied on a lot of huge and technologically advanced warships in order to crush the much smaller mechs. As long as the advanced alien vessels directed enough massed firepower in their direction, even first-class mechs could be mowed down en masse. This was similar yet also different. It still took too many phase fighters to defeat a single first-class multipurpose mech, but the disparity between the two was a lot less lopsided than before. All of this was of hardly any relevance to Josh Ketter at the moment. The melee mech pilot did not have the attention to spare on what was happening further away from his mech. Now that his Fei Fianna joined the fray in earnest, his machine immediately came under pressure by getting targeted by over a dozen phase fighters as they circled and weaved around. The good news was that the phase fighters only made opportunistic attacks as the Fei Fianna whenever it was convenient. The bad news was that there were so many enemy craft that the hyper-energy shields were getting drained at a rapid rate. There are too many. I know. We need to catch up to one of the phase fighters. The Orvan fighter pilots are at least reluctant to commit friendly fire. It was not too difficult for his living mech to catch up to a heavy phase fighter, especially when the Orvan pilot did not initially pay too much attention to the Fei Fianna. By the time that Josh's mech came close enough, it was already too late for the heavy phase fighter to shake off the threat. The Fei Fianna thrust out its spear with both hands multiple times, causing the transphasic energy shield to flare. At the same time, the two space suppressor phase stacked their effects and caused the enemy fighter craft to lose most of the benefit of phase water technology. Not just the transphasic energy shield, but also the transphasic energy cannons lost a lot of their impressive performance amplification. To a melee mech pilot like Josh Ketter, the offensive value of the two space suppressor Fei exceeded that of any armed Fei. That did not mean that Josh rejected additional assistance. Franklin, on it. Do you know how difficult it is to avoid all of the attacks launched in my mech's direction? Further away, Franklin's rifleman mech evaded another barrage of energy beams before aiming its weapon directly at Josh's target. Bright and hot positron beams struck the weakened transphasic energy shield, causing it to deteriorate at an even faster pace. If the rifleman mech attacked the heavy phase fighter by itself, it wouldn't be able to inflict nearly as much damage. Only when a melee mech like Josh's Fei Fianna brought its short-range space suppressors to the enemy was it possible for a non-transphasic ranged mech to strike so hard. The two mechs were pretty decent if they fought by themselves, but the two became much deadlier if they fought together. As the compromised energy shield finally collapsed, the heavy phase fighter tried its best to distance itself from the Fei Fianna, but it was too late. The thicker frame and outer plating did little to stop the Fei Fianna's spear from punching through and destroying the powerful engines that kept the craft mobile. The penetrating spear strike must have hit something important, because secondary explosions soon blew the heavy phase fighter apart. Another one down. We are starting to earn a profit. It's not enough. Josh scowled. You missed Franklin's share. We still need to eliminate more. He checked the condition of the hyper-energy shields. Despite rotating them to give the other shields time to recover, their overall conditions had deteriorated to a dangerous extent. The constant attacks hitting his Fei Fianna's hyper-energy shields worsened his mood and made him feel as if he was getting short on time. There was no reprieve on this battlefield. More, his Fei Fianna flew towards another heavy phase fighter that was putting a lot of pressure on a friendly swordsman mech. The pilots of the two mechs did not even need to communicate in order to work in conjunction with each other. The swordsman mech altered its trajectory and curved around to make it more difficult for the heavy phase fighter to avoid the incoming Fei Fianna. The Orvan pilot did not even realize that his craft was getting led into a trap. This was because his phase fighter already managed to inflict serious damage onto the swordsman mech. The fighter craft only needed to put a bit more effort to finish off the machine entirely. When the phase fighter finally alerted the Orvan pilot to the danger, the alien knew he would get in trouble unless he decided to disengage as well. The Orvan grew furious. He wanted to add another kill to his name. Instead of turning around to avoid getting within spear-striking distance of the incoming machine, the alien pilot instead made use of the missile lock onto the swordsman mech and launched the remaining transphasic missile that he had left. No, the transphasic missile flew out at rapid speed and only had to traverse a relatively short distance before blasting apart the damaged and vulnerable swordsman mech. A hefty explosion spread lots of debris in each direction. Even if the mech pilot of the swordsman mech activated the eject command, the cockpit would not have survived. On it, Josh, if the distance between the phase fighter and its target was a lot larger, then Franklin might have been able to shoot the warhead down. Alas, the interval was too short for the rifleman Mech to intervene. Josh and Franklin could only take revenge by ganging up on the offending heavy phase fighter with the same measures they utilized before. Though the phase fighter went down easily, its destruction hardly gave any consolation to the two Mech pilots. Similar tragedies were happening everywhere around them. So many Mechs and Mech pilots perished with each passing minute that there was little that the two could do to turn the tide. Just as the duo sought to eliminate another heavy phase fighter, they suddenly received priority orders from a Mech colonel. Raw first-class multi-purpose Mechs are unable to complete their sole objective. Every elite Mech unit must cease to fight against the lesser phase fighters and focus on helping the raw Mechs eliminate the elite PHASEFIGHTERS. Josh's expression became grim. If the elite Mech units were not able to suppress the alien heavy phase fighters, then a lot more second-class Mechs would get eliminated as a consequence. However, Josh did not question his orders. He knew that the purpose of the RA Mechs was far more important than any other consideration. The Mechs piloted by Josh, Franklin and other elite Mech pilots all tried to disengage from the big fight, with varying degrees of success. The elite Mechs that were able to get away with assistance of other Mech units soon proceeded to fly towards the center where a much more intensive fight took place. These phase fighters are too strong. Chapter 6187 Red Humanity Under Siege. As the Red Tide offensive swept across human space, everyone's lives became affected one way or another. Aside from the completely isolated secret bases and such, every human learned that the Red Cabal had unleashed a tide of over 1,000 fleets. The zones at the border between human and alien space turned into meat grinders as the simultaneous assaults exerted a massive amount of pressure onto the three colonial alliances. The Terran Alliance, the Rubarthan Pact and the Red Ocean Union all came under siege at once. The good news was that the invading aliens did not concentrate the bulk of their forces at any single front in order to achieve a faster breakthrough. Their strategy of spreading out their fleet assets as much as possible successfully minimized the impact of the God pilots stationed at the border at this time. In one fortified star system located in the middle of the Rubarthan Alliance, the Rubarthan defenses began to endure a powerful beating from a mighty alien armada belonging to the Jurgs. The Jurg race was one of the 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean. Red humanity had yet to encounter the Jurgs on a wider scale until today. The formal meeting between the two races was a misfortune to the defenders, because the attacking race was well known for its cruelty and brutality. The Jurgs were aquatic crustacean-like aliens that preferred to colonize planets with deep and extensive oceans. The average Jurg was 5 times larger than a human and weighed a lot more due to their thick exoskeletons. One of the more remarkable traits was that their shells were able to integrate phase water fairly easily. The Jurgs relied on this trait to increase the rate of phase lords emerging among their population, thereby causing the race to become strong and feared. If not for their low rationality and their lower-than-average intelligence, the Jurgs could have become a lot more dominant in the Red Ocean. The Jurgs bred fairly quickly, but it was due to this racial trait that the aquatic aliens engaged in brutal competition starting from birth. The childhood mortality rate of the Jurgs was horrendously high, as only 1 in 500 juveniles make it to adulthood on average. While this allowed the Jurgs to keep their population levels under control, it also caused their society to become strongly biased towards hyperaggression, bullying, rule-breaking and other unsavory behavior. This predictably caused them to get along poorly with many of the other major alien races of the Red Ocean. The only notable exception was their relations with the phase whale race. The Jurgs fanatically worshipped the phase whales as the descendants of the elder gods. The Jurgs were convinced that their common aquatic origins and the ease in which their race was able to produce phase lords definitely proved that they were related to the phase whales somehow. Even though the phase whales themselves never acknowledged this crazy theory, it did not stop the so-called descendants of the elder gods from bringing the Jurgs to heel. After all, who didn't want a strong civilization made up of fearless warrior aliens at their beck and call? Although it was difficult to keep the infamously unruly Jurgs in line, the Red Cabal still found it worthwhile to hold their leash and direct their aggression against different targets in order to maintain their high ground. Nowadays, the Jurgs had answered the call to arms and moved to the other side of the Red Ocean in order to slay as many humans as possible. The bloodthirsty aquatic aliens sent much of their assault fleets towards the border zones of the Rubarthan Pact. One of the most important human star systems that the Red Cabal wanted to topple was the Duvalan system located in the small but crucial Monroe Upper Zone. Orbital fortifications manned by Rubarthans unleashed a lot of firepower towards the formidable armada that consisted entirely of massive capital warships. The Jurgs preferred to build their home ships big. The huge capacity of their water-filled vessels offered lots of room for hull plating and functional models. Not only were they extremely well protected by many strong transphasic energy shield generators, their exteriors offered lots of room for powerful kinetic gun batteries and missile launchers. The Jurg race overwhelmingly preferred to make use of short to medium-range transphasic kinetic cannons, as they remained effective underwater. Energy weapons tended to perform poorly in aquatic environments. In order to compensate for the shorter ranges of their cannons, the Jurg warships also tended to carry a lot of missile and torpedo launchers. Right now, the orbital ring built and fortified by the Rubarthans were doing their best to intercept the large amount of transphasic missiles and torpedoes launched by the Jurg fleet. The Rubarthan mechs, defensive platforms, orbital fortresses and starships all tried to wipe out the missiles with intercepting fire. Precise laser cannons and more destructive counter-missiles sought to blow up as many of the incoming warheads as possible, but their efforts only made a partial difference. There were too many missiles. The much larger and more destructive torpedoes also resisted a lot of damage before they could finally be stopped. The Rubarthan defenders of the critical Duvalin system all received a considerable shock as the missiles struck and exploded. Many fortifications overloaded their Azure shield generators and employed additional high-tech defensive measures to mitigate the damage. However, the Jurgs who received a lot of intelligence about the Rubarthans and other first-class human forces had made sure to compensate for that by allocating additional missiles onto specific targets. Dozens of defensive platforms and half a dozen orbital space fortresses soon turned into debris fields as the transphasic explosions shattered their structures and killed every Rubarthan serviceman who hadn't managed to evacuate in time. The remaining human defenders lost confidence after witnessing the destruction wrought by the invading Jurg warships. "We need backup. Send out our reserves. Where are our ace pilots? Our saints are being suppressed by the Jurg phase lords." Although the Jurg fleet no longer launched a super salvo of expensive transphasic missiles, their formidable kinetic cannons had already begun to open fire. Although the weapons were relatively low-tech, the damage they could inflict was no joke as long as their calibers were large enough. As many Rubarthan fortifications began to wither under the titanic barrage of transphasic kinetic projectiles, the fall of the main planet of the Duvalin system would not take long to come to fruition. Just as the eager and bloodthirsty Jurgs drove their massive and devastating warships closer, the Rubarthan soldiers all received a priority notification that uplifted their moods. A single heavy artillery shell launched from the other side of the planet. Strangely enough, the flaming orange comet precisely curved around the globe and rapidly advanced towards the side where the Jurg armada sought to demolish half of the orbital defense ring at once. Even though the shell did not appear to be too big, it glowed bright enough to light up the dark side of the planet and traversed across space at a much higher velocity than more mundane projectiles. Though the flaming orange artillery shell generated alarmingly powerful energy emissions, none of the Rubarthan systems saw any reason to trigger any alarms. This was because the exceptionally powerful artillery shell bypassed all of the Rubarthan assets and flew straight in the direction of the Jurg warships. Before the extremely powerful explosive projectile reached its destination, it abruptly split up into 10 smaller but still devastating cluster munitions that spread evenly across the different Jurg fleet elements. 10 simultaneous explosions erupted at once, causing many sensor systems to become temporarily blinded. As the cluster munitions silently did their work, the once proud Jurg armada had become a thing of the past. Not a lot of Jurg warships actually managed to get destroyed as the aquatic aliens made sure to keep their huge vessels far apart from each other. However, the split shells accurately managed to annihilate the largest and most destructive capital warships that were responsible for exerting the greatest degree of pressure towards the Rubarthan defenses. With the elimination of these Jurg flagships and siege vessels, the alien offensive in this star system immediately became a lot less threatening. Even if the Jurgs wanted to persist in their assault, they might not have many warships left. There was only one Rubarthan hero that could wreak so much devastation. It was impossible for a mere ace mech, even one piloted by a peak ace pilot, to break the back of the powerful Jurg armada so easily. Every Rubarthan began to feel as if they possessed the power to destroy the galaxy as soon as they came under the effect of a god kingdom. The Ragnarok emerged from behind the planet. The powerful god mech looked larger and heavier than many other god mechs, but its speed was not slow in the slightest. Haha, the destroyer of worlds has come. Your doom is at hand, aliens. We're eating crab meat tonight. As the Ragnarok appeared high above the north pole of the globe, dozens of cannons emerged across its ominous and fiery surface. Disintegrate. As the god pilot's oppressive meaning rang through the minds of every human and Zerg on the battlefield, the multitude of artillery cannons began to fire several salvos of artillery shells at many different targets at a time. Explosion after explosion engulfed the warships, the support vessels, the converted carrier vessels and more. For all of their vaunted segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields, the might of a god pilot that could warp reality to make her attacks more destructive proved too much for these technological solutions. The only extraordinary champions that had the potential to mitigate the damage were the Zerg phase lords. The giant-sized crustacean aliens disengaged from the ace mechs they had been dueling against. Strangely enough, the Rubarthan ace pilots did not bother to chase after their enemies. Poor aliens, they are already dead and gone from the moment the Destroyer of Worlds entered this star system. From the perspective of the powerful saints, there was no point in fighting anymore as every single Zerg invader had already been marked for death. There was no challenge anymore, so it was pointless for the saints to do any needless work. As the multitude of resonance-empowered artillery shells shattered through the defenses of so many alien warships and broke apart their hulls, the Ragnarok soon directed its hostility towards the phase lords. A larger cannon extended from the front of the god mech and began to glow much brighter than all of the other barrels. Shatter. The large cannon fired a single projectile that was surrounded by a giant flaming cat-like illusion. MEW. With Emma riding along the shell, there was no way for the phase lords to escape death. The Zerg gods attempted to split up in the faint hope that maybe one of them could escape this forsaken kill zone alive, but before the glowing artillery shell came close enough to one of the panicking aliens, the warhead exploded in the middle of empty space. 3 alien mental cries erupted from 3 Jurgen phase lords as 3 enormous energy lances penetrated their transphasic shells and impaled their massive bodies up to their giant brains. It turned out that the strange artillery shell did not explode like other warheads, but instead concentrated all of their destructive power into 3 different directions, thereby forcing all 3 alien phase lords to endure a third of the titanic destructive potential of the explosive projectile. Amplified and controlled by Emma, the enormous fiery lances not only punched through many essential organs, but also destroyed a lot of arteries and other life-sustaining organs. The Zerg phase lords rapidly weakened and began to die without exception. None of them could mobilize their spatial abilities or regenerate their fatally wounded organs. The Destroyer of Worlds was too powerful. Not only that, but the surgical strike towards the phase lords also preserved a lot of phase water and other important organs, thereby making sure that the Rubarthans could salvage plenty of valuable biotissue from these corpses. The god pilot could be quite restrained when needed. Destroyer of Worlds, Destroyer of Worlds, Destroyer of Worlds. Pretty much every Rubarthan in the star system felt grateful towards their god pilot. They literally worshipped her as their god and savior. As the god pilot silently accepted the faith of all of the Rubarthans she had managed to save, her Ragnarok minutely grew a little darker and gloomier. The god mech had begun to absorb faith as well. Yet instead of opening itself up to the positive feedback of fellow humans, the machine employed special means to absorb the negative faith and resentment of the Zergs that died at the hand of its artillery cannons. The harvesting of alien lives fueled the Ragnarok's growth. Chapter 6188 Terran Struggles. What happened in the Duvalan system was no exception. The Destroyer of Worlds had already wiped out another invading alien force in a nearby star system. Unfortunately, the god pilot did not see much reason to be happy. The blow she dealt to this Zerg assault force was unquestionably heavy, but it was just a drop in the ocean due to all of the other alien invasions taking place at the same time. If she had a choice, then Divine Irene Mox would have wanted to blast all of the alien intruders at the same time, but her Ragnarok did not have the power to strike at targets many light years away. The only way to slow down the alien offensive and prevent the border of the Rubarthan Pact from collapsing was to put every fire out one by one. The Destroyer of Worlds could not afford to waste any time. Although the Zerg fleet still retained a lot of damaged and undamaged warships, the invaders no longer possessed an advantage anymore. The Rubarthan defenders should be more than capable of mopping up the confused and demoralized alien survivors. The Ragnarok engaged its powerful and sophisticated mini-drive and traveled to another star system under siege. The Rubarthan defenders that remained behind in the Duvalan system continually expressed their gratitude towards the god pilot as she left. Godspeed. May you slay as many aliens as possible, Your Holiness. Multiple more god pilots made appearances in the other border regions. Among the 13 major alien races, the Nunzer race preferred to field lots of cylinder-shaped homeships. Their armed vessels were not particularly technologically advanced or brilliantly designed. 2352 Few of them bothered to put up much of a show. They only did the bare minimum to inspire hope and courage among the defending humans before leaving to halt other ongoing assaults. Somewhere in the beleaguered Caesarian upper zone, the powerful orbital fortifications and first-class multi-purpose mechs hailing from the Naiald ancient clan struggled to hold back the multitude of Nunzer warships. They functioned like workhorses that the Nunsers were able to mass-produce in large numbers by relying on their strong industry. The Nunzer vessels were a bit tougher on average, though their firepower fell a bit behind. The herbivorous aliens did not care too much about this downside, as they simply fielded more of their thick and reliable vessels if they needed more firepower. This was what the Terran defenders had to face in this star system. The quantity of Nunzer homeships was great enough to crush the Naiald ancient clan's fortified star system in less than a week, but that was not the extent of their power. The Nunsers made a clear effort to keep up with the times, as evidenced by their carrier vessels that disgorged thousands and thousands of phase fighters. Due to the larger size of Nunzer individuals, the cockpits and the rest of the frames of the small craft had to be larger in scale in order to keep everything in proportion. The Nunzer phase fighters were therefore tougher and more threatening at the cost of reduced acceleration and maneuverability. Unlike the phase fighters assigned to fleets invading the middle and lower zones of red humanity, the models utilized by the fleets entering the Caesarian upper zone were clearly a lot more powerful in many ways. There was little point in deploying anything weaker, as they would only serve as fodder for the first-class multi-purpose mechs. Even if the Nunzer phase fighters were far from being able to match the Terran mechs, it was already enough if the alien small craft could keep the human machines occupied. Terran mechs were considerably more effective at closer ranges in general, so the Nunsers clearly sought to keep them away from the alien homeships. As the initial exchange of fire already began to take a toll on the defenses painstakingly built by the Naiald ancient clan, the grandiose assault of the Nunzer invaders suddenly paused for an inexplicable reason. Many sensors managed to catch a very brief but bright needle of light threading through a lot of alien warships. Soon, those warships began to suffer many internal explosions and malfunctions, as it turned out that a huge hole had been drilled through their sides. From one end of the hull to the other, a tenth of every Nunzer warship received such crippling damage that many of them lost a part if not all of their fighting capabilities. What was strange was that not even their vaunted segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields protected them from whatever struck the affected hulls at once. The crippling surprise attacks completely disrupted the rhythm of the Nunsers. Their forward advance slowed down while their phase fighters hastily moved back to protect their homeships from whatever dastardly human weapon managed to take them by surprise. Unlike the Nunsers, the Terran defenders already figured out what happened. Many of them were no stranger to this phenomenon. In an instant, another flash of flight struck the Nunzer warships. An entire line of them got struck before promptly getting crippled due to the gaping holes in their hulls. This attack repeated several times after a short delay until the invading Nunsers lost control over 2/3 of their homeships. Many hulls lost propulsion or power. The more unlucky ones got blown apart, as whatever managed to breach their hulls also detonated their explosive munitions. By the time the Nunsers managed to take stock of what had been done to their precious vessels, they all grew horrified at how much losses they suffered in so little time. The Nunzer vessels did not solely function as warships. They were their true homes, relying on their ability to land and take off from the surface of different planets to remain in a familiar environment at all times. To see so many Nunzer homeships fall was as devastating as witnessing the genocide of every resident on a settled planet to the humans. The Nunsers took the catastrophic losses so hard that all thoughts about breaking open this fortified star system had disappeared from their alien minds. Meanwhile, the defenders working for the Naiald ancient clan all cheered the intervention of their soul god pilot. Light of Sol, Light of Sol, Light of Sol. Typically, the Terran god pilot made an effort to appear before the Terrans and leave an unforgettable impression behind. However, the Red Tide offensive struck the Terran alliance so hard that the god pilot never properly showed up from beginning to end. The Radiant had already utilized its blazing speed to depart from this star system so that he could bail out another Terran star system. The god mech relied on the latest cutting-edge technologies to push its traversal speed to greater heights. The pressure on the Terran god pilot was far greater than his Rubarthan counterparts because he was the only true god that could serve as a backstop to the faltering defensive front of the Terran alliance. I must go faster. My speed is not enough. My speed is never enough. Fortunately, the Terrans did not have to bear the burden of defending the Caesarian upper zone and other zones of the Terran alliance by themselves. The Red Two temporarily put down their unofficial rivalry against the first-rate colonial superstate and sent reinforcements to lighten the burden. In another star system located in the shaky Eureka's upper zone, a multi-racial fleet comprised of Quelmer as well as Z-Zamiel warships utilized their eclectic tech to cover for their weaknesses. The technologically advanced Quelmer warships might not be as large as the vessels of other races, but they had come the closest to reaching parity with modern human warships. What surprised the defending Terrans was that the aggressive ball-like aliens successfully managed to adapt one of the Web Mistress' most iconic innovations. Those Quelmer hulls are emitting distinct emissions that we have only detected from Mechers and Fleeter warships so far. Wait, if these readings are correct, then the Quelmer heavy cruisers have all managed to connect their energy shields to each other. The aliens stole the Red Two's shield link technology. This revelation came as a shock as the Mechers and the Fleeters had always been careful about keeping the core scientific principles of shield link technology as confidential as possible. For the greedy and shameless Quelmers to not only obtain the valuable technological schematics of shield link modules, but successfully adapt them to their own alien warships so quickly was incredibly alarming. The Quelmer warships are much harder to defeat than before. The Quelmers are still hitting us as hard as we are used to from their armed vessels. Their primary energy gun batteries have become even more accurate and powerful than before. They are also as fast and agile as ever. Their mobility has not decreased in the slightest. As the Quelmers assaulted the Terran defenses from afar, the Z-Zamiels charged forward and began to cause a lot of distress due to their abnormal tech. As a slime-based race, the extremely weird Z-Zamiels never managed to get along with the other races. They were just too different in thought, appearance, culture and goals. Their tech base was both conventional and biological in nature. The Z-Zamiel saw no need to distinguish between the two and created all kinds of horrifying and unique biomechanical warships for themselves. The Z-Zamiel fleets that assaulted this star system consisted of fleshy vessels with clear mechanical additions. While the Z-Zamiel ships possessed the usual armaments, they actually possessed several more tricky attack measures. Our space fortress has become infected. How? The Z-Zamiel ships launched biological matter towards our orbital base where it exploded on impact and spread countless spores in the environment. What are the effects? The spores have no effect on our personnel, but they are beginning to eat away at the softer and more vulnerable metals of our space station. Remove the spores. Decontaminate the compartments affected by the spores. There are too many spores spread throughout the structure of this space station. The spores are not difficult to remove, but they propagate too quickly. Then do your best. What of the other problem? The Z-Zamiel warships are organic enough to be able to employ methods of attack that we never envisioned for our starships. One Z-Zamiel capital ship boldly charged towards a Terran warship that had partially lost her thrusters. While the human vessel attempted to limb back to safety, the Z-Zamiel battleship surged forth before opening up her organic maw. The trapper vessel applied more and more force until the Terran hull deformed. The alien vessel then proceeded to bite the rear half of the fleeing Terran warship. Many more hungry Z-Zamiel biomechanical warships advanced towards the Terran defenses. The alien vessels gave off the impression that they were more interested in devouring all of the Terran hardware than winning this battle. It didn't matter as one automatically led to the other outcome, as the Terran defenders grew shakier at the thought of turning into food to these artificial monstrosities. Many strikes assailed the Z-Zamiel warships, but few managed to do serious damage. The Z-Zamiel warships turned out to be quite sturdy and resilient against damage after losing their transphasic energy shields. They were able to withstand a lot more damage than the warships of other races. The biological internal systems of these vessels were often at least just as tough as the exterior hull plating. This represented more bad news to the Terran soldiers. The strange alien warships took a disproportionate amount of damage to eliminate. Just as the defenders thought that the joint Quelmer Z-Zamiel armada would grind down and topple the Terran defenses, a seventh of the most forward Z-Zamiel biomechanical ships rapidly began to lose temperature. Although the loss of heat did not happen quickly, the slime aliens frantically sought to reverse the decline in temperature, to no avail. Eventually, the affected Z-Zamiel warships absurdly started to freeze. The freezing effect was so strong that the chill even reached the innermost compartments of the alien vessels. This frost, there is only one asset that can freeze so many warships at once. Look, it's the rain of frost. A dreadnought has arrived. Although dreadnoughts were not able to crush the invading alien fleets as easily as the much flashier god mechs. The Red Fleet's trump cards were not to be trifled with, especially if they did not encounter any ancient phase whales. Chapter 6189. A more effective counterattack. Not every god pilot was available to defend the border regions. Crucial star systems such as Bridgehead 1 also needed strong protectors to guard against sneak attacks and prevent any human rebels from plunging the rear of human space into chaos. The intervention of dreadnoughts such as the Rain of Frost urgently relieved the pressure and allowed the defending star systems to hold out a little longer. Even if an even larger second wave of alien assault fleets were on the way to overrun the human fortifications that managed to defend their positions for the time being, any progress was better than nothing. As millions of humans and aliens perished across the border zones of human space, more dreadnoughts intervened in their own ways. In one star system, another multi-racial fleet of advanced Quelmer and Orvan warships abruptly began to malfunction on a large scale. Their sensor systems became blinded while the targeting systems of the gun batteries aimed the weapons at their own warships. The multitude of phase fighters that briefly gave the opposing human mechs a lot of grief all began to glitch out or lose power for whatever reason. The mechs that opposed the phase fighters instantly recognized the opportunity and began to focus all of their attacks against the defenseless alien craft and wipe them all out with much greater ease than before. Although only a part of the enemy forces suffered a severe degradation in functionality, this was already enough to turn the tide. If not for the fact that the Quelmers reacted quickly and utilized their formidable intellect to hastily patch the most obvious vulnerabilities to their hardware, more of the alien vessels would have succumbed to this mass cyberattack. How come the alien ships and phase fighters malfunctioned all of a sudden? Isn't the answer obvious? Only one ship can do all of this. The Throne of Lies has arrived. The dreadnought never bothered to make an appearance, but her presence was most certainly felt. Without firing any of her armaments, the Throne of Lies utilized her exceptionally powerful ECM and hacking systems to continually pummel the virtual security defenses of the enemy vessels. Although the Quelmers strangely managed to shield their technologically advanced heavy cruisers against most subsequent cyberattacks, the Orvans were not as fortunate. There were much less Orvans serving aboard the vessels that possessed expertise in this field. Their proficiencies also weren't as exceptional as that of the Quelmers, so their fleet and phase fighters were steadily beginning to suffer one mishap after another. Hundreds of phase fighters spontaneously exploded after their transphasic missiles detonated while remaining attached to their frames. Several Orvan warships began to lose control over their propulsion systems, causing them to fly away from the rest of their fleets and subsequently getting targeted by the vengeful human mechs. Other Orvan warships began to spin around their axis while shutting down a part of their inertial dampeners. This caused every Orvan crew member regardless of their caste to get flung into the bulkheads as if they were laundry in a rapidly rotating tumbler. Due to the excessive rotational speeds, most Orvans only had a short moment to scream before their bodies collided against solid metal surfaces. The blood and chunks of furred flesh stained the interior of many compartments. Eventually, the unceasing cyberattacks ceased. The stealthed dreadnought responsible for terrorizing the invading alien fleet had already slipped away without any announcement. Although a lot of partially functional enemy phase fighters and warships remained in the field, the Quelmers and the Orvans had become utterly broken. Kill them before they regain their balance. Destroy as many of them as possible. The more we kill today, the less we have to fight against the next day. Kill the aliens. The power of dreadnoughts clearly exceeded the level that more ordinary alien fleets could cope with. This was a surprise as the massive capital ships did not display as much combat power during Operation Jazz. Of course, anyone who took a closer look at the dreadnoughts would notice that their hulls had changed considerably. The Red Fleet continually invested in new technological and material upgrades. The fleeters spared no resources in order to apply the latest advances in both phase water technology and hyper-technology to their precious flagships. Even if they lacked the heaven-defying upgrade that the Dominion of Man had received in the recent past, dreadnoughts such as the Throne of Lies had become much more confident in dealing with the enemy armadas than before. Elsewhere, the antithesis of the Throne of Lies was leading the defending warships and mechs in a massive counterattack against the invading alien forces. The Grail of Eternity utilized her extremely powerful support link technology to form brilliant golden energy links with dozens of warships and tens of thousands of mechs. Despite providing additional boosts of power to a humongous amount of human assets, the Grail of Eternity exhibited no strain at all as she led the charge and utilized her powerful defenses to weather the initial enemy strikes. Charge forward. Let us kick the aliens out of this star system. As the aliens tried to destroy the smaller human warships, the enemies found to their dismay that the Grail of Eternity was so good at providing remote support that it was practically impossible to harm any linked vessel. The aliens needed to bring in an ancient phase whale or a lot more warships in order to break apart the defensive network of the human dreadnought. Elsewhere, the guns of Armageddon dealt with the enemy more directly. She did not bother to coordinate with the local human defense forces, but boldly approached the hostile alien fleets and shattered them to pieces with an unrelenting barrage of fiery hyper-energy beams. All in all, the dreadnoughts of the Red Fleet performed so well during the start of the alien offensive that many people began to regard them in a much better light. I always heard that dreadnoughts suck in comparison to god mechs. I don't see that much of a difference. The RF's dreadnoughts might not be able to kill the invading aliens as fast, but they are just as invincible in doing so. It's clear that the fleeters have done their best to close the power gap by installing a lot of new technologies. If the god pilots aren't careful enough, maybe the dreadnoughts will overtake them one day. If the goal of the fleeters was to gain more prestige and have their dreadnoughts get taken seriously again, then they certainly succeeded. The RA and RF working in tandem to slow down the overwhelming alien offensive certainly played a crucial role in propping up the 5 defensive bands, but it was ultimately not enough. To the top human leaders who had access to the complete intelligence collected by many human scouts and spies, they all knew that the initial wave of attacks was just the setup. It was the second and third wave of alien assault fleets that threatened to collapse the border regions and completely break open the interior of human-occupied space. This was why it became more and more important to stall the initial advance by any means necessary. Red humanity desperately needed to reduce the enormous gap in numbers. Fortunately, there were certain individuals that had thought hard on how they could make this happen. The Evolution Witch had a plan. She had many plans, but one of them was especially relevant to the situation. The leader of the transhumanist faction and the chief counselor of the Interim Leadership Council did not appear on the battlefield as a leader of institutions. She showed up in her guise as one of the strongest mech pilots in the Red Ocean. Even though she was younger than the other god pilots, she believed she could do better in reversing the tide than her other god-like peers. She had been working on this plan months before the start of this alien offensive. Though she was burdened by many commitments, she made sure to prepare a special solution for these exact problems. A grinning organic god mech brazenly approached a fleet of joint xianxia and Archie warships. The biomechanical warships as well as the stealthed archeships instantly ceased their assault and tried their best to disengage as fast as possible. The native aliens all recognized the powerful human god mechs. Unlike the other god mechs that had utilized their powerful god kingdoms to mask their arrival, the Geneforger made no effort to hide its very strong and obvious emissions. While the native aliens had most definitely made the correct response when faced with such a ridiculously powerful human adversary, the entire reason why the Evolution Witch did not bother to hide her traces was because running was futile. The Geneforger might not be able to match the Radiant in pure speed, but the former's continual evolutions and assimilations had made her a lot faster than many other god mechs. Once the god mech arrived in the middle of the fleeing and scattering alien fleets, the god-like biomech instantly took action and began to spread a huge amount of bacteria across her huge god kingdom. These bacteria appeared directly inside the hulls of every enemy warship within range. As for the vessels that were located further away, the Evolution Witch did not intend to let any of them escape her reach. The Geneforger grew out numerous different organic cannons and began to fire flesh balls that delivered concentrated doses of resonance-empowered bacteria at the fleeting ships. Soon enough, every alien vessel became infected by bacteria personally concocted by the god pilot. Cease fire. Do not attack the Zamail and Archie warships. They are mine now. Many people initially became confused when they heard the Evolution Witch's instruction, but they soon understood what she meant as the phase fighters and warships changed before their eyes. Organic growths erupted from the hulls of the alien vessels. The xianxia biomechanical warships mutated to the point where they became wrapped by eerie-looking veins. The Archie warships all dropped out of stealth as their metallic exteriors became covered by a lesser degree of veins and tumors. As for the phase fighters that were originally deployed to fight against human mechs, the Evolution Witch clearly did not see any value in preserving them, as they all shut down and became inert without exception. What happened? The alien fighter craft have not suffered much damage on the surface. One of our teams is breaking open their cockpits. Their pilots are gone. No, the pilots have melted into liquid organic puddles. Eventually, the alien vessels of both races had completed their dark transformations. A lot of people felt chilled when they saw the enemy warships regain their activity. They moved in coordination with each other and formed up into geometrically perfect formations. What was important was that the warships no longer faced their bows towards the planet that they originally sought to attack. Instead, they pointed in another direction. Many people guessed that the evolution which managed to subvert the Zamiel and Archie crew members by rewiring their genes and brain chemistry somehow. Many people couldn't help but shudder. They were lucky that the evolution which was on Red Humanity's side. The Geneforger glowed as its god kingdom issued a directive to its subverted minions. Converge with the fleets of other races aside from humanity and your own two races. Ambush and attack the alien fleets without restraint. Destroy as many of their warships before you perish. Show them the fate of those who dared to challenge the human race. The brainwashed alien officers and crew members exhibited no resistance at all as they completely ignored their former enemies and steered their mutated alien warships to another star system that was under siege. No one dared to say anything. No one had the guts to question whether the evolution witch's subversion would hold. A surprisingly small amount of people were brave enough to cheer. This was because the evolution witch was too scary. It was not for nothing that the human biodisaster was her alternate title. Chapter 6190 The Sacrifices of Ordinary People. The Red Tide Offensive struck human society hard. The imposition of martial law in the border regions and more restrictive legislation in other human-occupied regions changed the fabric of human society forever. An oppressive air began to loom above people's heads. The time for leisure and relaxation had passed. Even the most secure star systems could not completely escape the aftermath of the alien offensive. Only the periodic intervention of numerous god mechs and dreadnoughts served as a bright spot during the mass alien incursion. No matter which star system they appeared in, the powerful machines displayed their absolute dominance over their alien foes and easily stopped every invasion in its tracks. People needed hope. They invested their hope and expectations in the best of what Red Humanity had to offer. Heroes rose up as well. Numerous ace mechs and other exceptional combatants performed above and beyond to hold back the unrelenting aliens and save the lives of as many humans as possible. In this era of gods and heroes, the potential of the human race began to explode. Father, a certain teenage girl sat on her bed in her dormitory. Andi Keter was enrolled in a boarding school located in the safe and prosperous Selene Middle Zone. As a zone that fell within the sphere of influence of the Vullet Central Star Node, much of the planets had been colonized by old money originating from the Milky Way. Ever since the Great Severing occurred, so many attempted to emigrate to the colonies in this middle zone that the colonial states couldn't handle the excessive intake. The conditions required to settle in a good location in the Selene Middle Zone skyrocketed. Andi's father would have never been able to get her to enroll in a good school under normal circumstances. Even the status of a linefighter only managed to get him so far. Without enough money, nothing could be done. The girl knew that her father feared for her life if she was forced to remain in one of the more vulnerable regions such as the Krakatoa or the Torald Middle Zones. This was why the father made the extreme decision to volunteer for a suicide mission. The tangible and intangible rewards for serving as a noble defender of a fortified star system in the 1st Defensive Band was the greatest. Allowing Andi to become a warchild was already enough to pave her road in transphasic alloys. Together with the pensions and additional compensation, she would have to be a fool or a spoiled idiot if she was unable to complete an elite education and work for an excellent employer. Andi was not a fool, and she certainly did not think of herself as spoiled. She recalled the argument she had with her father on the eve of his departure to the front. Why must you leave? Why do you want to kill yourself so badly? Can't you stay and be my father for many years more? Don't go. Just tell them you are sick or something. It is already too late, sweetheart. Josh Keter told his daughter. I have already signed the contract with the Red Association. It is impossible to breach this agreement. From the moment I accepted this duty, my life is not my own anymore. The Ra doesn't joke around. Andi looked aggrieved as she hugged her father. Tears spilled from her eyes as she did not want to let go. The thought that this may be the last time she would get to talk and hug her only remaining relative in the Red Ocean broke her heart. Despite the girl's repeated pleas, the father remained unmoved. The mech pilot kissed her daughter's head and held her tighter. Look, even if I can nullify the contract, I won't do so. The rewards are too great. You have never entered the battlefield and fought against the native aliens. These are enemies who cannot be reasoned with. They hate us so much that they resorted to the most extreme measure of teleporting their dwarf galaxy 50 million light-years away from the Milky Way. Do you think the aliens will slack off and leave us alone after investing so much effort? There are so many more of them than us. Once they truly get serious, red humanity will be pushed to the brink. Many colonies shall fall. Only by securing a place in the rear will I be assured that you will remain safe. Though Andi did not want to accept it, she was smart enough to understand that her father's logic was likely sound. From his perspective, if he did not do anything exceptional enough, both he and his daughter would perish. By trying to maximize the value of his life by signing up for a very lucrative suicide mission, Josh Ketter essentially managed to get a lot of benefits, for free, without paying any additional price. As long as he was able to trade his availability as a soldier to secure a much better future for his daughter, at least one of them would be able to thrive in this new and dangerous age. Andi Ketter could feel her father's heartfelt words and emotions. No possible argument could sway him from this course of action. She had nothing more to say anymore. You must think that I am a terrible father for leaving you so soon. Josh said as he continually patted his daughter's back. It was my fault for believing in all of the promises in relocating to the Red Ocean. I don't want our family to end up this way, but now that it has come to this, I am powerless to fix my mistakes. Both of us have lived in the new frontier long enough that you can hardly make anything out of yourself if you are short on money or connections. Average people like us can never rise high enough to protect our lives and secure our futures. The entire point of letting you become a war child is to change your own fate. As long as your status is high enough, you will not lack opportunities. That's the spirit. Josh smiled in satisfaction. As long as you become a war child, you will be able to move to a much more developed planet and enroll in a much better school. You won't have to worry about the expensive tuition, and the teachers will never dare to neglect you in order to avoid dishonoring my sacrifice. You will also gain access to better augmentations, which are crucial to getting ahead. I truly cannot wait to provide you with all of these benefits. You can only remain young for so long. Once you are a decade older, you won't have as many chances to turn your life around anymore. It would have been better if you were even younger, but then I wouldn't have been able to spend so many precious years with you. I love you, Andi. This is why I must do this. The future belongs to the younger generation. Tears kept welling in the daughter's eyes. I won't waste the opportunities gained from your sacrifice. I promise that. I will do my best to complete my studies and earn the highest grades I can. If I can't become a mech designer, I can still become an engineer. There can never be too many engineers and technical personnel in our society. His father had to leave shortly afterwards, causing Andi to be haunted by many regrets. Why did her father have to sacrifice his life? Why couldn't other mech pilots take his place? There were so many more mech pilots that could fight against the aliens during the offensive. However, these were just the childish complaints of a teenage girl who had never seen the full face of the new frontier. Andi was already 14 years old. She had witnessed how extensively human society was stratified to a huge degree. First class, second class or third class, affluent or poor, family descendant or ordinary civilian. It was virtually impossible for those at the lower end of the pyramid to rise high enough to gain actual control over their lives. The daughter did not wish for this to be the case. If human society became fairer and granted more opportunities for people such as herself, then her father would never take the initiative to sign up for this suicide mission. The girl gripped her fist, but soon let go. There was no point in raging at the unfairness of human society. She was not a politician and did not aspire to become one. Right now, she only wanted to live up to her father's greatest expectations. Andi could not focus on her homework this time. She was so worried for her father that she activated a projection and switched to one of the many live feeds that displayed the ongoing fighting. The Red 2 made no attempts to hide the victories as well as the losses of the Red War. Any failures must clearly be shown to the public in order to emphasize the serious nature of this conflict. The fighting forces must also learn from each other's mistakes and improve their operations as quickly as possible. Right now, the battle in the star system where her father had been stationed at in the past few months was not going well for the human side. The Orvan assault fleets brought a lot of phase fighters and warships. Their Soul Siege vessel steadily eliminated the orbital space fortresses that served as the crucial anchors to the human defense network. The amount of mechs and phase fighters circling around each other boggled Andi's mind. She could not distinguish anything special from all of the tangled small craft. More likely than not, Her father's Fianna must be there somewhere, but the live feed did not provide enough resolution and supplementary information for her to track that new machine. I hope you will protect my father long enough for him to enjoy a satisfying fight. She had heard many good stories about the products of the living Mech Corporation. Many of her fellow students at school dreamt of working for this rapidly rising firm. This was because they could not only work in one of the most promising new mech companies in the Red Ocean, but also join a powerful clan that was already starting to break into first-class society. If possible, Ondi wanted to apply to the Larkinson clan as well once she graduated from her studies. The clan was responsible for releasing a more powerful mech than her father had access to. This caused her family to form a special connection to the Larkinsons. Is it possible? Ondi did not have much hope unless she enrolled in a much better school and earned much higher grades. Many people like herself harbored the same aspiration. The Living Mech Corporation was not short of talented personnel. If Ondi remained as she was today, then she never thought that she any chance of getting employed by the LMC. If she became a war child, then the story might be different. Even if she ended up falling short of meeting the strict standards of the Larkinson clan, she could apply to work in any renowned mech company or institution. A whole new future would open up for her soon. She only had to wait until the aliens defeated the human defenders of this distant star system. At that time, the Red Association should send a notification to her address that confirmed her elevation to a war child. The naive part of herself wanted her father to come back alive. She wanted a god pilot to swoop in and save the day by annihilating all of the Orvan attackers. However, Ondi had already checked out the map on the galactic net that tracked the sightings of every god mech and dreadnought. None of these powerful assets were close to the star system where his father fought the last battle of his life. There are too few saviors. Chapter 6191 3 vs 1 million MTA credits. Since Josh and Franklin received their new mission, their mechs flew towards the center of the battle between small craft. The battlefield had already become littered with debris. Broken mechs and fighter craft continually soared away in every direction. Broken and shattered pieces of metal collided against the frames of machines that were too busy fighting against each other to bother with the impacts. Further away, many Orvan warships continued to launch transphasic energy beams, kinetic rounds and missiles at the faltering defensive fortifications surrounding the planet. Both sides had already incurred serious damage, but it was clear that the human defenders were at a clear disadvantage in this fight. As many elite mechs disengaged from the main confrontation against the Orvan phase fighters and headed over to the much more intense part of the battlefield, Josh Ketter and his fellow pilots grew tenser and more apprehensive at what they were about to fight against. The elite phase fighters fielded by the Orvans clearly stood above the light and heavy phase fighters that they fought against just earlier. The models of the elite phase fighters varied considerably from each other, but the mech pilots already guessed that even the worst of these craft had reached quasi-first-class standards. The more modern and advanced alien craft might not be able to defeat a first-class multipurpose mech by itself, but the fighter can still inflict enough damage against the human machine, and that was enough. When Josh observed the ongoing battle between the top small craft of both sides, he understood why the higher-ups wanted to divert additional mechs to this engagement. The elite phase fighters abused their numbers advantage to the fullest. Although the craft did not possess powerful defenses, they were able to rely on a combination of numbers and fairly potent firepower to completely suppress the first-class multipurpose mechs. Although the first-class mechs did the best they could to rely on their superior all-round performance to evade many attacks and eliminate as many elite phase fighters as possible, there was a limit to the amount of damage they could withstand. The first-class multipurpose mechs were badly outnumbered. The elite phase fighters eagerly ganged up on specific human machines in order to quickly tear them apart and increase the numbers disparity even more. Josh, Franklin and the other reinforcing pilots all knew what they had to do without requiring any additional clarification. Those elite phase fighters are too strong compared to our mechs. Franklin grumbled. Their defenses might not be as good as their current opponents, but they are still better than the defenses of our mechs. As for their weapons, they are an entire class above our own. Our hyper-energy shields won't last long, and even their lightest transphasic attacks can shred our armor plating. Are you chickening out, Franklin? Hell no, I don't think I will be able to make it out of this battlefield alive. I just want to last long enough to take out more enemies before I go. The more elite phase fighters I defeat, the better off my kids will be. Let's make sure we don't die too soon. Your thoughts are the same as mine. Josh savagely grinned. Now that he had liberated his fear towards death, his drive became stronger than ever. All he thought about was killing more of these threatening elite phase fighters before his xianxia crumbled apart. He knew that it wouldn't be easy. The xianxia had a lot of excellent defensive options at its disposal, but there was only so much that second-class solutions could accomplish. Josh needed to approach this fight with care. His xianxia needed to avoid attracting too much attention. It may be better to slow down its traversal speed and let the other mechs attract the attention of the aliens first. He shook his head. He rejected this cowardly course of action. Honor demanded that he followed his comrades into the ray no matter how much they imperiled themselves. Besides, nothing escaped the monitoring of the Red Association. The Mecher liaison already made it clear that under their watchful eyes, every action would be tracked and evaluated in order to make certain that nobody tried to cheat or game the system. Only honorable combat allowed pilots such as Josh to make a meaningful contribution to the war effort. The reinforcing mech pilots received more precise orders. They needed to relieve the first-class multipurpose mechs as much as possible by distracting their attackers as best as possible. One way that could truly force the Orvan phase fighters to divert their attention was to reduce their numbers as quickly as possible. "We need to team up with other pairs," Josh said. "It will take at least 4 or 5 melee mechs equipped with space suppressors to quickly breach their transphasic energy shields." The mechs all formed into squads based on the assignments transmitted by their motherships. Josh's xianxia grouped up with 3 more swordsman mechs and 1 light skirmisher. With the light mech flying ahead, the mech pilots of the other 3 melee mechs expressed clear interest in the xianxia. "That is not a machine you see here every day. How is the piloting experience?" "Sublime. Completely different. It has helped me out more times than I can count. It is as if I have a permanent co-pilot by my side." "That sounds great. I am jealous of you. If I did not sign up for this duty, I might have been able to pilot one of those new living mechs one day." "Maybe you will have a chance one day," Josh quipped. "Ha, dream on. Let's focus on our mission. Target that black fighter with red stripes first. The craft's transphasic energy shield is already half depleted. We should complete what the first-class mechs have started." Agreed. The elite phase fighters that had previously been using their numbers advantage to bully the first-class multipurpose mechs suddenly began to experience greater pressure. The rifleman mechs fired first. Their energy beams and Gauss rounds failed to penetrate the transphasic energy shields of the elite phase fighters, but still managed to drain them a little further. However, the lack of transphasic arms meant that the ranged mechs hardly posed much of a threat. The tech and material disparities were simply too large. The second-class mechs only cost a handful of MTA credits to produce. It was difficult to estimate the production cost of the various models of elite phase fighters that could actually threaten genuine first-class multipurpose mechs. However, any decent mech designer could roughly estimate that their cost in human currency may start at 1 million MTA credits. Even if phase water made up for a hefty chunk of this cost, this huge price gap still illustrated how ridiculous it was for second-class mechs to intervene in this fight. Yet the second-class mechs still took on this fight because they could still make a difference. "Careful, the red-striped fighter is turning towards us. It is about to fire its energy cannons." The enemy craft ignored the approaching light skirmisher and tried to take down one of the 3 swordsman mechs. The pilot of the targeted mech already anticipated this move and began to make desperate evasive maneuvers. Most laser beams ended up missing the mech, but the few that managed to land a hit quickly broke apart the weak hyper-energy shield and burned deep holes through the armor plating. If not for the fact that the mech pilot made his machine spin in an attempt to spread out the energy damage across a wider surface area, the swordsman mech would have suffered severe internal damage by this time. "Ah, one of the power lines got burned. My mech has lost 20% of its power already. Its armor plating is as thin as a leaf against this level of firepower." The elite phase fighter did not cease firing. Even though there were multiple ranged mechs trying to sap its transphasic energy shield, the Orvan fighter pilot clearly understood which targets to prioritize. It only took a few seconds for the alien to accomplish his goal. "It looks like I am going out first. Kill this Orvan bastard for me. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain." Josh's eyes grew a little strained when the swordsman mech succumbed from the transphasic attacks. The damage inflicted by this small machine was not great, but the story was different for the other melee mechs. Fortunately, the elite phase fighter did not have enough time to mop up the other mechs before it became assailed by the remaining human machines. The light skirmisher arrived first and continually pummeled the transphasic energy shield with its daggers. The two surviving swordsman mechs tried to box in the phase fighter and utilized power moves to quickly deplete the fighter craft's transphasic energy shield. The xianxia joined in as well and thrust its spear at the energy barrier on a repeated basis. The melee mechs also tried their best not to put themselves in the crosshairs of the ranged mechs. The attacks of so many mechs began to take a toll on the half-depleted transphasic energy shield. Not only that, but the space suppressors from the light skirmisher, the two swordsman mechs, the xianxia and two additional supporting Fey all produced a stacking effect that successfully negated the powerful phase water reinforcement of the affected phase fighter. The elite alien fight craft's energy shield became a lot more fragile, allowing the attackers to deplete it much faster than before. What was also important was that the attacks launched by the phase fighter also became weaker. Even though the elite phase fighter tried to resist as much as possible by launching attacks at the more distant ranged mechs, Franklin's machine only received light to moderate damage up to this point. We're through. As soon as the suppressed energy shield shattered apart, the light skirmisher zipped forward faster than the other mechs and instantly shoved its knives through the surprisingly fragile exterior and demolished the cockpit. The alien pilot died instantly. The fighter craft lost all activity and began to drift aimlessly through space. Though it still retained a bit of functionality, there was no point in attacking it further as the Orvans weren't stupid enough to automate their phase fighters. Again, the 4 melee mechs and 5 ranged mechs did not rest and decided to gang up on another phase fighter. At this time, their group was hardly the only one to achieve a result. Many other veteran mech pilots had successfully teamed up to eliminate one elite phase fighter after another. The Orvan fighter pilots could no longer afford to ignore the threat posed by human reinforcements than before. The angry Orvans turned away from the first-class multipurpose mechs and began to turn their guns against the much weaker second-class mechs. As the xianxia and the other mechs approached another elite phase fighter, 2 more phase fighters came to the rescue and started to launch a counterattack. "We are being targeted." The incoming damage was terrible. One swordsman mech got ripped to shreds within seconds as energy weapons designed to take down first-class multipurpose mechs were no joke. The sole remaining swordsman mech broke away and invested its full power into evasive maneuvers. The mech pilot of this machine had made the right decision. By no longer flying forward, the mech gained a lot more freedom of movement. Alas, the 3 phase fighters were too powerful. They ignored the ranged attacks splashing against their transphasic energy shields in order to finish off the remaining swordsman mech as possible. Josh grew dismayed. Only the light skirmisher and his xianxia were left. The loss of several mechs equipped with space suppressors increased the burden of the survivors. The pilot of the xianxia suddenly felt a lot threatened. He could guess that the 3 phase fighters had set their sights on his xianxia next. Multiple powerful transphasic energy beams ripped the xianxia's hyper-energy shield and began to burn out dozens of modular armor plating. As the second volley arrived, Josh desperately put the 2 shield generator Fey in the way in order to prevent an early collapse. Even so, the Fey got so badly beaten that they had become littered by holes. No. Chapter 6192 outclassed most Orvan phase fighters were too strong. Their defenses were already fairly tough, but their offensive power was to hide due to increased power levels and the use of phase fighter. So long as the fighter craft were not affected by a space suppressor field, their lethality was too high towards second-class mechs. Even a popular and well-regarded second-class drone mech like the xianxia was little different in this regard. As Josh witnessed the 2 hyper-energy shield Fey getting destroyed within a few seconds, his mind worked faster than ever as he and his living mech tried to fight for their survival as much as possible. Armor. The xianxia had already begun to form the best possible response aside from engaging in evasive maneuvers. One of the handy features of the xianxia was its modular armor system. Developed by Beatrice Hendricks, the modular armor plating had the potential to increase the mech's ability to resist damage by as much as 5 times. Of course, this was just a theoretical claim. Whether it was possible to do this in practice was questionable, but Josh did not want his fragile mech to fall into pieces too soon. A lot of modular plating had already left their original places. The intact modular plates from the fallen energy shield Fey as well as the ones located to the rear of the base mech all moved to the front of the machine. The modular plating quickly formed into makeshift physical barriers that were several layers deep. Only the torso received their protection as there simply weren't enough plates to cover the rest. It was enough, if only for half a dozen seconds. The firepower of the elite phase fighters was immensely powerful, so much so that one of the xianxia's legs already lost most of its functionality. However, The desperate move to prolong the survival of the mech worked, if only for a very short period of time. A lot of modular armor plating got burned or vaporized. The penetrating energy attacks easily damaged multiple layers of armor at the same time. If Josh and his living mech did not work together to reposition more modular armor plating in order to maintain a sufficient degree of thickness, the torso of the xianxia would have gotten blasted by now. Even so, there was no way the xianxia could resist the attacks for long. Josh already understood that his desperate actions may have only prolonged his death by a dozen seconds at most, but what else could he do? His xianxia was far too weak compared to these elite phase fighters. He just hoped he could be a little more useful than the swordsman mechs that got shredded to pieces a lot faster than his own machine. Just as Josh was resigned to die without being able to kill another highly threatening elite phase fighter, the engagement suddenly took a radical turn as a series of plasma bolts, micromissiles and transphasic hyperpositron beams struck one of the elite phase fighters. Since the fighter craft had turned their attention towards the reinforcing mechs, they had neglected to pay enough attention to the first-class multipurpose mechs they had previously tried to contain. Now that the first-class mechs endured a lot less pressure, they gained more room to launch counterattacks. One of them just so happened to turn its formidable arsenal against the fighter craft that threatened the xianxia. Even if the first-class multipurpose mech was no longer in a good condition, it still possessed more than enough firepower to blast part one of the elite phase fighters with ease. The Orvan pilots of the other two elite phase fighters completely lost their rhythm to the point where their attacks had stalled. While it was important to get rid of the annoying human reinforcements, there was no way they could ignore the hostility of a powerful first-class multipurpose mech. The alien pilots clearly dismissed the existence of the xianxia and split away from each other in an attempt to evade the attacks launched by the first-class multipurpose mechs. It didn't work. Although the first-class mech soon began to get attacked by other opportunistic small craft, the aggrieved mech pilot became determined to wipe out the two phase fighters. Despite flying in opposite directions, the first-class multipurpose mech targeted both machines at the same time. One of the craft got overwhelmed by a deluge of plasma bolts. The other fighter craft crumbled apart after getting struck by potent positron beams. It didn't matter that the two phase fighters were not weakened by any nearby space suppressor fields. In the face of an RA mech whose firepower was on a completely higher level, any additional measures became optional. Josh and the remaining mechs in his impromptu squad all became impressed at what just happened. The main reason why the first-class multipurpose mechs hadn't been able to eliminate as many elite phase fighters with such ease was because they faced too many enemies at once. The arrival of reinforcements had changed this equation. The raw mechs took advantage of the reduced pressure to attack the elite phase fighters, managing to eliminate many of them in a much shorter span of time. The pilot of the RA mech soon transmitted a direct short-range message to the xianxia and other nearby machines. "Follow my lead." "Yes, sir." Josh felt grateful for the raw mech's intervention. He also recognized that it was better to cooperate more closely with such a powerful machine. More melee mechs joined his squad. They soon began to act in coordination with the raw mech by attacking the elite phase fighters that sought to eliminate the powerful machine. It was hard work. The elite phase fighters were still too numerous, and many of them did not have much qualms about turning their energy cannons at the second-class mechs. Josh felt as if he was a few steps away from death the longer he took part in this struggle. Numerous mechs fell apart as they got targeted by the powerful alien craft every 30 seconds. Though Josh's xianxia managed to escape this fate for the time being, the pilot knew that it would not take much to collapse his machine defenses entirely. Teaming up with an RA mech still yielded a lot of results, though. The second-class mechs were not really able to take down the elite phase fighters by themselves, but so long as they attracted the attention and hostility of the alien pilots, they had already done their jobs. The xianxia and the other second-class mechs literally and figuratively served as shields for the first-class multipurpose mech. The powerful machine hailing from the Red Ocean possessed a seemingly endless amount of firepower. The pilot of this powerful machine did his best not to squander the sacrifices made by the reinforcements and managed to take down over 10 enemy fighter craft at a much faster pace than before. Alas, it still wasn't enough. The elite phase fighters were still very numerous, and many second-class mechs could not withstand their attention. Even if the first-class multipurpose mechs managed to thin the herd of enemy small craft by over 15% since the arrival of human reinforcements, that still left a lot of phase fighters that had already succeeded in reducing the number of first-class multipurpose mechs. Both sides suffered greater losses, but the reinforcements suffered the greatest losses by far. It couldn't be helped. A large number of second-class mechs got thinned out due to their vulnerability against the more powerful alien small craft. This was the price they paid for intervening in a fight above their class. Just as it seemed that the disproportionate losses to the second-class mechs would ultimately cause them to fail in their mission, miracles started to occur. When an elite phase fighter swept past the damaged xianxia and went on to damage the ranged mechs following in the rear, Josh immediately grew alarmed. His friend's rifleman mech was not the first machine to get targeted, but the fragility of the adjacent ranged mech meant that his machine soon came under imminent threat. Yet just before the elite phase fighter could switch to its other target, an explosion of power erupted from another nearby rifleman mech. A breakthrough. Even though the lucky pilot only became an expert candidate, his age and experience caused him to build up a lot of accumulation. The more powerful breakthrough energies as well as the ability to surpass his human limits to a modest degree caused the new expert candidate to enter his best state in his entire career. Die. The resonance-empowered positron beams fired by his mech exhausted the transphasic energy shield much more quickly than normal. Without its energy barrier, the elite phase fighter quickly succumbed to the firepower. Though Josh felt a little disappointed that neither him nor Franklin managed to break through, they were genuinely happy that one of their colleagues managed to take the first step. "I have received new orders," the happy and jubilant-sounding expert candidate said. "There is no obligation for me to fight anymore. I can go back and wait for evacuation. It is just, go." Josh earnestly said, "You deserve this chance. Red humanity can get much more out of you if you live long enough to break through again. You should not be buried in this miserable grave." Franklin concurred. "Any of us would make the same decision as you if we were in your position. You are not a coward. You are being prepared for more important battles. Go and fight on our behalf. Kill every alien until you have avenged us all. We are counting on you, heroes." The expert candidate did not hesitate any further and disengaged from the fight without feeling any guilt. He was not the only pilot who managed to break through. Over a dozen other pilots across the entire battlefield successfully broke through as well. Many of them received immediate instructions to focus on preserving their lives while they retreated from the enemy. The Red Association dispatched several first-class mechs to provide additional cover and support in order to ensure the expert candidates made it back safely. This was a special treatment that the other mech pilots could never dream of receiving. They all knew their own places in this battle. So long as they remained mortal, they could forget about getting pampered. The breakthrough of these lucky pilots stimulated the others into fighting harder. Josh, Franklin and many others who witnessed the emergence of an expert candidate began to feel greater hope. As long as they managed to break through, they would also be able to gain a new lease on their lives. Unfortunately, the breakthroughs happened too infrequently. The battle against the elite phase fighters was also steadily getting worse for the human mech pilots as the immediate removal of every expert candidate deprived them of a lot of momentum. As the losses among the second-class mechs started to reach an unsustainable level, everyone received a new but heavy instruction. "Are you hearing this, Josh?" Franklin asked. "We have received orders to drag down the remaining elite phase fighters as much as possible." Josh and Franklin soon understood the intention of the higher-ups when a sudden but crucial change occurred. Every first-class multipurpose mech that had previously mowed down plenty of elite phase fighters with the help of reinforcements turned around and flew away at full power. The raw mechs completely disregarded the second-class mechs they cooperated with as well as the surviving elite phase fighters that still posed a certain threat. Although the Orvan enemies immediately started their pursuit, the second-class mechs did their best to distract them and pull them away from their chase. The reason why the first-class multipurpose mechs chose to turn tail now was because the situation had so much that they could finally resume their mission. They no longer feared the elite phase fighters anymore because they no longer had the numbers to keep the first-class multipurpose mechs in place anymore. This was especially the case when the remaining reinforcements were just strong enough to hold back the most powerful alien fighter craft. Once the Orvan pilots realized they could no longer stop the first-class multipurpose mechs from attacking their siege vessel, they grew angry and steered all of their ire towards the second-class mechs that dared to slow down their fighter craft. The mechs that stayed behind started to suffer enormous losses. Chapter 6193. Driven to exhaustion. The battle was starting to reach its climax. Both sides suffered greater and greater losses as they fought for dominance over a star system located in the vulnerable first defensive band. Every human fighting in this strategic location knew that they would likely never be able to get away alive, let alone see another tomorrow. Yet the volunteer, Line fighters all did their duty without giving in to panic or despair. They signed up for this mission. They fought not for themselves, but for the future of their next of kin and as well as red humanity as a whole. This sense of duty and sacrifice fortified their spirits and allowed them to face certain death with a brave face. Ha ha ha, 5 elite phase fighters already fell at my hand. I'm rich. My sons will definitely be able to squeeze into the Red Association after this. Help me kill more of them so that I can get my cousins in as well. My flight system is toast. Leave me behind. I can't move, but I can still serve as a distraction. I'll even eject my cockpit so that the aliens have 2 targets to fight against. For humanity, death to the aliens. The greater the threat of death, the more fearless the mech pilots became. As for the elite Orvan fighter pilots, they had all grown furious at their inability to keep the first-class multi-purpose mechs contained. If not for the human reinforcements running interference, the aliens would have been able to hold back or even destroy the powerful raw mechs. It was for this reason that the elite phase fighters no longer became distracted by other priorities and focused their full efforts on annihilating the elite mech units. Transphasic missiles exploded against mechs, causing the latter to either get crippled or blown apart without any other exception. Multiple phase fighters formed into a wing and kept strafing multiple mechs at once. The firepower of their transphasic energy cannons was too strong for their targets to resist. Many alien fighter craft endured a lot of attacks, especially from the ranged mechs that were able to strike at any distance in this open environment. However, their powerful transphasic energy shields easily withstood a lot of blows, thereby making it so that very few phase fighters succumbed from ranged attacks. The only effective way for the second-class mechs to take down the phase fighters was for multiple melee mechs to get close to them. The Red 2 heralded space suppressors as game changers, and they proved their value many times over in this battle as well as many others. Not only were the melee mechs able to shatter the transphasic energy shields multiple times easier, their intervention also increased the effectiveness of ranged mechs targeting the same enemies. Although the original squad assignments had already turned useless due to all of the deaths, the veteran mech pilot did not require any formal assignments in order to work with each other. Informal teams formed and broke apart with every passing minute. The mech pilots utilized their own judgment to decide whether to group up with other machines or go their separate ways. As the amount of second-class mechs and elite phase fighters began to drop at a rapid rate, it became clear that the latter steadily gained more ground. It couldn't be helped. The elite phase fighters may have suffered heavy losses after tangling with the first-class multi-purpose mechs they were supposed to stall, but their remaining numbers was still more than enough to grind down the much weaker second-class mechs. This confrontation was turning into a grave for an increasing number of mech pilots. Their courage and optimism were admirable, but high morale alone could not save them from near certain death. The only way for these imperiled and dying mech pilots to reach the light at the end of a very dark tunnel was to break through. Under the insane pressure exerted by the powerful fighter craft that they had been struggling against, more and more mech pilots managed to exceed their limits and break through. I will not allow myself to be defeated by these pathetic fighters. My story does not end today. I am the savior of red humanity. Their strong emotions propelled their willpower to unprecedented heights. Not only did they gain strong convictions, but their forced resonance directly amplified the combat power of their machines by around an order of magnitude, enabling them to kill elite phase fighters with greater ease. If these brand new expert candidates all committed to the fight and directed their temporary boost in power to eliminating the elite phase fighters, then the second-class mechs might have a chance of winning this confrontation. However, this did not make sense from a strategic perspective. The higher-ups valued the lives of all of the newly ascended expert candidates far greater than the ordinary mechs and mech pilots that had yet to display any extraordinary strength. The only known evacuation ship could accommodate a large number of passengers on an emergency basis, but it could not accept any people that held no greater value. Only the expert candidates were entitled to receive a ticket on this ride. As soon as they broke through, the expert candidates only fought for a short amount of time before they resolutely retreated from the front. The elite phase fighters didn't want to let them go. It became clear that the Orvans all received orders to shoot down as many mechs piloted by expert candidates as possible, so a frenzy occurred after every breakthrough. The few raw mechs assigned to escort these expert candidates back to the rear provided a lot of cover to guarantee the survival of these future human heroes, but it was not enough. The other second-class mechs had to come to the aid of their luckier comrades and do their part to reduce the pressure. All of the hectic struggles caused people's emotions to surge even higher, thereby triggering further breakthroughs. These were remarkable phenomena, as many of the pilots here were older veterans who had previously given up any hope of treading onto the path of godhood. It was only now that they were literally in the fight of their lives that these old dogs seemed to experience a renaissance. All of their training, experience and skill seemed to come together and sublimate into willpower that became strong enough to impose their ideas on reality, if only momentarily. Josh Ketter became incredibly inspired by all of these breakthroughs. He had interacted with a few of them in the past few months. They were similar to him in terms of age, growth trajectory and more. To see these brave men and women defeat the odds as well as their own estimations gave everyone else hope that they may be able to replicate this feat. Press the advantage. The elite phase fighters are already beginning to flag. Those Orvan fighter pilots are too inexperienced. The tech utilized by the Orvans may be a lot more superior than the tech utilized by the second-class mechs, but the individuals controlling them also mattered. Compared to the veteran mech pilots, their much younger and less trained Orvan counterparts began to show their faults. Even if the alien fighter pilots did not have to control as many variables, their hasty training and their lack of tempering obviously left their mentalities rather weak. Their ferocity could not match that of their human foes. Their motivations were also fairly weaker, as they were mainly fighting on behalf of their gods and their higher caste superiors. This caused the alien phase fighters to fight less fluidly than before. As the Orvans became susceptible to fear and doubt, they began to forget parts of their training. This made the fight a bit more bearable for mech pilots such as Josh Ketter, but only to a modest extent. The huge gap in tech level was still too difficult to overcome. A battered and partially crippled xianxia utilized its only intact arm to stab its spear against an elite phase fighter. The enemy craft had clearly lost its transphasic energy shield at least once before. Its fuselage exhibited clear signs of damage and burn marks caused by laser beams. However, the craft somehow managed to pull back and rest long enough for its transphasic energy shield generator to restore its function. It was difficult for the xianxia to inflict effective damage to the craft at its current state. The loss of an arm due to getting shredded by enemy fire had made it a lot more difficult for the machine to wield its spear. What made the xianxia's situation even worse was that it had almost run out of modular armor plating. The machine had stripped every piece of plating from the head, the limbs, the space suppressor Phi in order to protect its most essential internal components against damage. The xianxia would have definitely fallen if not for the ability to rearrange its armor plating. Even so, Josh Ketter knew that he had exhausted his allowance. He fought with the constant fear that his mech would get torn to pieces as long as it attracted the attention of a determined enemy fighter pilot. In order to reduce the chance that his mech would get singled out, Josh purposefully fought alongside other melee mechs in order to give the Orvans other targets to focus their fire. It worked so far. The swordsman mechs and other melee mechs all looked deadlier and more threatening than Josh's beat-up xianxia. Even as the Axeman mech that Josh had been fighting alongside began to shut down as another enemy craft blew a hole through the cockpit, his xianxia along with other supporting mechs finally breached the defenses of their target and made short work of the damaged fighter craft. Another one down. Less than 200 elite phase fighters were left at this time, but these craft were predominantly piloted by the most skilled and resilient alien fighter pilots. The cowards who had begun to flag as the fighting dragged on had already been eliminated for the most part. The ones that remained were undoubtedly the more promising fighter pilots that had become baptized and tempered in battle. As the weary and increasingly faltering second-class mechs tried to finish off the remaining elite phase fighters, Josh suddenly felt threatened as an elite phase fighter finally targeted his partially crippled mech out of all of the other nearby mechs. Josh! Franklin roared even as his hot energy rifle spat out hyperpositron beams at the strafing phase fighter. Get out of there! As the jaws of death began to descend upon him, Josh became more and more focused. His xianxia abused its strained flight system past its limits and forcibly juked around in space, thereby managing to evade the majority of incoming shots fired by the enemy craft. The inexperienced Orvan pilot became frustrated by the continuous evasions and tried to compensate for his aim as best as possible. However, the alien's frustrations only caused his aim to worsen, thereby allowing the xianxia to get away with only minor damage. Much of the shots that would have otherwise struck the torso of the machine had been resisted or softened up by the space suppressor Phi. Both modules that had served the xianxia extremely well during the previous fighting finally reached the end of their journeys. Their fall was swift as the xianxia had already cannibalized all of their modular armor plating. Though the mech no longer possessed any obstacles that could shield its internals from damage, the alien phase fighter had already come too close to launch any further attacks. Unlike mechs, fighter craft were not meant to remain stationary in combat. The enemy phase fighter had little choice but to swoop past the xianxia without gaining the satisfaction of downing another human mech. The Orvan mech pilot focused the formidable firepower of his fighter onto another mech. Josh briefly relaxed now that he confirmed that he had managed to prolong his life a little more, but he soon began to panic when he noticed that the enemy craft was firing its energy cannons at the supporting ranged mechs. Franklin, disengage right now. I can't, Josh. The enemy fighter has it out for me. I can't shake its fire. Then eject. It's pointless. My time is up. I will leave the rest to you, Josh. For a human galaxy, the elite phase fighter managed to land enough shots on the evading ranged mech to destroy the latter's flight system. Once Franklin's rifleman mech lost its ability to move, it became an easy target. The Orvan phase fighter took advantage of this condition and easily demolished the mech's exposed torso. Seeing his war buddy and genuine friend of the past few months die without being able to do anything to avert this outcome finally caused Josh to go over the edge. Red filled his vision as his helplessness and repressed fury boiled over. He broke through. You filthy aliens. The xianxia exploded with energies as forced resonance spontaneously repaired and fortified a lot of parts. The mech had gone from a near wreck into a formidable threat. Even as Josh became an expert candidate and earned a ticket from this battlefield, he refused to obey the orders to retreat and ready himself for evacuation. All thoughts about returning to his daughter disappeared from his mind as only vengeance dominated his irrational mind. Chapter 6194 The drive of vengeance. The breakthrough of an expert candidate was not as exaggerated as that of an expert pilot. It should not be underestimated, though. Expert candidates had taken their first step in transcending their mortal limitations. To younger and less experienced mech pilots, this transition was, relatively, mild and short-lasting. The story was different for an older and more experienced mech pilot like Josh Ketter. His accumulation was far greater. His failure to break through during the prior decades did not diminish this in the slightest. If he was just a normal mech pilot who followed a normal career trajectory, then all of this accumulation would slowly atrophy as he fell victim to long-term stagnation and regression as he aged. Yet because he somehow managed to break through while he had just moved past his prime, Josh still managed to benefit from all of the hidden energies that he had built up over the course of piloting mechs on a near-daily basis for so many years. The xianxia that had previously lost both of its and an arm began to look a lot better than before. The forced resonance phenomenon could not replace all of the missing modular armor plating, but it strengthened the machine just enough to serve Josh's purpose. The death of Franklin shouldn't have affected him to this extent. Sure, the two had become as thick as thieves ever since they met each other after transferring to this star system. Yet that did not mean they became family all of a sudden. Josh's emotions refused to listen to his rationality. To him, Franklin had become far more than a friend to him. The two shared similar experiences and volunteered for this duty for the same reasons. He was like a brother that Josh had never met. The two could have accomplished a lot more if they met each other sooner. It was through pure luck and coincidence that the two mech pilots converged on this star system out of all of the other places in the old galaxy and the new frontier. Now, Josh had lost his friend and brother that he had met too late. He only carried a few months' worth of memories of Franklin. This was far from enough to keep him satisfied. As the latest expert candidate to break through on this battlefield came into his power, he no longer became distracted by as many considerations as before. In order to avenge Franklin's death and satisfy his own desire for spilling alien blood, Josh rejected the repeated calls to disengage and went on the offensive. With the power of forced resonance, the xianxia not only flew faster, but also maneuvered more agilely in space. This enabled the machine to continually evade the attacks launched by other elite phase fighters. Josh together with his living mech did their utmost to squeeze the potential of the xianxia beyond its potential. Even though the mech had lost all of its that did not bother the expert candidate all that much. As more and more Orvan fighter pilots sought to take down the latest human hero to rise up, the other second-class mechs did not remain idle. They increased their aggression towards the alien fighter craft and tried to force them to divert their attention by any means possible. Go ahead and kill to your heart's content. We will shield you from every enemy that seeks to cut short your killing spree. It is high time we annihilate these elite phase fighters. Too many of our brothers and sisters have fallen to their energy cannons. Fight until there is nothing left. As the Fei Fianna closed in on the elite phase fighter that had been responsible for ending Franklin's life, the Orvan pilot knew he was in serious danger. The alien combatant already possessed a powerful impression of expert candidates and had no intention of fighting back. The pilot instead steered his craft away in order to avoid falling prey to the vengeful enemy. Coward. Josh grew angrier as the enemy avoided any form of confrontation. The Fei Fianna began to accelerate a little faster as the pilot did not hesitate to exceed the safe limitations of the flight system. The Fei Fianna's flight system and other components would likely collapse after the forced resonance state had come to an end, but neither Josh nor his living mech cared about this consequence. "We are gaining on him, Josh. Let us drench the tip of our spear with the blood of Franklin's killer." The Fei Fianna had already developed an intimate bond with Josh, and cared about Franklin almost just as much. The close alignments of their thoughts and motivations strengthened their forced resonance and allowed the mech to gain the boost it needed to get a little closer. Unfortunately, it was not enough. The Orvan fighter pilot somehow figured out a way to squeeze additional speed from his phase fighter. The craft began to purge unnecessary components. Various parts began to fall away from the frame, allowing the phase fighter to reduce its mass by a small margin. At the same time, the phase fighter's thrust power also began to increase as the pilot managed to override the safety limitations of his own craft. Even as the heat levels of the engine and thrusters rose to a dangerous level, the Orvan pilot ignored the warnings given by his craft and tried to delay a reunion as much as possible. "I need more speed," Josh urged his living machine. "There is nothing more left to give. My flight system is already stretched beyond its limit. There is no way we can accelerate any harder." If that is the case, Josh refused to let his enemy get away. Other ranged mechs helped out by shooting their rifles at the fleeing fighter craft. The attacks strained the alien facefighter's transphasic energy shield, but not enough to collapse it quickly enough. Enough. Josh made a spontaneous action. He commanded his Fei Fianna to hold its spear in an overhand grip before launching it forward as if it was throwing a javelin. Empowered by all of the forced resonance that Josh was able to concentrate into the weapon, the glowing polearm soared through space and accurately nailed the elite phase fighter despite the pilot's hasty attempt to make a barrel roll to the side. The strained transphasic energy barrier shattered as the spear, enhanced by Josh's desire for vengeance, pushed through and struck the thrusters of the fighter craft. Although the spear had lost so much power that it was unable to pierce too deep into the fuselage, the weapon had nonetheless done its job. The elite phase fighter had lost its main source of propulsion. The small craft tumbled into space as it had lost control over its movements. With a speared IP embedded into the rear of the Orvan phase fighter, the alien pilot lost his chance to escape the reach of a vengeful expert candidate. A glowing Fei Fianna stopped by the side of the tumbling machine and yanked back the spear. Though Josh wanted to take a moment and savor the satisfaction of driving his target to a dead end, the battlefield was still dangerous to him and his living mech. With multiple elite phase fighters trying to take down the Fei Fianna and kill the promising expert candidate, the living mech constantly had to stay in motion in order to prevent its damaged and overstrained frame from collapsing. Josh decided to keep it short and simple. "This is for you, Franklin." One firm spear thrust was enough to breach the cockpit and squash the body of the Orvan fighter pilot. Dead, Josh gained an indescribable sense of fulfillment for killing the alien fighter pilot that had been responsible for killing his friend. The fight was not over, though. The number of elite phase fighters had dwindled by a lot since he last paid attention to their quantity, but a lot of second-class mechs had perished as well. Instead of making the sensible decision to retreat and board his ride out of this doomed star system, Josh wanted to eliminate all of the remaining elite phase fighters before he left. The glowing Fei Fianna valiantly raised its spear. "Kill the rest." As the Fei Fianna began to fly towards another elite phase fighter, the remaining elite mech pilots cheered and fought a little harder. Both sides had pretty much fought each other to a state of depletion, so this was a time where both mechs and phase fighters were prone to glitches, malfunctions and other sudden mishaps. Many craft became vulnerable and got destroyed in an instant. If not for the latest expert candidate intervening in the fight, the second-class mechs would have collapsed a bit sooner. As the dwindling amount of elite phase fighters were being driven to desperation, they no longer attempted to wipe out all of the surviving elite mech units, but instead sought to take down their leader and symbol of resistance. The Fei Fianna began to attract a lot of unwelcome attention. The mech had been forced to pick up large pieces of metal debris from the battlefield in order to make up for its inadequate protection. The xianxia had tossed aside its spear so that its remaining hand could grip chunks of metal that originated from broken mechs and phase fighters. Josh and his living mech soon learned that the thickest pieces of metal tended to last longer regardless of where they originally came from. The strongest alloys came from the first-class multi-purpose mechs, but it was a pity that not a lot of debris from these powerful machines had spread to this side of the battlefield. The expert candidate found it hard to shield his mech from attacks coming from multiple directions. Josh did his utmost to maneuver and shield his machine so that its torso received as little damage as possible. By serving as the main target of the remaining elite phase fighters, the other surviving second-class mechs readily took advantage of the situation. They attacked their obsessed enemies and wore down their defenses at a brisk pace. Eventually, the elite mechs, what little of them were left, had no more elite phase fighters left to kill. Each of them had been destroyed. The xianxia that looked to be in a much worse shape than before amazingly managed to last long enough to witness the annihilation of the elite phase fighters. As Josh registered what had happened, his breakthrough had finally run its course. The xianxia no longer glowed with power, but instead began to dim until its strained parts all began to shatter and spread apart. The living mech knew that its time was up. It held no regrets about its imminent demise. Do not mourn for my death. Remember me, and fight for me. Please give my regards to your daughter. My only regret is that I have never met her myself. I will do as you say. Please go with peace. You have done your job. No other living mech will replace your place in my heart. That is my promise. Josh closed his eyes as the man-machine connection got cut off due to the total breakdown of his machine. Only the cockpit remained intact. It was only now that Josh regained his wits. He realized that he still remained in a very dangerous part of the battlefield. Now that he had successfully realized one of his dreams, his greatest priority was to retreat and make his way out of this star system alive. Andi. Josh called out his daughter's name. It looks like I am coming home after all. I am so happy that I can watch you grow up. With my new strength, I can. The jubilant expert candidate's words suddenly cut off as a powerful spatial vibration spread across the center of the battlefield and shattered many mechs and phase fighters alike. The Orvan fighter craft managed to resist this unannounced spatial attack to an extent, but the same could not be said for the mechs that overwhelmingly lacked transphasic defenses. The cockpit of the broken xianxia had no chance to survive this devastating strike. The metal cage shattered apart while the body inside had already shook into a bloody mush. The expert candidate had fallen upon the moment of his triumph. His bright and promising career as a hero had been cut off before it could get off to a proper start. The culprit behind Josh Ketter's death never spared a thought to the deceased expert candidate. All of the puny humans and Orvans were little more than insects to the arriving phase lord. As the trampler of stars beheld the siege that had faltered due to the mechers successfully pulling off a decapitation strike on the Orvan siege vessel, the quadruped alien sneered. The powerful phase lord raised its forelimbs before slamming them down onto an invisible floor. The fabric of space around the trampler of stars shook and began to spread a second spatial eruption. Chapter 6195 Tricky Isolation. In the first 24 hours after the start of the Red Tide offensive, both sides suffered enormous losses. The humans found themselves unable to preserve orbital supremacy over the fortified planets located in the first defensive band. This did not immediately spell the fall of the human-controlled fortifications built on the planet. Depending on how extensively the humans had dug in and how many forces the native aliens were willing to commit to planetary cleansing, it could take weeks if not months to effectively root out all human presence. One of the advantages of the total state of war between red humanity and the native aliens was that neither side sought to subjugate each other's populations. Pesky affairs such as trying to pacify a population comprised of hostile aliens did not bother the conquerors at all. They simply had to engage in extensive bombardment and deploy as many armies as needed to solve the presence of enemies on the planet within a given deadline. The Red War was a conflict with very high stakes. As long as one side gained absolute dominance over their adversaries, they stood to gain complete and unchallenged control over the vast dwarf galaxy and all of its riches. With the continued existence of two completely different civilization groups in contention, neither side dared to show any mercy towards their opponents. Perhaps a handful of fringe groups like the infamous cosmopolitans and more sensible pragmatists still thought there was a way to turn enemies into allies, but the drive towards conflict was too strong on both sides. For this reason and more, the native aliens expended considerably greater effort and resources in the opening of their offensive than the red humans expected. Instead of trying to pace their offensive advances and spend more time on testing the human defenses, the Red Cabal daringly chose to throw all caution to the wind and commit almost all of their readily available forces to the front. This was a daring gamble. Many assault fleets ended up diving straight into various traps or encountered far greater resistance than expected. No phase whale or particularly prestigious phase lord had yet to show up anywhere at the front. Then there were all of the god mechs and dreadnoughts that were working overtime to annihilate as many expensive alien fleets as possible. Perhaps the most sensible decision that the alien strategists had made was to hold back much of their phase leaders for the time being. The only alien champions that had a chance of fighting human ace mechs to a standstill were the phase lords dispatched by numerous alien races. Known alien warlords such as the Trampler of Stars appeared in contested star systems and utilized their considerable might to provide support to the alien fleets. The phase lords weren't exactly eager to put their necks on the line in a front where any god pilot could drop by and harvest their lives in all sorts of gruesome ways, but the native aliens needed their strength in order to topple the border regions. The Red Cabal resorted to a combination of threats and incentives to encourage the phase lords to set an example and led from the front. As the Trampler of Stars utilized his powerful ability to shake the fabric of space across a wide area of space, the stubborn but overmatched defenders of the second-class star system failed to hold out for long. Most of their mechs shattered into pieces as they had no effective defense against the tyrannical power of the Trampler of Stars. Tens of thousands of machines that previously fought hard against the alien phase fighters collapsed after being affected by just one of two terrible spatial waves. If the star system enjoyed the protection of several ace mechs, then perhaps the Nunzer phase lord wouldn't have been able to wipe out so many mechs with impunity, but the leaders of Red Humanity had been unwilling to put their most precious heroes in such dangerous positions. Only a few fortified star systems in the second defensive band and most of the strategic locations in the other remaining defensive bands enjoyed the protection of at least one saint. The ace pilots stationed further in the rear were all eager to move forward and lift the siege on the star systems that were in the process of falling, but the Red 2 and the first-rate colonial superstates refused to take action before they completely figured out the enemy's troop disposition. Back at New Constantinople 8, the Devos ancient clan had imposed a heightened state of alertness. The New Constantinople system was located in the Agamemnon Upper Zone, which was located close to the center of the Terran Alliance. The Terran star system was therefore not in an acute risk of welcoming alien visitors anytime soon, though the story might be different once the border regions fell. In any case, the local defense forces had partially mobilized and began to engage in much more active patrols as a precaution. Although the safety factor increased due to this response, many Terrans felt more and more oppressed by the worsening atmosphere. The war did not leave the peaceful star system untouched. Up in high orbit, the Tarask received a familiar visitor. After Vase had dealt with the various emergencies that erupted in the last day, he had enough time to allow himself to get teleported to the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet so that he could receive a classified briefing. One of the perks of being a Tier 3 galactic citizen was that Vase was entitled to a lot of insider knowledge. Only by being well informed about the naked truth of the Red War would he be able to make the most appropriate response. The information spread over the galactic net was so messy and opinionated that it was difficult to lend credence to every claim. Hello, Vase. Hello, Jovi. Hello, Vector. I see that the two of you have a lot to share with me today. Vase spoke as he sat down in the conference room. Nobody was in the mood for small chat this time. The intensifying war and the mounting deaths made everyone clear that there was a serious chance that the aliens might actually overrun the border regions in a single sustained push. How could anyone joke around when the survival of the human race in the Red Ocean started to come into question? Survivalists such as Jovi Armelon were especially concerned about the deteriorating border regions. Many developments have occurred that you should be aware of, Jovi said to Vase. Let us address the elephant in the room right away. Bridgehead 1 is unavailable to us since the start of the Red Tide Offensive. What's going on with that place anyway? Shouldn't you have fortified it even further based on suspicions that the Red Cabal wished to sabotage the Greater Beander Gate? It might be difficult to believe in the prophetic visions painted on the Zeal, but Vase had reasons to take them seriously. The Mechers would be fools not to take additional precautions just in case Ilvain's prophecies turned out to be closer to the truth. Jovi sighed. I do not have access to the full details, but Master Viro Goldstein assured me that the Red 2 have indeed increased the defenses of Bridgehead 1 in total secrecy. What none of us expected was that the Red Cabal utilized one of their masterful manipulations of space and time to turn our most important star system into an isolated region of space. A projection became active that displayed a visual image of a boundary in space. It looked as if a shimmering bubble had formed around a coordinate that completely prevented stuff from passing through. Shortly after Bridgehead 1 fell silent, our closest fleets attempted to enter the star system, only to get stopped in front of this enormous spatial barrier. From what our scans and observations have revealed, Bridgehead 1 has become enveloped by an artificial hazardous region. We have attempted to launch many attacks at the spatial barrier in conjunction with the warships of the fleeters, only to accomplish nothing at all. This barrier is impenetrable. Vase widened his eyes at the sight. How? The energy and effort required to conjure up such a massive spatial barrier is astronomical. We think so as well, so our adversaries employed exceptional means in order to make this possible. Jovi explained. When we studied the data logs transmitted from Bridgehead 1 just before it was isolated, we found clues that numerous sensors detected the appearance of at least 6 ancient phase whales. 6. How the hell did they manage to slip to Bridgehead 1 without getting intercepted? Our guess is that the ancient phase whales utilized a special long-range displacement technique to secretly emerge inside an undiscovered pocket space located in the vicinity of our most important star system. What matters is that once the ancient phase whales surrounded Bridgehead 1 from each cardinal direction, they performed a grand spatial technique that is still preventing us from sending urgent reinforcements to relieve the crisis in this key location. What is strange that it is not only space that is being disturbed. Time is being altered as well. What? Vase almost shot out of his conference seat. The phase whales managed to manipulate time. As someone who had taken a few jaunts back into the past, Vase understood the horror of being able to manipulate time more than most people. It is not as bad as you think, Vase. Jovi reassured. The manipulation of time within this isolation bubble is relatively crude and simple according to our physicists. As far as we can tell, 6 ancient phase whales with the assistance of unknown but extremely powerful materials or devices have formed a temporary hazardous region that not only isolates space, but also the progression of time to slow down by as much as 100%. This effectively means that if 100 days have passed in the universe, only a single day has passed inside this isolated bubble. Vase looked confused. What is the point of doing this? Is it really worthwhile for the native aliens to spend so much extra effort on slowing down the passage of time inside Bridgehead 1? Vector Loban spoke up for the first time during this briefing. Not exactly. The Red Cabal are hedging their bets. If their 6 ancient phase whales along with their forces have succeeded in destroying our greater Beander Gate, then they have completed their primary mission without any complications. If they are somehow stopped by the defenses that we have put in place, then the Red Cabal has still won in a sense. According to our scientists, the spacetime bubble can be sustained for at least 5 years. Do you understand what that means? If the bubble expires naturally, any work on the Greater Beander Gate, if it has managed to survive, has only progressed by 5 days. That was a huge setback to Red humanity's strategic outlook. The Deep Strike plan hinged on the successful and timely transformation of the Greater Beander Gate. If its conversion had been delayed by 5 years, then that would give the native aliens much more time to raid humanity's borders without worrying about getting attacked in the rear. So that is why the Red Cabal went through so much effort. Vase frowned deeper. Are there any solutions? The spacelock should be able to break down this spacetime bubble. Jovi tentatively nodded. We do not dare to get our hopes up, but we agree that he is our best candidate to solve this problem. If he does not have the power to dispel the spacetime bubble alone, then several star designers have pledged to cooperate and construct a specialized counter device that should assist the spacelock in liberating Bridgehead 1. I don't think it will be easy for the spacelock to dissolve this spacetime bubble alone. Vase judged. The Red Cabal don't want to make it easy for us. They pretty much threw at least 6 ancient phase whales to this objective alone. Vase had no idea how many ancient phase whales existed in the Red Ocean, but losing 6 of them at once was doubtlessly a heavy blow to the native aliens. Chapter 6196 Strategic Pains. The Red Cabal's counterattack was more sophisticated and difficult to deal with than the leaders of Red humanity anticipated. In the initial years of the Age of Dawn, it seemed that the ability for the native aliens to adapt to the new environment was worse than their enemies. Humans had experienced multiple periods of rapid growth and explosive technological progression. They were accustomed to producing a lot of new technological innovations in a short amount of time. They also possessed a secret cultivation heritage that gave them a head start in leveraging the greater potential of exotic radiation. This gave humans the conceit that time was on their side. As long as they managed to hold their defenses against the aliens long enough, they would be able to turn the tables one day. That assumption came under serious question after Vase learned what happened to Bridgehead 1. It was not just the Greater Beander Gate that had entered into a bubble of near-frozen spacetime. As the very first star system that the Red 2 colonized after they secretly crossed the void between galaxies and reached the Red Ocean a number of decades ago, Bridgehead 1 served as the focal point of all human activity in the new frontier. Bridgehead 1 was the base of the tree that represented human-occupied space. The population density in this heavily transformed and fortified star system was immensely high. Many of the brightest scientists, engineers, naval engineers and mech designers of the Red Association and to a lesser extent the Red Fleet resided in this crucial star system. It also held a lot of administrative offices and other important institutions that kept human society running. The sudden removal of Bridgehead 1 instantly caused a lot of plans and arrangements to hit a wall. People were scrambling to adjust their processes and operations in order to make up for the unexpected communications blackout to this critical strategic star system. Most people pretty much regarded Bridgehead 1 as the unofficial capital of human-occupied space, or at least the Red Ocean Union portion of it. Any star nation would become severely hampered if they suddenly lost their capital out of the blue. I cannot overstate how bad it is that we have lost access to Bridgehead 1, if only temporarily. Jovi Armelon said as he leaned over the conference table while staring at the projection of the timespace bubble. Losing access to all of the headquarters, research institutions and high-tech production facilities that we have built over there is a huge setback, especially now that the Red Tide offensive has just begun. The lack of progress due to the extreme deceleration of time progression inside the bubble will slow down our technological progression and allow the native aliens to maintain the upper hand for a longer period of time. That is especially the case when the polymath and possibly other star designers have been marooned in the spacetime bubble as well. Professor Vector Loban added, I do not think I need to emphasize how much damage our society incurs when these star designers are effectively unable to contribute to the advancement of human science and technology. Oh yeah, that was the case as well. Vase grew even more pessimistic about Red humanity's future in the new frontier. Each and every star designer was a productive powerhouse of the highest level. Just the polymath alone was responsible for continuing the development of many existing high technologies whose chief developers had all remained behind in the Milky Way galaxy. While there were other star designers that could compensate for the polymath's absence, there were many good reasons why the survivalist faction only put the failed coup artist under house arrest, instead of killing her off entirely. Red humanity couldn't afford to lose her services. The mere idea that the polymath and potentially other star designers found themselves cut off and isolated in a bubble where the passage of time had been slowed down to an enormous degree was a nightmare to Vase and every other Red human. Which god pilot is stationed at Bridgehead 1? Vase asked. Jovi exchanged glances with Vector before he answered the question. This information is classified, but you have a right to know. It is not as if we can keep it secret for long. The god pilot who is assigned to defend the Greater Beander Gate as well as keep the star designers safe is the First Flame. Quote. That was not a name that Vase wanted to hear. Why the First Flame of all choices? Jovi gave him a rueful smile. It is not that complicated to find out, Vase. We knew that the aliens were about to launch a massive offensive, so we needed to station as many god pilots to the front and other key star systems as possible. We also have indications that Bridgehead 1 may be targeted in a bold deep strike operation meant to destroy the Greater Beander Gate. Since the Red Cabal is already aware that we always station one god pilot in this key star system at all times, the alien strategists will certainly formulate a plan based on this fact. It is therefore safer to station two god pilots in Bridgehead 1, but the painful reality is that we cannot have it both ways. So you tried to have your cake and eat it too by assigning this crucial post to the oldest and arguably strongest god pilot in the Red Ocean. Vase flatly said, it makes sense. Vector Loban commented, it is difficult for people at our level to gain more detailed information on how strong the First Flame may be, but you have witnessed his performance during Operation Night Jazz. He possesses ample power to destroy multiple ancient phase whales in quick succession if he goes full Phoenix. Even if he cannot eliminate all 6 of them, the defenses in Bridgehead 1 are not trivial. It is the most fortified star system in human-occupied space. We have made concerted efforts to make our main fortifications as phase whale-proof as possible. Jovi formed a confident expression. The polymath and other star designer can contribute to the fight in ways that you cannot imagine, Vase. There are multiple superweapons in the star systems that have reached masterwork or even grand work levels of quality. Then there are the first-class mech corps and warfleets of the highest standard. If the ancient phase whales are leading an armada of alien fleets, then the forces stationed in Bridgehead 1 can halt the enemies in their tracks. I do not see a way for the 6 ancient phase whales to survive our combined forces. Can't they just run away when they realize that they are outmatched? Vase questioned. Our current theory is that escape is not possible. The spacetime bubble has to be strong enough that god pilots and star designers cannot breach them with their vast might and technological options. In order to pass this test, the ancient phase whales that have set it up must also resign themselves to the fact that they are subject to the same restrictions. I see. So the aliens essentially turn Bridgehead 1 into a slow-motion death match. Neither the humans nor the aliens can run away. They have no choice but to fight to the death, while the rest of the universe zips through time. That is a decent description of what will likely unfold inside the spacetime bubble. Jovi admitted. Personally, I have great confidence that the first flame and the rest of the human forces trapped inside the star system will be able to crush the alien invaders. The real issue is the spacetime bubble. Breaching it is not so simple. Trying to destroy it by force may produce dangerous outcomes. At worst, a spatial storm of an apocalyptic scale may erupt that will annihilate almost everything inside the star system. This is why we have concluded that it is better to unravel it with as much finesse as possible. Vase looked thoughtful. Hence why you want the spacelock over there. He possesses the greatest command of space outside of the ancient phase whales. If anyone can unravel the spacetime bubble, he stands the greatest chance. Maybe the people trapped inside may be able to do the same, but the passage of time inside the bubble has slowed down to such a massive extent that it may take hundreds of days in real space before the first flame and the polymath manage to cook up a brilliant response. The failsafe employed by the Red Cabal was simply too diabolical. The native aliens truly managed to inflict a blow that severely inconvenienced red humanity to the point where it may fall behind due to the absence of several critical true gods and powerful institutions. If the native aliens had any sense, they would definitely press their advantage and strengthen their offensive in an attempt to make as many gains as possible without encountering as much resistance. It was no wonder that the Red Tide offensive started off with such an overwhelming opening push. The native aliens were racing against time. They made a big bet that they could break through red humanity's defensive lines and collapse the defenders before Bridgehead 1 rejoined the rest of the cosmos again. If this was the case, then Vase had less confidence in the spacelock's ability to unravel the spacetime bubble. The Red Cabal and their cosmopolitan lackeys could not possibly overlook the interference from the Rubarthan god pilot. As Jovi and Vector continued to supply additional information about the enormous implications of Bridgehead 1's continued isolation from the rest of human society, Vase understood that they were all in deep trouble. Assuming that the spacetime bubble cannot be solved from the inside or outside in a short amount of time, what the hell do we do? Tell me you guys have a plan. The two mechers exchanged glances yet again. That was not a good sign. The survivalist faction always has contingency plans on hand, Jovi said with a touch of confidence, though he sounded a lot less certain than before. One of our rules is that, how unlikely it may sound in many cases, we must always plan for failure. We are already adjusting to the fact that Bridgehead 1 has become unavailable to us. The good news is that we have not placed all of our eggs in a single basket. We have invested in the development of multiple central star nodes that can partially cover the responsibilities that Bridgehead 1 used to fulfill. What about the war effort? We have plans for that as well, Vase. Vector Loban answered. Do not expect any drastic turnarounds, though. Our best hope is to dispatch our peak ace pilots to the front and wait for one of them to successfully break through. War is the ultimate crucible of gods and heroes. Isn't that dangerous? The transhumanist grinned. That makes this even better. It doesn't matter if 10, 20 or 30 peak ace pilots step onto the road to no return and ultimately fail to reach their destinations. As long as just one of them have managed to break through, then our chances of withstanding the Red Tide offensive grows that much stronger. Only by producing enough god pilots will we be able to take the first step in stabilizing our borders and stop the native aliens from making any further territorial gains. With an impenetrable defense, we can proceed with the next step, which is to use the Greater Beander Gate to conduct many deep strike operations at once. This layout only comprised of 2 steps so far, but neither of them were easy to realize. Several years had gone by, but none of the known peak ace pilots such as the Mace of Retaliation had shown any signs of breaking through. Perhaps one might emerge in the coming months, but Vase did not get his hopes up. The ascension of a god pilot was such an unlikely event that it was little different from winning the lottery. As for starting Red Humanity's counterattack, the spacetime bubble clearly stood in the way of taking the next step. It seems that the Red Cabal are truly determined to deny us every possible advantage. Vase grumbled. Chapter 6197 Reevaluating Priorities. The classified briefing provided by Jovi and Vector truly underscored the dire state of Red Humanity. The costly alien gambit to isolate Bridgehead 1 from the rest of human society was bound to deprive the Red Cabal of 6 powerful ancient phase whales. However, this painful sacrifice may be worth it in the end if the native aliens manage to smash through all 5 defensive bands and take over the border regions in the next half-year. We truly cannot afford to let the native aliens break past the defensive bands that we have built up over the years. Jovi stated in a serious tone. There are still many fortified star systems in the zones behind the crucial border regions, but they are too scattered and not cohesive enough to form a solid defensive line. It will be too easy for the alien fleets to bypass the fortified star systems and raid the less well-defended colonies without needing to worry too much about getting flanked by human forces. We need much more time to work on our supply lines, war preparation, defensive buildup and troop mobilization outside of the border regions. If the aliens do not give us that time, we collapse. Vector succinctly stated, the aliens will be able to invade our interior with impunity, putting star systems such as New Constantinople in great peril. Our divided forces cannot effectively stop the alien fleets from advancing deeper into our space in the absence of enough fortified star systems that can act as anchor locations. The intricacies of waging war in a completely open space environment eluded Vase. There were all kinds of complicated strategic and logistical considerations that limited how far the humans and aliens were able to push into enemy territory. The cold hard truth was that Red Humanity's war preparation had ultimately been inadequate. The pressure of war was almost entirely absent in places like New Constantinople and Davut. Many people were well aware that a war for the survival of their race was being waged, but they always assumed that they would have plenty of time to respond to the intensifying war. The increasing likelihood that the 5 defensive bands may fall prematurely completely shattered their illusions. This was probably why the major powers all instituted at least some form of martial law or another. It took a crisis like this to truly wake up all of the pampered people who thought that the Red War was a distant show. The survivalist faction is in the process of activating plans that are meant to accelerate the transformation of our society. Jovi continued to explain, in the age of mechs, we sought to establish stability and sustainable growth most of all. The Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance worked in conjunction to lower the temperature and foster greater peace among the states. Even when states are beset by war, the vast majority of the civilian population will only lose their rights and property at most. They will still be able to survive one way or another. This is not the case in the Red War. When extinction is the price of losing, we cannot afford to be as lackadaisical about not doing our best anymore. So you want human civilization in the Red Ocean to transform from a civilian to a martial society, in a hurry. Vase stated, that is about right, it is anything but perfect, but what choice do we have? We would rather prefer to adopt the gradual approach, but the native aliens are adamant about not giving us time for our society to enter into a proper war footing. We have little choice but to ram all of the necessary legislation through and hope we do not stretch our social contract to a breaking point. This sounded really serious. If the survivalists weren't careful enough about this and failed to gather enough support, the Red Association may end up losing its grip on the states. If the reforms proved to be wildly unpopular, then the Mechers would go from being revered to becoming hated figures in society. Vase didn't think it would come to that, though. The Mechers have plenty of smart heads among them that could predict such an outcome. They would definitely take steps to ensure their hegemony remained intact during this hectic transition period. I see. I don't think the sales of my products will take a nosedive. They are still very strong products without factoring the benefits of growth. I have always tried to make their value propositions attractive right after my customers get their hands on their products. So how do these societal changes affect me directly, Jovi? Vase curiously asked. Much of this stuff is too big for me. I am not a politician. I am a mech designer. I am most curious how the transition to a martial society will affect my work. There are many changes. Even we cannot fully predict how you will become affected due to the sheer amount of variables that are in flux. We can broadly predict that the mech industry will become more competitive. There will be less tolerance for errors and fatal defects. Immediate performance will take precedence over long-term growth potential. The war has reached a phase where many mech pilots and commanders can only afford to think about winning the battles of today rather than fantasize about piloting living mechs that have grown powerful many years later. That was not good news to Vase. Jovi was anything but finished with his response. A graver consequence is that resources will be in short supply. Your living mech corporation and large partners will likely not experience too many supply interruptions because of this, but smaller and less productive mech companies will be experiencing a much greater squeeze. There is less room for independent creators as both the supply and demand side demand greater efficiency and certainty. Your mech company will be able to recruit a large amount of promising talents over the next 2 years. Vase dismissively waved his hand. We are already able to recruit promising talents before these latest changes. Will certain mech companies receive greater institutional support than others? There will be, Jovi flatly admitted. The Red Association normally advocates free and fair competition. However, now that we cannot rely on imperfect market behavior to always distinguish winners from losers, we may decide it is necessary to give a few nudges here and there. This will distort the market for mechs, but as long as more mech pilots are making use of more cost-effective products, the changes will lead to better results on the battlefield. Will the LMC benefit from the new policies? Yes. Not only has your latest commercial mech designs proven their value many times over, your upcoming Carmen mechs are a priority to us. Vector Loban answered. Due to the changes that have taken place recently, both the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction are willing to relax the conditions that we have imposed upon you in the past. We lived in a different time back then. Even our association has grown too conceited towards our enemies. Vase perked up after hearing that. Relaxing conditions had a lot of different meanings. What did the survivalists and the transhumanists expect from him, exactly? You need to clarify what you just said. Jovi sighed while Vector smirked. The Red Association is forced to reevaluate its priorities. We have put more emphasis on winning the war at the expense of many other considerations that we have deemed unnecessary. What I am trying to say is that we have become much more flexible about what it takes to produce superior results. We are willing to overlook transgressions to a greater extent than before. We are also eager to speed up the introduction of revolutionary products without wasting too much time on mandatory safety inspections. Vase raised his eyebrow. That sounds like you are encouraging me to experiment more wildly than I have before. Do you want me to rush the introduction of Carmen mechs to the mech market? Surprisingly enough, both Jovi and Vector nodded. This was completely different from the restraint they expressed in the past. The old plan can go out of the airlock as far as we are concerned. Vector stated, this is not the time for caution anymore. If the Red Tide offensive unfolds as we anticipate, then our society will be met with a deluge of defeats and tragedies on a scale that our race has never endured since the Age of Conquest. We need to create more sources of hope and optimism among the population. Anything that can invigorate the enthusiasm of the masses can do much to dispel the tide of negativity. That sounded interesting. Vase could see how the announcement and the release of Carmen mechs could excite a lot of people despite all of the bad news circulating on the galactic net. This was because mechs was everyone's romance. The age of mechs may have come to an end in the Red Ocean, but the vast majority of people were still marked by that wonderful period. Mechs played such a dominant role in their lives that the return of warships did not significantly impact the prestige of humanity's exclusive war machines. Compared to signing up to become a faceless spacer that practically possessed no agency on a massive warship, people would rather pilot a mech and become the hero of their own story. Even if only a fraction of mech pilots ever managed to break through and start their near-impossible journey to become a god pilot, that did not depress the enthusiasm of a lot of dreamers. The greatest regret of norms who grew up during the age of mechs was that they never had a serious chance to prove themselves in this way. Their unsuitable genetic aptitude disqualified them at a young and impressionable age, causing them to bear lifelong trauma and regret of their crushed dream. This happened so often that society already had plenty of ways to encourage the disappointed teenagers to appreciate other vocations. There was more to life than piloting mechs. While grown-ups such as Vase successfully managed to close the chapter of their childhood fantasies and embraced a different life, there were many more norms who remained unresigned to this day. It didn't matter whether they chose to become a mech designer, a doctor, an intelligence operative or a farmer. They only took on these jobs because they needed to make a living. Their inability to move on from their most cherished dreams caused them to show little enthusiasm in their line of work. They were less likely to achieve success as a result. The dreamers didn't care too much about that because they all yearned to attain greatness while piloting mechs on the battlefield. Alas, the only way these regretful norms could gain a small measure of satisfaction was to pilot virtual mechs in various simulation games. The community for virtual mech games was enormous. It was by far the most popular game mode on the galactic net. Vase had heard about how these virtual mech enthusiasts even played pilot characters in an entire simulation of the old galaxy and more recently the new frontier. In reality, their unqualified genetic aptitude and their lack of professional training forced them to pursue other careers. In the virtual reality game of their choice, they could freely indulge in their desires to become a heroic mech pilot, one who skillfully outfought other rivals and proved their valor on the virtual battlefield. How would these virtual mech fanatics react when they finally had a chance to pilot a mech for real? What if the gaming skills they honed over decades of dedicated training in order to excel on the virtual battlefield could be directly translated to piloting an actual mech, if only one equipped with a Karman system? If Vase unveiled his Karman mechs to the public, he would instantly rouse a sleeping dragon that had been lying dormant in human society in the past 4 centuries. Chapter 6198. Damn the consequences. Vase had not spent too much thought on the consequences of making his Karman mechs available to the public. His primary target audience had always been professional mech pilots. He knew that Karman mechs would fulfill the long-held dreams of many norms with regrets about their awful genetic aptitudes, but that did not change the fact that they were amateurs. Even if they could pilot a Karman mech tomorrow, how could they possibly match up against alien phase fighters, let alone conventional mechs piloted by actual professionals? It was unlikely that these Karman mech pilots could match the performance of potentates who trained and studied in the mech academies for 10 to 15 years. Sure, virtual reality games did a pretty good job at simulating the experience of piloting a mech, but the degree of realism was terrible. The games targeting the mass market had to simplify and outright remove a lot of variables in order to make the experience more enjoyable. They also had to work around the very obvious limitation that norms couldn't form an effective man-machine connection. Vase had played those games in the past, so he knew that the virtual mechs relied extensively on extreme automation to make up for the lack of deep pilot control. That may be acceptable in a virtual battle where the stakes were trivial, but it was not a wise idea to surrender so much control to ICE and algorithms on a real battlefield. Even so, that should depress the fanaticism of norms who always wanted to become a mech pilot even after they had grown into adults. Out of all of the people who would be willing to embrace Karman mechs and put in the work required to become a useful presence on the battlefield, these die-hard mech enthusiasts would definitely go all out in order to fulfill their greatest dreams. Once Karman mechs exploded a bomb in human society and completely ignited the passion of so many people, the ripple effects may actually be able to change the narrative of the Red War for the better. No wonder the survivalists and the transhumanists decisively changed their minds. They had become desperate. When the mechers started to get desperate, they were much more willing to resort to extreme measures. What do the Fist of Defiance and the Evolution Witch think on this matter? Vase bravely asked. Neither god pilots have made any specific comments as far as we know. They are rather busy with beating back the alien offensive, Jovi said. Their adjutants are able to make decisions on their behalf. Trusted leaders such as Master Goldstein are permitted to utilize their own judgment to activate the most appropriate contingency plans and make other decisions in response to unforeseen situations. If the leaders of our factions do not bother to countermand the decisions made by their subordinates, then we will all assume that their will is being carried out. This is the case with your Karman mechs. That sounded reassuring to Vase. He was afraid that the true leaders of the survivalists and transhumanists would get angry because the initiative shown by their subordinates had ruined their master plans. How soon do you want Karman mechs to show up? Should I work on them at my usual pace, or should I attempt to rush them into completion in order to give the public something to chew on as quickly as possible? Jovi paused for a few seconds before offering a response. We would rather have you introduce them sooner rather than later. Safety is still important, but we are willing to tolerate certain risks as long as they are not too severe. Our association have never ceased to conduct tests on the prototype Karman mechs that you have supplied to us in the past. To be absolutely honest, these tests are far from sufficient. We have yet to conduct proper longitudinal studies over several years or decades that can definitely prove that piloting Karman mechs will not lead to long-term harm to the physical and mental health of their users. That was a fair and valid concern. A lot of products that provided a lot of benefits in the short term only started to inflict serious harm onto people a decade or several decades later. Instances like this happened so many times throughout human history that inventions as radical as Karman mechs needed to undergo extremely rigorous studies in order to rule out these awful possibilities. Perhaps the Karman pilot became so accustomed to hooking up his body to the Karman system that it lost the ability to sustain itself outside of the cockpit. Only by permanently circulating the blood produced by a Karman mech would the pilot be able to sustain his body. However, the decision to skip all but the most shallow examinations in order to bring the release date forward came with a hidden implication that disturbed Vase. If he was reading this strategic shift correctly, then the unspoken message was that the mechers didn't care about the long-term dangers of making use of Karman mechs anymore. It may very well be the case that after piloting a Karman mech for 1 or 2 decades, the Karman pilot would begin to suffer a range of health problems and psychological disorders. Another potential long-term problem was the psychological distortion of maintaining strong intimate contact with a living mech. Unlike conventional mechs that could only be piloted by professionals that had completed rigorous studies and training on how to control them to the best of their ability, a lot of norms who rushed to acquire their own Karman mechs lacked these qualifications. Perhaps their lacking skills and knowledge could be compensated for in other ways. The issue was that amateurs lacked the military-esque conditioning and tempering that orthodox mech pilots received during their education. Vase possessed a decent understanding on how much of a shock it was for pure civilians to dive headfirst into a bloody battlefield. The shock and trauma of seeing thousands of humans die in an instant could break the mentalities of these poor mech enthusiasts who had never witnessed real death up close. The extreme emotions that Karman pilots would experience on the battlefield may become amplified or lead to other unintended consequences due to the presence of a blood pact. Even though Vase invented the blood pact, he himself had no idea whether it would lead to any negative side effects in the long run. Just because nothing happened so far did not mean that these health risks were absent. For the mechers to outright disregard these risks this time indicated that they would not care if Karman mechs ended up killing their bonded partners a few decades later. This was because they predicted that the Red War would no longer be in such a dire state in the future. So long as Red humanity managed to survive this difficult early period, its advantages would begin to accrue. So what if Karman mechs ended up killing a lot of people later on? What mattered now was to stop or slow down the decline in the short term as much as possible. Though Vase recognized the benefit of this dangerous approach, he grew worried about what this would mean for himself. After all, if he released a product that ended up causing a lot of misery, he would definitely be condemned by society. How could he possibly maintain his reputation by then? Much of the reason why many of his initiatives proceeded smoothly was due to the respect and acceptance he gained on account of his good reputation. All of these advantages could disappear in an instant if he became the subject of a huge scandal. There will be many consequences to this change of plans. Vase spoke. I am sure that you guys have figured out these possibilities, but if anything serious happens in the future, I will get into big trouble. We know what you mean. Vector Loban said, we cannot negate all of the consequences of serious errors, but I can promise you that we will take the corresponding actions to resolve any public outcry. Radical innovation can never be separated from controversy. The evolution which understood this truth early on, and embraced her notoriety as a way to train the public into developing a tolerance for the occasional accidents. I see. I am no god pilot, though. It is an idea. Although Vase did not put too much stock in this promise, he understood that so long as he remained useful enough to the Red Association, the mechers would continue to cover his back and shield him from most negative consequences. Of course, Vase knew better than to take this protection for granted. The mechers sure hadn't been able to accomplish much when his critics compelled him to attend the public inquiry on living mechs. It may be that all of his fears were overblown. The Karman system did not produce all of the negative side effects that he imagined. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to trouble himself too much over these issues. The 3 senior mech designers continued to discuss the alterations to their original plan. If possible, the transhumanist faction would like you to postpone your non-essential design projects and work on designing Karman mechs right away. Vector Loban explained, we do not have the patience to address every class one at a time. We would like you to design a 3rd-class mech, a second-class mech as well as a first-class mech on a concurrent basis in the next half year. Are you serious? Are you unable to fulfill this request? I can do it, Vase quickly responded. Depending on the requirements, it would probably be really helpful if I can gain access to additional help. This is particularly the case with the first-class Carmen mech. I will have to suspend multiple ongoing design projects in order to clear up my schedule. To be fair, I do not begrudge the delays because it may be better for me to let my more ambitious projects remain dormant while I wait for technology to catch up to my needs. Outside of the expert mech design projects helmed by Gloriana, Vase had been working on a range of interesting mech designs. He had been puzzling with a light skirmisher in the style of the Dark Zephyr, a heavy support mech equipped with shield link technology that looked like an upright elephant, an ECM mech with special transphasic features and a missile interceptor mech. All of these projects had a lot of value if he completed them to his satisfaction, but that was still too far away. The high technological demands of most of them caused him to waste a considerable amount of time on scientific research and technological acquisitions. While Vase most definitely believed that the impact of these mech designs would be as great as the Fey Fianna and the Ultimatum if he completed them one day, he could affect the balance of the Red War a lot more extensively if he shifted his attention to Carmen mechs instead. He would be able to open up a brand new market with the release of numerous Carmen mechs. Not only would he be able to fulfill the dreams of millions if not billions of mech enthusiasts, he could also invigorate lives of potentates whose genetic aptitudes were too low to get taken seriously. Carmen mechs also promised to revive the careers of brain-damaged mech pilots like his grandfather. There were definitely a lot of injured veterans that would probably explode with potential now that they gained a second chance to become a hero again. The Carmen system also offered benefits to existing mech pilots that could already make good use of the neural interface. The promise of increasing their effective genetic aptitude would definitely attract a lot of mech pilots, most particularly the first-class ones who had always been frustrated that their shortcoming in this aspect limited their futures. As Vase grew more eager about how he could fulfill the needs of so many different people, he fully went on board this new plan. Tell me what I should design. Chapter 6199 Return of the Swarm Project. Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban feared that Vase might have cold feet about the plan to introduce Carmen mechs a lot sooner than originally planned. Those fears turned out to be unfounded as Vase agreed to rush the development of Carmen mechs despite the obvious risks. This was the courage that the mechers expected from a renowned and highly successful innovator like Vase. He would have never been able to make so many useful contributions to human civilization if he lacked the willingness to tackle dangerous challenges. He was much like a mech pilot in this regard. Many people secretly wondered how great Vase could have become if he possessed the right genetic aptitude for mechs. Of course, nobody wanted to trade away his abundant contributions as a mech designer. Human society was far better off if Vase remained a mech designer as opposed to a mech pilot. In any case, now that they passed this hurdle, they soon began to discuss the specifics of the Carmen mechs. Speaking from my limited experience, first-class mechs, second-class mechs and third-class mechs are completely different products. Vase started. If we want to complete a Carmen mech in each class as soon as possible, then it is best to start with a central and highly adaptable mech concept and divide it into 3 different subconcepts for every tech level. However, it is very difficult to keep all of the separate designs similar enough to each other while simultaneously making them efficient at their respective price levels. Both Jovi and Vector were mech designers at the same level as Vase, so they understood the argument quite well. Does that mean that you prefer to design completely separate mechs for each of the 3 tech levels? Not quite, Jovi. I am merely stating that if we go for this expedient approach, the results will be less than perfect. However, if your goal is not to release the most powerful and polished Carmen mech designs, but to release a bunch of highly accessible products in an accelerated time frame, then we can go for this approach depending on what else you require. The initial product must be simple and cost-effective, but also highly modular and adaptable. Vector stated, project that your first Carmen mech models will be met with great enthusiasm. Many people will seek to get their hands on an early model and form a blood pact with the machine straight away. If they are not patient enough to undergo extensive training to become a halfway decent auxiliary combatant, then they will inevitably blunder on the battlefield. If we want to prevent this disaster, then we must simplify the first available Carmen mechs to the point where it takes greater effort to make a mistake. So you want a frontline mech? Yes, but one that can be transformed and made more powerful later on, Vase. You can do this by not only making the base models highly upgradable, but also implementing a high degree of modularity. Your Carmen Mechs must become an open platform that possesses a low barrier of entry to third-party participation. That sounded a bit familiar to Vase. That sounds similar to what I have done with the Fianna line. In order to make my drone mechs more useful, I have encouraged the rise of third-party developers who are incentivized to design all sorts of useful Fey models for the Fianna platform. We want you to apply this approach to the entirety of your Carmen Mechs as opposed to just a single core feature. You already have experience with designing modular and highly malleable mechs such as the Bright Warrior, so this should not be an insurmountable challenge to you. You can count on our assistance to solve any technical problems in this regard. The priority is to give early adopters an easy way forward once they survive the initial fighting and improve their skills. That was understandable. A lot of mech enthusiasts who wanted to pilot a real mech as soon as possible would eventually outgrow their initial Carmen Mechs, especially if they were designed to function as frontline mechs with higher automation and simplified controls. A lot of customers would grow terribly upset at Vase for permanently locking them to Carmen Mechs that were very difficult and expensive to upgrade. If Vase was able to lower the barrier to altering the configuration and upgrading the Carmen Mech in advance, then that would save others a lot of trouble when they wanted to make any changes to their machines in the future. Ah, I see. You want to kill multiple birds with a single stone, right? Vase began to smirk. If my Carmen Mech models turn into bestsellers, then that will produce a lot of Carmen pilots who will eventually grow dissatisfied with the limitations of their basic frontline mechs. They will demand lots of upgrades and customizations that can only be met by mech designers. This will create a groundswell of employment for grassroots mech designers and small boutiques. Most customers won't be able to afford the services of a high-ranking mech designer, so a lot of people will turn to novice mech designers and apprentice mech designers. Turning your Carmen Mech models into open platforms will provide a range of benefits to you. Jovi shared his opinion with Vase. It will reduce the pressure to design Carmen Mechs based on different mech archetypes and concepts. It will also allow you to shift the responsibility of providing aftermarket services to third-party mech designers and mech companies as much as possible. If Carmen Mechs truly become as wildly popular as we think, then the demand for these custom services will explode accordingly. Your invention has the potential to create a thriving new subgroup within the mech industry. That reminded Vase of another trend. Vase realized the potential of this future market. The difficult part was that outside of making use of official variants and modification kits by the LMC and other reputable mech companies, mech designers had to design upgraded Carmen Mechs on an individual basis. You want my work to create new employment opportunities for low-ranking mech designers. Vase guessed. Given what you told me earlier about the changes in both market and industry trends, a lot of smaller independents will be squeezed out of the business. It should be good for them to be able to practice their craft by designing customized variants of my early Carmen Mechs. The survivalist did not deny this motivation. The age of mechs was a golden age for mech designers, but particularly low-ranking mech designers. The stable market conditions created by the Mech Trade Association has created enough room for capable young mech designers to achieve success as independent entrepreneurs. You are the ultimate example of one. The mech community has long relied on these favorable conditions to maintain enough upward mobility within our profession. I suppose that has changed now that we have entered the Age of Dawn. We may very well return to the stability and prosperity that we enjoyed during the Age of Mechs, but the current trend is leading us in a different direction. Since we are moving towards greater consolidation in our sector, we are working towards providing alternate business development opportunities to all of these low-ranking mech designers. We have confidence that your initial Carmen Mechs can become a part of our solution. Vase had no objections to this plan. He would benefit massively from it as the additional third-party participation would increase the overall value and desirability of his Carmen Mechs. If people knew that they would not remain stuck with the base model but could easily approach one of many independent mech workshops in order to upgrade their machine to their liking, then that would remove a major impediment towards early adoption. Of course, Vase did not intend to give up on designing more sophisticated Carmen Mechs at a later date, but all of that took precious time that was in short supply. The three mech designers moved on to thinking about what sort of Carmen Mech concept they should use as the initial starting point. You look as if you already have a plan. Jovi guessed. I do. I already thought about what I wanted to design for the third-class market. Although it is expressly targeted towards third-raters, I think its advantages should also appeal to second-raters and even first-raters. Vase began to pull a pair of draft designs that he had buried deep in the memory banks of his cranial implant. It was a set of 2 mech designs, both of which were supposed to work in concert. I call it the Swarm Project. It is a concept I came up with some time ago, but placed it on hold because I intended to design my first Karman mech later on. Now that our plans have changed, I might as well pull them out of the closet again. As you can see, it is based on the assumption that the majority of the people who will form a blood pact with the subordinate mech are essentially incompetent in terms of piloting skill and battlefield awareness. Without lengthy training, it is reckless to the extreme to dump them onto the battlefield and expect them to know what to do. These amateurs need a guiding hand, hence why the subordinate mechs must be led by specialized command mechs that are expressly designed to coordinate the frontline mechs they are assigned to supervise. The 2 mech designs couldn't look any more difficult. The commander model looked like a proper command-oriented mech. It was capable of fighting like a rifleman mech, but the design placed a lot of emphasis on the command and control modules mounted on the back. It did not take much guessing to assume that this model was not a Karman mech and had to be piloted by a professional mech pilot. An interesting quirk was that Vase had designed it with an alternating black and yellow striped color scheme. The true Karman mech was the subordinate model. It was a frontline mech that shared the same color scheme, but possessed a much more simplified design. Its frame possessed an insectoid shape rather than humanoid shape. By imitating the appearance of a wasp but with optional hardpoints instead of 3 pairs of legs, the subordinate model could adopt a range of modular configurations, all based on what people wanted to slot into the limb sockets. The default loadout that Vase had in mind was to slot a pair of ranged weapons into the forward modular arm sockets. There was no need to make use of articulating arms as that would increase the cost and piloting difficulty of the subordinate machine. Sure, it was incredibly limiting for Karman pilots to control a wasp mech that lacked actual limbs, but it didn't matter so long as it fought in aerial or space environments. If anyone wanted to pilot the subordinate mech on land, then they could simply slot 1 but more preferably 2 modular leg parts into the bottom 4 sockets. I can recognize the inherent versatility of this Karman mech. Jovi commented with interest. By using an insectal form as opposed to a humanoid form, it becomes much easier to treat the limbs as optional components. There is no mandatory requirement that the mech should come with a pair of arms and a pair of legs. There is also room for a 3rd set of limbs, thereby opening up more room for easy customization. As long as a large enough variety of socketable weapons and other gadgets became available, Karman mech pilots would have the freedom to slot whatever they wanted into these modular sockets. From physical shields to melee weapons, the modular mech platform could fulfill multiple different roles. The only caveat was that it had to conform to the insectal shape of the subordinate mech model. The insistence on sticking to an unorthodox insectal frame for the subordinate model would probably disgust a lot of potential customers, but Vase did not care. He had great confidence in the potential of this product. If wannabe Karman mech pilots desired to control a proper humanoid mech so badly, then they could wait until Vase designed such a mech at a later date. Chapter 6200 The Expanded Swarm Project. This is an interesting interpretation of a Karman mech. Professor Vector Loban uttered, "You have made numerous daring design choices. Can you clarify your reasoning for adopting an insectal shape for the subordinate model of your swarm project? I can recognize the obvious advantages in terms of modularity, but that alone is not enough to explain why you insist on making your first commercial Karman mech resemble a wasp." Vase smiled. "I have already shared the central premise of this mech concept to you earlier. All of the other mechs that I have designed as of late are targeted towards skilled and professional mech pilots. The Fei Fianna may be easier to pilot than a traditional drone mech, but it is not a machine that is suitable for beginners. The Ultimatum is a much more powerful and sophisticated heavy artillery mech than the norm. It can only reach its full potential when piloted by a highly skilled and experienced artillery mech specialist. What is your point?" "I'm getting there, Vector. What I wanted to convey is that since I am targeting a completely different audience this time, I can't copy my old design approach and need to start from scratch by taking my new target audience into account. I truly do not expect to see a lot of competence from the first Karman mech pilots to emerge. After all, we can't let them study in the Mech Academy for 10 years. If they have to be mobilized as soon as possible, then it is better to design the controls and limit the complexity of the subordinate mech to make them as dummy-proof as possible." "You are expecting the worst from your customers." "I do," Vase admitted. Unless your association is willing to heavily regulate who gets to pilot a Karman mech, I think a lot of accidents will occur when Karman pilots find out that controlling a real machine is very different from piloting a virtual mech that is heavily simplified and automated. He just happened to understand this difference a lot better than most people. He had piloted virtual mechs before in various virtual reality games during his childhood. He also completed multiple mastery experiences where he was able to witness multiple different professional mech pilots control their respective machines with great skill and judgment. Of course, Ryan Aiden was the obvious exception here, but Vase managed to make a lot of gains as well by watching the amateur self-trained dwarf fumble with his stolen human mech. He at least managed to gain more insight on what sort of factors strained a mech pilot that attempted to control a machine that was slightly beyond his level of competence. In short, Vase considered himself to be a small authority on the subject of piloting difficulty. After contemplating many different shapes for his initial Karman mechs, he believed that no other mech shape could match his needs as best as this one. Jovi recognized another angle to this approach. I recognize 3 additional advantages to this wasp mech concept. The unconventional wasp shape makes a clear separation from the virtual mechs that many amateurs have piloted in their mech simulation games. The probability that any Karman pilot has piloted an insectal mech of this type in the past is almost zero. This will allow the pilots to truly approach this duty with a fresh and less biased approach. The transhumanist mech designer looked skeptical. Those diehard mech fans won't shake their bad habits that easily. Wasp mech or not, they will still fall back to the same acquired instincts that have earned them a measure of success in their virtual reality games. It is better than nothing. Jovi shrugged. Another advantage to committing to the Swarm project is that we can temper the demand for Karman mechs in the beginning. While we want to reignite the optimism and enthusiasm of the general population, we do not want to cause major disruptions in our society by releasing a Karman mech that is too popular. A versatile humanoid mech design may definitely cause more harm than good in the short term. By releasing the Swarm project first, only the most desperate, fanatical and those who lack confidence in their own skills are prone to adopting this frontline mech first. The potential customers who desire to pilot a more advanced Karman mech should be willing to wait for a couple of years until a more premium option has become available. That happened to be an accurate description of Ves's product strategy for his Karman mechs. He wanted to start out by releasing a foolproof low-end budget module at the start. After that, he intended to expand his catalog of Karman mechs with mid-range and premium options over the next few years. A lot of mech companies actually tended to do the reverse. They introduced a mech based on fancy new technologies by releasing an overpriced device so that they could earn insane profit margins by catering to the impulsive needs of wealthy idiots. Only after the mech companies were done with fleecing the rich and gullible fools would they begin to release more sensibly priced products. The profit margins became smaller as the price got lower, but the expanding sales volume of more affordable products compensated for this dynamic. Vase actually missed out on a fantastic opportunity to earn a huge amount of profits by releasing a low-end product first. This was because he was not aiming to maximize his products. He was aiming for mass adoption. The original intention for the base version of the Karman system was to make mech piloting more accessible to humans. Vase wanted to create a proper first impression for his Karman mechs by making them cheap and accessible to the common folk. Of course, cheap was a relative term here. The price of a subordinate mech would still exceed that of a typical shuttle. It was only cheap for large organizations to buy the Karman mechs in bulk. The third advantage of the Swarm project is that it is quick in every way. Jovi continued, I can already tell from the draft design that its complexity will remain low regardless of tech level. When you think about it, the subordinate mech shares more similarities with fighter craft than mechs. They just have the option of slotting in additional arms. The simplicity of this design also makes it fast and easy to mass produce it under suboptimal conditions. Furthermore, the difficulty for Karman pilots to gain enough proficiency in the most basic modular configurations is low. It should only take a couple of months for these soldiers to learn enough not to crash into each other or commit friendly fire by accident. Of course, that does not clear them for independent operation, but I suppose that is why the command mech exists. Vase grinned. You hit the nail on the head. The reason why I felt it was necessary to add in a command mech was because I knew that a lot of people simply don't have the patience to go through 5 years of accelerated training or 10 years of proper training. By letting a mech pilot that knows his business make all of the important decisions, the Karman mech pilots don't have to worry about any of the big picture stuff. Their only job is to follow orders and fight on command, which is pretty easy because the subordinate model is expressly designed to possess the lowest possible skill ceiling in a flight-capable mech. The less moving parts, the less could go wrong. The Wasp form was ideal for fine-tuning the level of complexity that each individual mech pilot could handle. The less skilled and experienced Karman pilots could start by mounting just one weapon system in one of the 6 modular sockets. In order to avoid wasting the 5 remaining sockets, the pilot or his superior could choose to fill them up with defensive or auxiliary modules such as energy shield generators, ECM systems, communication arrays, space suppressors and more. Once the Karman pilot mastered the art of piloting the Wasp mech with just one weapon system, he could increase his agency on the battlefield by mounting a second weapon system in a socket. This could continue onwards until he or she reached the desired proportion of offensive power. There were also other ways to upgrade the subordinate mech as the Karman mech pilot outgrew the old configuration. The possible options ranged from increasing the thickness of the armor plating to adding living fey. This is a mech concept that is perfect for the third-class mech market. Vector Loban commented, however, translating the same concept to the second-class mech market may not work out as well. Second raters are not as humble as third raters. They will look down on piloting a wasp-shaped frontline mech. Vase crossed his arms. Then that is their business. I can only work on so many projects at a time. They can wait until I release a humanoid Karman mech like their third-class counterparts. Besides, if you are really concerned about this problem, then your association can impose a demand that they acquire training certifications. That proves they are competent enough to pilot anything more complex than a frontline mech. That is an interesting suggestion. We will take it under advisement. Our association will have to draft an extensive set of legislation around Karman mechs alone. First raters will be especially difficult to please. The notion that they must condescend to piloting simplified versions of mechs is an insult to them. They will demand that we supply them with a Karman version of a proper first-class multipurpose mech. Vase rolled his eyes. I am not ready to design a big mech like that. Also, first-class mech pilots have to meet a punishing amount of requirements in order to earn the qualifications to make use of those bad boys. Their genetic aptitudes have to be either A or B, and they need to cram a huge amount of knowledge in their heads. Then they also have to practice their skills until they have reached excellent proficiency in the use of at least 24 weapon systems and a bunch of auxiliary modules. How can first-class norms possibly cram 15 years worth of high-intensity training in just a few months? It's not possible. Jovi plainly stated, the virtual mechs that first raters have purportedly mastered through years of gaming are nothing compared to the real thing. The degree of automation and simplification of those advanced mechs are by far the highest. Even if you release a first-class multipurpose Karman mech tomorrow, our association will never permit amateurs to recklessly play around them. Their energy levels are too high. Their ordnance is too destructive. Professional training is mandatory in order to legally pilot any first-class mech. As far as we are concerned, this rule should be extended to first-class Karman mechs as well. If that was the case, then there was enough justification for a first-class variant of the subordinate mech to exist. There were definitely a lot of busy and impatient mech fanatics among the first raters. Vase was not afraid that no one would bite. After a bit more discussion, the three mutually agreed to go ahead with the expanded version of the Swarm project. Vase had cleared out most of his design schedule in favor of spending most of his time on this expansive and ambitious rush job. Aside from his existing commitments to the Amaranto Mark III project, the Riot Mark III project and a few other minor obligations, there were no other design projects that could distract him from designing his first proper set of Karman mechs. I take it that the two of you intend to participate in the Swarm project. Vase said, we would be happy to help if you are willing to have us. Jovi said with a smile. It is a great honor to be able to work on the very first public Karman mech. Our names will be in the history books. That said, if you prefer to work with master mech designers, you can say so. I can check whether they are available and willing to collaborate with you on this unprecedented design project. That won't be necessary, Jovi. I want to retain as much control over this project as possible. I don't mind too much about letting other highly competent mech designers take the lead in subsequent Karman mech designs, but the first one has to be a strong representation of my work and my design philosophy. It will serve as the base and the starting point for a brand new category of mechs. Chapter 6201 Teetering on the edge of the abyss. Now that Vase and the two mechers had formed an extensive plan about rushing Karman mechs to the market, they were finally ready to move on to discussing other matters. The Red Tide offensive was so all-encompassing that a lot of stuff had irrevocably changed. It became increasingly more difficult to get back to the old status quo of the age of mechs. One of the more important developments was the founding of the Red Collective. Vase initially thought that the bigwigs wanted to delay this initiative and put it on the backburner while people invested most of their time and effort into stopping the alien invasion. He was wrong. The higher-ups had a different plan in mind. Jovi explained the situation to Vase in a stern tone. The founding of the Red Collective must not be delayed. It cannot be delayed. We have made a collective promise to the masses at the end of the public inquiry. Our credibility will be damaged and our commitment to this initiative will come into question if there is any delay. So who will lead the interim leadership council now that the evolution which is busy fighting the good fight? You. Me. Vase blinked. Yes, you. Why do you think your seat is situated next to the main throne? It is a signal that in the event that the chief counselor is unavailable, you have already received her blessing to take over a part of her responsibilities. You are expected to chair all of the remaining sessions and lead them in good order. You are the final arbiter of all discussions. Wait, you're serious? You actually want me to preside over the council sessions that will determine the structure and the policies of one of the most powerful human organizations to exist in the Red Ocean? Jovi smiled at Vase. This is not a decision that we have made on a whim, Vase. Your conduct in the previous council sessions has met our standards. You have also proven yourself to be a leader that is ready to assume greater responsibilities. Besides, no one expects you to shoulder all of the politicking, negotiations and law-making expected from this office. The Evolution Witch's staff will continue to conduct this work according to her existing vision. You will mostly serve as a figurehead if you will. You still have the power to make your own decisions, but you must be certain that they fall within acceptable boundaries. The survivalist did not explain what acceptable boundaries entailed, but Vase understood the gist of it. He was not allowed to change anything that was highly consequential, but he could probably get away with tweaking a few minor details in his favor. You guys trust me that much, huh? Well, as long as the additional workload is not too great, I am not opposed to chairing the meetings in the continued absence of Her Holiness. I have talked to her enough times to understand her overall goals and priorities. Vector Loban grinned. You have earned the trust and support of the transhumanist faction. Master Dervidian and other allies will support your decisions. It is not a catastrophe if you make a decision that the Evolution Witch disagrees with. As long as the matter is not too serious, she will not care too much. The Evolution Witch has made plenty of mistakes during her career, some of which could have ended her career in life. She recognizes that no one is perfect and that no one can be correct all of the time. As long as the overall trend remains optimistic, then all remains well. Vase had no illusions that he could shape the Red Collective completely according to his own ideas. A lot of stakeholders had a vested interest in the new super-organization. Far too many big players would object if the Red Collective excessively favored one group of people over another. The entire setup of the Interim Leadership Council was based around consensus. A proposal could only make it through the session by obtaining broad majority support. That said, becoming the Evolution Witch's substitute was not an entirely symbolic move. It was the clearest expression of the Evolution Witch's trust and backing towards Vase. That should help a lot with deterring people from stirring up trouble against him. Nobody wanted to earn a rebuke from a god pilot. By the way, this change means that you are officially promoted from a counselor to a deputy chief counselor. This is a substantial rise in status. When the Red Collective is ready to start its operations, your position in the Interim Leadership Council will probably transition into a more permanent office that is of equal or slightly lesser weight. You can consider this as a reward for proposing the Red Collective and serving as a good steward in the council sessions. In other words, Vase better not mess up in his capacity as the deputy chief counselor. If he botched this job, then he could kiss his powerful and influential office in the Red Collective goodbye. Though Vase was reluctant to assume a lot of heavy responsibilities when the Red Collective started to execute its mandate, he was even more reluctant to let go of all of the power that this position entailed. Becoming a big shot in the Red Collective was almost equivalent to getting promoted to the rank of Admiral in the Red Fleet. If Vase was afraid of getting bogged down with too much paperwork, then he would do as he had always done and hire enough assistants and subordinates to do all of the actual work on his behalf. As long as he checked in from time to make sure his minions did not secretly abuse his trust, everything should proceed normally, hopefully. At worst, The Red Collective would just get tired of his antics and kick him from his office so that a more serious administrator could take over. That was fine with Vase. He was a mech designer first and foremost. He had no time to waste on power plays and convoluted political schemes that comprised the workload of those who lived for this exclusive game. "I'll do it," Vase confirmed. "I will agree to exercise the responsibilities of a deputy chief counselors and herd all of the remaining unruly cats of the interim leadership council." "Good. You will hear from us later. As promised, we will continue to undertake much of the work. Your only job aside from presiding over the meetings is to receive our period reports that summarizes the most important developments related to the Red Collective. We will not demand you to do more than that, as it would be counterproductive for us to keep you away from the design lab for too long. Your swarm project takes precedence over everything. That is good to know." Even the Red Association acknowledged that mech designers should not split their attention on too many side activities. As the meeting was about to wrap up, Vase asked one more question about the war effort. "Be honest, with the information available to you, how likely do you think we will be able to hold onto the border regions?" Neither Jovi nor Vector maintained a happy expression, which was already an answer in itself. Jovi sighed. "As we have mentioned before, our overall defensive strategy amounts to delaying actions. We try to make a stand at many different fortified star systems not because we think we can hold on to them, but because they can force our enemies to waste more time in breaching them. The fall of the first defensive band is imminent. The second defensive band will fall by the end of the month. The third to fifth bands will hopefully hold for at least a year, but they may not last for more than 3 months. That sounds terrible. In a fight with even numbers, we are confident we can thrash the native aliens. The issue is that war is never fair. The Red Cabal has successfully managed to mobilize a larger proportion of the military machine of the major alien races. Even then, we loosely estimate that well over 60% of native alien warships have never budged from alien space. Also take into account that our enemies can still raise more warfleets with relative ease. Their manpower pool is practically endless, and they can produce more phase fighters and warships with their vast industrial capacity. This is how badly we are outnumbered. If just 40% or so of their standing navies can push us to extinction, how the hell do you expect us to hold on to any part of the border regions, especially now that we lost access to Bridgehead 1? Vector Loban replied this time. We already gave you the answer to that as well, Vase. Our size limits the scope of human industry. Our manpower pool is tiny compared to that of the enemy. Our technological development is one of our strengths, but not even our star designers can come up with a killer weapon that allows us to annihilate all hostile forces with a single move. That can only be done by relying on the only trait of our race that is theoretical unlimited. It did not take much guessing what the answer may be. Human potential. Exactly. The transhumanist grinned. Our faction exists because there are mechers that believe wholeheartedly that we must put more emphasis on human evolution as opposed to obsessing about mechs alone. Right now, the god pilots stationed at the front are hopping from star system to star system in an effort to destroy every concentration of enemy forces they come across. That is how we are barely able to hold on for the time being. All 5 defensive bands would fall within just a single month without their enormous contributions. How could red humanity be driven to this point? The regular and irregular military forces of human civilization were completely incapable of holding the line against the native alien threat. Humans had fallen far from their previous dominant position where the mobilization of any god pilot was completely unnecessary to defeat any single alien polity in the Milky Way. So let me get this straight, Vector. We will all get wiped out within a couple of years if not a single peak ace pilot manages to break through during the current offensive, is that right? The transhumanist liaison stiffly nodded. We are all pining for a miracle. You should already possess a basic understanding of the terror of the road to no return. It is no exaggeration to claim that peak ace pilots such as the Mace of Retaliation face certain death if they attempt to initiate the mech-body merger process today. If the 5th defensive band is getting close to being overrun, most peak ace pilots will initiate the process, hoping that the desperate circumstances and overwhelming need for strength may offer them the tiniest glimpse of salvation. This was undoubtedly an act of extreme desperation. Peak ace pilots were indispensable champions on the battlefield. They may be a lot weaker than god pilots, but they were far more numerous. Red humanity relied on this exalted group to counter most phase whales and phase lords that took part in the offensive. If all of these peak ace pilots perished on the road to no return at the same time, then Red humanity was no longer able to keep so many enemy phase leaders at bay. The fall of the human race in the new frontier became an unstoppable trend at that point. Do you understand now why we cannot give a damn about many matters anymore, Vase? Jovi asked. Yes, you guys have done a good job at enlightening me. I never realized how closely we were teetering on the edge of the abyss. Even if we have a few more reasons to be more optimistic about the future, this is irrelevant if we cannot last through the present. Chapter 6202 The Egocentric Saint. I have heard our guest is more eccentric than most of his kind. You do not know the half of it. The saint assigned to defend our fortified star system has proven to be uniquely abrasive. His unique personal quirks and obsessions has led him to develop a particularly delusional perspective on reality. Please do not take offense, even if he denigrates your intelligence, your personhood and your humanity. It is not that he lacks understanding how insulting he comes across, but, when you believe with all your heart that you are the only human in this plane of existence that is real, then you will develop a natural contempt towards those who you consider to be false existences. What? The staff officer tried his best to maintain a professional expression. It is a consequence of combining a childhood obsession with suffering an accident while piloting a mech with an enhanced and frankly dangerous neural interface. Most pilots would have died or suffering lifelong crippling brain injuries after such an ordeal. Our guest defied the odds and managed to break through under these adverse circumstances. Ever since then, he has continued to immerse himself in the delusions that has often served him well. The fact that he managed to reach the limit of what an ace pilot can be is unquestionable proof of his success. With an attitude that can be summed up as, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, everyone else has decided to try their best to tolerate his eccentricities, even if it has led to broken friendships and profound questions about whether we are real or simply fictional characters created for the sole purpose of enriching the narrative around the protagonist. The expert pilot struggled to understand that last sentence. Do not think too hard about it. Your additional responsibilities are to accompany him and compel him to take targeted action according to our strategic directives and your best judgment. You can do so by specifically wording your instructions to him. You will understand what I mean by that when you have earned his recognition as a slightly more important false existence. Is this saint truly as bad as you say? Eddie frowned as he could not entirely wrap his mind around how an ace pilot was allowed to flagrantly disrespect other humans. Even if he harbors contempt towards us all, shouldn't he be able to mask his callousness with a polite and professional demeanor? He is a peak ace pilot. The staff officer emphasized. Becoming a god pilot is within his reach. At this junction, saints such as him will do everything possible to increase their chances of surviving the road of no return. One of the assumptions is that pilots have a better chance of breaking through if they speak and act completely according to their true selves. Any form of falsehoods and insincerity will cause the pilot to move away from his most ideal self. That will always lead to a deterioration in breakthrough chances. Therefore, it is more crucial than before that you judge him according to his actions as opposed to his words. As long as he is fighting against the right enemies, you must do your best to rein in your pride. I am a fighter. I can take it. This is not the first time that I have been forced to work alongside an egotistical maniac. To be able to evolve to this extent, I have endured many trials. A blow to my self-esteem is the least of my concerns. I can distinguish between allies and enemies. Good man, hold on to that thought and think of nothing else. No matter what, do not indulge in any desire to kill or harm our guest. There have been incidents in the past when the unrestrained hostility that others have directed towards him has caused them to register as hostile in his peculiar friend or foe identification system. He knows better than to resort to lethal options right away, but the well has been poisoned by then. We cannot allow this to happen. Any problem that results in a reduction in combat performance will not only contribute to the fall of this strategic location, but will also multiply the pressure on the neighboring star system. At worst, a blunder during this sensitive time may spark a domino effect where the aliens gain more and more momentum as they continue to topple our faltering strongholds. Venerable Eddie Kulask schooled his expression. I will do my best to control myself. Time passed by as the mech forces stationed in the star system loaded into different carrier vessels. The current site did not require as much protection at this time. It was located in the 4th defensive band, which had yet to become exposed to unrelenting alien aggression. The risk that the aliens learned about the current movements and took advantage of the weakened defenses was not small, but the military commanders thought this was a worthwhile risk to take. There were many locations in the first and second defensive bands that had already been breached or became unsalvageable within a week. The situation was far more dire than the planners had anticipated. The strategists accounted for the fall of the first defensive band, but they underestimated the scale and ferocity of the alien offensive. The second defensive band should have lasted a lot longer. Now, the accelerated fall of both defensive bands threatened to disrupt the defensive strategy chosen by the leaders of Red Humanity. The higher-ups hastily initiated a grand shuffle. A lot of mech forces stationed in the rear of human space had previously held off on participating in the war. That was no longer permissible. In these dire times, groups that refused to contribute to the war effort in a meaningful way were not allowed to exist anymore. The major powers collectively declared a state of emergency across human space. Martial law came into effect in many regions, and even the most peaceful areas needed to get more serious about supporting the war effort. A lot of second-echelon forces were hastily being reassigned to the front. The 5th Defensive Band was due to receive a lot of reinforcements over the following month. That enabled the more combat-ready troops in the 5th to shuttle to the 4th. Those stationed in the 4th moved on to the 3rd, which meant that Venerable Eddie Kulask and his soldiers in the star system were about to dive headlong into the fighting, as the native aliens had already begun to attack numerous strategic locations in the middle band. The aliens clearly sought to prevent humanity from pushing the offensive back and save the 1st and 2nd defensive bands. They also aimed to soften up the 3rd defensive band and lay the groundwork of a nigh unstoppable wave of attacks. Venerable Eddie Kulask knew what he was getting into when headquarters urgently tasked them to reinforce a more forward position. The native aliens never invaded a star system without making sure they enjoyed a numerical advantage. They also sent out phase lords whenever there were enough indications that a god pilot was unlikely to take them all by surprise. The expert pilot inwardly sighed when he thought about the people who had reached the apex of his profession. Every pilot yearned to become a god, but few ever managed to make it to the end. Eddie still had a few years left to break through to the rank of ace pilot, but it would take far too long for him to step onto the road of no return, if he managed to survive up to that point. Eddie Kulask understood that this was not his time yet. That honor went to the existing god pilots who were doing their utmost to slow down the alien advance, as well as the peak ace pilots who had the potential to achieve greatness in the not-so-distant future. He's arrived. Many people in the star system awaited the arrival of their newly assigned protector and champion with bated breath. The capital carrier ship that transported the peak ace pilot looked uncommonly plain and unpretentious. The design clearly emphasized function over form, to the point where the shipbuilders had added and removed a huge collection of modular compartments and systems without putting any thought towards aesthetics. The surface of the hull was uncoated gunmetal gray. The exterior depicted many different variations in hue, revealing the many different alloys used to construct and upgrade the ship. The only decorative aspect about the fleet carrier was her name, which the owner emblazoned in the side with illuminated white letters as if he was afraid that people would mistake the ship for another hull. Insert ship name here. Wait, did the guy who was supposed to name the ship forgot to input an actual name, causing the shipbuilding company to mistakenly print out this instruction? No, it is not an accident or an oversight that caused so many laughs that people decided to embrace this joke. It is a deliberate choice. The ace pilot had to present his arguments to many different people before they finally realized that he was being utterly serious. A man with a naming scheme as bad as this was doubtlessly not right in the head. The vessel that was creatively named the insert ship name here, yes, the all caps were mandatory, eventually approached the rest of the reinforcement fleet and took her place in the center as she deserved. In line with a prior agreement, Venerable Eddie Kulask and his high-tier expert mech transferred to the insert ship name here so that they could remain close to the most powerful champion of the reinforcement fleet. As expert mech touched down in the hangar bay, Eddie hopped out of the cockpit and spoke with the chief technician about maintenance-related issues. He is training, the chief technician responded. In fact, if he is not obliged to do anything else, you can often find him in one of his many training rooms. You can follow the projected line to reach his current location. Do not be afraid to speak your mind. It is better if you can be as direct as possible. Our superior hates long and convoluted discussions. Thank you for your advice. It is my pleasure to serve you, Venerable. Eddie did not bother to change out his piloting suit as he followed a projected line that only he could see. It threaded through all of the corridors and ultimately led to a large but extremely solitary training chamber. The sight that greeted him took him aback for a moment. The unmistakable form of the peak ace pilot that many people looked up to was engaged in a bizarre training ritual. He was running on a treadmill while at the same time lifting weights with both of his arms. He was also conducting a complicated higher math test, showing that the peak ace pilot was determined to exercise his mind as well. As Eddie slowly strode forth, the much more powerful ace pilot did not suspend his activities in order to greet the new arrival. He merrily persisted in his multifaceted training approach, which was so intense that ordinary humans could never imitate this method without destroying themselves. Having been warned in advance on how he should behave, Eddie did not wait for a greeting that would never come, but instead presented himself in plain words. "I am Eddie Kulask. I have been assigned to accompany you and convey the instructions of my superiors. If you do not object, I will endeavor to stay by your side on and off the battlefield, Saint Kamen." Saint Ryder Kamen finally deigned to stare in Eddie's direction, but only for a second. Level 47. They finally sent me a faction NPC that can issue high-level missions to me. I can finally get back to earning serious XP, especially now that I am about to grind lots of high-level aliens. By the way, you are glitching. That happens from time to time. Can't you see the glowing title above my name? Eddie looked confused for a moment. What was the ace pilot talking about? There were no letters of any kind floating above the saint's head. The ace pilot snorted. The AI of this game is as cheap as ever. Call me by my title. I worked hard for it in order to earn the perks that I have long been waiting to acquire. If you don't recognize it, then that means that I am clearly affected by a bug. I cannot afford to lose these unique advantages. Tell me who I am, NPC. You are the gamer. Chapter 6203. The poor saint all seemed lost as death and destruction unfolded before the eyes of the defenders. When the Red Tide offensive swept across the border regions like an unstoppable force, a lot of defenders struggled to keep their head above water. The most intense and destructive battles took place in the upper zones. Though relatively small, the upper zones served as critical territories to red humanity as these regions happened to be abundant in phase water or other rare exotics. The Red 2 and the first-rate colonial superstates often stationed large quantities of their own standing forces at these strategically important locations. The middle zones were much larger and more expansive. They formed the backbone of human-occupied space as far as people were concerned. Although many of the mechs stationed in the middle zones could not compete against first-class multipurpose mechs, they were much cheaper and easier to mass-produce in vast quantities. Second-class mechs hit the sweet spot between affordability and combat power. They were the most suitable choice to defend large swaths of territories of moderate value and importance. Pilots of this class might not enjoy the best training and augmentations, but they arguably possessed the greatest control over their own futures. If they were afraid of hardship, they could attend a more relaxed mech academy and graduate to become a second-echelon combatant. Those that aspired for greatness could work a lot harder to attend the most prestigious second-class mech academies and apply for frontline combat duties once they started their careers. Success cases such as the famous Destroyer of Worlds proved that there was a pathway for second-raters to ultimately ascend to the rank of God Pilot. If the probabilities were extremely slim, the existence of a tiny opening was enough to motivate countless second-class mech pilots. In comparison to the glamorous upper zones and the respectable middle zones, many people never paid any attention to the lower zones. The word lower already possessed negative connotations. Attaching it to a zone instantly caused the entire region to degrade in the eyes of many first-raters and second-raters. It was as if every lower zone was not only devoid of valuable resources that could enable red humanity to compete against the powerful native aliens, but also possessed a degenerate atmosphere that could corrupt any superior being that traveled in the wrong direction. Unlike second-raters who had a chance of getting promoted into first-raters, third-raters possessed virtually no chance of reaching the top of human society. They not only needed to perform above and beyond their distressing lack of quality augmentations to become a second-rater, but had to work even harder to earn the recognition of first-raters. This was practically not doable in any person's lifetime. The only example that people could point to in recent times was the famous Devil Tongue, but most third-raters had come to despise him and reject his credentials as a third-rater. Professor Larkinson, isn't he the mech designer who claimed to start off as a humble citizen of the Bright Republic, only to neglect to share that his mother was a centuries-old monster who wielded power like a god back in her heyday? This guy is anything but a grassroots success story. The only reason why he got to live in the Terran Alliance is because he is pampered by his mother. He was a fallen first rater who only recently managed to return to where he belonged. The gulf between first raters and third raters was immense. This was reflected in many ways. The lower zones occupied the largest amount of space, but received the lowest investments. This was because most of the star systems in the lower zones lacked value to the powerful and prosperous groups. It only made economic sense for third raters to occupy and develop the terribly poor star systems of the lower zones. Third raters were numerous but cheap. They spread across the lower zones like cockroaches claiming the dark and unpleasant regions of space. The space peasants attracted so much contempt from everyone that even the aliens looked down on them. They too discovered how the colonists of the lower zones were laughably weak. This worked well for the third raters, strangely enough. The major alien races looked down on the lower zones so much that none of them found it worthwhile to dispatch their own fleets to these filthy regions. Instead, the Red Cabal had relegated the necessary but tedious job of invading the lower zones to the lesser alien races. Of course, that did not mean that third-class mech forces had an easy time. The lesser alien races came in all sorts of shapes and sizes. Their naval doctrines were incredibly varied and their ships were constructed in many different ways. Developing in a galaxy dominated by the 13 major alien races may have caused every civilization to conform to a set of common rules and standards, but that did not reduce the sheer diversity between lesser alien races. Whatever the case, they might not pose a threat against the major alien races, but they were often more than a match against third-class mech forces. We have lost our left flank. Those alien phase fighters are tearing through troops from the side. Our center line is holding out for now, but will collapse if the flanks go. We cannot afford to lose any further ground. Where are the reinforcements? We have already sent out the last reserves 5 minutes ago, sir. There is nothing left. We even sent out the damaged mechs that were waiting for repairs. It may not matter anyway. The alien species that dispatched this fleet are clearly not doing their best. A fifth of their warships are maintaining their distance and acting as a strategic reserve. Our defenses are obviously not worth the effort for them to go all out. How are mechs holding out against the alien phase fighters? If there are no external factors intervening in this fight, then our third-class mechs will get crushed without question. Only our expert mechs are able to pose a serious threat against the opposing phase fighters. It is increasingly clear to us that the alien small craft are treating this fight as a training opportunity. According to our best projections, we can only eliminate up to 20% of their small craft at most. The officer clenched his fist in anger. Why are these aliens sent to a lower zone like ours? The technologies mastered by this species are not that impressive. They are no match against second-class mech forces. The only reason why they are thrashing us is because they have access to enough phase water to add it to all of their military assets, if only to a small extent. That makes it so that they are too weak against second raters but too strong against third raters. The aliens did not adhere to a strict division of class and power level, so strange cases like these happened on occasion. The leaders at the top didn't care. The Red 2 formed a few fast response squadrons that patrolled the lower zone and took action whenever an alien force appeared that displayed strength beyond the norm. However, there were too few of them to cover the entire lower zone. The descriptor of fast response could only be treated as an aspiration, as the mechers and fleeters all too often only arrived when the aliens had crushed all human resistance in a star system. Most third raters who fought in the border regions knew better than to rely on the high and mighty first raters to bail them out of an unfair fight. The aliens did not play by the rules, and only sent out their more incompetent vassals to the lower zones because they did not want to be bothered with conquering large stretches of worthless space. We are on our own, the commanding officer concluded in resignation. Our mechs are completely within the grasp of the aliens. Once our enemies finally tire of this game, our orbital defenses will not last long against these foes. Their transphasic attacks can rip through our thick alloy plating like nothing. The only satisfaction we can gain from this fight is to play hide and seek with the aliens by tunneling deep underground. Transphasic weapons have limits and cannot possibly penetrate kilometers worth of soil. Those of us who have survived up to that point won't be able to live comfortable lives, but the aliens won't be able to control this planet with confidence. Just as the commander was about to order a partial retreat and evacuation, a sudden development took place. Sir, our sensor network has detected the approach of a strong source of emissions. If this newcomer is a solitary ship, then the power she has at her disposal is far greater than our own starships. Have reinforcements arrived? We have not received any messages that indicate that this is the case. There are many forces passing through the lower zones in order to reach another middle zone or upper zone. This approaching ship may be one of them, sir. Probability that she is alien in origin? Unlikely. Our sensors have observed enough data to distinguish between human and alien warp drives. The former has numerous improvements that cause them to produce slightly different readings. Then transmit an urgent request for help. Whether the newcomers is aware of our plight or not, let there be no ambiguity about our situation. The native aliens apparently made the same discovery as well, because their offensive rhythm instantly rose. The alien phase fighters ceased to tangle against the third-class mechs in a contest of skill. The pilots no longer reduced the firepower of their lethal transphasic energy cannons and began to launch attacks that could easily spear through multiple layers of armor at once. The casualty rate grew enormously, and thousands of third-class mech pilots with each passing minute. If not for the fact that it was so cheap and easy to station lots of third-class mechs and mech pilots in a fixed location, the sheer amount of losses would have gutted the defenses of this fortified planet. Then, the newcomer finally appeared. When the distortion produced by warp travel and other sources of interference cleared up, both sides were taken aback by what they detected. That is not a ship. It's a mech, no, a second-class mech. I recognize this machine. That is the famous Robin Hood. You mean the ace mech of the Popper. The Robin Hood possessed an iconic appearance that made the machine look cheaper and shabbier compared to the most impressive first-class ace mechs utilized by peak ace pilots. It even looked a bit underwhelming compared to many second-class ace mechs. Nonetheless, the sight of this single machine inspired a lot of hope among the soldiers. Those who knew the reputation of this famously eccentric ace pilot even started to look forward to what was about to happen next. Soldiers of this lower zone, rejoice, for I shall infuse you with strength that can help you win. All of a sudden, every mech on the battlefield experienced a transformation unlike anything their pilots had ever witnessed. A grand but intimately friendly power took hold of their machines, and seemed to amplify their performance to such an insane degree that not a single pilot possessed any comprehension of how much had changed. When the mechs began to fight under the effect of the Robin Hood's insane command field, their pilots and the people stationed in the rear all dropped their jaws as they witnessed the updated performance of the boosted machines. The attacks of the third-class mechs ripped through the transphasic energy shields as well as the frames of the enemy phase fighters as if they were as permeable as air. Many more mechs opened fire with their rifles and found that they were able to core every phase fighter that they previously struggled to damage. This is exhilarating. Ha ha ha, it's not so nice to be on the receiving end of overpowered attacks now, you alien bastards. The melee mech pilots became even more excited as they experienced their own improvements firsthand. Their mechs flew many times faster, so much so that if not for the assistance provided by the mysterious command field, the pilots would have gotten overwhelmed by the excessive speeds they reached. When the melee mechs easily caught up to the phase fighters that usually flew fast enough to outspeed any third-class mech, the sword and spear strikes easily shattered the transphasic energy shields and tore through the fuselages with just as much ease. The performance of my mech has almost reached the standards of a first-class mech. This is insane. My machine should have fallen apart long before it is able to perform at such an extreme level. Who cares? Enjoy it while you can. It was not just the enemy phase fighters that became as vulnerable as piglets in front of the empowered mechs. The much larger and more threatening alien warships also faltered under the attacks of thousands of vengeful third-class mechs. The pilots all took advantage of the incredible power boost provided by the Robin Hood and eagerly took revenge against the alien species that thought they could treat the defenders as practice dummies. In the meantime, the Robin Hood did nothing more. It had symbolically fired its energy crossbow at the thrusters of the alien flagship, thereby preventing the vessel from slipping away, but other than that, the second-class ace mech appeared content to let the mechs under its influence do all of the work. St. Robert Richardson smirked as he sat inside the cockpit of his ace mech. The peak ace pilot knew that many of his peers looked down on him for taking pity on the third-raters, but he felt differently. The third-raters were worth saving. Their limited wealth and means could not spoil the strengths of their hearts. They only needed an opportunity to prove they were better than the snooty first-raters that looked down on everyone else from their ivory towers. Chapter 6204 The loser Saint Phineas Murray was a loser. There was no other way to describe it. For all of his success in piloting mechs, he had come no closer to fulfilling his most cherished goals. It was a good thing that Saint Phineas was no stranger to hardship. Every peak ace pilot possessed his or her own story. The narrative that could be spun from the life of a pilot that had the potential to become a god could make for a thrilling read. Phineas did not think his tale deserved to earn the appreciation of others. Not yet. This was because he had yet to make any progress in completing his great mission. As a member of the transhumanist faction, Phineas enjoyed the rare pleasure of befriending the most impressive human to have been born in reality. Though many people disputed over whether he was truly the best specimen of the human race of all time, there was no shred of doubt in Phineas Murray's mind that the chosen human deserved all the recognition and more. Phineas still felt as if he was dreaming when he met with Divine Hussein Albedo the first few times. Even after years of working together to preserve the essence of the human race and prevent humanity from degenerating into genetic freaks, Phineas still felt deeply undeserving to receive the chosen human's attention, let alone respect. We became friends anyway. The public mistakenly thought that the chosen human was so spoiled and elitist that he looked down on everyone else. That was a mistake. Perhaps there may be a kernel of truth about this impression, but Phineas always believed that the chosen human only treated humans with less respect because it was seriously questionable whether those people could still be classified as humans. The chosen human was a racist, and that was a good thing. The legendary god pilot believed with all of his heart that the human race in its purest form possessed endless potential. Augmentations, particularly the kind that modified one's very own genes, only diminished people's humanity and caused them to go further and further astray. Though Phineas was not as committed to this extreme standpoint, the chosen human had always stood by this belief as he led the transhumanist faction in the Milky Way with a firm hand. Biotech researchers had a tendency to go out of control and engage in all sorts of illegal and gruesome experiments if left unchecked. This was why the transhumanist faction had always acted as a yoke around the biotechs that constantly sought to push the limits, if only to satisfy their curiosity. When the Red Ocean opened up, the chosen human understood quite well that his ability to restrain the biotech researchers over at the new frontier was a lot more limited. He needed to transfer a trusted confidant with plenty of strength of his own in order to act as an agent and convey the will of the leader. Saint Phineas Murray was that person. Though he loathed the assignment that would take him away from perfection incarnate, the chosen human's will could not be defied. "I need you there, my friend." The radiantly glowing human with absolutely perfect proportions spoke to the ace pilot in person at the time. "I have already received notification that the evolution which is ready to relocate to the Red Ocean, possibly on a permanent basis. Her intentions are obvious, especially when she is taking along many of her sycophants. So many of her fellow radicals are representing our faction in the new frontier that very few people are left in the faction branch that holds my trust. None of them can stand up to Miyazaki. They will fold like a house of cards. I need a human who can issue my directives to her without being reduced to a gibbering fool." Phineas was familiar with the problem case known as the evolution witch. Ever since she explosively rose into power, she had been stirring trouble every chance she got. The transhumanist faction had turned increasingly more divided as acrimonious debates took place between the supporters of different sides. The evolution witch was single-handedly responsible for increasing the influence of members of the transhumanist faction that favored the ideology of posthumanism. She had become such a problem to the traditionalists within the faction that they even attempted to smear the female god pilot by calling her the human biodisaster. In hindsight, that game plan backfired. The evolution witch not only embraced her second moniker, but also used it as a badge of honor, as if there was something to be proud of by recklessly playing with genes and causing untold biological hazards. "I am honored that you chose me to be your voice in the new galaxy, but the evolution witch might not treat me with any greater respect." The chosen human placed his sacred hand on the ace pilot's shoulders. Phineas instantly felt as if he was being blessed with the purest power that a human could produce. If he was not already a peak ace pilot, his resonance strength may have grown by a few dozen lavares. "You carry my mark, so she will treat you with decorum, because doing otherwise is an insult towards myself. Even Miyazaki does not wish to cause an incident that gives me enough of an excuse to enter the Red Ocean and reprimand her in person. Do you understand your purpose?" "I do. I will endeavor to do my best to monitor and restrain the evolution witch." He didn't care. Phineas was there to lay down the law. In the initial years, Saint Phineas indeed managed to maintain a good grip on the transhumanists in the Red Ocean. When Phineas transferred to the Red Ocean and effectively took charge of the branch of the transhumanist faction over there, he was not greeted with enthusiasm. Sure, The radicals who wanted to escape the stifling atmosphere of the old galaxy constantly tried to exploit loopholes and evade proper supervision, but the staff working under Phineas were sharp enough to catch these attempts. All went well during this period. Then the Great Severing occurred. Of the many catastrophic changes that took place when red humanity found itself cut off from original humanity, Phineas believed that the evolution witch's takeover ranked among the worst. Far too many people dismissed his claims as fear-mongering, but Phineas had tangled with Miyazaki enough times to understand that she was an all-out beast on the inside. From today onwards, the transhumanist faction of the Red MTA is under new management. That was all she needed to say before her lackeys initiated their coup and took over all of the institutions of the transhumanist faction. None of the traditionalists under St. Phineas Murray's command dared to offer any resistance. After all, the chosen human was 50 million light-years away, while the evolution witch was right next door. Ever since then, the transhumanist faction degenerated into a haven for biotech researchers who had long sought to exceed the limits of what it meant to be a human. With the evolution witch's explicit blessing, much of the chosen human's overly restrained policies went out the window. In their place came a whole new set of rules that sounded so permissive that the Mechers were openly allowed to experiment on humans with only the flimsiest of excuses. Perhaps Phineas was exaggerating a bit, but in his impression, the transhumanist faction had turned from a preserver of human integrity to one of its greatest threats. Alas, who wanted to listen to a confidant of a god pilot that was so far away that he might as well not exist anymore? Any ordinary person would have given in to despair and given up the noble struggle. Indeed, as the Age of Dawn entered its third year, Phineas watched with disappointment as more and more transhumanists who previously earned his appreciation changed their ideologies and joined up with the radicals. The remaining traditionalists had been reduced to pariahs who wielded zero power and influence. This caused Phineas to feel more than ever that he had failed to live up to the trust and expectation of the chosen human. Was there a realistic way for him to resist the evolution witch's takeover? Perhaps, if he had been sharper and more willing to seek outside help, then he could have met with a number of god pilots and convinced them to force the human biodisaster into a compromise. It was too late for that now. Miyazaki had entrenched herself in the transhumanist faction so much that it was too difficult for outsiders to interfere with her private dominion. Seeing that there was nothing left that Phineas could do inside the faction, he began to think about seeking absolution outside of its confines. His logic was simple. The main reason why the evolution witch is allowed to get away with her radical policies is because our civilization is driven to the brink of desperation by the alien races. The native aliens posed a huge threat towards red humanity. Until this cause had been dealt with, there was no political basis in reigning in the second biodisaster. Phineas had thought long and hard on how to attain an unlikely turnaround. It was thinking about the second moniker that the traditionalists had, successfully, slapped onto Miyazaki that he gained an epiphany that changed his entire life. For all of her many faults, the evolution witch undeniably succeeded. What makes her so strong? What allows her to become a god pilot while I am still hindered by my bottleneck? His epiphany gave him a brilliant solution that allowed him to hit two birds with a single stone. The biggest issue was that it was so crazy that he doubted whether any radical or traditionalists would support his scheme. This was why he decided to go at it alone. One of the lessons he learned from the evolution witch was that he could get away with a lot of unscrupulous actions when red humanity was distracted by other crises. This was what eventually led his ace fleet in front of a defeated alien assault fleet. St. Phineas had monitored the progress of the Red Tide offensive and roughly guessed where he needed to go in order to intercept a group of defeated Orvans. Compared to defeating an assault fleet at full strength, it did not take any effort for a peak ace pilot to completely immobilize this collection of ragged ships. He smiled in the cockpit of his ace mech before he transmitted his will to the aliens with the help of his Saint Kingdom. Dear Orvans, you have been chosen. You are one of the first beneficiaries of an experiment that seeks to change your lives for the better. When I am done with you all, you will rejoice, for you have ascended to a new and much more blessed form. Before the Orvans could offer their refusal, Phineas took action right away. His ace mech, which he renamed the Exalted Savior not too long ago, began to channel a huge amount of power into its Saint Kingdom. As a peak ace pilot, Phineas was still far from channeling the strength of an actual god pilot, but there were a few areas in which he could get very close to imitating their reality-defying powers. As the ace pilot strained his willpower with all of his newfound conviction, he eventually managed to initiate a mass transformation that utterly horrified his unwilling alien test subjects. Every Orvan crew member who fell within the range of the Exalted Savior's domain field began to melt before their own eyes. Perhaps melting was the wrong word to use, as their biological shapes quickly started to morph into a different form. The Orvans lost their fur in every place aside from the top of their heads and other places. Their rough dark skin turned supple and smooth. A few of the Orvans inexplicably turned paler, causing them to look incredibly sick. Their proportions shifted while their overall height and bulk experienced drastic reductions. While all of these physical transformations ran their course, Saint Phineas also utilized his strong willpower to break open the alien minds and impose his own human ideals in their place. The Orvans would have screamed if they had the ability to do so. Instead, they suffered in silence as both their bodies and their minds stretched and warped beyond all recognition. By the time Phineas was finished, the newly reborn humans beheld their radically transformed bodies with horror. Monster, enemy, kill me, die. As the Orvans rejected their transformation to an intense degree, whatever transformation had taken hold of their bodies began to reverse to an extent. The utter rejection from the Orvans that Phineas had failed to convince, with his Saint Kingdom started to mutate into half-human, half-Orvan abominations that suffered a huge amount of health problems. As their unstable bodies tried and failed to reconcile their human organs with their Orvan organs, each of them began to die as they could not physically sustain their lives anymore. Saint Phineas watched with disappointment as his experiment failed to produce the desired result. He sighed. He was still a loser. The evolution which endured her fair share of failures before she finally attained great success. Phineas proceeded to try again with the next batch of Orvan captives. There were still plenty of test subjects at his disposal. He did not intend to stop his experiments until he finally managed to transform an alien into a human. Only then would he be able to simultaneously save these unfortunate aliens from their inhuman misery, but also remove the conditions which enabled the evolution which to turn red humanity into her genetic playground. Chapter 6205 Gloriana's Thoughts. The new frontier began to show its transphasic fangs towards red humanity. All across the border regions, the alien assault fleets relentlessly assailed the hastily built defenses of various human powers. The problem was that there were way too many areas to cover. Was the Red Association strong? Undoubtedly. Did the Mechers have enough warships, first-class multipurpose mechs and high-ranking mechs to cover each and every single star system across all of the zones that bordered alien space? No way. The answer was no different when the forces of the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact were also taken into consideration. The cold hard truth was that humanity had too little time to transfer enough personnel and war materiel to the new frontier. The Great Severing occurred too soon, preventing the humans from completely consolidating their foothold in the Red Ocean. This was the clever part about decisively pulling off the ancient refuge plan. These brilliant choices proved that not all of the leaders of the native alien civilizations were stupid. They would rather overestimate the threat posed by the extragalactic invaders than to do the opposite. Although the native aliens paid a heavy price in order to teleport their entire galaxy in the orbit of Messier 87, all of it appeared to be worth it as they decisively took advantage of red humanity's many shortcomings. As Vase returned home after his lengthy and informative visit to the Tarrasque, his mind became filled with all kinds of messy thoughts. From learning about how red humanity's entire fate rested on the successful but extremely unlikely breakthroughs of all of Peak Ace pilots, to learning that he had been saddled with presiding over the Interim Leadership Council in the absence of the evolution which, his entire life had taken a drastically different turn. Vase was not ready for all of this. He felt overtaken by events beyond his control. When he returned to D&D base, he waited until evening fell before he selectively shared the recent developments with his wife. Of course, with the raw eavesdropping on his conversations at all time, Vase was being extra careful not to divulge any classified information. This meant that he did not mention anything about how red humanity could go extinct if not a single Peak Ace pilot managed to break through by the end of the year. Still, his wife made sure to keep herself informed, so even if she did not possess the same information channels as himself, she most certainly suspected that the situation was not good. The Red 2 has already imposed an obligation for every state and large organization to contribute to the war effort. Gloriana said, many groups have already announced their intention to transfer their mech forces to the front. The faster the reinforcements arrive where they are needed, the lower their future obligations. Time is of the essence. It's a good thing that we don't have to do anything extra. Our expeditionary fleet has been making plenty of waves in the border regions in the past few years. Even now, it should already be on the way to reinforce one of the many beleaguered star systems in the 3rd defensive band. Last he heard, the expeditionary fleet was en route to reinforce and defend one of the future focal points of the alien offensive. The Golden Skull Alliance was not afraid to participate in a larger and much more dangerous campaign. The Mech pilots yearned to make a greater difference. They were no longer satisfied with fighting one-off alien fleets from time to time. Only by trying to fend off an alien invasion on a strategically important planet would the soldiers gain more direct feedback on how many lives they directly managed to save. The rationale was the same for many other Mech pilots. The front did not lack for brave and ambitious soldiers. The strong and those who aspired to become them did not need to be mobilized at all. It was only the part-timers and those who possessed greater attachments in their lives that needed to be pushed into the meat grinder. His wife showed a touch of concern. The analysts on the galactic net predict that the 1st and 2nd defensive bands are destined to fall. Once that happens, the 3rd defensive band will have to face the full brunt of the alien offensive. The expeditionary fleet, I have no doubt that a lot of forces will suffer losses over at the 3rd defensive band. Vase stated, attrition cannot be avoided in these kinds of campaigns. Our Mech legions are bound to suffer a lot of attrition, but it will be okay. The mechs that will fall first are the older 2nd-class mechs of the Facewater generation. We were due to replace them anyway. The aliens are just doing the demolition work on our behalf. So long as the Mech pilots manage to eject and return to their motherships alive, they can quickly get back in action by supplying them with new living mechs. What about their old living mechs? Do you not think it is a pity to abandon the living mechs that have experienced several years of growth and familiarization? Gloriana asked. Mechs are not the same as humans, honey. While I value the lives of my products, I have never overlooked the fact that they are war machines. None of my living mechs will be able to reach their full potential if they do not experience the threat of death. Sure, the elimination of 3rd-order living mechs will hurt our Larkinson army in the short term, but it will lead to a healthier martial tradition in the long term as the remaining machines will work harder in order to increase their chances of survival. His wife nodded. If you think this is the case, then I will not interfere. I believe that our expeditionary fleet should at least be able to preserve itself when the star system is on the verge of falling to the alien invaders. With at least 2 ace pilots watching over the joint fleet, it should not be easy for the native aliens to persecute all of our warships. 3 ace pilots, not 2. Gloriana corrected. Did you not forget that Tusa won't be sticking around for long? Once his expert mech is upgraded to a 1st-class ace mech, he is ready to enter a higher battlefield. It is time for our clan to make a name for itself among the first raiders. I can think of no better way to make a splash than to fight the strongest alien fleets in the most critical star systems of the border regions. The 1st-class fleet that Vase envisioned for his clan was still far from ready, but Saint Tusa should already be capable of representing the Larkinson clan at this tech level. Although Vase did not entirely like it, a lot of human leaders only truly paid attention to 1st-class combatants. Anyone who was not capable of fielding a strong enough 1st-class mech force would never be taken as seriously as those who could fight at this level. Now that the mechers wanted him to take up the position of Deputy Chief Counselor, it became more important than ever for Vase to prove that he had the muscle to back up his high position. No matter what, he did not want to give off the impression that he had turned into a puppet of the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction. After talking a bit more about what sort of combat the Larkinsons were about to experience, they soon moved on to Ves's altered design schedule. I do not like it, Vase. Gloriana frowned as she pressed closer to her husband and leaned her head onto his shoulder. The Red Association has been trying to claim ownership over you in many subtle ways. Instructing you to abandon your current design projects and work on a project of their choosing is another way they can strengthen their grip on your life. That sounded a bit too far to Vase. I don't think it is that bad. There is definitely a need to push the release of Carmen mechs forward. Even if they phrased it as an optional request, I still would have agreed to shift my priorities. I don't think I am ready to complete my current projects as of yet. Technology hasn't caught up to my ambitions. Stuff will get a lot better in the next few years. Right now, it is better for me to work on low-end mech designs, as the cheap stuff doesn't demand cutting-edge technologies. The mention of low-end mech designs was enough to elicit a frown from Gloriana. She was not able to appreciate the merits of cheaply made products. You do not need me to collaborate on your swarm project, correct? It is a great honor to be able to participate in the development of the first true publicly available Karman Mech. It will be considered the ancestor of all mechs of its own new category. His wife noted with a bit of envy. Which names are you considering? Will you turn to Master Benedict Cortez like usual? Are you thinking about selecting any of our journeymen from the design department? I'm good, Gloriana. I have already agreed to collaborate with Jovi Armelon and Vector Loban. The two seniors will primarily help me design the first-class variant of the two related mech designs. I can easily take care of the third-class and second-class variants myself. There is room for two more collaborators. I am still considering who I should invite to participate in this historic mech design. Neither. Vase shook his head. Master Benedict Cortez is a fine collaborator, but he is a bit too similar to you. He only truly cares about high-end mech designs. The Swarm project is a collection of low-end workhorses where he isn't able to display his true strength. Besides, I do not want to involve any master mech designer for this critical mech design project, as I do not want their design philosophies to overshadow mine. As for the journeymen from the design department, I don't think they are suitable either. The Swarm project is too important for journeymen to mess around. I am thinking about inviting other seniors. Do you know of any? Not really, but I do not think that people will refuse my invitation due to my reputation and the Red Association's backing. I am even thinking about bringing in a Terran and a Rubarthan mech designer just so that their respective first-rate colonial superstates can claim partial credit for the new Karman mechs. That is a politically driven approach. That usually results in suboptimal outcomes. I don't think it will be that bad. The Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact are both huge. There are plenty of talented and capable senior mech designers among them. I just have to figure out what sort of specializations can bring the most added value to the Swarm project before I know what to search for. The Terrans and the Rubarthans both excel in specific fields of technology. The Rubarthans are better at developing ranged weapon systems, for example. Neither Vase, Jovi nor Vector specialized in offensive weapon systems. It was quite important to involve a proper weapon specialist in the design project, as the main value of a frontline mech was to provide fire support on the battlefield. How soon do you intend to complete this project? Within half a year, Vase decisively stated. This is going to be a tight deadline for what amounts to 6 separate mech designs packaged under a single project, but I am confident I can make it. I just have to put a lot of other projects to the side. Does that mean that you will be spending less time on the Amaranto Mark III project and the Riot Mark III project? I will try my best to do the work that is expected of me, but I won't have time to add extra refinements to them. Vase admitted. It is not necessary. The Amaranto and the Riot already exist. I have put a lot of unique touches on them the first time around. I will be sure to preserve as much of their original charm as possible in the upgraded versions of their mech designs, but I cannot make any guarantees. Just do your best. It is not always bad to replace the old with the new. Chapter 6206. Thick or thin. As the Red Tide offensive began to cast a shadow over human-occupied space, a lot of pieces were moving to different places. Vase had no doubt that human strategists and their alien counterparts were standing before giant projections displaying a map that contained many icons representing different forces along with their routes. He wished he had access to a complete overview of the progression of the Red War as well, but he hadn't been invited to this very exclusive club. It was not his turn to involve himself in the war planning of Red humanity. His main responsibilities after the start of the Red offensive were threefold. First, as the leader of the Larkinson clan, he had to make sure his forces actively contributed to the war effort. Second, as the newly appointed Deputy Chief Counsel, he had to preside over the remaining sessions of the Interim Leadership Council without causing them to end up in disaster. Third, as the inventor and chief developer of the Karman system, he had to rush the ambitious and expansive Swarm project to completion in just half a year. On top of all of this, Vase also retained many of his old duties and responsibilities. His schedule still remained extremely busy as he found it hard to put down his obligations. This was the inevitable fate of a successful individual. Those who managed to climb up to this height never did so by drifting along the current. Only by actively swimming upstream were they able to defy expectations and produce more dazzling results than their peers. Vase felt as if he was at the top of his game. He had no desire to take a vacation anytime soon. Switching out his design schedule so that he could devote much of his work schedule towards the Swarm project made him feel as if he was making a fresh start. He decided to take advantage of his good mood and begin to work out the preliminary details of this mech design project. He immediately entered his design lab and started to draw up a few draft designs so that he could visualize the desired mechs. Meow. As Lucky laid on the desk, Vase continually flipped back and forth on the sketches that he had made. The command mechs were relatively easy to design. They were meant to serve as simple and unpretentious machines that were decent in a fight but should mainly be used to supervise and direct swarms of subordinate mechs. Since their ability to coordinate lots of Karman mechs was more important than their direct combat abilities, Vase intended to design them with the mindset of working on an auxiliary mech. That did not mean that he intended to neglect direct combat capabilities entirely, but he wouldn't obsess over it like he did when he designed the ultimatum. The subordinate mechs were much cheaper and more affordable than the command mech, but that required him to put extra attention and effort into their designs. It was easy to design a relatively cheap mech, but it was a lot more difficult to make an affordable mech perform well enough on the battlefield. It had been a long time since Vase designed a set of really cheap mechs, so he needed to spend additional time to get back into his old groove. The third-class mech designs should be relatively quick and easy for me to design, he judged. As a former third-class mech designer, he only needed a quick refresher in order to be able to design a third-class mech with confidence. The hardest part was to stop himself from adding design elements that were more customary in second-class mechs. A lot of solutions that worked well in those machines could easily double or triple the production cost of third-class mechs. In any case, Vase originally envisioned the Swarm project for the third-class mech market, so it was easiest for him to envision and preconfigure the pair of third-class mechs. He was just unfamiliar with all of the third-class mech parts that were available these days. Even the third-class mech industry had begun to incorporate hyper materials into their products. Naturally, a lot of the hyper materials consisted of low-grade materials that were extremely abundant across the Red Ocean. They were as ubiquitous as ordinary metals such as titanium, but many of them usually had durability problems that made them unsuitable for use in second-class mech designs. Third-class mechs are truly fragile. Vase sighed. The more he explored the various options and possibilities for his third-class Karman mech, the more he grew concerned at how easy it was to tear them all apart. The Karman mechs shouldn't have a serious problem when they were used to fight against other third-class mechs. The problem was that the native aliens never played fair. They made use of their resource advantage to produce higher-performing phase fighters in bulk. The galactic net was filled with stories of how a lot of third-class mech forces got crushed by much smaller groups of phase fighters. In essence, the native aliens frequently bullied third-class humans by deploying phase fighters that were effectively quasi-second-class or second-class in terms of cost and performance. Frankly speaking, Vase felt that red humanity should do away with the strict division and stratification between the classes, but this was a political fight that he was unwilling to participate in. There were way too many powerful stakeholders who benefited from maintaining such a strong and rigid hierarchy. What matters now is to make sure my third-class Karman mechs won't fall apart after suffering a couple of hits, he muttered. There were a couple of design choices he could make that could facilitate their survival. One of the first decisions he needed to make was whether the third-class Karman mechs should put more emphasis on armor or mobility as their primary means of defense. Armor was heavy, but easy to use. Whether Vase made use of modular armor systems or not, the Karman mech pilots did not have to spend too much effort to effectively make use of armor as a defensive tool. They just had to prevent their opponents from landing multiple attacks on the same armor sections. The downsides of relying on armor was that it would increase the production cost of the Karman mechs. Thick layers of armor also decreased the mobility of the machines, causing them to become clumsier and difficult to reposition on the battlefield. If they happened to be put in a losing position, then their lack of mobility would doom not just themselves, but also the hope for their bonded users to pilot a mech ever again. Mobility relied on keeping a mech light and maneuverable in order to preserve its existence. It was a more advanced form of defense, and required a considerable amount of training as well as courage in order to work. The main advantage was that lighter Karman mechs were obviously cheaper and easier to produce in large quantities. More mobile Karman mechs were also a lot more capable of running away from the enemy if the battle started to take a bad turn. However, light Karman mechs were bound to suffer horrendous casualties over the course of regular combat. The overwhelming majority of people who chose to pilot a subordinate mech of the Swarm project would probably be amateurs who lacked professional piloting training. Vase really did not have high hopes in their ability to fully master the art of piloting a light mech. Since Vase was not able to make up his mind between the two, he decided to bring it up with Jovi and Vector. The two mechers teleported down to Ves's design lab and began to study the draft designs and accompanying notes. If you want to do a proper job, then I would argue that you design both versions of the subordinate mech at once. Jovi commented. However, time is of the essence. We should not waste our time on luxuries that are ultimately dispensable. We can rely on third-party mech designers to design the corresponding variants after we have published the initial mech designs. We only need to present a good base model that can serve as the starting point for all of this exploration. I agree, Vector said. This is not the stage where we should think about producing an entirely new mech ecosystem. It is enough to present a single Karman mech for each class. If we have to choose between a lighter or a heavier version of the subordinate mech, I would choose the one that possesses the greatest amount of mass. Vase raised his eyebrow. Oh, why do you prefer this version, Vector? There are many possible reasons to favor the heavier version, but I will mention 3 of them in particular. First, there is much more room for modularity in a larger and heavier mech frame. There is more capacity to mount weapons and other systems onto the mech frame without needing to be concerned about overloading it. It is much more pleasant for third-party mech designers to develop variants of a Karman mech that has plenty of room for customization. That is a valid argument. Second, it is easier to design a lighter variant of a rather hefty mech than the opposite. If there are customers who truly want to pilot a faster and more agile machine, they can go to a mech boutique who can selectively shave off the armor of an existing subordinate mech. Later on, third-party mech designers will most likely variants that benefit from optimized light armor layouts. That is also a valid argument. Third and most importantly, heavier mechs are less mobile. This is important because the Karman mech pilots who make use of them are not able to abandon their positions and flee the battlefield so easily. You should not forget that amateurs with no actual combat experience are extremely brittle in terms of morale. As soon as they think their side is about to lose, they are likely to panic and flee on their own accord, thereby completely disrupting the arrangements of the field commanders and trigger a cascade that causes other friendly units to become affected as well. That was a darker and more serious argument than Vase expected from Vector. It was also a very valid concern. There was no way that every Karman pilot would possess the strong sense of duty and courage of most professional soldiers. Karman mechs were mainly designed to appeal to customers who were greedy for success. They held the greatest attraction to people who wanted an easier path to power, but many of these folk were precisely the sort of individuals who prized their lives the most. You have presented very compelling arguments, Vector, but the downsides are also rather severe. Vase shared his thoughts. The production costs will be considerable. A lot more resources will be spent on producing Karman mechs when they could otherwise be used to produce normal mechs. All of these costs add up when hundreds of millions of Karman mechs join the battlefield in the coming years. That is hundreds of millions of more war machines than before. The native aliens will have to expend much more effort to get past them all. Preserving our control over the border regions takes precedence over saving money. This is not the time to hoard our wealth. That was a good opinion. Vase almost became convinced to go for the heavier version right away, but when he glanced towards Jovi, he saw that his old friend did not quite agree. What do you think, Jovi? My colleague here is not wrong about the factors that make the heavier version into a useful addition to the mech market, but I personally favor the lighter version of the subordinate mech. Oh, that is interesting. Please share your thoughts. I am curious to hear what it is about the lighter Karman mech that makes it more attractive than the heavier one. Chapter 6207 Luck or Skill. The question of whether to shape the first commercial Karman mech as a thick or thin machine was of great import. This design choice would affect all of the subsequent choices for the mech design. It could change the lives of a huge amount of Karman mechs and directly affect their lives and careers. Millions of heroes would rise and fall solely due to the consequences of this critical design choice. Since all 3 seniors understood the enormous implications of this critical decision, none of them dared to treat the matter so casually. While they weren't willing to start an entire committee presided by master mech designers over this single issue, they did not want to make a proper decision before they fully explored the implications of either choice. I think that we cannot ignore the economic burden of the first Karman mech. Jovi said, human lives are important, but resources are important as well. Small decisions can have a disproportionate effect on the economy and the industry of human civilization if the product becomes popular enough. It is practically set in stone that the first Karman mech will be produced on a scale unlike anything we have witnessed in the new frontier. The less of a burden we can impose on the producers and resource extractors of red humanity, the better off everyone else will be. It is difficult to point out the benefits of designing a lighter Karman mech, but they definitely exist. Vase nodded in agreement. He could easily see how this may be true despite the fact that he had no background in economics and industrial policy. Many more Karman mech pilots will die, though. He voiced a counter-argument. Is it truly right to make life more difficult for these enthusiastic if incompetent amateurs just to save on costs? Jovi remained unperturbed. I am aware that most early Karman pilots will not possess the skill to know how to evade damage while piloting a highly maneuverable machine. As callous as it is to say it, but the lives of norms who are neither professional soldiers or a member of another high-value profession are not that valuable. That does not mean that we should squander their lives at will. What matters is what sort of Karman pilots will survive the crucible of war and thrive in the coming years. Please elaborate. Think about it, Vase. The heavier Karman mech is more user-friendly, but that will also make Karman pilots lazier and less incentivized to practice the art of avoiding damage. As far as casualties are concerned, it is not unacceptable for the Karman mechs and pilots to die or lose their combat effectiveness, but the sacrifices must be worth it. Death is a consequence of lacking skill over the normal course of combat is a productive process. Those who are luckier, more skilled or more attentive will survive more often than not. Those who die are simply the less powerful of the group. What if they die because they are a poor fit for light mechs? Vector asked. Then they should wait until a heavier Karman mech becomes available. Jovi shrugged his shoulders. What I despise are losses that result from poor retreat capabilities. It is a waste to allow Karman mechs and pilots to perish due to factors that are mostly outside of their control. It is neither fair nor efficient to let them suffer disproportionate losses due to lacking numbers or getting outnumbered. Red humanity needs all of the skilled fighting bodies it can get, especially during the Red Tide offensive. What if those fighting bodies get cold feet and flee without authorization? That is what the command mech is for, correct, Vase? The mech designer in question smirked. Yup. The original designations for the two mechs are Master Mech and Slave Mech. Considering that it will be harder to sell the latter by calling them this way, I decided to refer to them with the less controversial phrase, Subordinate Mech, instead. Still, my underlying ideas haven't changed all that much. There are at least two forms of hard control that can ensure that the slaves cannot act in opposition to their orders. 2. Well, the obvious answer that you are thinking about is a way for the command mech to override the operation of a subordinate mech. This is pretty straightforward, though it leaves the latter with obvious vulnerabilities that hackers can exploit. I am thinking about basing a part of this hard control method on both conventional technology and e-technology, so enemies must gain extensive masteries in both before they can feasibly sabotage Karman mechs. This is not an ideal method. Vector Loban frowned. Many customers will find it difficult to trust their Karman mechs if they are vulnerable to such a devastating threat. That is why I favor another solution, which is to rely on the living mechs to control their partners. Pardon, are you actually suggesting that the mech takes up a dominant position over the mech pilot in defiance of one of the central principles of our industry? Vase overlooked this pesky factor. The transhumanist justifiably expressed concern on this matter. Instead of addressing this subject directly, he pointedly turned to the survivalist. Jovi, what do you prefer more? A Karman mech that is in full control of a shaky pilot that can decide to cut and run at any time, or a Karman mech that has enough power to stop the cowardly pilot's attempts to run away and cause widespread panic in the process? The latter. Principles are important and must be respected whenever possible, but we should not value them when they become a detriment to our survival. There are legitimate concerns about whether we are surrendering too much control to our Karman mechs when we bestow them with this authority, but it is better to deal with the consequences of this design choice if red humanity survives in the end. Vase smirked again. He expected to hear such a response. I am sure we can appease the critics by limiting this form of hard control to low-end Karman mechs. The more expensive and powerful Karman mechs are more likely to be paired by more skilled and brave individuals. I do not think it is necessary to impose so much control over them. We just need to tighten the leash around the necks of the least reliable Karman pilots. Both mechers looked thoughtful as they considered this argument. Your argument is convincing, Vector said. However, it will cost you if you are determined to implement this safeguard. You will not do yourself any favors by generating so much controversy. I think the evolution which and other farsighted leaders will be able to appreciate this approach. As long as they are okay with this, then that is all that matters. We just need to disclose the truth to our customers and let them choose if they still want to pilot a mech. We can remove this safeguard for Karman mech pilots that have completed a certified training program. Jovi added, I will take this suggestion back to Master Dervidian and other survivalists to explore whether this can be done. It is a good means to encourage Karman pilots to seriously invest in their own training. Let us get back to the original subject. Vase proposed, what other reasons are there to choose a lighter Karman mech over a heavier one? I mean, the downsides are also serious. There is less room for modular parts. Light mechs also tend to break down faster and require more frequent maintenance. The nice thing about heavier machines is that they do not demand as much babying once they are built. Depending on the robustness of their design, you can toss them around and still expect them to fight when it matters. The phrases, robust, and light mech, never came up together. They were too incompatible with each other. Once a lot of lighter Karman mechs came out, Vase expected that a lot of mech technicians would curse his name for burdening them with a lot of work. Jovi paused for a moment in order to think about his response. I cannot refute this downside. However, the burden should not be too great. The small and light Wasp mechs are inherently simple in design. That also makes them faster and easier to repair. If a heavier machine incurs damage, it takes much more work to partially disassemble them before building them back whole and fully functional again. You are right. Jovi was not able to provide a lot more reasons why the first Karman mechs available to the public should be thin, but he saved his best for last. Do you know why I am attracted to the lighter version of your subordinate mech, Vase? I guess you are about to share the reason right away. My specialization has more room to play with a mobile mech, Jovi answered as he leaned forward. Evasion relies on both skill and luck to succeed. The point where a pilot does not know which side will turn dangerous, but has to move his mech into a direction is a test of his skill, judgment, reaction speed, intuition as well as plain old luck. Different from others, I can actually affect this variable. You can make a similar argument for heavier mechs. Luck can decide when one specific machine is targeted over others. That is not a circumstance that my design philosophy can manipulate, at least at its current degree of development. Jovi admitted, let me give you an example. He pulled a well-worn die made out of a composite material from his pocket and rolled it on the work desk. It landed on a 6. Jovi picked it up and tossed it before repeating the process several times. The die always landed on a 6, and Vase did not think it was because it was loaded or being affected by a technological cheating method. Why don't you try and toss the die? Vase looked confused. Won't that end up rolling numbers in a completely random pattern? No, I will try the same trick I employed just then. Vase curiously picked up the die and casually tossed it onto the table. 5. Again. 2. 6. Have you seen enough? I think I get it. Vase said, you can manipulate probabilities a lot easier if you have greater agency over the outcome. Trying to get lucky by trying to manipulate the behavior of enemies is much harder and more energy intensive than trying to manipulate your own actions. The same argument applies to your Karman mech. The lighter machine relies much more on factors that are under the control of the mech and mech pilot to survive and perform well. The heavier and clumsier products do not possess this advantage. If you want to maximize my contribution on this project, then proceed with the smaller and lighter version. That was a very compelling argument. Vase already became convinced. He really wanted to see a proper mech that properly took advantage of Jovi's exotic specialization. He had been waiting for many years to witness the performance of such a reality-defying machine. Vector, I am convinced. My colleague here possesses a design philosophy with high potential that is hard to counter and guard against. It would be a dereliction of our duty if we do not give full play to Jovi's strengths. They came to a consensus on this matter. Vase had no doubt that heavier and much better armored Karman mechs would come out in due time, but the first ones had to be light and maneuverable. It was a lot easier to make other design choices after making this key determination. It is fitting for the subordinate mechs to be light and fast. Jovi smiled. That does not mean they must be fragile. The more premium first-class and second-class variants that can be developed later can mount Azure Shield generators in order to boost their survivability. They will resemble alien phase fighters much more closely in this regard. He did not mention anything of the sort for third-class variants. Thank you for reading my work. If you wish to support the Mech Touch, please vote with your golden tickets. Purchase privilege for the Mech Touch. Read a varying amount of chapters ahead of regular readers while enjoying a 99% discount on unlocking new chapters. Join the Mech Touches unofficial Discord server, https://discord.gg/apb5 Chapter 6208 Getting Schemed Against, What is a Deputy Chief Counselor? Marvane asked in confusion as he idly played with a plushie doll modeled after the famous radiant god Mech. Merchandising was big business at any stage of human history. Pretty much every god pilot except for the really sensitive ones agreed to license out their likeness, not because they were short on cash, but because they desired to increase their presence in human society. Even though Marvane held a simple toy, no reproduction of a god Mech was cheap, especially in the Terran Alliance. The plushie a whole range of exquisite synthetic materials that tastefully evoke the fastest Mech in the Red Ocean and possibly in existence. The toy even included a light amount of hyper materials, just enough to evoke a sense of light and speed. Although many consumer rights groups expressed concerns about the potential dangers and side effects of exposing developing children to hyper materials, most people didn't care. The exotic radiation from Messier 87 was already in the process of transforming everyone and everything in the Red Ocean. Hyper materials became increasingly prevalent and a part of everyone's lives. A deputy chief counselor is a big deal, Andraste explained as she casually tossed Lucky in the air. Though the gem cat was not exactly light, the red-headed girl was not an average kid either. Lucky did not even need to reduce his own weight to allow the girl to toss him close to the ceiling until he fell back down again. Meow. Why is it a big deal? Because Papa is a chief. A chief is a leader. He's a leader of something. Big sis, you tell him. You know what it is all about, right? The older and more elegant-looking girl nodded. The black-haired girl calmly sat on the divan while brushing Clixie's lovely calico cat coat. The Rubarthan sentinel cat squinted with pleasure. Meow, a deputy chief counselor is the second in command. That means that our papa will be in charge if the chief counselor is not available. The girl answered as she continued to pamper Clixie. As long as the evolution which no longer wants to lead the Red Collective, our papa will be in charge. Really? No way. Vase grinned and leaned over to give Aurelia a rub on the head. You are not completely wrong, but not completely correct either. There is more to leadership than a fancy-sounding title. Not every organization is as centralized and untainted with mixed loyalties as the Larkinson clan. Everyone participating in the Red Collective project seeks to enrich themselves or their respective states and organizations. Do you understand how difficult it is to ride herd on them all? They are completely unlike our clansmen who have relinquished their old loyalties and voluntarily subject themselves to Goldie's supervision. The children looked at their father with a mix of incomprehension. Even the cats did not completely understand his explanation. I thought the Red Collective was supposed to be as powerful as the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Why do people refuse to take you seriously? That is a complicated question to answer. Vase sighed. Part of it is my lack of strength and prestige. Sure, I accomplished great things, but the god pilots, star designers and fleet admirals have been making contributions over much greater spans of time. I am still an upstart that managed to climb high enough to catch people's attention, but I have yet to prove I can persist at this level in the long run. If they want to misbehave, what can I do? Propel don't necessarily fear me. They instead fear my backers, but the problem is that they are also part of the same club that wants to monopolize all of the advantages. The others do not think you are strong enough. Andraste frowned. Hee, for now, who can say whether this will remain the same in the future? The problem now is that I don't have enough time to grow into my power. If I was as strong as the evolution witch, then no one would dare to question me so easily. Perhaps it is for the better. The Red Collective is clearly not suited to operate as a more centralized organization. A strong leader will just cause a lot of resentment from many stakeholders. Vase suddenly came up with a frightening guess. What if the evolution witch deliberately schemed to turn Vase into the leader of the Red Collective? It was impossible for Vase to receive this appointment based on his current circumstances, but what if the god pilot intended to ease him to the top of the hierarchy step by step over a span of numerous years? As long as Vase did not screw up while fulfilling the duties of a deputy chief counselor, the others would naturally harbor less objections towards bestowing him with authority. By acclimatizing the other counselors to the idea of letting him exercise actual leadership to a limited extent, they would show less rejection when he began to assume greater authority at a later date. This was probably the most feasible way for an upstart like himself, to enjoy a position of great authority that was put him on the same level as other Tier 1 galactic citizens. As for why the evolution which was so readily willing to relinquish her hold on the Red Collective, it was because she already commanded a lot of power and authority by virtue of being a god pilot and the head of the transhumanist faction. Obtaining more power did not necessarily grant her any additional benefits. Instead, continuing to lead the Red Collective would become a burden to her ambitions. She not only became bogged down with organizational affairs, but would also get saddled with the blame if anything went wrong. More detrimental than that was the increased suspicion and scrutiny she would attract from her peers and rivals. Ever since the age of conquest came to an end, humanity developed a distaste for concentrating too much power in the hands of a single individual. There were occasions where having a singular strong leader could cut through all of the red tape and prevent endless quarrels from bogging everything down, but few people liked it when they were being excluded from power. The polymath's attempted coup had put quite a fright onto the leaders of red humanity. The fact that a single star designer actually came close to taking effective control over everything had made the others a lot more vigilant about other possible attempts. As long as any of the leaders of red humanity started to assume too much power, then they would be regarded with far greater suspicion. All of their actions would receive much greater attention, and their initiatives would also receive much greater pushback, not necessarily because others disagreed, but because it became more and more important to contain the rise of a leader who had crossed an important boundary. From a political perspective, it made a lot more sense for the evolution which to voluntarily let go of the opportunity to lead the Red Collective. The next best alternative was to pass on the highest seat to a trusted ally or confidant. She apparently chose Vase. He only realized now what a clever choice she made. Vase may be a bit too young and inexperienced to hold a position of great authority, but that just happened to serve the interests of those that wanted to make use of the Red Collective for their own purposes. A younger, pliable and less experienced leader was much less likely to take them to task. It would cement the decentralized nature of the Red Collective and prevent anyone from gaining too much power over others. Vase also had a special destiny with the Red Collective. He proposed its existence. He convinced a huge majority of people to support its formation. He also possessed mystical powers and knowledge that granted him greater expertise in the areas of responsibility that the collective was meant to oversee. All of this turned him into the most obvious candidate to hold the highest office when the Red Collective finally came into operation around half a year later. He shuddered. "What's wrong, Papa?" "Ah, it's nothing to be concerned about. I am fine." Though Vase may have figured out the evolution witch's scheme, he did not share any of his thoughts with his daughters. As clever as they may be, they were still terribly naive about the true levers of power. He waited after he put the kids to bed before calling his personal assistant to his home office. Vase stared at a projection of the map of the Red Ocean that depicted all publicly known troop movements. Of course, this map only displayed a fraction of the forces on the move. It would be counterproductive for the Red 2 and other groups to precisely broadcast the locations as well as the movement orders of all of their military assets. The native aliens would easily be able to set up winning battles and avoid losing engagements with all of that information. Though the map only gave Vase a part of the picture, he was able to combine it with the confidential briefing that he received from his RA liaisons to see how the defensive bands were at risk of falling. The first defensive band had almost completely collapsed by now. There were only a few holdouts, mostly from star systems that recently received a visit from a god Mech or a dreadnought. The intervention may have saved the defenders over there from annihilation, but this was only a temporary reprieve. The aliens would surely come back and finish the job as soon as the powerhouses moved on to relieve other sieges. The focus of the alien offensive had shifted to the second defensive band at the moment. Plenty of star systems had already fallen, but the remaining ones were putting up stiff resistance. Vase felt gratified when he read the reports that the defenders did their duty without fail. There were only a few instances where the mech pilots and other troops displayed cowardice in the time where they were needed the most. It would be great if the quality of soldiers on the front lines remained high, but he was afraid that was not a realistic possibility. For now, Red Humanity's pool of high-quality manpower remained abundant, but he was not able to imagine that this would remain safe after a few years of hard fighting. Once the casualties continued to mount, the amount of professionally trained and experienced mech pilots would dwindle below a point where they could shoulder all of the burdens by themselves, then others needed to take over in their stead. Carmen pilots had the potential to do so, but their quality and combat effectiveness was bound to be poor from the start. It would take multiple years before they could achieve any sense of parity with professional mech pilots. It was better than nothing. Boss, Gavin Newman said as he entered the office and stopped in front of Vess's desk. You wish to have a talk this evening? Yes, I have become burdened by certain theories and guesses. I would like to hear your analysis on this matter. Maybe your new Terran teachings can help me gain more clarity over what is taking place without my notice. Vase quickly summarized his thoughts about the Evolution Witch's plans towards himself and the Red Collective. Gavin avidly listened to his superior and looked increasingly more thoughtful. Well, if you wanted me to tell you that you are being way too paranoid for your own good, then you are out of luck, sir. Gavin said as his heavily digitized brain collected a lot of data and performed a comprehensive analysis. The probability that your theory is correct is 40%. That is not a high number, but it is already reason enough for you to take this seriously. Your chance of occupying the highest seat of the Red Collective is larger than any other name. Chapter 6209 The Unwilling Politician. Becoming the highest-ranking official of the Red Collective is not a done deal, boss. Gavin said, if you can figure out the Evolution Witch's scheme, then others have deduced her plans a long time ago. She has many rivals and opponents at the top of our society, so she will not be able to get her way on everything. In fact, she is often considered to be on the more extreme end of the political spectrum. She advocates for extreme changes with reduced oversight. Ever since she became unleashed in the Red Ocean, she has become an unbounder in all but name. That tends to ruffle many feathers. The Red Association and the Red Fleet have not shaken off the vestiges of the Age of Conquest just yet. There is still a group that advocates for restraint and moderation. They will be the main source of opposition towards any attempt to put you in the highest seat. Vase didn't know how to feel about that. You know, I might not actually dislike it if I am denied the highest seat. It is not as if I was asking for it in the first place. A part of me even wishes that they succeed in their obstruction. Are you sure you want to say that out loud? Peef, it's fine. If the Evolution Witch ever hears what I have said, then she will appreciate my candor. It is always better to be truthful to a god pilot. Gavin couldn't quite understand why Vase rejected this arrangement so much. Vase, I understand your concerns about occupying a position that is outside of your realm of competence, but don't you realize how much this will enhance your reputation and career? Even if you are only able to hold on to your office for a year, your name will forever be in the history books for being the founder and initial leader of the Red Collective. You will amass a following that will continue to support you in both good times and bad times. You will also become more eligible to occupy lesser but still fairly influential leadership positions in the future. All of that sounds interesting, if I aspired to become a politician. Vase flatly responded, I am a mech designer. I am busy with a lot of important mech design projects. I have no interest to waste my brainpower on wheeling and dealing, something which the leader of the Red Collective must do all the time due to the highly decentralized and fractured nature of this organization. Your concerns are valid, but would you prefer to let a third party with unpredictable demands such as the Evolution Witch or other individuals shape this powerful organization, or would you rather take full control by doing everything yourself? Vase rightfully possessed a lot of concerns about surrendering control over his own life to others. He knew that if other people managed to occupy the highest seat of the Red Collective, he or she gained plenty of official authority to meddle in Vess's life in many works, including the ones that he did not want to expose to the public. Vase furrowed his brows. His determination wavered a bit. There were arguments that were in favor and against aspiring to become the leader of the Red Collective. I don't know. Let's just see how this goes. I won't try to be stupid by acting like an idiot so that no one wants to put me in charge. However, I am not going to go out of my way to schmooze with the other counselors in an attempt to earn their vote of support. I am just going to behave like I usually do. Whether I succeed or fail, people will at least be able to make an accurate judgment about myself. His assistant looked disappointed, but he did not try to persuade Vase to change his mind. If that is what you wish, I do not think this is the most optimal decision you can make, but it is possible that you will be able to win people over through your sincerity. Vase dismissively waved his hand. Enough about this crap, help me prepare for the next council session. The Red Tide offensive has caused a lot of disruptions, but I haven't heard anything about the next session being postponed. This may be the first time I will have to preside over such a grand gathering. The Evolution Witch's staff are supposed to be working on the actual details, but I have yet to hear anything of the sort. Please get in touch with her people so that I know what I have to say at the right moments. Got it. What are the items on the agenda for the upcoming sessions? I haven't heard much. I think there was talk about expanding the role of kinship networks in light of the Red Tide offensive. It has become more important than ever for Red humanity to become united and more cohesive. A stronger argument can be made that kinship networks can give Red humanity an additional edge over the enemy. Do you agree with this stance? I do, but that doesn't mean that everyone else thinks the same. Vase responded, there are justified reasons why one would be hesitant about letting other non-human entities form a connection to your spirit. To be honest, if people don't trust the spirits who are responsible for overseeing the kinship networks, then they don't have to participate. It is better if kinship networks are only used by those who do not think they have anything to hide and those who really believe in the benefits they provide. This was a contentious topic, so much so that the rollout of kinship networks suffered many delays. People kept bringing up potential vulnerabilities and exploits that could turn the networks into liabilities. Gavin looked a bit more optimistic. Starting the session with this topic is actually a great political move. By letting you preside over a discussion on a subject that you understand better than anyone else, you can keep the other counselors in check while simultaneously demonstrating how you prefer to wield your authority. Vase helplessly shook his head. Did everything have to be political? I cannot claim to be unbiased on this subject, so I won't even try. That said, I won't try to fight too hard to empower our kinship networks. They talked a bit more about the other subjects that could come up during these council sessions. They ranged from the possibility of raising in-house armed forces to add muscle to the Red Collective to fine-tuning the complex relationships it should maintain with the other major powers of Red humanity. These were all big affairs that Vase and Gavin alone could not possibly figure out and decide for themselves. It was up to the big shots and their extensive staff to figure out much of the elaborate details. Once Vase and Gavin were done with their discussions, the latter left the office after promising to get in touch with the relevant parties. Fortunately, they still had a bit of time before the next council session commenced. That should allow Vase to make sufficient preparations. He could not guarantee that he would do well, but he was already happy if he could survive the event without making a faux pas. The next day, Vase took care of his daily affairs before turning his attention to his mech design projects again. The swarm project remained his highest priority. He could not afford to use other activities as excuses to miss his obligations towards this critical endeavor. Vase and his two collaborators had already completed a lot of preliminary work in the past few days. It was easiest for Vase to fill in the gaps related to the third-class versions of the two machines. While he did require a refresher on the latest advancements in third-class mech design, he caught up quickly and had a good idea on how far he could push the limits. Affordability took precedence over everything. The third-class products and more specifically the subordinate mechs had to be dirt cheap. The frontline mechs also had to be extremely easy to pilot when put in its simplest configuration. Vase dare not claim that complete beginners would be able to turn into a barely asset on the battlefield after just a single week of training, but he had made many special accommodations for the sole purpose of minimizing any variable that would only split the attention of the Carmen mech further. What are the greatest challenges that you have encountered in your attempts to put these configurations together? Jovi inquired. No, that's stupid, Jovi. Command mechs need to maintain a clear overview of the battlefield at all times. It is not impossible for command mechs to lead from the front, but they are usually reserved for those who are truly committed to this path. Most mech commanders prefer to stay close to their troops but not to the point where they become consumed by all of the fighting. The command mech is fairly standard and easy to design. Vase responded, it is not my intention to turn it into anything revolutionary. The only aspects that make it different from others is that it will be a living mech, with all of the cool features that are associated with my work. Aside from that, I don't want to change too much because I want professional mech pilots of any specialization to be able to pilot it with as little adaptation time as possible. If you want to make your command mech universally compatible with every mech pilot, then will you add melee combat capabilities to its design? Perhaps you are correct about this when it comes to the second-class and third-class versions of the command mech, but I highly recommend you to take this demand into account when we begin to work on the first-class version. A first-class mech pilot is accustomed to having both melee and ranged solutions at their disposal. Mech commanders are no exception to this rule. Vase frowned. Aren't there any C-grade genetic aptitude mech pilots that have chosen to specialize in field command as opposed to personal combat? After all, genetic aptitude is not really all that necessary to effectively coordinate troops. It doesn't work, Vase. Mech pilots do not respect a mech commander who is not able to fight nearly as well as them. The pilots of first-class multipurpose mechs are a breed of their own. They naturally look down on the pilots of inferior machines and will not be pleased if they are being ordered around by a field commander who they can easily beat in a virtual duel. I see. Vase forgot about that. Mech pilots could be so stupid about these kinds of things. After a bit of discussions, the three agreed to make an exception for the first-class version of the command mech. They would try to design it as a first-class multipurpose mech with command and control capabilities already baked into some of its modular slots. Since Vase had never designed a proper first-class mech before, he allowed Jovi and Vector to take the lead in sketching up a draft design. The three stared at the projected image in appreciation. It doesn't look too special for now, but I think I can differentiate it more during the design process. Vase said, after all, if everything goes as planned, this will probably be my first proper first-class mech design. It is a fine mech to start with. Vector mentioned, most of the first-class mechs designed by us and our peers never have a chance to get used on a wider scale. Yours is completely different. Your debut into the first-class mech market is certain to become popular. This is a rare luxury in our industry. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still need to complete the damn designs and make sure they work as intended before we can think about sales. Chapter 6210 First-Class Arrogance, what is it? Like to design a first-class multipurpose mech? Gloriana asked as she and her husband sat behind the same desk terminal. Though Vase had reduced many of his commitments, he made sure to spare enough time to work on the Larkinson expert mech design projects together with his wife. He did not want to lose touch with the Amaranto and the Riot. They were unique and stellar expert mechs that possessed unlimited potential. Just their upcoming upgrades was enough to make him excited beyond measure. Designing a first-class multipurpose mech is like being a kid in a candy store with unlimited money in your pocket. Vase vaguely responded, the only hard limitation is that your stomach can only fit so much candy. It is extremely liberating to be able to stuff a lot of different advanced technologies into your mech frame. It is also very frustrating to keep hitting capacity limits so many times. Does the Swarm project truly include a first-class multipurpose mech? Sort of. It depends on the exact definition of this phrase. The reason why we do not want to go cheap for this specific mech design is because this is the only way the pilot of the command mech receives any respect from his subordinates. You have to understand that first-raters are all arrogant to the bone. They do not easily bow down to professional mech pilots with slightly inferior genetic aptitudes. The first-raters revere their multi-purpose mech pilots so much that every other type of pilot is seen as inferior stock. Even though it makes more sense for the latter to take up command duty, this is a culturally unviable idea. Gloriana actually looked like she agreed with this sentiment. That is an understandable idea. Mech pilots do not prefer to be ordered around by those who have no understanding of their plight. Vase looked at his wife as if she had just said something alien. Carmen pilots are not originally mech pilots at all. They have no qualifications to pilot something as difficult to control as first-class multipurpose mechs. It is truly absurd for them to put themselves on the same level as those top mech pilots. That still does not defeat my point. Moving on, how affordable are the first-class versions of your Wasp mech concept? They won't come cheap, that is for sure. They need to perform well enough to survive on a first-class battlefield. You cannot skimp too much on anything important because doing so would introduce clear vulnerabilities that the enemy can exploit. The Carmen mechs at least need to possess a fighting chance against the more powerful phase fighters employed by the native aliens. Those phase fighters that are designed to fight against first-class multipurpose mechs are not all that strong, correct? Gloriana asked. They mainly rely on quantity to overwhelm the numerically disadvantaged first-class multipurpose mechs. Shouldn't the demand for first-class Carmen mechs be less as it is much easier to field them in large numbers? Vase nodded. That is true, but there are many other hazards on the battlefield that mechs have to contend against, no matter whether they possess the Carmen system or not. Those new anti-mech warships are a real pain. The native aliens haven't replaced their entire fleets with the new generation warships, but there are already enough to make the lives of many mech pilots hell. A first-class version of my subordinate mech needs to be tough enough to withstand as many attacks as needed to flee to safety. We cannot afford to drive too many first-raters to their deaths. Are you not afraid you are coddling your first-class Carmen mech pilots too much? I don't think so. Vase shook his head. Despite their arrogant tendencies and their demands to pilot mechs that are way outside of their ability to control, each of them deserves to be treated as heroes as long as they actually step onto a first-class battlefield. The fighting in the upper zones are extremely intense. Mech pilots can die for all sorts of reasons outside of their control. Both sides are a little bit more likely to resort to weapons of mass destruction that can wipe out lots of mechs at once. The mention of weapons of mass destruction was enough to make a lot of people spooked. Even Gloriana looked fearful for a moment. About that, Vase, what is it, honey? You appear to be much better informed than I, so please clarify my confusion for me. Why have neither side begun to bomb each other to oblivion by employing as many weapons of mass destruction as possible? Haven't you read all of the analysis on the galactic net? I did manage to look into it, but there are too many pundits putting forth their own private little theories in an attempt to claim credit. I would rather hear your perspective as you are much better connected with the top of our society. Vase helplessly sighed. Then I am afraid I have to disappoint you. I truly do not know a lot of solid information about this subject. I can share what I heard, but it is definitely not the complete picture. As best as I can tell, the reason why both sides are still holding back to an extent is because neither side wants to trigger an unstoppable escalation. Think about how quickly the infamous fleet admirals of the Age of Conquest tried to one-up each other by wiping out more planets than their foes. It is exactly because of this prior experience that Red humanity is putting a lot of effort into showing restraint. What about the aliens, Vase? They have already shown that they do not like to abide by human rules. Why do they make an exception for this rule? That is because the native aliens can still understand the horror of mutual destruction, even if they have never lived through a period as traumatic as the end of the Age of Mechs. The aliens consider the Red Ocean to be their home. They possess a strong sense of responsibility towards preserving the overall galactic environment. As long as they think they can win the Red War without resorting to scorched earth tactics, they will try to pursue the course of action that results in the greatest benefits. The native aliens are treating us as parasites who have despoiled their garden. They only want to get rid of us without inflicting even greater damage to their domain. The fact that the aliens maintained such a condescending attitude towards the human plague showed that they were still fairly confident in their superiority. The huge disparity in size and numbers alone gave them the capital to feel this way. So how does this all tie back to your first-class swarm project mechs? I am wondering about that as well. I guess my first-class Carmen mechs need to be tough enough to withstand a lot of crazy stuff on the battlefield, but I do not need to make them especially resilient against weapons of mass destruction. Not only is it completely outside of the scope of this mech design, the native aliens are unlikely to throw them around at a far greater frequency than in recent times. And what if you are wrong, Vase? Then, I guess they will die. It won't be my fault though. Any mech below a certain level of survivability will meet the same fate. If these Carmen pilots want a stronger machine, they can take their bonded mechs to a mech designer and request an upgrade. I think that many first-class Carmen mech pilots will attempt to do so straight away. Gloriana predicted. There are so many first-raters who would love nothing more than to become a serious first-class mech pilot. They can finally fulfill their dream with the help of your work, but the fact that it comes in such a limiting and frankly insulting package will frustrate many early adopters. Since there should be a large proportion of wealthy and powerful individuals among them, they are much more likely to enlist third-party assistance to completely overhaul their Carmen mechs into the machines that can allow them to star as heroes of their own shows. We have already taken that into account, Gloriana. This is one of the reasons why we are making these mechs as open platforms. We actively welcome other mech designers to take our work and shape it according to their ideas. So long as the customers are satisfied, it's okay if my work ends up looking completely different. That is remarkably magnanimous of you. There was a time where you used to dislike it whenever others steal your work. I was a lot shorter on cash at the time. I also did not want incompetent mech designers to get their hands on my designs, only to ruin them due to their complete lack of understanding of what it is they are working on. I have seen far too many cases where these dummies screw up my products in order to satisfy their own egos. I can't stop this phenomenon, but I can reduce the chance that stuff like this will happen by making my mech easier to understand and modify by third parties. There is much less chance of confusion that way. Now that Vase had reached a higher rank and perspective, he had a completely different mindset towards licensing out mech designs and allowing low-ranking mech designers to play with successful products. Vase had surpassed the point where he constantly feared that he was a few accidents away from going out of business. It was impossible for his products to lose all of their market share. Even if this happened due to the release of an epical new tech that made all existing machines obsolete, Vase could just adapt the new innovations in his next commercial mech design projects in order to rebuild the revenue streams of the LMC. A competent man would always find a way to succeed. In any case, now that he was working towards promoting to the rank of master mech designer, he had already started to adopt the perspective of a senior and master. There was never enough of them. The mech industry constantly needed to put a lot of effort into raising new mech designers. Giving them various conveniences encouraged them to persist in their craft and attract more to join their industry. It was not as if the mech industry was short of mech designers. In fact, far too many mech design universities were pumping graduates into the job market where most of them received a brutal introduction of adulthood. What the mech industry was desperately short of were innovative mech designers who possessed the courage, intelligence, judgment and initiative to develop radical new products. Even if the proportion of a true innovator to an average mech designer was as little as 1 to 1,000, the mech industry still earned a profit if the mech design universities managed to achieve this ratio. Now, the Swarm project was on track to present these hopeful young mech designers with another classification of machines to sink their teeth into. As long as they read all of the instructions related to Karman mechs and never touched the crucial Karman systems without a deliberate reason, they should be able to do good work on these machines. Wait, Gloriana suddenly widened his eyes. If your Swarm project mechs all become popular to the point where so many people want to work with your products, you will be able to earn astronomical licensing fees from these works. Yup, to be fair, the profits aren't as exaggerated as you think. Jovi and Vector are making a lot of contributions and deserve a commensurate share of the profits. I don't think they get to keep all of their money, though. They are representatives of the Red Association and rely heavily on its resources and other advantages to make so much progress. In the end, I think the Red Association will be the biggest beneficiary. That is not important, Vase. Even a fraction of the share of profits will still amount to more than enough to commission a new fleet carrier in a short amount of time. So, we are finally rich enough to buy the most exclusive and prestigious handbags made out of phase whale skin. Chapter 6211 The Arvest Lima system is the Red Tide Offensive intensified. A strategic location known as the Arvest Lima system already came under siege. The site not only served as a defensive bulwark, but also functioned as a logistical hub. All kinds of warehouses, factories and repair centers worked around the clock to supply the surrounding star systems with the mechs, manpower and other hardware needed to put up the best possible fight. The importance of defending this node could not be overstated. If the aliens ever managed to knock this site out, then a lot of beleaguered and vulnerable star systems in the vicinity could not fight as hard as they wished. The rate of losses could not be replenished and the artillery mechs could not fire as many shells anymore. War was a capital-intensive business. Not only did Red Humanity have to produce a lot of war materiel, but the goods and personnel also had to be shipped to the destinations that most needed the help. There were plenty of organizations that were willing to use their transportation vessels to ship goods around, but they needed secure routes and plenty of human-controlled transportation nodes in order to prevent their precious convoys from getting raided. Any disruption in the link could lead to delays stretching on for days or weeks. Other facilities positioned further to the rear were already working at close to full capacity. If they had to fulfill a huge load of orders due to the fall of Arvest Lima, then that would adversely affect the supply of other fortified star systems. The delays, dropped orders and inability to safely ship essential goods and supplies to the front may subsequently contribute to the fall of an entire border region. The expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance had set off from the Bortle system and arrived in the Arvest Lima system just recently. The Golden Scullers arrived just as the defenders beat back another offensive. The native alien assault fleets that sought to take down the main planet where all of the important operations took place did not leave after getting punched in their metaphorical noses. They fell back to the outer system and began to lick their wounds over there. Many alien crew members began to perform field repairs to their damaged homeships and tried to fix up as many phase fighters as they could. The aliens weren't making stellar progress considering they were trying to recover in a location that was devoid of friendly infrastructure, but it didn't matter. Reinforcements were on the way. The native aliens still had plenty of assault fleets at their disposal. More were being transferred from the rear while a lot of other alien fleets became available again after they successfully toppled the main form of resistance in the fortified star systems in the first and second defensive bands. Trying to hold on to the first as well as the second defensive bands had become a lost cause. Great tales of heroism and sacrifice spread across the galactic net, but they provided little comfort to their families as well as the linefighters expected to face the brunt of alien aggression very soon. No one among the expeditionary fleet was in the mood to take this matter lightly. Shortly after the Golden Skull Alliance's arrival, Commander Casella Ingvad along with the military commanders of the other alliance partners attended a briefing where they quickly became apprised of the local situation. When Casella returned to the fleet, the Sentinel commander convened an urgent meeting with all of the available senior officers and champions of the Larkinson clan. As you can see, the Red 2 maintains a strong defensive ring in the orbit of the fortified planet. They have also stationed first-class multipurpose mechs and warships in the vicinity. The mechers and the fleeters should be able to block the advance of the strongest and most elite alien forces, but our enemies never limit themselves to that. The Torald Middle Zone has become filled with large quantities of slightly inferior enemy assault fleets that are still more than a match for second-class mech forces. A tactical officer raised her hand. How many linefighters outside of our own alliance will be fighting alongside us to secure the Arvest Lima system? The numbers are in flux as mech forces are constantly being reassigned or diverted to reinforce critical positions. Commander Casella replied, as many as 300,000 second-class mechs may be deployed at a time, with hundreds of thousands more to come in the following 2 months. Unfortunately, the Red 2 are terribly short-handed and cannot dispatch any more of their first-class assets to this location. We can only make do with what we got. The fall of any first-class multipurpose mech or warship signifies that we cannot count on their support in the next engagements. That caused everyone to frown. Every linefighter in this star system depended on the mecher and fleeter assets to eliminate or at least contain the most powerful alien opponents. These enemy assets always performed at a level equivalent or just below first-class standards. In fact, this was a bit of a helpless decision on the part of the aliens. They needed to send their more elite warships out to the middle zones to prevent the major powers as well as ridiculously strong high-ranking mechs from crushing the substandard alien fleets with ease. Commander Cassia Ingvar shifted her gaze towards the most prominent and powerful mech pilot in the gathering. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson's presence could not be ignored. His willpower had become powerful enough to radiate across the entire compartment. It was a good thing that his domain was fairly light and unoppressive. He did not usually judge others or expect them to behave according to his ideals. Many people enjoyed his company for that reason. St. Tusa, you and every other ace pilot in the star system are expected to shoulder heavy burdens during combat. I do not have to explain to you how the military commanders are salivating at the options that you in particular bring to the table. You are not only a light mech specialist at the ace mech level, but also possess strong instant takedown potential that is effective against both warships and phase lords. The others are especially keen on exploiting your leap of true freedom. The Larkinson ace pilot crossed his arms. I will do what is expected of me. I am not afraid of a challenge. Did you tell them that my Dark Zephyr is still a high-tier expert mech at this time? They know. They have also been informed that you and your living mech will be transferred to the upper zones as soon as your machine has finally been upgraded to a proper first-class ace mech. Will my absence cause any problems in Arvest Lima? We can manage. The Glory Seekers have already informed us that another Hexer ace pilot is on the way to fulfill her war obligation. It is too bad that Isabel Coden isn't in shape to fight. Venerable Janzi Larkinson lamented. We could have gained another powerful protector that could go out of her way to look after our forces if the worst ever happens. Arvest Lima will not fall so easily. Casella responded. The Red 2 have decided to employ additional measures to ensure we maintain our hold over this strategic node. One of them is the accelerated rollout of human starfighters. Starfighters. A few Larkinsons were familiar with the phenomenon of human starfighters. To see them make a return did not make them feel good. Humans only resorted to deploying inferior starfighters when they suffered a considerable shortage in mechs. In fact, mech pilots also secretly disliked starfighters due to the fear that they might make mechs obsolete one day. Phase fighters already showed how powerful these fighter craft could be, though the aliens cheated by employing lots of phase water. Whatever the case, the introduction of human starfighters on the battlefield was bound to cause a lot of changes. The Red Fleet has been working on building up a starfighter corps for a time. Commander Casella explained to the gathered Larkinsons. This is one of the first instances where their much-hyped craft will be put into action on a large scale. The fleeters have already tested out the starfighters in small trials on other battlefields, but this is where they intend to make a statement. This is why they are prepared to deploy 80,000 starfighters at once in the next major engagement. 80,000. The Mech commander activated a projection that displayed two different series of starfighters. Though each series encompassed a range of variants with different loadouts and material compositions, they were very clearly designed around a predefined template or type. The fleeters have developed many different small craft models, but they only chose to deploy two second-class small craft lines in the Arvest Lima system. They are the Sedich line of interceptor craft and the Armadillo line of bomber craft. It did not take much thinking to understand that the two were designed for very different purposes. The Sedich interceptors were predominantly built for ease of use and cost reduction. They looked quite similar to their slimmer alien phase fighter counterparts, but they possessed distinct human design elements to differentiate them by sight. None of the starfighter pilots wanted to get shot down by mistake by their own side. This was a serious risk because many human soldiers became so accustomed to shooting down fighter craft that they did not develop the habit of checking whether their targets fought on their side. Do they have any phase water technology? Tusa asked the obvious question. No. Casella shook her head. These are entry-level machines designed to cater to masses with the lowest possible cost. There are many compromises to their designs. Not even the fleeters expect these fighter craft to last that long on the battlefield. What they do have is mobility. Their forward acceleration exceeds that of most light mechs, and they gain impressive maneuverability if they are not going all out in trying to move forward. That was actually quite impressive considering how cheap they looked. As their fighter type suggests, these interceptors are meant to catch up to alien phase fighters. Due to their fairly cheap construction, they rely on speed and maneuverability to evade enemy attacks. Based on the performance of other starfighters in smaller engagements, the attrition rate of any single battle will be brutal, but the interceptors may actually have a good chance of achieving their operational objectives. How skilled are the pilots of these craft? Not that much, I believe. The second-class volunteers trained by the Red Fleet are just as green as their alien counterparts. There are no veterans among them. Experience is completely lacking. The most you can expect from them is that a proportion of starfighter pilots have received prior military training in different but related fields. Most of them have received promotions to higher ranks because they are the only ones among the starfighter pilots that can maintain a somewhat clear overview of the battlefield. The starfighter pilots may be lacking in experience, but there may be those among them that possess a large amount of talent. Casella noted, the Red Fleet has promised that as long as these rookie pilots are able to survive the coming battles and perform well enough, they will be transferred to more elite starfighter units where they get to pilot much more luxurious versions of interceptor craft. The main benefit is that those advanced fighters incorporate phase water technology. They will no longer be fighting at a disadvantage when confronting alien phase fighters. That sounded nice, but the interceptor pilots first needed to survive those crucial battles, and that was not an easy task. The fleeters clearly wanted to rely on brutal combat to separate the chaff from the wheat. The Starfighter Corps was too new, and compared to the extremely prosperous and established mech community, no heroes had emerged at this time. This was a huge shortcoming as humans were accustomed to looking up to individuals who performed far above the average. It was human nature to associate the presence of heroes with the overall strength and potential of their respective professions. Therefore, the best way to quickly produce a few examples among the starfighter pilots was to use the crucible of war to activate their potential. Even if thousands of mediocre starfighter pilots perished in the coming fights, it was all worth it for the Red Fleet as long as one emerging hero rose from the ranks. Chapter 6212 Starfighter Proving Grounds. The gathered mech commanders and staff officers tried to imagine what it would be like to fight alongside 80,000 starfighters. The interceptor craft were remarkably light and fast. It would be easy to send them on a flanking or reinforcement mission. They could also circle around and attack an enemy unit concentration from the rear. However, their lack of armor and transphasic energy shields seriously put their survivability into question. Very few Larkinsons preferred to pilot these craft for this reason. The Sedich interceptors looked so flimsy that it was as if they would already fall apart if someone sneezed in their direction. Perhaps that was an exaggeration, but nobody would ever make the mistake of thinking that they could last in any hard confrontation where their mobility became constrained. How hard do these Sedich fighters hit? Another Larkinson officer inquired. Since they are designed to fight against alien phase fighters, they must have something to count on in order to deplete the transphasic energy shields of our enemies. Commander Casella Ingvar smiled. The fleeters explained that to us as well. The Sedich interceptors rely on two different means to inflict effect damage onto enemy phase fighters. First, just like our ranged mechs, their combat effectiveness is much higher if they can take advantage of the space suppression field generated by melee mechs near their targets. Most of the battle plans therefore advocate that every mech unit must be accompanied by a corresponding starfighter unit. The two of you will have to learn how to get along. Audible groans sounded from the compartment. The mech pilots and mech commanders did not look forward to babysitting these inexperienced and unreliable starfighter pilots. Though Casella understood where her fellow Larkinsons were coming from, she still placed her hands on her hips. Show some respect, please. These starfighter pilots are both brave and patriotic. They voluntarily signed up to pilot these fragile death traps in order to defend everyone's homes. Their machines are inferior, but that only makes them more worthy of respect in my opinion. The least you can do is to accommodate their presence and actively work out how to fight alongside each other. Your teamwork is not only crucial to increasing their chances of survival, but it may also end up saving our lives one day. In a time where the Red Tide offensive have already battered down multiple defensive bands within a week, we really cannot let something as banal as inter-service rivalry get in the way of our common goals. That was enough to set the Larkinsons straight. They may have reservations towards starfighters, but they did not have any reasons to disrespect the brave volunteers who chose to pilot them in battle. They were not actually fleeters, but merely second-raters who wanted to fight in a more direct capacity than crewing a warship or fulfilling a support function. I wanted to mention this later, but since the pilots have been brought up for discussion, I may as well make this announcement now. Headquarters have organized meet and greets between our mech pilots and the newly arrived starfighter pilots. They are all small in scale in order to foster greater intimacy and prevent any specific problems from arising. After this briefing is over, I expect you to go back to your units and instruct your subordinates on how to behave. Is that clear? Everyone nodded. Even if they held different thoughts about these meetings, they kept their opinions to themselves. They were no longer operating in peacetime anymore. They could get into real trouble if they disobeyed orders. Of course, they were all willing to follow any orders issued by Commander Casella. She had not only proven to be a capable administrator and leader over the years, but she was also a very powerful high-tier expert pilot. She had filled the void left by General Quinlist Verl pretty well in the past few years. It was rather impressive how she was able to keep up with so many different developments while also keeping her skills and abilities sharp. The only downside was that nobody, not even Casella herself, expected that she would break through anytime soon. It was not because she was lacking any opportunities to prove herself. The Red Tide offensive exerted so much pressure onto Red humanity that a lot of mech pilots had broken through just in the first week alone. The real issue was that her willpower and mentality had not yet taken a decisive step forward. She needed to figure out what she truly wanted and specify her goal with greater precision. Only when she successfully improved her conviction would she be ready to take the next step. The Sentinel commander understood her own shortcomings, but did not have an easy way to address them yet. Her increase in resonance strength came too quickly. One of the reasons why Tusa and Isabel managed to get ahead of the rest was because their goals, motivations and convictions were remarkably simple and direct. It was easy for them to refine their convictions and transform their willpower because they did not really have to put too much thought into their reasons to fight. Commander Casella was in a different boat. Most mech commanders tended to advance slower and break through at lower rates due to all of the additional variables that came into play. It was already quite remarkable that one of the 8 god pilots of humanity possessed a command specialization, but even that was questionable. The army of one did not exactly attract universal praise among other high-ranking mech commanders. The god pilot completely gave up on commanding human mech pilots in battle in favor of controlling battle bots and other automated war machines instead. Although the army of one managed to make it work at an exceptionally high level, many critics took his decision to favor lifeless bots over flesh and blood mech pilots as a betrayal against the mech industry. Of course, few people dared to utter this criticism in a public forum. Only his peers at the same level could command his attention, but it didn't seem that any god pilot or star designer managed to get him to reform. Not that it could ever happen. God pilots were the most stubborn people imaginable. In any case, Commander Casella would try her best to find her breakthrough opportunity in the coming rounds of fighting, but she did not expect to make any gains in the short term. The odds were too low and she personally felt she hadn't earned it for the time being. One thing was for sure, though. Once she finally managed to become a saint, she would be able to make an enormous difference in combat, easily surpassing the impact of Saint Tusa. While Tusa was a high-level asset that excelled in targeted, long-distance strikes, Casella was capable of empowering a huge amount of standard mechs and mech pilots at once. At her current level, she was already able to elevate thousands if not tens of thousands of mechs to the point where they fought like quasi-expert mechs. Once she became a saint, she theorized that she may actually be able to amplify the combat power of the same amount of mechs to the level of a full low-tier expert mech. Even though it did not sound that impressive, low-tier expert mechs had already surpassed the threshold of mundanity and gained the power of a god, if only on a really small scale. The emergency of one low-tier expert mech in a large-scale battle probably wasn't that big of a deal, but what about 10? 100? 1,000? Even though ace mechs were so superior to expert mechs that the former should easily be able to crush 100 of the latter, but when Commander Casella Ingvar was able to mobilize the equivalent of a full mech division's worth of low-tier expert mechs, all of that quantity had a way of producing qualitatively terrifying results. Casella reined in her thoughts. This was not the time to think about her potential advancement direction. She had a briefing to finish. Let's get back to the starfighters. Most of you will be fighting alongside the Sedich interceptors in the coming defensive actions. The interceptors are exclusively designed to fight against alien phase fighters. They are absolutely not suited to go anywhere close to alien warships. The fleeters have designed a different sort of starfighter for this purpose. The ones that are stationed in the orbital space fortresses and fighter bases within the defensive ring all consist of the Armadillo model of bomber craft. The contrast between the two small craft were clear and obvious. The Armadillo was several times larger and much heavier armored compared to their fighter counterparts. Although their budgets were not that high, the fleeters had made a good effort to strengthen their defenses and allow them to withstand more attacks. Subsequently, their mobility was not that great, and their ability to dogfight was frankly terrible. They were completely unsuited to fight against other small craft. Just like the bomber craft of previous ages, the armadillos are expressly designed to withstand a certain degree of anti-fighter attacks and get close enough to release short-range but extremely powerful explosive munitions. A mech officer raised an arm. "Ma'am, pardon the interruption, but why employ bomber craft when we can just launch missiles from anything else?" That is a good question. Let me explain what makes this ordnance special. First, they have short ranges. Most missiles are actually filled with propellants, which can add extra power to explosions, but are not as effective as purpose-built warheads. By devoting the majority of their space to stuff that explodes, they can be much more effective than other missiles despite sharing the same dimensions. The bomber munitions are also laced with phase water. The Red Fleet deems it worthwhile to add small amounts of phase water to these special bombs in order to amplify their penetration and effective damage potential by several times. The third and most important reason is that the bombs include the latest advancements that the fleeters have made to space suppression technology. That caused a lot of people to look puzzled. Space suppressors had become familiar tools to them, but that did not change the fact that they were newly introduced. Had the fleeters truly improved them to the point where they made bombs a lot more effective? Commander Casella zoomed in the projection so that it displayed a detailed image of one of the bombs mounted on the underside of the armadillo. This section here holds a new gadget that the fleeters call the pulse space suppressor. Just as its name suggests, the device can produce the same effect as a conventional space suppressor, but instead of producing a continuous field where spatial activity becomes suppressed, it tries to produce the strongest possible field in a short interval of time. This interval can be as short as half a second. During that time, the device will dump all of its energy into weakening spatial activity generated by phase water technology as much as possible, thereby allowing the bomb to either destroy the transphasic energy shield with devastating effectiveness, or pass through it entirely. What? Why don't our mechs have these weapons? We can make much better use of them than these clumsy mechs. The fleeters invested a huge amount of R&D resources into enhancing the power of their guided munitions. They have the most say in how they are being used, Commander Casella said. Besides, these bombs and the craft that carries them are anything but cheap. The bomber pilots are also specially chosen elites that have demonstrated good aptitude in piloting small craft and bombers in particular. Do not mistake the armadillos for being as disposable as the Sediches. Once they are thrown into battle, you have standing orders to escort them and clear the way ahead for them. From the perspective of the fleeters, the fall of every bomber is as painful as losing one of our quasi-first-class mechs. The Red Fleet was still trying to experiment what sort of small craft worked best in the Red War. Their fighter designs, technological development, pilot training, combat doctrines and martial traditions were still being worked on. The fleeters chose Arvest Lima system as one of the proving grounds of the new Starfighter Corps. Chapter 6213 Captain Lucas Sokoli. The meet and greets between mech pilots and starfighter pilots proceeded, tamely. There were huge differences among them, but most people managed to get along with each other due to their shared willingness to step up and fight on behalf of Red humanity. There were no cowards among either group. The more reluctant conscripts that had been forced to participate in the frontlines were still being mobilized for the most part. Whether they were mech pilots or starfighter pilots, they would soon have to depend on each other to defeat the enemy. The inter-service rivalry that a lot of people feared might break out among these groups remained relatively tame, at least for the time being. The most they did to each other was light ribbing. So all you can pilot is a stick with engines on it or a fat armored shell, is that right? What a big industry. I am sure that there are tons of starfighter designers waiting to cater to all of your needs. You might be laughing now, but I don't think you will be laughing quite as hard 5 or 10 years from now. When the aliens keep pressing against our lines, way more mech pilots will fall in battle than your vaunted mech academies can replace in the same amount of time. You will have far more mechs than pilots to control them. Who do you think will be shouldering most of the burden by that time? Compared to the 3.5% of potentates among our population, the remaining 96.5% of people are almost all able to pilot starfighters. Mechs are great and all, but don't count our starfighters out yet. Once we get to pilot small craft that are just as fully featured as your machines, we won't necessarily lose in battle. The alien phase fighters are already giving your mechs a run for their money, and I don't see how things can be any different for our own starfighters. Our craft has become a big new thing. Mechs are old news now. You had your days during the age of mechs. They should call this era the age of starfighters, because both us and the aliens clearly recognize the superiority of our fighter craft. Relatively light-hearted discussions like this took place in many corners of the Arvest Lima system. Aside from smack talking, the two groups also started to engage in joint practice sessions. The initial attempts to coordinate with each other did not exactly go well, but it was better that they worked out the kinks when the native aliens were still waiting for reinforcements than to screw up when they had to fight for real. Mechs tended to prefer more static combat while starfighters wanted to stay on the move at all times. The former excelled at standing battles while the latter preferred to make hit-and-run attacks. Most mech pilots already had a decent idea of what they were working with as they had been fighting against alien phase fighters for a while. The biggest difference that the mech pilots had to adjust to was that human interceptor craft were just too damn fragile. They lacked even the most rudimentary transphasic energy shields that could typically be found on even the lower quality craft employed by the lesser alien races. While the interceptor craft did come installed with hyper shield generators, the defensive properties of this small and weak module were so poor that it was useless for anything other than blocking the occasional pieces of space dust that threatened to collide against the fighter frame. The bombers were a lot more respectable, but they were much lower in number. Trying to defend them was also a huge pain. While they had to be maneuverable enough to perform evasive maneuvers in order to prevent themselves from getting blasted by a giant primary or slightly less humongous secondary cannon battery, the acceleration rate of bombers was not that great. They performed best when they could accelerate forward in a straight line for a long time before focusing on evasion and fine-tuning their trajectories as they closed in on their targets. Their guided munitions were extremely effective, though. Seeing the bombs equipped with pulse space suppressors generate a powerful localized energy wave that destabilized transphasic energy shields like nothing else for a second before blasting apart the weakened energy barriers shortly afterwards never got old. Plenty of mech pilots grew jealous at how the armadillos were the only craft that got to play with the fancy upgraded munitions. Perhaps the new bombs and missiles equipped with pulse space suppressors might eventually roll out in the mech community as well. It was unconscionable to deny such a useful advancement to mechs when the survival of the human race in the Red Ocean was at stake. As the mech pilots and starfighter pilots continued to learn how to get along with each other, many of the latter actually admitted their envy towards the former. Do you think I truly want to pilot a starfighter such as the Sedich Interceptor for a living? A starfighter captain who was over 60 years old asked the Larkinson officer standing to his side. Both looked over the ramp of a busy starfighter hangar bay as they familiarized themselves with each other. "Oh," Commander Melkor said as he shifted his gaze to the starfighter captain. "You told me earlier that you used to be a spacer. You first worked your way up to become the helmsman of numerous starships. Then you managed to complete enough training programs to get certified as a navigator, where you spend a lot of time plotting out FTL transitions and interstellar travel routes. You could have still done well in either capacity during wartime. For you to abandon all of that just to get in the cockpit of a starfighter is, well, at your age, it is an extreme career shift." Melkor couldn't understand it. Becoming the navigator of a starship was a big deal. Navigators made sure that starships ended up at the right destinations at the right times. Battles could be lost and profit margins could easily evaporate if the navigators botched their planning and calculations. Being able to work your way up to a navigator was like becoming the executive of a company. Both positions breached past the middle layers and firmly cemented their places at the upper layers of the hierarchy. It was not impossible for Lucas Sokoli to earn the qualifications to become the captain of a ship in a decade. However, Lucas' expression made it clear that he had no regrets about putting aside his old career trajectory. "What I do for a living does not match my passion," the older man said as he waved his arm down at the sediches that were being serviced. "These craft might not look like much, but they are the closest that I can get to realizing my dreams." Realization dawned on Melkor's face. "You wanted to become a mech pilot. Who doesn't want to become a mech pilot?" Lucas ruefully smiled. "I don't know if you mech pilots are aware of it or not, but of the 96.5% of people who have been deemed ineligible to pilot mechs from the very beginning, at least half of them still regret their disqualifications to this day. When the Red Fleet announced the formation of the Starfighter Corps, I couldn't resist, as did many other colleagues who possess the same yearnings." The Avatar commander started to feel sympathetic towards the starfighter captain. The starfighter officer shrugged. "Don't you think we know that? Of course, starfighter controls are inferior in every way. Pushing buttons, pulling levers and eye tracking are all we can rely upon to make our craft listen to our commands. I suppose it is the excitement of piloting a small craft and putting one's life on the line in the frame built for war that makes it worth it for me and other like-minded pilots. It is easy enough for me to pretend as if I am piloting a light mech at times. The limitations don't stand in the way of my enjoyment. Each time I launch from the hangar bay with my personal sedich, I feel as if I can fulfill my dreams to take down enough enemies to become a celebrated hero. Why, you have to know that piloting starfighters is just a pale shadow of what it is like to pilot a real mech. The lack of a neural interface and a man-machine connection deprives you from most of what makes piloting mechs so satisfying." Hearing the older man speak so earnestly about his desire to pilot mechs despite being a part of the Starfighter Corps made Commander Melkor feel as if there was no fairness in life. "You should have become a mech pilot. You earned it. I know tons of mech pilots who don't have a tenth of the amount of passion and love for mechs as you. If not for your genetic aptitude, I already resigned myself to the fact that piloting mechs will forever be denied to me." Lucas Sokoli said in a calm and controlled voice. "You 3.5%ers are so lucky. I do not begrudge potentates such as you for being blessed to pilot mechs. I suppose mechs have become all the more desirable because of how many people are unable to make use of them. It makes it extra painful for norms such as myself to live through the drudgery of our mundane lives. Being a mech pilot is not as glamorous as you think, Lucas." Melkor softly said. "Mech pilots have their own troubles and burdens. There are a lot of people among my kind who graduate from the Mech Academy with great ambitions, but fail to make any serious progress due to many different reasons. Only a few of us are truly able to rise above the occasion and become more than mortal. At least you have a chance, Melkor. I would not regret it as much if I was able to become a mech pilot but fail to break through in the end. I would know that my journey has at least been eventful, if not fruitful. As a norm, I am denied this step, and that will always hang over my head like a mark of shame. I have come to terms with it, but that does not mean I like it. Maybe my impulsive decision to pilot starfighters is a form of escape for me. If I can make it big as a starfighter pilot, the future of starfighter pilots was nowhere near as bright as the future of mech pilots. The latter were able to break through step by step until the best of them were able to completely transcend their mortality and become god pilots. The former would always remain mortal no matter how many aliens they killed or how many feats of bravery they pulled off on the battlefield. This was the real tragedy for starfighter pilots like Lucas. Even if they possessed the spark of greatness, it would always remain dim and inactive so long as they did not do anything that could activate this hidden seed. Lucas eventually stepped back and gently patted the younger man on the bank. Don't let an old man like me burden you with unfulfilled dreams. There is ultimately more to life than piloting mechs. Starfighters are pretty awesome if you think about it. They are much more satisfying to pilot than big and lumbering starships. If you feel regretful about my inability to pilot mechs, then do your best to make the best use out of your own chances now that you are still in your prime. I am rooting for you, kid. Go and show them what a hero you can be when you are in the cockpit of your own mech. I truly think that you could have become a great mech pilot yourself. Maybe in my next life. Lucas casually responded, I have no chance in this one. In the 4 centuries since mechs have been invented, not a single star designer managed to break the necessity of neural interfaces and genetic aptitude. The chance that this will change is much lower now that we only have a fraction of star designers and scientists left in this dwarf galaxy. I have already resigned myself to living and dying as a starfighter pilot. Melkor inwardly shook his head. If it was up to him, he would watch out for Lucas and make sure that the dying part never happened under his watch. Chapter 6214 Catching up with Sigrund. As the fighting at the frontlines intensified, both sides employed new technologies and tactics in order to gain an advantage over their opponents. Starfighters, phase fighters, pulse space suppressors and ever more sophisticated transphasic missiles all resulted in greater results, but also increased casualties and misery. Both the humans and the native aliens were locked in a conflict where neither side wanted to stop until they either managed to wipe out their adversaries, or gained enough dominance to secure their own survival. The Red Tide offensive directly raised the stakes. With the first defensive band gone and the second defensive band moments away from total collapse, the third defensive band had become the new focal point of the conflict between the opposing civilizations. Fortunately for Red humanity, the third defensive band was much more fortified than the previous 2 bands. The major powers invested much more manpower, resources and assets to secure every major node along this crucial defensive line. The native alien offensive had also slowed down just enough due to meeting stiff resistance in the doomed first and second defensive bands. As news about the struggles in the third defensive band continued to circulate over the galactic net, Vase faced his own struggles well away from the front lines. Although he did not have to risk his life like the brave men and women who were putting themselves in the crosshairs of deadly transphasic alien weapons, his decisions could easily lead to the deaths of millions or even billions of people in the future. This kind of pressure was enough to push many mech designers to their knees, but to Vase, it was just another workday. Many of his works had already affected the lives of trillions of people. From the moment his Ilvanan mechs produced wondrous results during the Sand War by accurately identifying and eliminating the very difficult-to-detect Sandman admirals, he had become accustomed to influencing the lives of entire sectors with his works. Speaking of admirals, how is my liaison from the Red Fleet doing these days? Vase wondered. Ever since he returned from his latest business trip, he hadn't really exchanged anything substantial with his favorite fleeter who he happened to know from the days before entering the Red Ocean. This was rather odd. Vase maintained plenty of contact with the 2 liaisons from the Red Association. He was currently collaborating with them on the crucial Swarm project at the moment. In contrast, Vase did not really maintain any active cooperation with the Red Fleet at the moment. He would have thought the fleeters wanted to follow up on transforming their other dreadnoughts into Karman vessels. He decided to arrange a meeting between himself and Captain Zonrad Rees. The latter had no objections to a personal meeting. Vase soon found himself teleported aboard the Babylon excavator. Vase took in the atmosphere of the fleeter reconnaissance cruiser as he strode across the corridors. Few people were moving about at this time, which was not unusual as the ship had been parked in high orbit of New Constantinople 8 for a long time. Vase could easily sense that the crew members were not content at the moment. Frustration, impatience and unwillingness welled up inside their spirits. They were fleeters. A war was being waged at the front lines. They would all rather have their ship get sent to the front lines or even deep behind enemy lines doing something that could make a difference. None of them wanted to remain stuck in this safe Terran star system in the hinterland of human space while babysitting a Tier 3 galactic citizen. Of course, it was not as if the fleeters disrespected Vase and his many accomplishments, but it was in their nature as soldiers to yearn for more action. Not only were they missing out on the fights that could determine whether Red humanity would survive or go extinct, they were also missing a lot of opportunities to earn merits and work towards their promotions. as their colleagues stationed on other warships began to confront the native aliens and earn merits, recognition and glory in the process. The fleeters assigned to the Babylon excavator continued to remain shackled to a mech designer who was prohibited from coming anywhere close to the front lines. There was no way for people to climb up the ranks faster than to actively participate in combat missions. How frustrating. Vase deeply sympathized with the plight of these spacers, but that did not necessarily mean he was willing to speak up on their behalf and recommend that the Babylon excavator should fulfill her purpose as a reconnaissance cruiser. He wasn't stupid. The Red Cabal and the Cosmopolitan movement were more than happy to chop off his head. Without enough military deterrence, a native alien strike force could drop by at any time in an attempt to pull off a decapitation strike. Vase was quite happy with the current situation. Now that his Larkinson clan had yet to raise a proper first-class mech force, he still remained dependent on the mechers and to a lesser extent the fleeters to protect him from the enemies and other malcontents. He soon reached a work compartment where Sigrund in his human guise was working on a software program for a purpose that Vase was not able to discern. He was not only busy with finishing a few lines of code, but also supervised a team of other fleeter software engineers. "I will be there in a minute," the captain of the ship called from his desk. "There is a tight deadline on this bug-fixing attempt. Take your time, it will not take long." The RF captain quickly completed his code and issued instructions to his subordinates to complete the remaining work tasks. "Follow me," Sigrund curtly said as he stood up and moved to the exit. The two moved through the corridors and headed up a few decks before they reached the entrance of a secure meeting chamber. Vase and Sigrund went through a mandatory security check before they were allowed to enter. As the double hatches slid shut, the pair sat down on opposite sides of a plain metal desk. In order to be able to talk about confidential matters, both of them made sure to activate their respective jamming devices and other sources of interference. Neither of them were under the illusion that these measures were completely effective, but it was the best they could employ for the time being. "You contacted me because the Red Fleet has not approached you for anything as of late, is that correct?" The fleeter captain began. "That's right. Is there something wrong? Did you guys suddenly not like me anymore?" "That is not it, Vase," the disguised hybrid Sandman Admiral in AI said as he shook his human head. "We are far too preoccupied with other matters at the moment. The Red Tide offensive has put us all under great pressure. The premature collapse of the first and second defensive bands has disrupted much of our war planning. We are scrambling to deploy our Starfighter Corps as soon as possible, and the timeline of our auxiliary warship program is also being compressed." Vase was familiar with the former, but not the latter. "Wait. The auxiliary warship program is the scheme where you would allow second raters and third raters to field their own warships, is that right?" "Yes. Not much visible development has taken place at this time as it takes much longer to construct the hulls and train the crews in their use. Starfighters are much smaller, easier to mass produce and faster to gain proficiency in, so our current focus is to deploy enough of them to negate the numbers advantage that the native aliens are relying on to overwhelm our defenses. As long as the third defensive band holds out long enough, we can begin to roll out our first second-class and first-class auxiliary warships. They may lack many of the features that make our own warships so powerful, but their scale advantages alone should be more than enough to even the odds against most alien adversaries." Vase looked impressed. The fleeters not only put serious thought into the auxiliary warship program, but also had a clear idea in mind how they should contribute to the war effort. "How long do we have to wait until auxiliary warship fleets begin to reinforce the middle and lower zones on a larger scale?" Vase inquired. "From what I have heard, the fighting at the upper zones is really intense, but you guys are mostly successful at managing to keep the native aliens at bay. It is the middle and the lower zones that we are experiencing mixed results. The native aliens occasionally send out their stronger fleets to bully the humans who are not as well equipped. We are aware of that. I have heard that we are taking more active countermeasures against this phenomenon, but it is difficult to prevent every tragedy from occurring. This is one of the reasons why we are eager to press auxiliary warships into service. Still, they are so large and require so much work on multiple levels that they can only truly be put into service a year later." "A year? That is way too long. The 5th defensive band may already fall by the time those auxiliary warships can arrive to make a difference." "This is just a loose estimate of mine." Sigrund raised his hand. "We are still doing our best to accelerate the construction of warship hulls and so on. We may be able to field the first cohesive fleets of auxiliary warships 2 to 3 months earlier. That was still not ideal, but it was better than nothing. Well, seeing as auxiliary warships are none of my business, let's get back on topic. Vase proposed. How is it going with the Dominion of Man? You fleeters sounded so enthusiastic about your very first Carmen Dreadnought, but even if you needed a lot of time to study her extensive transformation, you should have made a decision by now on whether you want to upgrade another Dreadnought. Why haven't I heard anything from you about this in the past few months? Captain Reese's expression drooped. To be honest, we were on track to follow up on this matter with you, but an unexpected problem has occurred. What sort of problem? The kind where an easy solution is not available. Captain, what is going on, exactly? The problem lies with the Dominion of Man. You see, just before the outbreak of the Red Tide Offensive, we secretly transferred the Carmen Dreadnought to Bridgehead 1 for reasons that you should be familiar with. Then the Red Tide Offensive kicked off at the same time 6 ancient phase whales unfolded a spacetime bubble around Bridgehead 1. I see. I expected as much. It is nice to hear someone from the RF admit it, though. You knew. Vase snorted. Half of Red humanity has already guessed the truth. All but 2 of your precious dreadnoughts have made an appearance so far. The Dominion of Man is one of the 2 that had yet to show up on any of the battlefields in the border region. It is a pretty logical assumption that she got stranded in Bridgehead 1. I managed to get additional confirmation when I couldn't get in touch with Furia anymore. Do you know that it is pretty easy for me to contact a lot of design spirits? That is nice to know, so why does the mishap involving the Dominion of Man stop you from approaching me to transform the other dreadnoughts? We have yet to complete a thorough examination of all of the changes. We also lack enough information to make additional preparations that could improve the results of the next attempt. There are those among us who hate it that the Dominion of Man only received a brief amount of preparation time before undergoing her miraculous metamorphosis. We would like to increase the yield by making targeted modifications and alterations to another dreadnought, but without the latest data from the indisposed vessels, we cannot make any significant progress on this end. I see. Did you just consider going through without waiting for all of this extra information? Chapter 6215 Cautious Admirals. The Red Fleet does not like to work with uncertainty. Sigrund explained to Vase. What you did to the Dominion of Man back then violates all sorts of rules. Fleet Admiral Argyle may have decided to put his faith in you, but what he did was ultimately an exception to the rules. We do not have it easy such as mech designers like yourself. You can freely experiment and take calculated risks as the price of failure typically only affects a single mech and possibly a mech pilot. If we conduct an experimental process onto a dreadnought, any catastrophic failure will affect a priceless warship, all of the crew members who are stationed on it and the rest of the Red Fleet that relies on the great vessel's might to fulfill demanding missions that can otherwise only be handled by god mechs. Now that the fleeter officer put it this way, Vase understood a lot more clearly why the Red Fleet felt reluctant to let another dreadnought undergo a similar transformation as the Dominion of Man. If anything serious went wrong, the Red Fleet would not only lose one of its 8 irreplaceable dreadnoughts, but also fail to meet all of its obligations during the Red War. The devastating loss of strength would cause more frontlines to collapse and more fortified star systems to fall. The aliens would gain a lot of momentum as they suffered less losses and were able to deploy more forces to other beleaguered star systems. At worst, the loss of a critical dreadnought may ultimately lead to the fall of Red humanity. I see. Vase responded. I suppose the RF is already feeling pretty nervous due to the Red Cabal managing to put the Dominion of Man out of play. Captain Zonrad Rees grimly nodded. I cannot tell you how damaging it is for our most powerful dreadnought to remain missing all of this time. Many of us were counting on her to prove that warships have come back and that our one and only god ship is able to perform just as well as an actual god mech. If she is playing such a critical role, then why did you guys transfer her to Bridgehead 1 in the first place? The Red 2 obtained valuable clues that the native aliens were plotting to destroy the Greater Beander Gate. In order to minimize the chances that a sudden alien incursion would fulfill this objective, both the RA and the RF decided to bolster the defenses of the star system. One of the requirements of this plan is to do so as discreetly as possible. The less movements, the better. The Mechers chose to dispatch the First Flame, as he is arguably the most powerful god pilot and also a proven ancient phase whale killer. We on the other hand chose to dispatch the Dominion of Man, both because she is far more powerful than our other dreadnoughts, but also because she has remained out of sight during all of this time. Vase understood the logic behind the decision. Ever since the Dominion of Man had turned into an unprecedented god ship, the fleeters took her to a secret location in order to study the hell out of her miraculous transformation. The fact that she remained out of the public eye all of this time turned into an advantage, as very few people would be able to track her subsequent movements. Sneaking her into Bridgehead 1 was an excellent way to quietly reinforce the critical star system. As long as the fleeters did a good enough job at it, neither the native aliens nor the cosmopolitans would find out that the star system they had designed upon was actually a lot harder to attack than they initially thought. To Vase, this was actually pretty good news, as the defenders stood a much better chance of preserving the crucial Greater Beander Gate. Of course, Vase doubted that the addition of the Dreadnought in Bridgehead 1 could help that much in trying to break the spacetime bubble. The amount of brute force required to break this system-wide anomaly far exceeded the energy generated by Furia. As far as Vase was concerned, the removal of the Dominion of Man from the board not only disadvantaged the Red Fleet, it also damaged his own interests, as the fleeters were much less reluctant to transform their other dreadnoughts. They were only down to 7 massive hulls. If one of them became indisposed for just a few months, the consequences to the war effort would definitely be severe. Then again, the successful transformation of one of the dreadnoughts into a god ship could do wonders in relieving the pressure on the front lines. It was equivalent to adding another god mech to Red Humanity's defensive lineup. If Vase was put in the position of the Red Fleet, he would have been more than willing to take this gamble. The Red Admiralty disagreed. They did not dare to engage in an exceedingly bet where they could obtain a slight to moderate advantage if they won, but potentially lose everything if they lost. Not even a friendly supporter like Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle dared to make such a risky decision, especially now that the fleeters understood much more clearly how exactly they put their valuable dreadnoughts at risk this time. The horrendous lightning tribulation attracted by the Dominion of Man had almost destroyed the dreadnought at numerous points. The intervention of the Subjugation King turned out to be a mixed blessing. Though the God King directly weakened the lightning tribulation to the point of draining the immense energies reserved for the 9th and most devastating round of tribulation challenges, a tribulation event controlled by one of the most powerful beings of Messier 87 still tested the Dominion of Man beyond her limits. Vase did not know if a second dreadnought would be able to make it through the Krelian God King's tests the next time, especially now that the alien powerhouse had enough time to process the Dominion of Man's performance and figure out more appropriate counters against such a vessel. Ironically, it would be even worse if the Subjugation King decided to skip out. That would mean that the transformation of a second dreadnought would undoubtedly attract a full 81-strike multimodal lightning tribulation, which was feared for raining down devastating power at the last round of 9 strikes. Vase believed that the fleeters understood these dangers as well, hence why they wanted to gather as much data as possible to better prep a second dreadnought against the potential dangers. The fact that the Dominion of Man did not attract this final round made this endeavor a lot more troublesome. The fleeters had no solid data to base their calculations around. They could only rely on dubious theories and imprecise extrapolations to roughly estimate how much power their best warships needed to withstand. All in all, this priority became so clouded with uncertainty that it had become far too irresponsible to go through with all of this craziness. So, Vase trailed for a moment. Does that mean that everything stops? Are you fleeters really going to abandon any attempt at obtaining a second god ship? I cannot truly say. The RF captain sighed. I am not part of that decision-making circle. My rank is too low to have any say on this matter. The reason why I know this much is because I am your liaison. The most I can do is to pass on your words to the Red Admiralty. Can you present me with an argument that sounds convincing enough to make the admirals reconsider? No, not really. He frowned. Vase could think of one potential development that might make the high and mighty admirals alarmed about their super-organization. The Starfighter Corps that the Red Fleet pinned a lot of hopes on was a pretty sensible initiative. If it worked as promised, it would provide a lot of substitutes for mechs that could be fielded in much greater numbers at a very low resource and manpower cost. Yet what would happen if he could finally unveil the Swarm project to the public? Norms would suddenly have another option if they wanted to experience action in the cockpit of a small and maneuverable craft. Given how much mechs had played a dominant role in human culture for the last 4 centuries, Vase truly couldn't imagine how people would prefer to pilot starfighters over Karman mechs. Perhaps only the wannabe fleeters and hardcore haters of mechs would opt to join the Starfighter Corps, but these were such tiny fringe groups in today's society that their influence amounted to nothing. Vase was not sure how much the Red Admiralty knew about Karman mechs and the Karman system. Just because they possessed a dreadnought that had gained the benefits of the Karman system did not necessarily mean they understood how it was actually supposed to work in mechs. It was pretty impressive of the survivalists and the transhumanists if they successfully managed to keep the essence of Karman mechs a secret from the fleeters. The mechers had always been a lot more avid towards monitoring and spying their fellow humans. It went all the way back to the original division of responsibilities between the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. Although the two organizations did not entirely stick to their own domains, the Big Two had made a general agreement for the mechers to focus on internal threats while the fleeters turned their attention to external threats. This caused the fleeters to remain a lot more detached from human society. Their purposeful isolationism did not help matters either. They were leagues behind the mechers when it came to uncovering secrets from other human powers. Since the fleeters were so incompetent at spying, should Vase take the initiative to expose a few key details about the Karman system to Sigrund? Vase predicted that it would certainly light a fire among the admirals. However, the Red Fleet was already incredibly busy at the moment. Vase did not want to add another distraction to their plate when they were already burdened with trying to prop up the front lines. Besides, it was not his turn to disclose information about the Karman system. He may have invented it, but the survivalists and the transhumanists had taken effective control over the political and societal aspects of this groundbreaking innovation. It is okay, Sigrund ignorantly said. The Red Admiralty still believes that maintaining the status quo may be enough to hold the line. New developments are in the works that may allow us to push back the aliens without resorting to dangerous gambles. If the admirals have misjudged the situation, then they can always dig up old plans and reconsider the wisdom of taking you up on your offer. Maybe they will come to me sooner than you think, Vase cryptically said as he tried his best not to place his elbows on the desk and steeple his fingers in front of his head like a classic villain. So is there anything else I can do for the fleeters? Nothing urgent comes to the top of my head. I do have to mention that there are a number of proposals related to the Red Collective that the Red Fleet prefers to gain your support. We would owe you a favor or two if you can be more sympathetic or accommodating towards our specific demands. Vase pressed his lips. I am willing to listen to you, but that does not oblige me to respond in any way. I might not have asked to become the Deputy Chief Counselor, but now that I am thrust onto this seat, I won't dishonor it by violating my duties. Oh, we do not expect you to take specific action. We only wish for you to consider our arguments and weigh them over an ample amount of time. The sessions are too short for you to obtain a clear understanding of the pros and cons of our ideas. If that is the case, then that's fine. Let's hear it then, Captain. Chapter 6216. A new collaborator. Vase patiently listened to Sigrund present a wish list of items that the Red Fleet wanted to pass. The policy proposals that the Red Fleet wished to realize in the remaining sessions of the Interim Leadership Council sounded predictable for the most part. The fleeters advocated for greater restraint and enforcement towards cultivators. They were a potential source of instability that could explode and damage a lot of innocent people if left unchecked. Although the fleeters were no longer as gung-ho about abolishing cultivators as before, the faction led by Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson had not lost that much power. There were still plenty of fleeters who feared the consequences of letting space peasants get their hands on way too much power than they deserved, whatever that meant. Once Sigrund was done with making an appeal on behalf of the Red Fleet, Vase responded with a noncommittal answer. I will think about the issues that you have mentioned, but don't expect too much from me. At most, I can tell you that I will give your ideas fair consideration. Many of the motions that end up getting passed during those big sessions were either negotiated in advance in all sorts of backroom deals, or simply common sense ideas that would attract widespread support in the first place. As far as I have noticed, no single group has managed to get others to pass their pet projects on a frequent basis. It would be a wonder if just one of these proposals gets passed, since they only really benefit the Red Fleet. Captain Rees did not look too disappointed when he heard this response. I am only the messenger. It is the various admirals that you will disappoint if you find yourself unable to please. Regardless of your opinions and feelings towards the Red Fleet, there are still people who are on your side. We believe that our commonalities are more important than our differences. If you can reciprocate, then we can deepen our relations further. We have our own specializations that you may find interesting. Of course, we can also reward you with additional warship tokens if you desire a more concrete form of remuneration than vague favors. Now that certainly caught Vess's interest. I wouldn't mind it if I could earn another battlecruiser token, especially one that doesn't come with strings attached. Hee. The RF captain chuckled. Do not aim too high. You only earned the last one because of what you have done for the dominion of man. Until the Red Fleet is ready to solicit your help to transform a second dreadnought, it is unlikely that anything you can do will earn you enough merit to exchange for such a precious token. The right to field a battlecruiser is of great significance. By granting you this right, we are putting our trust as well as our credibility on the line. If you or your clansmen ever abuse the battlecruiser under your control to the detriment of our civilizations, you don't need to finish that sentence, Captain. I have no intention of pushing the limits of your rules, and neither does my clan. Once the tortured Scream is converted into a human-operable battlecruiser, we only intend to direct her formidable arsenal against our alien foes. At least for the time being. Vase could not predict what could happen in the future. What if a human force got in the way between him and his objections? That better be the case. If you ever violate this rule, you will instantly lose the trust and support of many fleeters. They will instead turn against you because you have proven your critics right. It is better for you if you do not make enemies out of the entire Red Fleet. We may not be as familiar to you as the Red Association, but we can be just as powerful. Is that your opinion, or is that what your superiors instructed to tell me word for word? Captain Rees smiled at Vase but did not offer a solid response. Instead, he stood up and shut off all of the jamming devices. I believe that is all. I need to get back to my programming duties. The rapid expansion and the influx of people with a much wider range of backgrounds has put a much greater load on Archie. As intelligent as the evolved AI has become, there are still improvements to be made in its programming and subroutines. How are the fleeters taking to Archie after learning that their former evaluation SSYTEM has already started to outgrow its base parameters? Vase inquired as he exited the secure chamber alongside his fleeter friend. The initial shock and indignation from the more cautious fleeters has already begun to fade. They have become increasingly less reluctant to make active use of Archie, considering that those who are willing to employ the expanded range of services are receiving the lion's share of commendations and promotions. If the skeptics do not begin to take Archie seriously, then they will find themselves eclipsed by their more open-minded colleagues. This must feel really good for Sigrun, considering that he was secretly an AI himself. Vase wondered once again whether fleeters had caught on to Sigrun's real identity. He was always leaning towards yes, but he could never quite make up his mind about this issue. Perhaps only a small group of fleeters learned the truth but kept it to themselves in a desire to see whether the first sentient AI within their ranks could help the Red Fleet in ways that actual humans could not replicate. As he eventually got teleported back to D&D base, he barely had a second to take a step forward when a different teleporter brought him right back up to the Tarask in orbit. Ahem, if you wanted me to go up, you could have shown some courtesy by asking first, you know. This is too important, Vase. Please head down to the design lab. Vase had entered the flagship of the Blue Jay fleet enough times to know the route to the place where all of the mech designers were working. Once he reached the design lab and entered a secure section, both Jovi and Vector looked eager as they sat around the central projector. So what got you all excited? Vase asked as he came closer. Seeing as you invited me over to this lab, I can already guess it is related to the Swarm project. You are correct, Vase. Jovi said with a grin. As we have mentioned before, we have taken it upon ourselves to find 2 suitable collaborators for the Swarm project in order to round out our specializations. We have expressly sought candidates that satisfy our requirements among the Terrans and the Rubarthans. After an exhaustive search, we have come across 2 names that can add a great amount of value to our mech designs, all 6 of them. There are alternate candidates available if they are not willing to participate or if they are not to your liking, but we truly think that bringing them in is the best way forward. Vase looked intrigued. For both of the mechers to feel so excited about the candidates suggested that they were truly worth consideration. You have my attention. Vector decided to introduce the first candidate. Let us begin with the Terran. This is Romonda Devas of the Devas Ancient Clan. Yes, she is a name that is quite closer to us than you would have expected, but that plays no role in what she is able to bring to the table. The central projector lit up to display the Terran mech designer in question. She looked a bit older than Vase and the 2 mechers, but it was within tolerance. Technically speaking, age shouldn't matter in stuff like this, but Vase simply found it awkward to work with someone twice or thrice his own age when he, Jovi and Vector all belonged to the same generation. The Carmen mechs were revolutionary new products that broke many of the established rules that mech designers had invested many years of their lives into upholding. Vase was afraid that if he took on one of those rigid old fogies, he would only be met with obstruction at every turn. This was why it was important to hire someone young enough to retain a flexible and open mind. Naturally, the candidate also had to be a senior mech designer. Vase was not willing to get outshone by a master, and he did not want to add too much deadweight by bringing on a journeyman. "I am not familiar with her," he said. "Perhaps I should have memorized her name given my dealings with the DeVos ancient clan, but I am far too busy to waste my time on that." "Who is Romonda DeVos and what makes her work special?" "Lady Romonda DeVos is a branch member of her ancient clan," Vector patiently explained. "As such, she received attention and resources when she grew up. Despite initially falling behind from her main branch counterparts, she managed to excel early on and graduate at a prestigious mech design university back in the old galaxy. After that, she disappeared from the public eye for 20 straight years. Let me guess, a secret Terran institution picked her up and put her to work on all manner of secret research projects, am I right?" Vector smiled. "That is correct. We do not have information on what sort of projects she has been working on during her employment at the secret research institution. If our association is in possession of that intelligence, then I am unable to access it. We can make a guess by examining what Lady Romonda has done after she emerged in public again. As a journeyman mech designer, she began to surprise her former classmates and family by her unusual approach to mechs. While she did not possess the ability to start an independent business and gain a foothold in the highly regulated Terran mech market, she was able to get her work out by working as a freelancer for various medium-sized mech companies. What did those companies see in her?" Vase asked. "For them to go out of their way to hire a journeyman to contribute to one of their projects means that they see real value in her design philosophy." "That is indeed the case. Lady Romonda DeVos actually bases her work around a Class 9 design philosophy." Class 9. Both Vase and Hovey's design philosophies were also categorized in the same bucket. Every Class 9 design philosophy was so weird, different and unprecedented that the mech industry simply couldn't figure out if it belonged to Class 1-8. Anytime such an attempt ended in failure, the mech industry simply chucked the abnormal design philosophy into the bin corresponding to Class 9 and called it a day. What Vase found unusual was that a Terran and a descendant of an ancient clan no less had adopted a weird design philosophy. The Terrans as a whole tended to be a lot less experimental than their rivals. Her design philosophy is rather special but also controversial. You see, the greatest strengths of her mechs are how good their cockpits are. Although they are designed to take up a considerably larger proportion of the torso of a mech, they are much tougher and can be ejected much easier from the machine. The cockpits are able to flee back to safety at a faster rate and can also resist more damage. If desired, they can also be mounted with small armaments that can be used to intercept missiles and slightly deter pursuers. The central projector showed one of the first-class mechs where Lady Romonda had made a significant contribution. Vase could immediately see what Vector meant. The cockpit was not just a small section of the mech that was entirely buried within the chest of the first-class mech. Romonda had actually expanded the definition of what a cockpit should encompass and designed it so that it pretty much took the place of the entire upper torso. "This is not a cockpit. This is an entire vehicle in itself," Vase exclaimed. "It is as if Romonda has integrated an ultralight starfighter inside the torso of a first-class mech." He immediately understood why Jovi and Vector developed such a strong interest in Lady Romonda's work. If their suspicions were correct, her design philosophy possessed a strong synergy with the Karman system. Chapter 6217 The defeatist mech designer. Whatever Lady Romonda DeVos did at the secret Terran research institution, she clearly came away with a few odd ideas in mind. After she got released from her contract, she immediately set up a small design studio and mech boutique that was meant to showcase the benefits of her design philosophy. This was not a completely unfamiliar career choice for first-class mech designers who aspired to become entrepreneurs. It was too difficult for them to gain any traction in the highly competitive first-class mech market. Terran journeymen had it especially hard as the mech market was completely dominated by established market leaders that were always led by master mech designers. Journeymen with enough confidence and ideas would start small companies and publish mech designs that would never see any practical use in reality, but would showcase their specializations and as well as potential. Major mech companies were constantly on the hunt for new talents and lucrative investments. A number of Terran mech companies obviously developed a slight degree of interest towards Lady Romonda's work, as they allowed her to contribute on some of the lesser and more niche product variations. What Romonda brought to the table was not a first-class mech that struck its targets harder, nor was it capable of withstanding more attacks. Her products did not possess any remarkable endurance and did not come equipped with an advanced technological gadget that allowed them to take their enemies by surprise. Instead, she focused on improving, or better phrased as reinventing, the cockpit of a mech. Originally, mech designers envisioned the cockpit of a mech as the human control center of the machine. It was an essential but rather undesirable addition to the mech frame. The reason for that was that the cockpit occupied precious space that could have been used to increase the hard performance of the machine in many different ways. The cockpit space could have been devoted to fitting a larger and more capable power reactor. The cockpit space could have been used to implement additional weapon systems to the mech. The cockpit space could have been replaced by additional armor and structural components that vastly increased the robustness of the mech. In short, there were many choices that mech designers would rather use up the capacity occupied by the cockpit. They had no choice, though. A mech was defined by its ability to interface with a human mech pilot. Where else could the human in question go if not inside the upper torso, which was usually considered the safest part of a mech frame? Any other choice was unworkable, or else it would have become a lot more common. In the early years of the age of mechs, a few adventurous mech designers tried various alternate configurations, but they usually ended up in disaster. For example, one mech designer who placed the cockpit in the head saw many of her products getting targeted in the head just to take out the pilot and render the machine inoperate in an instant. Even though the head was a relatively small component of a typical humanoid mech, that did not change the fact that it protruded out of the torso and looked awfully exposed. It was impossible to wrap the head with too much armor, or else it would unbalance the machine and unjustifiably increase the cost of the product. At most, the mech designer who came up with this concept was only able to make certain adaptations such as shaping the head into an angled dome or pyramid that did not look as obvious as a target. The thickened and angled layers of armor also helped with blocking and deflecting incoming attacks more easily. Ultimately, the mech industry came to a consensus that the only place this idea belonged was in the trash bin. Another idea was to attach the cockpit as an external module that could be affixed to the upper or lower back of the mech. This proposal worked great as long as the mech faced the enemy from the front and from the sides to an extent. However, a lot of mech combat tended to be mobile and dynamic. Mechs presented their rear sections to enemies plenty of times. As long as an enemy unit managed to get a clear shot at the back of this unusual mech, the cockpit and the pilot could easily be eliminated. Light skirmishers in particular just loved to kill enemy soldiers and disable the corresponding mechs at the same time by sneaking behind such a machine. Another idea that gained traction for a time was to completely control the mechs by remote. Different from turning a mech into a completely automated battle bot, the mech instead replaced the cockpit for more compact communication systems. As long as a nearby mothership or base could establish a strong and secure connection with the cockpit-less mech, the latter could easily be controlled remotely with hardly any dip in performance. Unfortunately, this idea crashed and burned as well as enemies that understood what they were facing simply amplified their jamming efforts. All kinds of jamming, interference and ECM technologies quickly experienced rapid development for the sole purpose of giving people an easier way to defeat these remote-controlled mechs. Once these techs reached a scary degree of development, remote-controlled mechs quickly turned into a failed experiment. In the end, the mech industry came to a consensus that the current approach of installing a small and relatively moderately armored cockpit inside the chest cavity of a mech was the best all-round choice. It was not perfect, but it protected the mech pilots from attacks coming in each direction pretty adequately. The only vulnerability was to the rear, but that was because most humanoid mechs did not really bother to layer their backs with too much armor. This compromise solution hit the sweet spot and became the established standard for the entire remaining duration of the age of mechs and beyond. It became so ingrained that the vast majority of mech designers never even questioned this design choice anymore. Not even Vase bothered to question why the mech industry set the standard for cockpits this way. While mech designers were allowed to vary the cockpits a bit by increasing their armor, adding extra thrusters or even applying a stealth system around the shell, the moment they took it a step too far, people would begin to ask incessant questions about the point of all of these changes. That was exactly what happened to Lady Romonda DeVos. The side branch member of the DeVos ancient clan enjoyed a good start and managed to earn quite a lot of recognition for excelling in her studies and working for 2 decades in a secret Terran research institution. However, her star instantly dimmed when she boldly presented her design philosophy to the public. Of all of the tech that she could specialize in, why did the descendant of the Devas ancient clan choose to dedicate her craft to turning a normal mech cockpit into a weird oversized contraption that behaved like a starfighter when separated from the mech frame? It was an absurd idea. It was a solution that was looking for a problem. Officially, the Mech Trade Association designated her specialization as a Class 9 design philosophy centered around ultra-large enhanced cockpit systems. This was a rather sophisticated description of an approach to mech design that broke several rules and contradicted numerous core principles of the mech industry. The most egregious violation that Lady Romonda Devas committed with her works was the fact that she designed her work with failure in mind. Before she thought about how her mechs would fare if they attained success in the battlefield, she already began to add features designed to mitigate the damage in the event of a loss. There was nothing fundamentally wrong with this design approach. Beginning the design process by thinking what would happen if the machine broke down and the mech pilot was left to his own devices could lead to drastically higher survival rates for the user in question. However, most of the mech community rejected this approach because they thought that Lady Romonda Devas was being overly defeatist whenever she designed her machines. Mech pilots loved to be winners, and they did not really spend that much thought on what would happen if their mechs endured catastrophic damage that forced them to eject their cockpits. They especially did not like to think what would happen if the enemy struck their machines so hard that their fragile cockpits got breached. Whether these pilots were in denial or not, they would rather imagine themselves as the heroes of their own stories and make use of mechs that better enabled their fantasies. A mech designed by Romonda did the opposite. It tore down their unrealistic fantasies and brought them back to reality in a brutal fashion by reminding them how safe they would be if they piloted her work. All of these factors and more caused Romonda and her work to gain a rather infamous reputation in the Terran mech industry and community. Due to the huge amount of space occupied by the ultra-large cockpits that characterized much of her works, any first-class mech that incorporated such a massive module tended to perform significantly worse than other equivalent machines. The conventional first-class multi-purpose mechs reserved more space for additional weapon modules, energy cells and all kinds of other useful parts and systems. While their cockpits were admittedly not that capable of defending the life of the mech pilot once it got ejected into an open battlefield, the best way for mech pilots to make themselves vulnerable like this was to utilize the strong combat capabilities of their machines to win their fights outright. As long as they defeated the enemy faster with the help of the superior performance of their first-class mechs, there was no need to worry about the inadequacies related to their cockpits. In contrast, the first-class mechs designed by Lady Romonda performed worse on the onset due to the inclusion of her ultra-large cockpits. Though the Terran mech designer had taken steps to mitigate this performance reduction by sharing functions between her special cockpits and the rest of the mech, there was only so much she could do to avoid overlap between two fundamentally different craft. Perhaps the only strong point of her work was that her specialization indeed delivered on its promises. Her first-class mechs offered an enhanced cockpit experience that allowed mech pilots to feel safe no matter the circumstances. If their weaker and less impactful first-class mechs eventually fell in battle, the mech pilots could gain a second life on the battlefield by continuing to pilot their enhanced cockpits like ultralight fighter craft. They could either choose to persist in battle in an attempt to finish off their weakened opponents, or they could turn their fighter craft around and blitz back to their base or mothership with unparalleled speed and maneuverability. It was due to the excellent performance of her ultra-heavy cockpits that Lady Romonda was still able to earn a living despite her tarnished reputation among the Terrans. She was even able to build up a small but dedicated clientele of mech pilots who could essentially be described as cowards. These mech pilots did not possess a warrior's heart. They feared combat, but were pushed into it due to circumstances outside of their control. These were the ideal customers for Lady Romonda as they were willing to pay quite a premium to pilot a decent first-class mech that attained the highest pilot survivability rates out of all of the other products on the market. Perhaps these scaredy cats would never be able to become greater than life and exceed their mortal limitations, but they didn't care. At least they were much more certain that they would live long enough to retire in comfort, unlike many of their other colleagues whose daredevil behavior often caused them to suffer mishaps over their careers. Chapter 6218 Cockpit as a Mech. We originally sought out a Terran senior mech designer that possessed a Class 4 design philosophy. Jovi Armelon stated, "The Terrans tend to be fairly good in designing fast and mobile mechs. Their slight preference towards melee combat creates a large demand for mechs that can catch up to enemies. The presence of the Light of Sol also generates a large amount of pride among the Terrans for being able to design the fastest mech in existence. Many mech designers have become inspired by the radiant god Mech and chose to enter the mech industry by dedicating their work to related specializations. Vase nodded in understanding. That is a sensible approach. How did you guys manage to get so far off track that you stumbled on a mech designer as eccentric as Lady Romonda DeVos? We came across her name when we studied another senior mech designer from the DeVos ancient clan. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos has been particularly accommodating towards our search. We could not divulge the reason why we wanted to obtain detailed internal data on her ancient clan's seniors, but she shared all of the files she was permitted to transfer without question. The DeVos ancient clan had been hosting the Larkinsons in their port system for a while now. Vase had also taught at the Eden Institute of Technology and Business for a longer period of time. The DeVosans most definitely paid a lot of attention to Vase and his work. They must have gotten wind that Vase may be working on a hugely impactful project, and wanted to get in any way possible. That must be when the pair of mechers came across Lady Romonda's name and specialization. It was pretty obvious why Jovi and Vector came to an instant agreement about the suitability of inviting her to participate in the Swarm project. Professor Vector Loban changed the projection to show one of the old Carmen mechs that Vase designed. For testing purposes, it was a pretty generic machine with balanced but unexceptional performance. The transhumanist highlighted the Carmen system. As a mech designer with a biotech specialization, I have been thinking about how to improve and optimize your initial implementation of your Carmen system. One of the aspects that is rather detrimental about your initial invention is how the utilization of space and volume is not optimal. It not only requires the mech design to reserve space in every part and limb to make room for blood veins, but there is also a notable lack in redundancy. If the key biological components of the Carmen system are destroyed, the Carmen pilot is unable to interface with his machine despite the fact that the rest of the mech still remains functional. Vase furrowed his brows. He had not bothered to find out what happened if a Carmen mech's biological systems got destroyed. He supposed the mechers had already completed this particular study. Can the blood pact persist if the Carmen system gets destroyed? He decided to ask. According to our studies, which are not rigorous enough to make any definite conclusions, the evidence suggests that the blood pact can still hold even if all of the biological components of the Carmen system have been destroyed or separated from the mech. Vector factually explained. The pact is sustained by the lives, or rather the spirits, of the mech and living mech. As long as one of them remains alive, the pact can persist. The Carmen pilot only loses the ability to control his machine. This means that the Carmen mech pilot can still make a comeback and pilot his Carmen mech as before if it gains a new Carmen system. That was good to know. Vase grew a little more reassured after hearing that the Carmen system had not turned into a giant weak point for his mechs. If this is the case, then why? Lady Romonda's design philosophy is still important because of the circumstances that I have previously mentioned. The transhumanist said, as long as the Carmen mech remains alive, the blood pact between the two parties shall persist. Now, one of the greatest disadvantages of a Carmen mech is the fact that it locks in the Carmen mech pilot to a single Carmen mech for the rest of his or her life. Even if the former is a potentate that can utilize a normal neural interface instead of a Carmen system to interface with a mech, our tests have shown that the pilots are mysteriously unable to pilot any conventional mech at all. This is despite ascertaining that their brains are physically capable of forming a man-machine connection through the neural interface. When Vase invented the Carmen system, he hadn't actually experimented all that much with it. He failed to follow up on his initial creation by conducting rigorous tests to understand how it behaved in different scenarios and edge cases. As a mech designer and a spiritual engineer, he felt rather ashamed that he had to depend on his buddies within the association to tell him important stuff about one of his core inventions, one that he intended to rely upon to realize his design philosophy. Though Vase wanted to remedy this shortcoming right away, he painfully reminded himself that he did not have the time to conduct or supervise all of these tedious tests and examinations. He was much better off if he let the mechers continue to figure every possible angle of his Carmen mechs and send him the end reports of their insightful studies. In any case, in the absence of a better solution, Lady Romonda's design philosophy promised to extend the value of Carmen mech pilots by a large margin. Vector Loban continued to make his case. Unlike the development strategy that the Red Fleet has chosen for its Starfighter Corps, we do not think that it is right or appropriate to treat human pilots as cannon fodder or consumables. Just because the subordinate mechs of the Swarm project are relatively cheap and fragile for their respective classes does not mean we should design them with the expectation that they, along with their pilots, are bound to fall in a handful of battles. One of the characteristics that separates starfighter pilots from mech pilots is that the latter always have a chance to ascend to greatness. Mechs are just about the human as the machine. If we do not make this differentiation in the design of the Swarm project, then we will only be making the same mistake as the fleeters. The starfighter models employed by the Starfighter Corps were predominantly flimsy and lacking in protection. The complete absence of phase water alone caused them to fall incredibly far behind in comparison to the alien phase fighters. The subordinate mechs of the Karman mechs did not exactly promise that much better performance, but they had one advantage that starfighters lacked. They were mechs. However, the necessity to preserve the Karman mech in order to retain the value of the Karman mech pilot was a massive downside. What was a Karman mech pilot supposed to do after his mech got wrecked in combat? If the individual in question successfully managed to preserve his life after the battle, then there was no way to break a lifelong commitment that restricted his spirit. The only way he could come close to getting back into the action again was by piloting a human starfighter. This was clearly not a desirable result. While starfighter pilots could at least be assured that the Starfighter Corps would assign them a replacement fighter craft if their original ones got blasted to pieces, the same could not be said for Karman mechs. Although the theoretical manpower pool for Karman mechs was gigantic compared to the much more limited manpower pool for conventional mechs, the reality was that a lot of existing professionals such as Vase could not afford to abandon their current vocations and hop into the cockpit. He needed to make a greater effort into preserving the Karman mech as well as the Karman pilot to extend their usefulness. The design philosophy of Lady Romonda DeVos promised to give him a great way to do so if his assumptions were correct. Are you thinking that the ultra-large cockpits can retain enough of the living mech that as long as they survive, it doesn't matter if the rest of the mech frame gets wrecked? Vector smiled. Yes, I have tried to model this approach. Let me give you a sketch that shows one of my examples. The projection shifted to display a draft design of a first-class subordinate mech. Many details about the wasp-shaped mech were still vague and undefined, but it already looked clear that much of the upper half of the subordinate mech comprised the ultra-large cockpit. So long as the subordinate mech remained whole, the special cockpit served no meaningful purpose. It was only when the subordinate mech incurred a lot of damage to its exterior components and lost its outer shell that the Karman mech ejected its cockpit. In reality, it looked more as if the ultra-large cockpit purged all of the exterior components that were previously attached to it in order to free up its liberated form. What remained after purging all of the damaged and useless mech components was a very small and compact fighter craft. Unlike the more robust cockpits of Lady Romonda's previous works, the light mech frame of the Karman mech did not leave much room for strengthening the enhanced cockpit. It clearly eschewed weapon systems as well as many other redundant components. The only goal of this ultra-large cockpit was escape. Nothing else. Its small size and mass allowed it to boost away at an impressive rate. Even if the thrusters operated on a very limited charge, as long as they were powerful enough, their efforts should be enough to separate from most battlefields and return to a friendly base of mothership relatively intact. To facilitate the escape, the ultra-large cockpit also had the option of mounting a one-use hyper-energy shield generator. The device sacrificed repeatable activations in favor of generating a very strong hyper-energy shield that could last long enough to shield the cockpit from most incidental opportunistic attacks. This is a pretty nice concept, Vase said. The premise is that the ultra-large cockpit retains enough of the living mech that it can preserve the Karman mech. As long as this condition is true, then I am more than willing to take Lady Romonda on board. We have conducted tests related to cockpits in the past, Vector mentioned. Alas, the cockpits alone are usually not enough to preserve the life of the Karman mech, and thereby allow the Karman mech pilot to remain useful in this capacity. As far as we can tell, when the pilot ejects the cockpit from the Karman mech, the living mech remains attached to the latter rather than the former. What we aim to accomplish is to borrow Lady Romonda's assistance in designing a Karman mech so that its essence is anchored in her ultra-large cockpit as opposed to the rest of the mech frame. I expect that we will all have to adjust our perspectives on our work as well. We need to consider the ultra-large cockpit to serve as the core of the Karman mech. The remaining armor plating, limbs and other modules are all accessories that we have decided to attach to the core mech frame. Do you understand what I am trying to convey? I get it, Vector. This is not too dissimilar to some of my previous modular mech designs. The biggest difference here is that it is taken to a different extreme. I can see how it can work, but the premise is that the ultra-large cockpit possesses enough of the features of a mech that it can preserve the Karman mech upon ejection. We will need to conduct tests in order to confirm that it is fruitful to cooperate with her. A lot of Karman mech pilots will be grateful for giving them a better chance of preserving their only opportunity to fight with a real mech. Chapter 6219 The Brown Mech Designer selecting Lady Romonda DeVos as the Terran collaborator on the Swarm project was a bold and unusual choice. As much as Vase prized her design philosophy and its fantastic synergy with the Karman system, he still had a few reasons to remain skeptical about this choice. The criticism that other mech pilots and mech designers levied against Lady Romonda was not entirely baseless. The woman obsessed so much about what happened when mechs got defeated in battle that she centered her design philosophy around that scenario. She designed her mechs with defeat as the starting point. Vase did not know how to feel about that. He personally felt repulsed by the very idea, even though his mind could understand the logic behind this approach. It would be good if at least one mech designer directed serious attention to preserving the life of the mech pilot after his mech got shot down. This became an even greater priority after the Great Severing. Getting cut off from the old galaxy meant that Red Humanity's manpower pool just became a lot more finite. This meant that Lady Romonda DeVos in her work should have gained a lot more appreciation as of late. Somehow, he did not think this was the case. A mech designer that focused more on defeat rather than victory would always remain out of lockstep with the rest of the mech community. Her solutions only amounted to a more advanced form of loss mitigation. She was not like other mech designers who focused on strengthening the aspects of a mech that could allow their products to win harder and inflict more decisive losses onto their opponents. The big question of the current times was whether Red Humanity could secure its own survival by adopting a defensive or offensive posture. The mainstream still preferred to act aggressive. Even though the Red Tide offensive forced humans into playing defense, many people were still waiting for the day they could finally turn the tables against the native aliens and launch daring counterattacks. However, what if dreaming about attacking the native aliens was never a realistic prospect? What if Red Humanity stood a greater chance of securing its own survival by digging in and trying its best not to suffer too many losses? The native aliens were clearly banking on attrition warfare to grind Red Humanity down in both the short and medium term. The simplest way to prevent the enemy from having its way was by reducing the loss rate of war materiel and mech pilots. As long as the native aliens ended up crashing too many of their warships and phase fighters into the defenses of Red Humanity, then the Red Tide offensive would eventually run out of steam by itself. From that sense, adopting a defensive approach was not an entirely imbecilic idea. This was a situation where Lady Romonda's design philosophy would definitely prove its value, even if many people wanted to deny it the recognition it deserved. Please arrange a meeting with her. Vase eventually decided, since she is a member of the DeVos ancient clan, she should be able to reach New Constantinople 8 if she isn't here already. I think it is better if I sound her out and give her the recruitment pitch in person. Vector nodded in agreement. Requesting a face-to-face meeting will do much to emphasize the importance of your secret endeavor. Even if you cannot divulge any solid details, the request in itself will give her enough indications that this may be a life-changing endeavor if she agrees to work with our team. Vase turned to Jovi. Do you have anything to add? Not particularly. If I have to give an opinion, then let me state that I am of the opinion that she is seriously underappreciated by the DeVos ancient clan and the Terran Alliance. Perhaps you can think about recruiting her after we have completed the Swarm project. She only needs to possess the status of a Terran during the design process. Once we have completed our work, you are free to recruit her if you wish. The thought had crossed his mind, but it did not linger for long. I am not too sure whether she is a good fit or whether she wants to become a part of my clan. My design department is getting increasingly short-handed, and we definitely need to take on more first-class mech designers, but I want to be more careful about hiring more mech designers from the first-rate colonial superstates. Besides, senior mech designers as old as Lady Romonda DeVos are a bit less flexible than journeymen who are a generation younger. I much prefer to hire them instead because they are much more likely to integrate into the Larkinson clan. A senior mech designer was no longer a junior who did not know his or her way around anymore. Lady Romonda was a professor who had already begun to teach her craft and pass on parts of her design philosophy to her students. Such professionals were usually past the age and phase of their lives where they yearned to leave their nests and set up in a completely different state or organization. If Romonda never saw any reason to leave the Terran Alliance despite all of the pushback she received, then she was probably a committed Terran. Vase inwardly shook his head. He was making too many assumptions about a woman he had never met. He needed to meet with her in person in order to gain a better impression of her true personality and desires. Let's move on. Now that we have tentatively set our sights on a Terran mech designer, we need a Rubarthan mech designer as well in order to fulfill our political quota. Who do you want to present next? Jovi took over from this point. The central projection began to scroll down the names at a rapid pace. Vase barely had time to register even a single name before it was already gone. He did not consider this to be a big deal. It is better to have too much choice than none at all. So what did you do to narrow down the list of candidates? The search for a Rubarthan mech designer proceeded a lot more straightforward than our attempts to find a suitable Terran mech designer. We did not get sidetracked a second time. From the onset, we sought to find a mech designer with a specialization in ranged weapon systems. The Rubarthans have a slight preference in ranged combat as they cannot fully compete against the Terrans in melee combat. The problem we face this time is that we have formed a list filled with hundreds of senior mech designers who fulfill our basic criteria. We set tighter age and background requirements. We wanted to take on elites who have accrued enough experience in a large organization as well as on an independent basis. Furthermore, we wanted to find a senior whose specialization has proven to be both deadly and cost-effective. That last demand is particularly difficult to meet. Most weapon systems are powerful after investing a disproportionate amount of high-quality resources into their construction. It is not typical for Rubarthan mech designers to develop weapons for the more budget-conscious customers. The huge list rapidly shrunk until there were only 12 names left. Wow, a lot has disappeared. I bet the ones that remained are all good choices. That is true for the most part. Jovi answered. Vector and I have extensively studied each and every name. Each of them are excellent in their own ways, but there is one name that stands out more compared to the rest. The list eventually shrunk until there was only one name left. Lord Richard Brownstone. A lord? That is not a title given to a normal Rubarthan, especially when the Rubarthan Pact is supposed to be highly meritocratic. Vase said with a frown. Wait, Brownstone is a familiar name, isn't that? Jovi nodded. It is just as you may have guessed. Lord Richard is one of the many grandsons of Prince Havilake, the Brownstone Prince. As the 1335th Prince of the Imperial Rubarthan household, Prince Havilake has long chosen to invest in mining and economic development. His children and grandchildren are all engaged in a part of his many industries. I take it that Lord Richard is an exception. Partially, Lord Richard chose to become a mech designer. Though his parents did not fully support his choice, they provided him with the wealth and resources needed to excel in his craft. Lord Richard largely met expectations and went on to work for a mech company owned by the Brownstone Prince for a time. Eventually, Richard appeared to have grown dissatisfied with working under another person's regime and decided to strike out on his own, similar to Lady Romonda. Vase looked more intrigued. What did he do next? Lord Richard decided to found a small mech company and focus on designing custom mechs for affluent or more adventurous clients. The Rubarthan mech market is much more dynamic and less dominated by the top, so the man was able to achieve small-scale success. Did his customers decide to conduct business with Lord Richard because his products are that good, or because his last name happened to be Brownstone? Vase curiously asked. We believe both may be true. Lord Richard Brownstone has never tried to evade his ties to the Brownstone Principality. In fact, it is one of the reasons why he was able to progress his design philosophy so quickly. His work is heavily dependent on access to many different resources. With the support of his parents and possibly grandparents, Lord Richard fully took advantage of his background to build up a reputation for success. What the hell is his design philosophy? His Class 2 design philosophy is labeled as follows: High Attribute Kinetic Damage Application. To put it in simple terms, his mechs are all armed with Gauss rifles or rapid-fire machine guns that can release kinetic projectiles. What Lord Richard Brownstone is focusing upon is upgrading and modifying the properties of kinetic projectiles. Whereas most people tend to ignore or dismiss these rounds, they are the primary means for the Rubarthan mech designer to implement his improvements. The central projector shifted to display a few of Lord Richard Brownstone's work in action. In one short piece of footage, a first-class mech aimed one of its integrated kinetic weapons at an opposing mech. The projectile ended up colliding against the transphasic energy shield of the enemy mech. This was a predictable outcome, but what Vase did not expect to happen was for the enemy mech to stutter as if time had skipped a few frames. Another recording showed a different first-class mech firing a rapid-fire cannon at another enemy target. The opposing mech's defenses held out quite well against the deluge of light kinetic projectiles, but what the enemy did not know was that the projectiles did more than generate a physical collision. Once enough rounds had struck the enemy machine's defenses, a hidden charge reached its limit, thereby causing it to explode and engulf the enemy mech in a blast of energies that produced EMP-like effects. The powerful discharge of energy not only knocked out several important systems that kept the enemy mech running, but also caused it to abruptly lose its rhythm and become dangerously exposed to its adversary. More examples like this occurred. Vase figured that every special round developed by Lord Richard Brownstone produced a myriad of strange and unpredictable effects. Vase liked it. He liked it a lot. How well does Lord Richard Brownstone's fare with hyper-materials? Extremely well. Jovi grinned. I would say that the Age of Dawn is his time to shine. The emergence of hypers has added a whole new dimension to his design philosophy. He can generate a greater variety of on-hit effects and can make many of his existing works stronger. Chapter 6220. Rich player Vase studied Lord Richard Brownstone's work in greater detail. He manipulated the projected interface and took a close look at his past mech designs, paying close attention to the ranged kinetic armaments. From what he could tell, Lord Richard did not try to reinvent the wheel when it came to his mechs and weapon designs. They were serviceable for the most part if he designed them by himself, and quite good if he collaborated with others. The grandson of the Brownstone Prince did not grow too conceited despite his imperial background. The scion of the imperial Rubarthan household figured out his specialization pretty early and focused all of his efforts into improving his ability to develop more powerful and useful kinetic rounds. By focusing on imparting his projectiles with unusual effects such as generating EMP bursts or starting up fires, Lord Richard occupied a useful niche that not a lot of competitors explored to the same extent. As far as specializations were concerned, Lord Richard had picked the right one for his background and income level. A high pace of development of new and experimental rounds not only required expanded access to a lot of valuable strategic materials, but also gained the support of both research institutions and development companies. By shamelessly utilizing the sizable industrial empire owned or managed by his parents and grandparents, Lord Richard was able to make faster progress by quickly discovering and implementing powerful new formulas in applied technologies. However, just because Richard did not have any qualms about using a large existing support network to fuel his progress did not mean he was incompetent. He was around 52 years old, which made him a bit older than Vase and Jovi, but for a man like him to reach the rank of senior mech designer proved that he was on the right track. Any mech designer that thought they could make most of their progress by leeching off the work of others would never be able to make senior, let alone journeyman. As Vase skimmed through the Rubarthan Scion's product catalog in order to gain an overall impression, he noticed that Lord Richard's approach towards his mech designs was fairly focused. That meant that Lord Richard did not invest an excessive amount of time on designing the parts of his mechs that fell outside of his specialization. From his perspective, his mechs were merely the carriers of weapons that utilized his special ammunition products. In the years that Lord Richard plied his business, he mostly assisted other mech companies in enhancing the kinetic armaments of certain first-class mech models. As long as the customers were willing to pay a premium, the mech companies were glad to provide solutions that relied on exotic ammunition to gain additional advantages in combat. That's interesting, Vase said as he looked at the timeline of mechs designed by Lord Richard Brownstone. There is a clear shift in style and approach after the Great Severing. In the months after the start of the Age of Dawn, Lord Richard not only set aside most of his expensive exotics in favor of cheaper and more widely available hypers, but also started to develop a lot of experimental new weapons that incorporate the new materials. Although the quality and the performance of these experimental ammunition products are mixed, I can tell he is really eager about playing with the new materials. Jovi nodded and smiled. That is part of the reason why we view him with greater favor. Lord Richard Brownstone is successful not just because he possesses a good background, but also because he is serious about his craft and is not afraid of being met with failure after investing his time and attention on different projects. That said, the Age of Dawn has produced new conditions that happen to facilitate his design philosophy exceptionally well. By playing around with hyper materials, Lord Richard has not only found ways to improve much of his existing works, but also developed brand new high-attribute ammunition that can produce even more uncommon effects. How costly are his products? It depends on who he is marketing his products to. As you can see, Lord Richard Brownstone's mech and weapon designs are mostly targeted to the upper segments of the Rubarthan mech market, but that is because they are the easiest clients and customers that he can reach. The lower segment of the Rubarthan Mech market cannot afford to make use of his more expensive ammunition products. The absolute cost of a single high-attribute round may sound reasonable at first, but when people start to fire them on a regular basis, the cost of purchasing a large amount of new rounds will quickly add up. In fact, the main reason why Lord Richard's Mech company is able to maintain a positive balance sheet is due to his growing clientele who have grown dependent on his proprietary ammunition. Hardly anyone put serious thought in the cost and effort required to feed the kinetic armaments of a mech on a regular basis. This was actually a big deal and a serious money earner for the companies that mass-produced all of these kinetic projectiles. How easy is it for other companies or even the clients themselves to produce additional ammunition in-house? Vase inquired. Unless we are speaking about his most high-end ammunition choices, Lord Richard's products are not too technologically complex. Most clients have the means to produce the special ammunition in their own factories. However, many of them do not bother to do so because it is considerably cheaper and less burdensome to purchase large orders of finished ammunition. Lord Richard has invested a considerable amount of attention into retooling factories so that they are able to produce his most popular ammunition types on a wider scale at a considerably lower unit cost. Since he has a lock on the market for his own special ammunition products, his mech company is earning a steady stream of revenue in normal times. Now that the Red Tide offensive has begun, consumption of all supplies has skyrocketed, so Lord Richard is experiencing a surge in business. Jovi continued to give a briefing on Lord Richard Brownstone's works. The man became increasingly more enthused about working hyper materials into his characteristic rounds. The reasons for that were quite clear as hypers added a powerful boost to his products without excessively raising their cost. After Vase gained enough of an impression of Lord Richard, he began to think seriously about the implications of inviting him into the design team for the Swarm project. Let's get the obvious part out of the way first. Vase proposed. If we pull Lord Richard into our design team, then it is pretty much mandatory to emphasize the use of ranged kinetic weapons for our Swarm project. The modular nature of the subordinate mechs still opens up the possibility of mounting energy weapons to their slots, but their performance will not stand out. I think most customers will opt to stick with kinetic weapons if that is the case. Is this truly a pattern that we should set for the subordinate mechs? I originally envisioned that we would equip them with energy weapons. That is a choice that the designers of human starfighters and alien phase fighters have also made. From an economic perspective, it was clearly a lot more frugal to rely on energy weapons as opposed to kinetic weapons. Energy weapons might or might not need to rely on a bit of matter in order to inflict damage, but they were mostly able to do just fine after being fed with enough energy from any valid source. So long as the energy weapons remained intact and decently maintained, they could be used for long stretches of time without fearing that they would break down. The lack of reliance on specialized ammunition or any physical ammunition for that matter made a huge difference in logistics. The groups that fielded small craft that relied on energy weapons to inflict damage only had to worry about replenishing the energy cells or recharging the craft themselves. A lot of different mechs or starfighters could operate seamlessly alongside each other as they were replenished in approximately the same way. All of that might change once Vase released a Karman mech that predominantly relied on kinetic weapons to inflict damage. Not only were mechs in the field constrained by their ammunition counters, their bases or motherships regularly had to be supplied with shipments of high-attribute rounds. This was a persistent burden to the parties responsible with shipping supplies to the border regions. It made life more difficult to the mech forces that fielded the Karman mechs. They had to reserve additional cargo space to hold lots of containers filled with sometimes dangerous and volatile high-attribute rounds. They also had to cover an additional expense that could quickly run up during a period of intensive battle. Even if mech forces were able to compensate for their losses by earning lots of war merits, it was still a struggle to maintain a positive balance sheet. It cost a lot of money to purchase replacement mechs for machines that got lost in battle. It also cost a lot to hire new mech pilots as they usually demanded additional danger pay and other bonuses if they took part in real action. What Vase worried about was whether the inclusion of Lord Richard Brownstone contradicted the budget-conscious approach for the Swarm project. We have made the calculations, Jovi said as he had not failed to investigate this issue further in order to ensure that the Swarm project would not get dragged down for being too expensive to use. Lord Richard Brownstone is most known for his most powerful high-attribute ammunition products, but he has also proven to be able to develop effective kinetic projectiles that can be sold at much lower price points. The key is that many different hyper materials have become available that possess effects that are not inferior to low-grade exotics. They can even deliver superior performance under special circumstances. By only making use of low to mid-grade hyper materials, neither cost or supply are significant obstacles. There are so many of them in many different star systems that they are anything but scarce. Vase looked a little more accepting after hearing that. I see. The subordinate mechs of the swarm projects are not meant to be high-end, so their ammunition must remain affordable at their respective tech levels in order for this to make sense. What about the performance of his weapon systems? Would equipping our swarm project mechs with Lord Richard's kinetic armaments deliver superior performance in comparison to equipping the subordinate mechs with energy weapons? Energy weapons are always easier to use and sustain, Jovi responded. However, under the most equal circumstances that we can set up, a kinetic weapon of the same cost, dimensions and so on will always be able to inflict more damage than an equivalent energy weapon. Our subordinate mechs will be able to inflict considerably greater damage in battle, which is very important whenever they are expected to confront enemies in a single decisive engagement. The subordinate mechs are all light, so they don't have much capacity to store all of those rounds. What happens when they run out of kinetic cannons to fire? Then they should return to base in order to refuel and resupply. We cannot design a Karman mech that can last on the battlefield for many hours while satisfying other requirements. We needed to be strict about which criteria we should apply, and we believe that the relatively short operation time of the upcoming Karman mechs is not an insurmountable problem. Vase felt a little more reluctant about including Lord Richard into the design team after hearing this. It was incredibly annoying for mechs to fight a short amount of time, only to get warned that they ran out of projectiles to press their attacks. However, power had a price. In exchange for making use of kinetic weapon systems that hit harder than equivalent energy weapons, the Karman mechs should be able to accomplish more in their first sorties. Chapter 6221 Cost and Ease of Use. Optimizing the subordinate mechs for kinetic ranged weapon usage came with a lot of consequences. It would impose a standard that many customers would probably abide by. Their success and failure on the battlefield would depend in large part on the weapons they employed. We believe the trade-offs are worth it, Jovi confidently said. There are 3 advantages to pairing the swarm project with kinetic ranged weapons. First, the mechs are fast and relatively fragile, so they are not that suited for long, drawn-out engagements where energy weapons generally hold an advantage. It is much better for the Karman mechs to enter the battlefield, fight intensively for a short period of time before rapidly disengaging from the battlefield in order to repair and resupply. If we had chosen to make the subordinate mechs large and bulky, then an argument could have been made to favor energy weapons instead. You can make a similar argument for pairing heavier mechs with kinetic weapons, Jovi. Vase pointed out, most heavy artillery mechs tend to favor physical projectiles over energy beams. Yes, but there are additional factors at play that we will not get into. The second advantage to pairing our subordinate mechs with kinetic weapons is that they will not exert a large drain on the energy reserves of the Karman mech. Our designs will have greater leeway to channel more energy into other functions such as the flight system and the hyper shield generators, thereby increasing their overall survivability. Pairing our mechs up with energy weapons can quickly drain their energy reserves and force them to return to base earlier anyway. This argument partially depended on the power of the energy weapons. The cheaper human starfighters tended to put a lower cap on the firepower of their energy weapons in order to moderate the energy consumption and the heat buildup of the craft in question. However, Vase didn't really want to limit the firepower of the Karman mechs too much. It would be too difficult for them to make a substantial impact on the battlefield if they behaved like little more than oversized Fae. What about the third advantage? The sheer variation of choice of high-attribute ammunition. One of the main characteristics of Lord Richard's work that has earned him a group of devoted fans is how his mechs and kinetic weapons can easily respond to different situations by picking and choosing the most appropriate ammunition types for their missions. A fight against alien warships at long range will call for heavy kinetic rounds that can produce electrical disruption effects upon impact. A fight against alien phase fighters may merit the use of lighter rounds that can be fired at a more rapid rate or short-range canister rounds that can inflict spread damage. The additional effects generated by the use of specific exotics and hypers means that the combinations are virtually endless. This was the real value to using kinetic ranged weapons. There was a huge variety of projectiles available. Although most customers did not really put too much thought into selecting the kind of ammunition they wanted to employ, their choices actually had a huge influence on the outcome of their battles. By inviting a mech designer known for developing a lot of exotic ammunition for kinetic weapons into the design team, a lot of Karman mech pilots would gain an easy way to increase or specialize their combat performance. This was especially important as so many subordinate mechs would probably get sold and used that it was impossible to upgrade and customize all of them according to the desires of their users. Since Karman mech pilots were permanently bonded to a single Karman mech for the rest of their lives, they could not easily upgrade their combat effectiveness by switching to a better mech. They had to wait until a mech designer or mech company became available to upgrade their existing Karman mechs, and that could only happen if the clients found a way to cover for the expenses, which probably wouldn't happen all that often. Upgrading a Karman mech in order to increase its performance was impractical for most Karman mech pilots. In lieu of upgrading the mech itself, a much more convenient way to increase their combat power was to switch to using better high-attribute ammunition. The cost of these superior rounds was undoubtedly greater, but it should still be within a tolerable range as long as they did not make use of overly scarce materials. The extensive variety of damage types and additional effects that characterized Lord Richard's work reminded Vase of his own work in luminaire crystal weapons. Many of his ranged mechs were armed with luminaire crystal weapons. One of the more notable features of these alien-derived armaments was their ability to switch their damage types by swapping out their attack phase crystals. The two different weapon systems obviously possessed a lot of similarities, but differed in numerous key details. Luminaire crystal weapons were more cost-effective over the long run as long as the guns as well as their corresponding attack phase crystals remained intact. However, they were difficult to repair and also troublesome to mass produce. Their cost was also on the higher end as they relied on good materials to form good luminaire crystals. Although Vase personally preferred to equip his first commercial Karman mechs with luminaire crystal weapons, the alien nature of their underlying tech held them back. If the Karman mechs attained mass adoption, then it became crucial that as many aspects of the design remained as transparent and easy to work with as possible. Vase could not escape the fact that the organic Karman system in itself was a huge pain for clients to maintain and take care of, but there was no way to avoid this burden. If he wanted to make life easier for his future clients and customers, then he had to make sure that the rest of the subordinate mechs could easily be serviced, repaired and upgraded by any technical crew. That meant that it was better to skip out on luminaire crystal technology. The Larkinson clan may be well equipped to produce, repair and maintain the abundant amount of luminaire crystal weapons in use, but that did not apply to other groups. Lord Richard Brownstone's design philosophy was a lot easier to work with on this level. The kinetic weapons themselves weren't anything special. Any generic first class, second class or third class kinetic weapon could be used to fire any appropriate high attribute round for the caliber, weapon type and tech level. Vase looked more and more intrigued. Let's schedule a meeting with Lord Richard as well. How long will it take to bring him over? I would prefer to talk to him in person, but if the delay is too much, we can chat by remote. Lord Richard Brownstone currently resides in the Brownstone Principality. Since the Rubarthan Pact has to bridge the Red Ocean Union in order to enter the Terran Alliance, it will take at least several weeks for the Rubarthan mech designer to arrive in New Constantinople 8, and that is assuming he boards a fast courier vessel equipped with a modern superdrive. That's too long. Vase frowned. Since our project needs to deliver 6 mech designs within half a year, a week is already too much of a delay. This is not an unacceptable circumstance in my opinion. Jovi shared his own thoughts. Lord Richard's work is much less tied to the mech frame than what is typically the case. We can start our work in advance and wait until he has arrived before he begins his own work. It shouldn't matter too much if he arrives late as his obligations are not as demanding as that of Lady Romonda. The survivalist made a good point. Vase thought for a moment before he made a decision. Then allow me to hold a brief discussion with Lord Richard before we invite him to New Constantinople 8 to hold a more elaborate talk. I do not want to call him over just to waste time by concluding that he is not a good fit for the Swarm project. We could have spent that time to examine and invite another Rubarthan mech designer. Jovi briefly frowned. I shall see what I can arrange for you. Do note that your Karman system should still remain confidential. You are not allowed to leak any direct information about it to third parties. Even if it is becoming increasingly more difficult to maintain total secrecy over the Swarm project, the longer it remains in the shadows, the less likely that enemies such as the Cosmopolitans will take action to sabotage our endeavor. The mention of Cosmopolitans instantly made Ves's blood boil. He still hadn't forgiven Master Exilic Quan for his bizarre assassination attempt. I know. I will try my best to control the information I reveal to the man in our upcoming call. They talked about a few other related subjects before they ended the meeting. Since time was of the essence, Vase already had an appointment to meet with Lady Romonda de Vos later in the evening. It was quite fortunate that she was not only present on New Constantinople 8, but also willing to meet with Vase on short notice. Just before Vase was about to get teleported back to the surface of the planet, Vector Loban briefly held him back by touching him on the shoulder. Yes, please make a good effort to recruit Lady Romonda. The transhumanist quietly said, there are other Terran candidates that we can choose from if she rejects your invitation, but I would prefer it if that does not happen. I have no intention of botching this recruitment attempt, Vector. Why are you going out of your way to plead for Lady Romonda in particular? I have an exciting design application in mind that has the potential to transform the Carmen Mech even further. If you have managed to get her on board the Swarm project, then I intend to hold a long discussion with her about combining our design philosophies to develop a joint design application. Vase raised his eyebrow as he thought about what the two seniors could produce together. You want to turn Lady Romonda's ultra-large cockpits into partial or fully organic systems? Vector nodded. That is a rough description of my idea. Won't that make the subordinate mechs a lot more difficult to maintain and produce? A lot of mech outfits simply aren't equipped to service biomechs or cyborg mechs. I do not think it is that great of an obstacle in the case of the Swarm project. There are biomechs that are highly capable of repairing and maintaining their own organic parts and systems. People only need to give them enough space and resources to conduct their own repairs. Well, if you truly think this is a good fit for the Swarm project, then you are free to explore the viability and practicality of this design application. Just make sure you come to me with a proposal before working on it any further. Turning the ultra-large cockpit into a fully organic thing is a really big deal for many people, especially when it occupies half of the torso. Although the complexity of the subordinate mechs would become much greater by incorporating a lot of organic elements to the design, the trade-offs may be worth it, so Vase did not rule out this bold suggestion right away. He still remained a bit ambivalent on how much of his Carmen mechs should be organic as opposed to metallic. The more organic parts he added to their design, the less people were able to work with it in any capacity. It is not too serious of a setback if my idea is unworkable. Vector reassured Vase. I still need to explore the potential benefits further. I see great promise in fully organic cockpits, but I need to conduct more research before I can make more solid claims about the benefits. Take your time, then. I look forward to seeing what you have in mind. Chapter 6222. A less successful version. The capital city of Sandon had become a lot more sober and less exuberant since the last visit. In the recent past, Vase and Gloriana were still able to bring their children out to the city to play and shop for toys. Despite the necessity of getting accompanied by a large security detail, the sense of confidence and optimism among the predominantly Terran citizens and visitors livened up the city. That was no longer the case. The Red Tide offensive had forced every human state to take the war a lot more seriously. They were all forced to accelerate their war mobilization plans and convert their civilian industries into more military-related industries. The supply of a lot of consumer goods, luxury goods and so on would soon be cut as more workers and resources had to be diverted to more necessary endeavors. Shops had already started to close as the Terrans began to adapt to the current and future changes. The Devos ancient clan had also beefed up their military presence in the city. The Devosans set up additional checkpoints and were already working to build additional urban fortifications in case the aliens ever committed to an urban assault. Vase did not visit Sandon in order to take a leisurely day off. He visited this place in order to meet with Lady Romonda de Vos at a pleasant location. His armored shuttle steadily approached a floating garden and touched down on the most central landing zone. The escort of first-class multi-purpose mechs of the Blue Jay fleet spread around the entire floating structure in order to stand guard and deter anyone from approaching the site. The mechers implemented more security measures out of sight, but Vase paid no mind to these activities as he calmly stepped out of the armored shuttle. Meow. Lucky yawned as he lounged on Ves's shoulder. I know you don't want to go out with me today, but who knows whether I need your services. Just stay put and remain observant. If you sense anything amiss with the woman that I am about to meet, don't hesitate to voice your concerns. I trust your senses. Meow meow. The gem cat flipped his tail before he proceeded to take a short nap. Vase wordlessly bore the lazy feline on his shoulders as he moved to the center of the floating garden. Artworks depicting numerous Terran heroes of the past tastefully added a layer of sophistication to the place. As he entered the central garden while under escort by a team of armored soldiers, he immediately spotted the woman he wanted to meet. Lady Romonda de Vos truly looked like the stereotype of a scion of an ancient clan. She dressed herself in an impeccable maroon dress that exuded a peculiar kind of understated luxury. She had done her hair up in voluminous curls that framed her face in such a perfect fashion that Gloriana would probably grow jealous at the sight. Her footwear consisted of long black boots that added a touch of aggression to her otherwise sophisticated appearance. The heels were fairly low, and the metalwork on them looked as if they could serve as combat boots in a pinch. Vase worked with enough leather to recognize the sight of treated Puelmer leather. This was a popular choice as the unusual method of locomotion for the aliens caused their hides to grow resilient, bouncy yet also supple in the right circumstances. The lady briefly looked up as Vase came into sight, but otherwise went back to drinking her tea from a cup that exuded such a strong sense of age and history that it may have originated from before the age of Mechs. As Vase wordlessly walked up to the dainty black metal table, he sat down without a word and poured himself a cup of exotic-smelling coffee from the nearby heated pot. As he lifted the cup to his lips and took a sip, he honestly couldn't taste anything aside from a tiny amount of warm water. He might look like a normal human on the outside, but his physiology had already exceeded human limitations for a long time. Phase Lords still needed to eat and drink, and lots of it, but they had a lot more flexibility on the timing and frequency of filling their stomachs. They could easily go for years without ingesting anything and still remain in relatively good condition. Ever since their bodies exceeded the confines of the material dimensions, they gained the ability to derive a lot of energy from other dimensions. That was why the humongous ancient phase whales did not need to eat enough food to comprise a small planet every once in a while. Unless the phase whales experienced a rapid growth spurt, there was no need to eat to keep their bodies functional. As long as they did not lose their body mass due to injuries and so on, it was actually quite easy for them to maintain an even balance between energy consumption and energy absorption just by existing. To Vase, eating and drinking like a regular human had lost meaning a long time ago. Even though his recent sublimation restored his taste buds, his lack of hunger made him a lot less sensitive towards the tiny portions that more normal humans delighted in, but there was no way he could feel sated in any way due to the enormous proportions of his true stomach. Therefore, Vase saw little point in wasting too much time on indulging in the Terran custom of high tea. He decided to not act pretentiously and simply dumped the rest of the cup into his mouth as if he was drinking a tankard of beer. He reached out and grabbed a few scones in order to take a bite at them, but he frankly couldn't derive a lot of enjoyment out of the proportionately tiny portions. He pretty much wasted the efforts of the top chefs who worked at the floating garden. Although his Mecher buddies placed a lot of importance on this meeting, Vase did not want to present a false image of himself. If Lady Romonda agreed to join the design team, then she would have to learn how to work alongside the real Vase. It was better for her to get a good impression of his actual personality. Besides, Vase could not pretend to be classy like Gloriana because he originally grew up as an ordinary third-rater. Many people knew about this, so they tolerated his lack of manners. Professor Larkinson, the older woman finally broke the silence. You are as impressive as you appear in the broadcasts. Oh, did you expect to see anything different? Vase raised an eyebrow as he casually raised one of his arms to pet his dozing gem cat. Maybe I did. I am not displeased by your current appearance. Your uniform is well made, and you carry yourself in a manner completely unlike other Terrans or anything I can recognize. Your existence defies many boundaries. You are neither a first-rater, a second-rater or a third-rater. You are associated with both the Red Association and the Red Fleet, but you are leading the initiative to set up a direct competitor to them. You relocated to New Constantinople 8 after the Great Severing, but you built your base well outside of any existing population centers. In short, you are a walking contradiction that simply cannot be defined by a handful of words. Vase chuckled. That is not the first time people failed to pin me down. I think one of the reasons why that is so is that I have tried my best to live my own life. I refuse to fully bind myself to the Mechers, the Terrans or any of the other groups that I have associated with in the past. You can say the same for your work. Lady Romonda said, your design philosophy is unlike anything our industry has ever seen. You have combined your mother's old heritage with modern human technology in such an inspired fashion that your living mechs have become its own category in the mech market. It is admirable of you to bravely pioneer the development of such a radical departure from the definition of a traditional mech. Your work is also new and different. Vase complimented the woman back. Your design philosophy, though unusual, dares to reimagine one of the core aspects of mechs that people have long taken for granted. Whether your vision is the future of the mechs or not, I admire your dedication for sticking to your ideas for so many years while receiving considerable stigma and pushback from your fellow Terrans. Why do you insist on catering to the barely receptive Terran market when you have a greater chance of appealing to foreign customers? The Terran senior mech designer did not reply immediately. Her eyes grew hazy as she took another elegant sip from her teacup. I was born and raised a Terran and a member of the Devas ancient clan. I have an obligation to serve my people first. I do not have a particular reason to market my products to foreigners. Maybe it is true that I can attain more success if I do so, but my accomplishment will feel hollow so long as I have not been able to gain more traction in my home market. Vase honestly did not understand why she would make such a strong distinction between domestic and foreign markets, but then again, he was not born a Terran. He was originally a Brighter, but lost all of the pride he once held for his original state. The Larkinson clan had taken the place of the Bright Republic for the most part, but if Vase was being really honest, he no longer wanted to shackle his life to any state or organization. I can respect your attitude, Vase politely said before he decided to get to the point as he was not adept in these kinds of conversations. Anyway, you may have guessed that I requested a meeting with you because I am interested in collaborating with you on a very special mech design project. Lady Romonda looked surprised that Vase was being so direct about his purpose. She gave him her full attention as she gently put down her teacup and saucer. The Devas ancient clan guessed as much. In fact, my elders have urged me to accept your offer of cooperation regardless of your conditions. She did not sound too satisfied about that. Lady Romonda's relationship with the Devas ancient clan was not exactly the best given its poor reaction to her design philosophy. Vase gave her a sympathetic smile. Disagreements with the elders of my own family is one of the reasons why I chose to step out of it. I hope that the overly enthusiastic actions of your ancient clan did not spoil my proposal in your eyes. You do not need to be concerned about that, Professor Larkinson. I admire you and your work. I am more than willing to listen to your offer of collaboration and weigh it on its own merits. As long as you plan to properly implement my design philosophy in your new mech design project, you will have a high likelihood of attracting my interest. Though Vase had only talked to Lady Romonda for a short time, he already felt as if he had gotten her measure. Lady Romonda reminded him a lot of himself. She was like a much posher but also less successful version of himself. She clearly wanted to pursue her own ideas, but unlike Vase, she had never mustered up the courage and the opportunity to sever her toes to her ancient clan and set up an independent organization around herself. Despite her unwillingness to separate herself from the Devas ancient clan and the Terran alliance, she was still willing to dedicate her entire life to proving the concept of her quirky and unusual design philosophy. No matter how many times the Terrans rejected her defeatist mech designs, Lady Romonda one day hoped to earn vindication by earning true acceptance and recognition from her people. Vase confidently smirked. Though Romonda was unlikely to accomplish this ambition by herself, Vase believed he could help her fulfill her dreams with his assistance. He checked to make sure that all of the jamming devices and other precautions were in order before he started to make his pitch. Let me introduce you to a revolutionary new idea that I have been working on. Chapter 6223 Forcing Cooperation. As Vase continued to talk with Lady Romonda Devas in the middle of the floating garden, he began to experience a bit of pushback. The Terran mech designer definitely expressed interest in Vase's secret project. What few details he revealed already enticed her to the point where she no longer bothered to hide her urge to participate. Are you truly being serious, Professor Larkinson? Have you actually managed to solve the barrier that only permits potentates to pilot mechs? I did. Vase grinned and gestured at the surrounding guards of the Red Association. Why do you think I am working so closely with the Red Association? This secret project is definitely one of the reasons why the mechers are crawling all over me. I do not have to explain the enormous implications of my work. Lady Romonda contemplated all of the revelations. Are you that confident in your work? I am, Vase boldly claimed. I will go down in history as the mech designer who has liberated mechs from its restrictions and allow any human to pilot them in a manner that is just as good as piloting mechs with the help of a neural interface. My collaborators will be remembered as well. Their work might not be core to the revolutionary control system that I have invented, but their names will still be attached to the first ever public and commercially available mech of this kind. I can guarantee you that you will be the most famous senior mech designer of the Terran Alliance. I don't think the Devos ancient clan will be able to disregard you as easily as before after completing this lifetime feat. That actually caused the woman to frown. I do not know if you were able to deduce this after you have studied my background, but I have my own pride. I have fought for over 40 years to earn recognition from fellow Terrans. I have received opportunities to collaborate with others in the past, but even if those collaborative mech designs have met their goals, it is almost never because of my contributions. I tire of this outcome. I feel honored that you have sought to cooperate with me on a historic mech design project, but I do not want to contribute to a work that does not make better use of my ultra-large cockpits. Their inclusion may actually decrease the popularity of your mechs and cause them to sell less units than if you have chosen to collaborate with another mech designer. You are wrong. Vase shook his head. I have not divulged all of the details about the new control system that I have invented. Once you sign up with me and gain access to more complete information, you will understand quite well why I have sought you out. Your design philosophy is a near-perfect complement to my new design application. I can promise you that as long as you contribute to my secret project, you will be more than just a name on a list. Many mech pilots, whether they come from the Terran Alliance, Rubarthan Pact or elsewhere, will all be grateful that you have made my work more practical. Their piloting experience will be significantly worse if you are not able to lend your expertise on recovery after a loss. That caused Lady Romanda's expression to soften. Although Vase had not given her an exact description of one of this latest work, she was able to piece together a rough image based on all of the hints and information she had received so far. The assumption that her design philosophy may actually be able to contribute a lot more materially to the secret mech design project actually gave her hope that she may be able to earn recognition from her people by relying on her own efforts. Sure, her accomplishments would get overshadowed by that of Vase, but she was not dissatisfied with this scenario. As long as she received partial credit that was already 10 times if not 100 times better than the accolades she earned in the past. How confident are you that you will be able to succeed in this ambitious project? Your new control system has not been fully verified as of yet. Has the Red Association completed any longitudinal studies on your new device? I am almost 90% certain that the project will spark a completely new trend in our society. Vase smirked. You have to know that I am not talking about a theoretical invention. It already came into existence several years ago. The first 2 pilots that have benefited from this revolutionary system are still making good use of it to this day. The Red Association has already stepped in and performed many studies on the test mechs that I have provided to them. While I cannot say anything about their long-term consequences, so far they are all living up to their promise. There is no need to worry about any complications, at least in the short term. Both the survivalist faction and the transhumanist faction are fully in favor of accelerating the development and commercial release of my revolutionary new mechs. A woman as clever as Lady Romonda definitely did not fail to catch the underlying problems behind those words. No, Vase shook his head. In fact, if it were up to me, I would have waited a bit before embarking on a new mech design project. The mechers have different priorities. I am sure you can guess why that is the case. Let me be honest with you. I cannot fully guarantee that there will be problems down the line. If any major problems occur with the people who have chosen to take advantage of the opportunity that my upcoming work has presented them, then you will bear a part of the blame as well. This is the risk that you have to bear by cooperating with me on my secret project. Thank you for being honest with me. My enthusiasm for this potential collaboration project has diminished. I am still tempted by the possibilities, but I cannot responsibly work on a mech design project that is based on questionable experimental technology. The Red Association imposes clear rules and guidelines on how much we are allowed to put our own customers at risk in the name of scientific progress. Don't worry about the association. The evolution witch herself has developed a personal interest in this particular project of mine. She is our hidden backer essentially. Vase boldly exaggerated. That is reassuring to hear, but just because a god pilot has given her blessing does not mean that she forces others to adopt the same stance. There are many professionals in our industry that will condemn your recklessness and lack of scientific rigor. If I become a collaborator, then I become culpable as well. Lady Romonda argued. There was not much Vase could do about that. He continued to pet Lucky as the cat lazily lounged on his shoulder. Speed is of the essence. Red humanity might not be around anymore by the time the earliest of those long-term studies are done. There are times where we must do our work properly, and there are times where expediency is more important than everything else. The Red Tide offensive has forced us in a position where we must scramble for miracles in order to turn around our disadvantaged situation. We cannot get away from this predicament without taking risks. I am willing to bear the potential infamy for introducing an experimental new control system that has unpredictable long-term side effects in exchange for reinvigorating red humanity. What about you, Lady Romonda? Will you let your professional ethics stand in the way of a priority as important as the very survival of the human race? The Terran senior clearly felt pressured by his plea. She clearly disliked it that he was cornering her with his words. She understood what he was doing and thought worse of him because of that. If she held on to her usual standards, then she would have risen to her feet and said her goodbyes without any qualms. However, Vess's words clearly affected her cognition. Martial law was coming into effect in more and more places. An entirely new wind had begun to blow in the mech industry. The old status quo that mech designers enjoyed during the age of mechs had become a relic of the past. The female mech designer lowered her head in thought. Take a chance. Vase encouraged her. What do you have to lose? Your design philosophy is very peculiar and does not hold much value to the public on its own. I can make your ultra-large cockpits a lot more relevant by combining its properties with my unique new control systems. Sure, you won't earn as much credit for the success of my mech design project if it manages to take the mech market by storm, but even partial recognition is better than nothing. More Terrans are willing to give your mech designs a serious look, and that is far better than what little respect and recognition that you have earned up to today. The female mech designer continued to think for a minute before she changed her posture. Very well, you have persuaded me to give your bold initiative a chance. I have never participated in a project with stakes as large as you have described, but it may be just what I need to break out of the spiral that has trapped my career. Great, you won't regret this decision. Vase grinned and reached out with his hand. Lady Romonda raised her own slender arm and reluctantly exchanged a handshake with her new collaborator. This is a big project, Lady Romonda. It involves 6 mech designs spread across all 3 classes. 3 of them are fairly conventional mechs while the other 3 are completely new machines that rely on an alternate control system to enable norms to pilot their new craft. I will give you the full details once you show up at my workplace that is located on another side of this planet. Can these new mechs of yours be piloted with conventional neural interfaces as well? Not for these particular mech models. They are exclusively targeted towards norms and should not be used by professional mech pilots. It is possible for the latter to control mechs with both a conventional neural interface and my new control system at the same time. The combination has proven to be quite effective, so much so that I think that a lot of mech pilots will end up embracing my work. The older woman looked more and more intrigued. My curiosity grows. I am beginning to understand more and more why the Red Association has developed such a strong interest in your work. Once we have concluded this meeting, I shall return to my own design lab and prepare for an extended leave of absence. I have a suspicion that both of us will be better served if I devote my full time and attention to our collaboration. My clan welcomes you to stay at our base on this planet as our guest for the duration of our collaboration. I hope you do not have any objections about working with a Rubarthan guest. Romonda instantly guessed the reason. I see. The political significance of involving a representative of the Rubarthan Pact will do much to add to legitimacy of your upcoming work. While I have never worked alongside a Rubarthan in a professional capacity, I do not object to it. There are Terrans who obsessed a great deal over their rivalry with the Rubarthans, but most members of my generation do not think it is worth obsessing over. Both of us have plenty of common enemies who would love nothing more than to see us squabble over disagreements originating from before the age of mechs. The rivalry between the Terrans and the Rubarthans was old news now. The younger generations were especially nonchalant about it. All of those historical fights and grievances had long been buried in the archives. Chapter 6224 Explosive Burden. Though Lady Romonda still looked reluctant to participate in a project revolving around experimental tech, Vase successfully persuaded her to lower her ethical standards and agree to collaborate with him anyway. That did not remove her personal objections over this risky endeavor, but the dark clouds that the Red Cabal cast over human civilization had done much to reinforce the urgency of the situation. Lady Romonda felt as if she answered her calling. By participating in a secret project that was way bigger and more impactful than a typical commercial mech design project, she had the potential to make history. Not only that, but her work may end up getting appreciated by millions or even billions of new mech pilots over the ensuing years and decades. No mech designer could remain calm at the thought of servicing so many people with a single project. Every professional craved validation. The more validation they received from their customers and their peers, the more they understood that they were on the right track. Obtaining validation was not a luxury for Lady Romonda. It had practically become a necessity as her mech designs had still not gained significant traction on the mech market. How would her career progress if she did not accept the offer? Perhaps she would continue to toil while remaining stuck in a marginal position until external events finally caused a shock through the mech community. It was very much possible for the native aliens to overrun red humanity and make it impossible for Lady Romonda to sustain her business activities. This was part of the reason why she said yes. She wanted to gain more control over her life and not be governed by events outside of her control. She recognized that as long as she participated in this monumental mech design project, she would be able to alter the course of red humanity in her own way. Whether her contribution ended up helping or hurting red humanity remained to be seen. Lady Romonda had a feeling that she had boarded a pirate ship that had an unclear destination. It could either lead her to paradise, or straight into a bottomless cliff. As Lady Romonda left in order to put her affairs in order, Vase boarded his shuttle and made his way back to D&D base. As he sat down on the piloting seat, he grabbed hold of Lucky and placed the cat on his lap. "So what are your impressions? Did you sense anything special about Lady Romonda?" The cat sleepily yawned as if to send a signal that he had been dozing all of this time. Vase smacked the Archimetal cat on the head. "Be serious. Have you sensed anything off or abnormal about her? It is better to hear about it now than later." To be honest, Lady Romonda did not give Vase the impression that she was more than what she appeared on the surface. First impressions were anything but perfect, but Vase had a good feeling about the Terran senior. Surprisingly enough, Lucky did not entirely concur with that assessment. "Meow meow meow," the cat explained as he continued to lay on Ves's lap. "Oh, you sensed an unusual cranial implant inside her head. Meow." Lucky activated a projection that showed one of his scan results. Just as Vase expected from a Terran and a scion of an ancient clan, Lady Romonda's brain was extensively modified and digitized. Though she did not engage in any extreme genetic modification, her brain and cell structures were far stronger than usual. Lucky pointed at a specific implant buried close to the center of her brain. It looked quite different from the others because it was not obviously connected to any of her brain tissue. That was highly unusual, as implants installed into the brain were always supposed to integrate with the surrounding brain matter in order to do their jobs. Vase did not recognize its function. "What is it? Do you have any clue, Lucky?" "Meow." Lucky's powerful senses towards metal allowed him to sense a high concentration of high-quality exotics inside the pill-shaped implant. It was also filled with other substances that confused the gem cat. "It's okay. I'll take this scan to the mechers and see what they make of it. I don't know if it is a potential source of trouble, but it is best to make sure." Once the armored shuttle returned to D&D base, Vase waited until he got teleported to the Tarask in orbit before he proceeded down to the design lab to discuss the results of the recruitment attempt. The transhumanist liaison especially looked forward to working with Lady Romonda. "Good job, Vase. You successfully managed to gain her cooperation. I can proceed to approach her with my proposal once we have brought her up to speed. I think many Carmen mech pilots will have reasons to be grateful that you have persuaded Lady Romonda to work with us on this project." Jovi said in a more measured tone. "Accommodating her design philosophy into our subordinate mechs will force us to make numerous painful compromises, but I believe that many people will agree that it is worthwhile to sacrifice a small or even a moderate amount of performance to give Carmen mech pilots a much greater chance to preserve their piloting careers. Professional mech pilots may be able to switch to other mechs with ease, but Carmen mech pilots play by different rules. It is only natural to rethink the purpose of the cockpit to this group. This reminds me that we may need to reimagine or reinterpret many of the assumptions about mechs that we take for granted." Vase nodded in agreement. "You have made a good point. We can explore this issue in depth later on as we begin the actual design process. I will proceed to call Lord Richard Brownstone next. I don't expect him to deny a request to travel to New Constantinople so that we can initiate him into our project in person, but it will take a while before he arrives." I guess we'll just have to adapt our design schedule to account for his delayed arrival. Jovi made a suggestion. We do not have to put all of our eggs in one basket, Vase. If you want, we can invite other Rubarthan mech designers to make their way over to this star system. There are still other promising names on that list I displayed to you last time. They can serve as our backup options in case we cannot proceed with Lord Richard for any reason. That sounds like a decent suggestion, but what will they do if they end up making this trip in vain? Will we just send them back to the Rubarthan Pact without gaining anything? Of course not. Our association is more than happy to compensate them with MTA merits for their trouble. We have the ability to do so. Even if they are not entirely pleased by our requests, it is of little concern to us. The smooth progress of the Swarm project takes precedence over their feelings. Vase frowned. I don't know, Jovi. That sounds like a really awful way to treat our fellow seniors. What if we invite them to work on our Swarm project anyway? Instead of working as contributors, they can fulfill the role as assistants instead. It is rather demeaning to ask a bunch of seniors to assist other seniors in their work, but if we give enough hints about how important this project is, they may feel honored for participating in a set of mech designs that will eventually make history. That actually sounded like a good suggestion. Both Jovi and Vector contemplated it for a moment before they agreed with this suggestion. We can bring them in, but they will have to remain with us regardless if they agree or not. We cannot have them return to the Rubarthan Pact and leak valuable clues to the intelligence services. With that decision made, the three prepared to start another design session. Wait, Vase said, before you go, I want to show you guys something. Vase called. He proceeded to show the scan that Lucky had made of Lady Romanda's brain and peculiar cranial implant. Jovi did not recognize the function of this implant, but Vector possessed more knowledge in this area. I know what it is. The transhumanist said. It is a security implant that is designed to prevent a person from divulging classified information in any way, whether directly or indirectly. There is a large amount of advanced technology packed inside this deceptively small implant. Do not ask me how it works, because I do not specialize in this field. The implant is solely there to prevent Lady Romanda from divulging information that the creators of this device had specified beforehand. In this case, she is not permitted to explain anything she has witnessed, worked on or otherwise managed to learn during her employment at a secret Terran research institution. How far does it go to protect all of this information? Let me say that it is an expensive but highly effective security measure. The Terrans will not invest so much money into it for more mundane purposes. The cranial implant can detect any form of mental tampering, hacking, biological data extraction and more. If it detects anything amiss, Lady Romanda only has a short amount of time to take corrective action. If she is unable to do so, then the implant will explode in an attempt to physically deny anything recoverable that could be used to learn about the activities of the secret Terran research institution. The amount of times this mysterious Terran research institution popped up made Vase suspicious about it. What kind of sick and twisted research were the Terrans engaged in? What was so important that her former employers forced her to carry this implant for the rest of her life? Perhaps he was exaggerating. Every state maintained a few secret R&D institutions here and there. They worked on all kinds of projects relevant to the armed forces such as proprietary stealth systems and new applications of hyper-technology. Just because they were secret did not mean that there was anything objectionable about their existence. Will this strange implant affect her cooperation with us in any way? No, Vase. You can rest assured that it will not do anything suspicious such as recording what Lord Romanda is able to sense and transmitting the files to a secret Terran listening post or anything. I will tell the specialists of the Blue Jay fleet to examine Lady Romanda thoroughly before letting her get through, if only to rule out any unlikely dangers. Good. I would hate it if she ends up being a member of a secret cosmopolitan cell. Don't be ridiculous, Vase. The cosmopolitans would have attempted to assassinate you the moment they came in close proximity. Your head detached from your neck is much more valuable than keeping you alive. You still represent their best chance for one of them to integrate into the Red Cabal and grow into a greater phase whale. That was right. This goal had become such a strong obsession to the cosmopolitans that even a master mech designer as old and prestigious as Exilic Quan blew his cover in order to make an impressive attempt at his Ves's life. With this concern out of the way, Vase proceeded to sit down behind a desk terminal and begin his design work. While Jovi and Vector mainly spent their time on the first-class iteration of the subordinate mech, Vase already made brisk progress in designing the third-class version of his upcoming Karman Mech. He avoided the sections that required the input of his potential future collaborators, but made good progress elsewhere. Third-class mechs were so simple to design that Vase expected to be able to test out of the first prototypes within 2 months or maybe even less. Chapter 6225 A new class of warriors. In the following days, the dynamic in the Tarask's design lab changed with the addition of Lady Romonda de Vos. The woman clearly stood out from everyone else. She was a Terran who had entered the heart of an RA heavy cruiser. The way she dressed, the way she comported herself and the way she approached her mech design projects were so much different. She reminded Vase of Gloriana at times, and that was a good thing. Vase and Gloriana formed an effective design team because their perspectives diverged by a lot. They argued frequently about many design choices, which was not bad because it allowed them to refine their arguments and become more attentive towards any shortcomings in their work. Although Lady Romonda was not as eccentric as Gloriana, the Terran mech designer brought a fresh perspective to the Swarm project. As she studied the archives and listened to Vase lecturing about the essence of the Karman system, she picked up details that Vase and the others had missed. I understand now why you invited me to take part in this mech design project. The woman softly said as she took in the enormous implications of what she had learned in the past few hours. This Karman system of yours is truly amazing, but the unique restriction that everyone has to abide by is an enormous constraint that can prematurely end many people's ambitions to become a mech pilot. The rate of mech breakdowns is relatively high enough that most mech pilots lose their machines twice on average over their careers. However, this is a generalized figure derived from a dataset from the age of mechs. In the current age, a mech pilot is twice as likely to lose her machine in combat. The only reason why this figure is not higher is because the likelihood that the pilot outright dies has grown too high after so many near-death incidents. It made sense for a mech designer with a specialization in ultra-large cockpits to possess a good understanding of the relevant statistics. Vase agreed with the idea that a pilot could only get lucky so many times. When mechs got damaged to the point where they turned inoperable, there was less than 100% chance that the cockpit remained intact enough to be able to eject and flee to safety. A pilot might be able to get away like this once or twice, but how many times in a row could they flip a coin and have it land on heads? The native aliens understood the significance of cockpits and tried to shoot them down whenever possible. The enemy clearly understood that eliminating mech pilots who were probably experienced combat veterans would save them a lot of grief in the future. The fundamental issue with Karman mechs is that a Karman mech pilot can only ever forge a single bond. Vase stated, "Before you ask, there is no easy way around this rule. It is a promise that the Karman mech pilot must abide by for the rest of his life. I have already thought of a potential solution that can shift the other end of the bond from a single mech to a whole related family of mechs, but that is a story for another day. For now, we must work on the assumption that a single Karman mech pilot can only ever use a single Karman mech. This is why your ultra-large cockpits are more important than ever. If our suspicions are correct, we can turn your cockpits into the core of a Karman mech. So long as they exist, the living mechs will also be able to persist." The female mech designer understood what Vase had in mind. She looked incredibly intrigued. She studied the data further and paid close attention to the instances where the mechers wanted to find out the consequences to forcing a Karman mech to eject its cockpit. The data overwhelmingly showed that the spiritual foundation of the living mech was always tied to the mech frame that got left behind. This attracted Lady Romonda's interest and encouraged her to dive deeper in order to figure out the boundary. Unfortunately, the mechers did not conduct exhaustive enough tests on this subject. It was actually quite traumatic for the Karman mech pilots to lose their one and only Karman mechs. Although the Red Association did not necessarily object to inhumane experiments, this particular study went a step too far. I will need to conduct my research on this subject. I need to gain access to the design of one of these basic Karman mechs of yours. Lady Romonda demanded. I will proceed to design several variants at the fastest speed that will incorporate cockpits of escalating sizes. I need to understand where the limit lies and what other variables can affect this determination. I think it doesn't only have to do with size, but also essential components. Vase shared one of his theories. Try and incorporate the power reactor into the cockpit structure. At the very least, we can rule out this theory if it makes no difference. The Terran mech designer nodded. Will do. I have made another observation about your Karman mechs. Have you ever thought about the implications of mech designers piloting these machines? Not really. I can tell you that mech designers will react more enthusiastically towards your work than any other group. It has always been their dream to pilot their own mechs. It is no secret in our industry that many of us have only chosen to become mech designers because we were unwilling to accept our inability to pilot mechs. Unless their parents or family has decided your career trajectory in advance, many mech designers are people who are so unwilling to accept their cruel reality that they chose to engage in mechs from another angle. In other words, their love and attachment to mechs are so strong that they are unwilling to turn away. What do you think will happen once they receive an opportunity to pilot their own mech? They will all grow wild with jubilation. Then they will try to order their own Carmen mechs as soon as possible. These mech enthusiasts will not wait until you have released a superior model. They are mech designers. They can design their mechs according to their own preferences much better than others. Exactly. You will predominantly see low-ranking mech designers take advantage of your Carmen mechs. Seniors and masters are already old and experienced enough to be able to control their impulses. If they choose to pilot a Carmen mech, they will only do so to improve their own craft. This is not necessarily the case for the younger generation who still have not been able to shake their childhood fascination for mech piloting. They will not only use your Carmen mechs with great enthusiasm, but they will also take advantage of their own expertise to customize and personalize their machines before baptizing them in actual combat. Vase could easily envision this happening. Hell, even he felt tempted to give this a try. The biggest reason why he pushed back against this action was because he did not want a budget model as cheap as the subordinate mech of the Swarm project to become his permanently bonded partner. So a lot of mech designers will begin to have their dreams come true and gain the ability to pilot their own mechs. They will even start to use my work as a base to apply their own design philosophy and creativity. What next? You may start to see them in battle. Lady Romonda stated, "Not every mech designer is content to stay in the rear. I believe that in the months after the release of the Swarm project, a new sort of warrior will arise that is neither a professional mech pilot nor a pure mech designer. The warrior will instead combine traits from both professions. You will see the rise of pilot designers who are inherently more self-centered than others. They are purely focused on their own experiences. Pilot designers. That was a strange and awkward term. There had to be a better phrase to call this emerging group. Are you treating this as a bad development, Romonda? Not necessarily, but the possibility exists. A large number of low-ranking mech designers are not faring well at this time. Employment opportunities where they can take part in the actual design process are becoming increasingly more scarce. The mech market is pushing them out, making it much more difficult for them to succeed as independents. While there is an increased demand for mech designers in many different technical functions, if they have a chance to fight with actual mechs, then they will not be able to restrain their childish impulses. If this behavioral shift takes place across human space, then it will distort the availability of low-ranking mech designers. Now that she mentioned it, Vase understood how this could be a serious issue. Low-ranking mech designers were useful in many different places. They might not be able to design mechs as good as Vase, but they could be put to work on designing variants, supervising mech production, leading repair efforts and so much more. Low-ranking mech designers with limited wealth, connections, talent and competences were better off turning away from designing mechs and do honest work in a lesser but still important capacity. If all of those young but disillusioned mech designers suddenly gained a much more exciting alternative to pilot their own machines, then they would overwhelmingly take it unless they were cowards. This was good to all of those overgrown kids that always complained that their inadequate genetic aptitude denied them from their true destinies. However, the mech industry might not remain happy about this revolutionary invention as it would continue to encourage people to leave the mech industry in ever-increasing numbers. Sure, a lot of mech designers would continue on to ply their old trades, but many more might become so tempted by the glory of combat that they would only ever apply their design skills to their own Carmen mechs. Vase wanted to palm his face. It was the fault of the mechers and many others for glamorizing the life of a mech pilot. In the past 4 centuries, human society had unceasingly elevated the status of mech pilots to an unofficial class of noble soldiers. They were the modern heroes of humanity. Individual skill and heroism trumped everything else, including the destructive warships that had made a mess out of human space during the Age of Conquest. This excessive hero worship of mech pilots worked fine in a time when only 3.5% of the human population possessed the qualifications to pilot mechs, but what if the remaining 96.5% gained a chance as well? The entire structure of human society might collapse and transform into an unrecognizable form. I see you understand one of the grave repercussions of your work. Lady Romonda said with a smile. Your Karman system is a boon to humans. I have no doubt about that. It can also lead to widespread disruption in our society. The Mechers must have foreseen this long ago, hence why they insist on so much secrecy. They require time to complete their preparations so that they mitigate the adverse changes and preserve the current order of our society as much as possible. She was probably right about that. Vase was not informed about these kinds of developments, but the Red Association should never be stupid enough to let themselves be overtaken by this problem. Vase crossed his arms. Whatever the Red Association is cooking up will not prevent the fundamental human desire to pilot a mech. Low-ranking mech designers who are not faring so well in their current careers will find this alternative to be especially attractive. That depends. Depends on what? On whether Karman mech pilots can break through and step onto the path of godhood. Lady Romonda explained. Chapter 6226 Female input. Was it possible for Karman mech pilots to break through without using a neural interface? Vase did not know the answer, and neither did the Mechers. They were not entirely clueless, though. His grandfather Benjamin not only regained his power as an expert pilot, but had grown until he had reached the limit of his rank. This proved that existing high-ranking mech pilots could fully control their Karman mechs without any apparent complications. The only question was whether Venerable Benjamin was able to break through. Although he was far older than the other expert pilots of the Larkinson clan, Vase was growing less confident in his ability to break through. Benjamin was too old. His restoration had rejuvenated him to an extent, but there was a limit to how much his willpower was able to reverse the damage and decay wrought by the human aging process. Not only that, but he had stayed idle for far too long. He was no longer the vigorous mech pilot of the past. He was an oldster who was supposed to enjoy the twilight of his life. Switching gears to such an extreme extent was such a big change that he needed to spend a long time to become accustomed to a much more active lifestyle. One thing was for sure. As long as Benjamin successfully managed to break through, he would serve as proof that it was possible for mech pilots to break through with the help of Karman mechs. This single instance could serve as convincing proof that the Blood Pact was fully able to substitute the role of man-machine connection. Vase closed his eyes for a moment before he faced Lady Romonda with a confident demeanor. We have yet to obtain any hard proof that it is possible for mech pilots to break through with the help of the Karman system, but I think it will not take long for relevant data to arrive. Even if it turns out that neither norms nor potentates can break through by relying on the Karman system, it is not a major setback. Many people are already content if they can pilot any mech. Being able to break through and become an expert candidate is icing on the cake. Besides, who says that the development of the Karman system has come to an end? It has only just emerged. There is still a lot of room for improvement. I myself have already come up with a very ambitious idea that involves combining my invention with hyper-technology. Early results have been promising. There was no need for him to elaborate on this advanced topic. He proceeded to get back on track and complete his lecture on the Karman system. Lady Romonda looked intrigued to the point where she wanted to work with Karman mechs right away. I will need the design files of one of your early Karman mechs as well as raw assistance on the fabrication of a new proof of concept mech. Before I proceed with collaborating with you on the Swarm project, I must understand the limits behind combining my design philosophy with your Karman system. I will report to you as soon as I have discovered an ultra-large cockpit configuration that satisfies both of our requirements. I will tell the Mechers to facilitate your experiments as much as possible. How likely do you think you'll be able to find a good solution that we can use as the basis of the subordinate mechs of the Swarm project? 60%. The Terran senior calmly replied. The percentage should be higher, but I am lacking too much reliable data. My experience tells me that it is very much possible that this combination will yield the desired results. If we are unable to produce the right cockpits, then that is due to our own shortcomings, not the underlying tech. That was an interesting remark. She must be feeling really confident in her tech if that was the case. Then go ahead and conduct your research. Please keep in mind that while you are working on the Swarm project, your movement space will be limited. You are only permitted to stay aboard the authorized sections of the Tarascan inside D&D base. The need for secrecy for this project is too great. I hope you understand. The woman nodded. I am already aware of what my commitment entails. This is not the first time I am working under a strict regime. You do not need to be concerned for me. I will dedicate my time to the Swarm project on a full-time basis. That is good to hear. Vase left the Terran mech designer to her work after a while. He was not entirely certain whether she would be able to advance the Swarm project by leaps and bounds, but he had a good impression of her so far. She displayed enough interest, intelligence and initiative to up to this point. After spending time on his own work assignments, Vase eventually teleported back to D&D base hours later. He dropped by his wife's design lab shortly afterwards and brought her up to speed on how Lady Romonda DeVos fared in her first day at work. She sounds competent enough, Gloriana said as she tinkered on the incomplete design of the Riot Mark III project while holding a napping Marvane in her arms. Your project is in good hands. Adding a woman to your otherwise male-dominated design team will keep you all focused and on track. She lovingly kissed her son's head as she continued to refine the Archimech frame that was supposed to embody chaos. Marvane smiled and snuggled up to his mother even more as a response. Vase did not even deign to respond to her insane argument. He only cared about the specializations and other work-related competencies of the members of the design team. The overarching goal was to deliver the best possible result for the Swarm project. Being a man or woman should not have anything to do with this goal. Let me worry about the progress of the Swarm project. Unless you are willing to assist in our work, please do not make any judgments like that, he said. Gloriana rolled her eyes. You are the one who felt the need to talk to me in order to reflect on your decisions. No matter. You are all seniors who have accumulated enough work experience. The most you need to do is to find a good teamwork dynamic for your specific group of mech designers. I know what to do. Anyway, enough about the Swarm project. Give me an update on the expert mech design projects. How are the Amaranto Mark III project and the Riot Mark III project doing as of late? Our work is continuing to proceed according to schedule, Vase. Much of the labor lies in converting them from a conventional mech frame to a near-total Archimech frame. The complexity of my work is not excessively high, but I have to manually solve many problems. I suppose I can automate these processes if time is of the essence, but I refuse to surrender this task to ICE. I need to do all of this myself. I need to know exactly why an archimetal component is designed and shaped in a certain fashion. If I cannot grasp the construction of a mech, then it is not my product anymore. He understood what she meant. Mech designers could automate their work to a much greater extent in order to save a lot of time and effort. However, this not only resulted in qualitatively worse outcomes, but also caused mech designers to lose their understanding of their own work. The more egregious downside was that mech designers that relied too much on automation lost the ability to solve these problems themselves. The lack of practice and improvement would eventually come to bite them in their behinds when they sought to design a more advanced mech that could not effectively be done by relying on heavy automation. This reason and more was why Gloriana insisted on the manual approach. This was not just work to her. It was the method that mech designers used to improve their own cultivation, in a manner of speaking. Vase had not been keeping up in his architect studies as of late, so he still did not understand all of the complicated design choices made by his wife. The more he looked at the projection of the incomplete mech design of the Riot Mark III, the more he felt as if he was looking at a fundamentally alien machine. It didn't matter. The whole point of bringing mech designers of different specializations together was to pool together rare and valuable skills. His wife did not fully understand how he designed his more advanced living mechs to this day, and that was also fine from her perspective. It was better to leave every complex design task related to e-technology Vase. By the way, the vessel carrying Kedis is due to arrive later this week. I have heard, Gloriana responded. Andraste will be happy to see her swordsmanship tutor again in person. She has made sure to keep up her practice. I am not a swordswoman myself, but even I can notice how she is becoming increasingly more skilled at wielding blades. I had to arrange older and more experienced sparring partners for her because every child of her age that has learned how to wield a sword or any melee weapon for that matter is unable to keep up with her. Even the most combat-oriented designer babies are unable to surpass our baby girl. She sounded awfully smug about that, as if it was her impeccable genes and upbringing that allowed Andraste to make so much progress. Vase felt both proud and concerned for his daughter. Andraste was doing a little too great, to the point where the mechers and everyone else paid very close attention to her and the rest of his kids. It was actually quite impressive how much better Andraste was doing. Her original designer baby package was not that high-end compared to the much more expensive and sophisticated gene treatments enjoyed by the wealthier Terrans. Other factors such as her partial primordial human physique and early acquisition of a companion spirit clearly made all of the difference. They were destined to never lead normal lives. Their amazing potential and impressive growth rates meant that they were doomed to greatness. The best Vase and Gloriana could do in the face of their brilliant offspring was to make sure to shower them with lots of affection. They needed plenty of reminders that they were only human in the end. Not everything in life should revolve around study and work. Why did you invite Kedis to New Constantinople 8 anyway? Shouldn't she be making her way over to the expeditionary fleet in order to support our troops at the front? You are not wrong, but I need her here in order to fill her in on a few plans. Vase vaguely said, the delay is worth it. Since the Mechers don't allow me to ride with the expeditionary fleet anymore, Kedis is the best surrogate that I have. I need to make sure she understands my plans and intentions for the coming years. I won't be able to supervise the expeditionary fleet as often as I used to in the past. Kedis will have to serve as my agent and make sure that Commander Casella Ingvar, Master Benedict Cortez and the rest don't wander off in a completely different direction without my notice. I see. Will you also discuss the major overhaul of the first sword with her? She asked. She has already approached me in order to inquire about the most significant changes to turning the first sword into an archimech. Both of us will need to work extensively with each other in order to ensure the new archimetal components are still able to move and perform sword techniques with both strength and precision. The first sword was a mech that heavily emphasized technique. If the archimetal conversion caused the machine to perform worse in this aspect, then Kedis would probably reject the notion of transforming the expert mech into an archimech. Chapter 6227 The Next Evolution of Stormblade Technology. I miss you, Mommy. I miss you too, Kyrian. Kedis embraced the virtual projection of her son in a hug. Meanwhile, Joshua watched on while holding their little girl in his arms. Myra giggled as she reached out with her smaller arms towards her mother. I miss you as well, my darling girl. After showering the physical projections of her two children with kisses, she continued to cuddle with them for a few minutes before Joshua gently shooed them to the side so that he could speak with his wife in earnest. You are almost about to reach New Constantinople 8, right? I am, Kedis confirmed, and you have just arrived in the Arvest Lima system. How is the expeditionary fleet doing? Everyone is doing fine as far as I can tell. The fighting in the border system has not broken out in earnest, so everyone still remains in high spirits. The native aliens that arrived first are continuing to receive reinforcements, though. Their numbers are continuing to swell, but they are not yet committing to an assault. This is making our strategists worried because it shows that the alien commander is patient enough to gather all of the alien forces he can before he throws them all out at once. Once the fighting starts, death will reign everywhere. Both human starfighters and mechs will take a huge beating. Joshua clearly did not see much reason to feel as optimistic about the coming battles as the other Larkinsons. He was just a high-tier expert pilot. He was unable to prevent much of the human casualties from falling because he and the Everchanger could only do so much under their own power. Kedis looked sympathetic. You cannot save everyone, Joshua. This is war. Casualties are a fact of life. Only when the stakes are high does war have meaning. This is a lesson that I myself have learned recently. Do what you can within your own power, but do not forget that you are merely an expert pilot. In the battles of the past, that was enough to dominate the battlefield, but at this level of warfare, you are barely more than a footnote on the battlefield. How many mechs and starfighters are you expecting to be deployed during a major engagement? The expert pilot threw up his hands. I don't know. I don't pay too much attention to all of the numbers. There should be around 100,000 starfighters and 3 to 4 times as much mechs. I get what you mean, though. A single expert mech will get drowned between all of that hardware. Only ace mechs are able to stand out and affect the battle on a large scale. If I broke through on the surface of the planet back then, don't think about that idiocy any further. His wife snarled. You were engaged in doing something worse than what Isabel has done to herself. I know that pilots such as yourself are willing to do anything for a breakthrough, but almost killing yourself is definitely not the solution. Okay. I won't think about it anymore. I will figure out a different way to improve my willpower. He promised. They chatted a bit more. There was too much that Joshua could say over the galactic net. He simply did not possess a lot of information to begin with, and he was not permitted to share more up-to-date intelligence on the ongoing reorganization of the Arvest Lima system. I have a hunch that many mech pilots are about to break through during the upcoming fighting. Joshua softly said, there are so many peak expert pilots in our clan. There are also many mech pilots and expert candidates who have been waiting for an opportunity to combine all of their accumulation into the upcoming battles. This is one of the first proper large-scale military actions that we are participating in. All of the prior battles amounted to short-lasting skirmishes, ambushes, raids and so on. The Larkinson army has never been testing for anything like this. I am afraid, the men may not be able to bear the pressure. The expert pilot heard a rumor that if the Arvist Lima system continued to remain contested for weeks on end, the Red 2 would continually direct more reinforcements to this key industrial and logistical node. As much as 1 million mechs and starfighters may end up appearing on different parts of the battlefield at once. What amazed Joshua even more was this would not come close to the record of the largest battle in the Red War. There were other defensive sites where even more small craft were being deployed at the same time. I know you want to save every pilot that enters the battlefield, but don't try to bite off more than you can chew. Just focus on taking care of the Larkinsons and our direct allies. It is not your responsibility to save everyone else. Those other pilots all understand the risks. They should look to their own brothers and sisters first if they need any assistance. I know, Keddies, I will try to avoid doing anything unnecessary. It is not my time yet. If I want to do more, I need to have the power to back up my ambitions. Joshua clenched his fist as he spoke those words. He obviously grew more frustrated at his lack of strength and his inability to break through. He desired to become an ace pilot more than ever after seeing how much more Saint Tusa was able to accomplish after gaining his own Saint Kingdom. Keddies could do little more than to say a few encouraging words. She herself had come little closer to becoming a sword saint herself, so it was not as if she could share any sage advice. The two ended their call shortly afterwards. The two had remained in frequent contact while they remained separated, so it was not as if they had fallen out of contact for a long time. After Keddies was left alone in her cabin aboard the courier vessel she was traveling on, she fell into a contemplative mood. Her bloodsinger floated in front of her, prompting Keddies to hold her greatsword by the scabbard and feel out her weapon. Can you feel it, Sharpie? Sharpie. Keddies did not sense any apparent danger related to her visit to New Constantinople, but she felt restless anyway. This was a powerful indication that her life was about to change in a massive way. Vase did not summon her to his location for a trivial reason, that was for certain. She wondered numerous times what was so important that he had to share it in person with her. None of her guesses sounded close to the truth, so she simply gave up on speculating and decided to let the situation play out without forming any preconceptions. Vase at least shouldn't be plotting anything too dangerous or detrimental to human society. He deserved the benefit of the doubt. Hours went by as Keddies eventually shook off her uncertainty and went back to her usual routine. There were always mechs to design, and she needed to spend several hours of her day on swordsmanship practice in order to keep her skills and body sharp. A smile appeared on her face as she gazed at her almost complete design of the Stormblade Samurai Mark II. Not only did she painstakingly upgrade the initial version to the Hyper generation, she also took steps to commercialize it. This meant that she removed a lot of expensive components that were not cost-effective and replaced them with more affordable substitutes. She also changed a lot of design characteristics to make the Stormblade Samurai more universal, as the Larkinson clan had developed a very specific set of standards for its own mechs. The work had been surprisingly more comprehensive than she thought, but that was a good thing as the Mark II version possessed a very clear separation from the older and already outdated Mark I version. The original Stormblade Samurai was her first successful implementation of Stormblade technology. She fell in love with the tech and recognized how well they performed against transphasic energy shields. Now, the Stormblade Samurai was poised to provide melee mech pilots with similar options. Stormblade technology was designed to be commercialized from the onset, so it was not difficult for her to adapt the tech to a true mass production model. Aside from the technical improvements, Keddies also spent a lot of time on refining and optimizing the swordsmanship that she specifically designed to work in tandem with an electrified blade. She wanted the weapons to destabilize enemy transphasic energy shields more effectively. The effect should be great when combined with space suppressors. As she continued to work on refining the Stormblade Samurai Mark II, she unknowingly entered a period of heightened concentration. Her mind entered into a zen-like state as she thought about how she could further enhance the effectiveness of her mech's ability to overcome the powerful alien defenses. The original version of the Stormblade Samurai wielded their twin Stormblades well enough, but she always had the feeling that there was something missing from their performance. It was as if she was on her way to design a great mech, but stopped short at the last few steps. What did she miss? What had she overlooked? Although the Stormblade Samurai Mark II was already shaping up to become a good commercial offering, Kedis was not satisfied with releasing a serviceable product. She knew that if a journeyman like herself wanted to gain enough traction in the mech market, she needed to be a lot more creative and inventive in order to produce a unique and compelling package. In other words, she needed to be a lot more like her mentor Vase. The Larkinson patriarch always managed to wow the crowd by presenting a completely new gimmick or feature. Such additions were usually so powerful or useful that it was practically assured that his work would turn into bestsellers. If Kedis wanted to enjoy the same degree of widespread success, then she needed to take her design a step further. She knew how Vase would react when he saw her current mech design. He would call it boring before proceeding to propose a radical change that could easily cast the mech design in a different light. What would Vase do in this situation? Wait, an idea suddenly came to mind. She thought about his Energy Weaver mech ecosystem and how it had begun to produce results on a large scale after the introduction of his most recent hyper mechs. By grouping multiple living mechs together, they were actually able to manipulate ambient E-energy radiation as a collective. So long as they coordinated their efforts well enough, it was not impossible for them to produce pseudo-domain-like effects. The reason why she became inspired by this design application was because she recognized the potential for her Stormblade Samurai 2 to combine their powers as well. What if the mechs could all pool their currents together and produce a much more powerful electrical blade that could cut or annihilate through transphasic defenses much more effectively than what the mechs were able to accomplish by themselves? This is not going to be easy to design. She frowned. It reminded her a lot of Vesa's battle networks. The conditions that mechs and mech pilots had to meet in order to execute them were harsh, and Kedis was afraid that her potential new application would end up far too convoluted for his customers to bother with the newly introduced option. That means that I need to put more effort into designing this new feature. She grew more fiery and passionate at the thought of implementing such a promising new feature into her commercial mech design. Only by adding a killer feature to her swordsman mech would she be assured that it would catch on in the mech market. The market was fair in that regard. No matter what, the stronger and more superior mechs always ended up getting sold in greater numbers. Chapter 6228 Kedis the Prideful. The crackle of lightning and electrical discharges frequently spread across the cramped cargo compartment in the courier vessel. Kedis had specifically requested to clear it out to serve as her makeshift training room. As a swordmaster, she could not afford to slack off and let her body drop from her peak physical condition. Though the work she put into maintaining her transhuman body was time-consuming and monotonous, she did not feel she was wasting her time. Not only was she polishing her strength as a swordmaster, she also had enough spare brainpower left to contemplate the many problems she faced in her design projects. There was nothing like swinging her blade while simultaneously becoming engrossed in performing mental calculations that might lead her to develop a brilliant solution to a stubborn problem. That was what she was doing right now. She used the time to spar in order to figure out how she could implement her latest idea. Stormblade technology was not designed to produce the massive effect she envisioned. She needed to figure out a way to make her Stormblade Samurais combine their power without causing them to overload and get fried in the process. She did not wield her usual Bloodsinger this time. As good as her greatsword may be, it was not designed with Stormblade technology in mind. In order to familiarize herself with how mechs fought with this tech, Kedis had taken the time to forge different blades with this technology. Right now, she held two of those infantry-scale Stormblades and began to cut through one imaginary opponent after another. The electrified blades regularly discharged their power in the process, causing the air to become charged with energy. Her arms swung like the wings of a dragonfly. They moved so dazzlingly fast that it was hard for ordinary observers to distinguish them. The rest of her body moved accordingly in order to support her imaginary assault. As her blades continued to swing at a rapid tempo, they frequently came close to colliding against each other, but Kedis always managed to avoid contact by the barest of margins. There was a purpose to this action. She did not deliberately seek to short-circuit her Stormblades, but wanted to use the momentary proximity of their electrified blades to generate an electrical interaction that she could use to form a lightning blade of sorts. Unfortunately, her attempts failed. She exerted her willpower many times, but the sparks lasted so short that she was not able to react fast enough to do anything useful. She was clearly doing something wrong here. Her blades were not optimized for the specific purpose she had in mind. Using her willpower to produce a lightning blade would not give her much direction on how to replicate the effect by relying on hyper-technology and e-technology. The same actions might produce completely different consequences when executed by a towering mech as opposed to a swordmaster. Kedis knew all of this, but she wanted to give this approach a try, if only to see that she was not completely going off track. "I need more time," she eventually concluded as she steadily reduced the speed of her sword swings. Her body had become stronger than ever after ascending to a swordmaster, but it was still limited to human boundaries in many ways. She could not endlessly swing her twin stormblades without accumulating fatigue. Kedis breathed heavily as she wound down. Her sweat-covered body exuded a lot of heat, though her well-designed training suit did a good job of containing her emissions. Her thoughts continued to linger on her theories and her most recent observations as she took a quick shower before changing into a Larkinson uniform. Her sheathed bloodsinger silently hovered behind her back as she stepped back into her cabin and thought about what she needed to do in order to successfully elevate her first commercial product in years. Should she ask for advice from Vase? The logical answer would be yes. Her mentor always had a way with coming up with inventive solutions. He was particularly good at blending the metaphysical into his products. This fell right into his area of expertise. However, the stubborn and pride part of herself rejected this notion. She had been doing fine with designing the Stormblade Samurai Mark II so far. She had not resorted to much outside help, and she wanted to keep it that way. The mech design needed to be a reflection of her current progress and realized potential. How could she possibly see herself as a successful journeyman if she had to return to Vase on a regular basis in order to overcome her own hurdles? Although it was important for her to be able to design and release the Stormblade Samurai Mark II quickly enough to help as many melee mech pilots as possible during the Red Tide offensive, she was not willing to fail her own test. Vase and Gloriana had both advanced to the rank of senior mech designer in recent years. Many other Larkinson journeymen were making a huge amount of progress while they continued to undergo ED-net training. Kedis could not afford to fall behind. Having chosen to reject the offer to make use of an ED-net quota herself, she had to live with the repercussions of her choice by working harder in order to keep up with all of the other Larkinsons. She needed to be able to stand out and work on her own brilliance. She needed to leverage her unique advantage of being a journeyman and a swordmaster at the same time. Above all, she wanted to take a solid stride towards reaching the next ranks of her dual professions. Since Kedis saw no feasible way of advancing to the rank of Sword Saint anytime soon, she invested much of her hope on becoming a senior mech designer first. Unlike swordmasters, mech designers had a much better idea on what they needed to do in order to break through. There were just so much more of the latter, and they also had access to much more extensive support. Kedis knew that if she wanted to cut her time as a journeyman short, she not only needed to design a lot of mechs and accumulate a lot of knowledge, but also develop a brilliant solution that seemed so compelling that she wanted to rely on it to realize her design philosophy in the future. That was quite difficult as she had yet to stumble upon a specific application that satisfied this exacting demand. She could choose from multiple viable directions. For example, she could choose to commit to Stormblade technology and try to reach an entirely new height with her Stormblade mechs. While she considered Stormblade technology to be a nice complement to her Swordman mechs, she did not feel passionate about it to turn this tech into her main specialization. She much preferred to stick with her roots and focus on developing a killer application based on sharpness or skill inheritance. Once she had completed her work on the Stormblade Samurai Mark II, she intended to design a mech or several mechs that specifically excelled at cutting through obstacles. In fact, her dream was to design a swordsman mech that could cleave transphasic shields apart like curtains. Though most mech designers considered it impossible to accomplish this feat outside of high-ranking mechs, Kedis did not think she was limited by this constraint. She just needed to figure out the right approach. As she continued to think about how she could take her mechs to the next level, her ride eventually reached her intended destination. New Constantinople was a developed port system. The Devos ancient clan invested a lot to turn it into a regional hub. It was clear that the effort bore fruit as hundreds of first-class starships continually arrived and left the star system. The only issue was that the recent developments prompted the Devosans to implement more security measures. Every arriving vessel had to complete a thorough inspection before they could head into the inner system. Ships also had to travel at fixed speed along designated space lanes. Any unauthorized deviations could cause the patrolling first-class multi-purpose mechs to open fire if their pilots felt it was necessary. The mood in the port system had most definitely dipped due to the more oppressive and militaristic atmosphere. The Blue Jay fleet occupied an entire orbital section as it continually hovered above New Constantinople 8. The large collection of RA warships and the odd presence of an RF heavy cruiser exerted enough deterrence to force most arriving or departing vessels to stick to the opposite hemisphere of the planet. Kedis did not transfer directly to the flagship of the Tarask. Her work had nothing to do with whatever the Mechers were up to, and she had not received any invitations to take part in any secret projects. Her ride directly descended to the surface, skipping any security checks and waiting lists, before touching down a few dozen kilometers away from D&D base. Once she left the vessel, she boarded an armored shuttle that was accompanied by a small escort of mechs. The vehicle quickly brought her to her ultimate destination. "Welcome to New Constantinople 8. Vase greeted the swordmaster with a smile. "I am afraid that we can't show you around and allow you to get a taste of Terran prosperity, but we have plenty of matters to discuss, so you will feel anything but bored." "Kedis, it's so great to see you in person again." The swordmaster's #1 fan ran up and threw herself in Ketiz's embrace. The older woman reacted with mild surprise at how much little Andraste had grown since their last face-to-face meeting. "You've grown stronger, and not just in a physical way." Kedis touched the girl's arm, shoulder and back muscles to gain a feel on how much power they contained. Though Andraste did not deliberately train her muscle strength, her frequent sword swinging caused her to stimulate the growth of her physique to a more ideal biological configuration for swordsmanship. If she decided not to become a mech pilot, then she would undoubtedly have great promise as a swordswoman. The little girl enthusiastically babbled her latest progress to Kedis, thereby leaving her father with no opportunity to hold his own conversation with the new arrival. Vase merely smiled at the sight. He did not mind his daughter's antics. Kedis had practically become Andraste's godmother. The bond between them was already very close. He even had the feeling that the little girl would much prefer it if Kedis ended up as her real mother as opposed to Gloriana. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to mention this suspicion to his wife. In any case, the real conversation between himself and Kedis would take place in a much more secure location than the landing zone of D&D base. As the group moved to the central area of the base, Kedis leisurely described some of the sights she witnessed over at Reticula Corine V. "We still do not know where Solus gas comes from or what it even is. We did manage to find a few clues on the planet that can narrow down the list of possibilities." The swordmaster said, "Do you want to hear my personal guess?" "I do. Tell me please," Andraste begged. "I think that Reticula Corine V is hiding a decaying phase whale corpse. Solus gas may be the gaseous residue generated by the abnormal rotting process of an organism that exists in many more dimensions than usual." That sounded like a fascinating theory, but Vase seriously doubted that this was the case. The native aliens would have never neglected the planet if it had any relation to the descendants of the Elder Gods. His own theory about the origins of Solus gas was that it was merely formed by underground magma activity. The combination of heat, pressure and a special combination of exotic ores coincidentally produced this gas. Chapter 6229. The second user. In the evening after Kedis arrived at D&D base, Vase and his family accompanied and entertained the Swordmaiden mech designer. Kedis impressed the children with her tales of adventure and her feats of swordsmanship. She also talked shop with Vase and Gloriana by talking about her ongoing work on the Stormblade Samurai Mark II. It didn't look as if she was an old friend on a visit instead of going on a pure business trip. As far as Vase was concerned, Kedis was part of the family. She was more than just another Larkinson. She was a trusted comrade in arms, a longtime collaborating mech designer and a powerful warrior in her own right. All of these reasons and more prompted Vase to treat her as a relative who was closer to him than many trueblood Larkinsons. Once the evening dragged on, Vase and Gloriana patiently put their children to bed and kissed them good night in order to enjoy their sweet dreams. "I see that you still have pressing business to discuss with Kedis," Gloriana knowingly remarked. "If this matter cannot wait until tomorrow, then go ahead and have your talk with her. Our guest is clearly anxious to learn why you summoned her all the way to New Constantinople. It is better if you can solve her apprehension as soon as possible instead of allowing it to fester in her for the entire night." "Aren't you curious what I intend to discuss with her?" Vase asked. "I am, but I know better than to force an answer out of you." Now that you have entered the big leagues, you have been keeping more and more secrets. I would not be a good wife if I insisted that you share everything with me. You have your life, and I have my life. I am already preoccupied with designing the upgrades to a pair of expert mechs as well as supervising the transformation of the Dark Zephyr Mark III into our first ace mech. On top of that, I also have to lead the design department since you have handed it over to me. If I want to spare enough time to raise my children when they return from school, I truly cannot handle any further responsibilities. His wife was just as busy as himself, and that was good. Gloriana was clearly a woman who wanted to prove herself. By taking over many of the chores that Vase would otherwise have to handle himself, she was doing a great job at relieving his burdens. Vase smiled and leaned over to kiss her. Thank you for your work. Your contributions are truly indispensable. I hope that you can keep up the good work. Gloriana smiled back and pecked him on the cheek. I will do so as long as you continue to make us all proud. Our division of responsibilities outside of mech design are clear. You should continue to handle all of the external affairs of our clan while I make sure that our internal affairs remain in order. Vase did not recall that he had surrendered so many leadership responsibilities to his wife. He only gave her the right to take charge of the design department and supervise all of the R&D institutions of the clan. That was still a far cry from being able to lead the clan from the inside. It didn't matter. Once his oldest daughter grew up, Vase hoped to ease her into the role so that he could rest assured that his clan had fallen into more responsible hands. He rose to his feet and moved to depart. Don't wait for me. What I am about to discuss with Kedis is so important that our talk will probably consume the entire night. As he left his secure mansion and headed underground, the weight of his upcoming action seemed to press down onto his shoulders. Each step grew heavier as Vase momentarily became plagued with doubts and concerns. He was about to reveal the mech designer system to another person. Outside of his parents, Vase had tried his best not to spread this secret any further. Even Sigrund and Calabast only vaguely found out that he was the holy son of the Metal Scroll a long time ago. Perhaps they might suspect that he had access to a miraculous relic with the functions of the system, but they most certainly should not have access to detailed information. Now, Vase was on the cusp of exposing nearly everything about a powerful device that he had relied upon so long to propel himself to success. He would be lying if he claimed he was not feeling nervous. If his control over his body wasn't so excellent, his feet would have been shaking by this time. As a paranoid mech designer who had suffered many instances of betrayal in the past, Vase still felt extremely reluctant to expose such a sensitive secret. Kedis would essentially have blackmail material over Vase after he made the big revelation. She could go to the Red Association or another big organization and spill all of the secrets she learned from him in order to do incalculable damage to his interests. The fear that the wrong person in possession of this information could ruin his life at any time was one of the biggest reasons why Vase had yet to make use of the opportunity to invite another mech designer to make use of the system. He would rather keep the mech designer system severely underutilized than to put himself at personal risk. I can't go on like this, though. He sighed. The main reason why he changed his mind this time was because the circumstances had changed. The Red Tide offensive was more effective than people anticipated. The third defensive band was being battered at this very hour, and the continued separation of Bridgehead 1 from the rest of human space had disrupted many plans. Vase also needed the help of another contributor in order to pay for all of the necessary upgrades to the New Dimension Observatory. Even though months had already passed since the system completed its third upgrade, Vase had yet to make use of it, which was ridiculous. If future upgrades to the mech designer system added more and more expensive functions, then the time where Vase could take care of everything by himself was over. Vase considered this to be an experiment of sorts. He could not predict what would happen after he brought in a second user. It would be better for him and his clan if he started to bestow access to the system to other trusted mech designers. Kedis was the first. Would the mech designer system undergo a spontaneous upgrade or transformation? Would Kedis change overnight after getting overwhelmed at all of the options that had become available? Would others somehow find out what he had done? All of these questions and more continued to plague him, but they did not deter him from going through with his plan. Time was running out. Vase needed to take action regardless of the risks and consequences. It was better to be proactive and face the possibility of failure than to do nothing and suffer a guaranteed loss. Besides, Vase possessed so much trust and confidence in Kedis that he did not think she would deliberately betray his trust. A part of Vase felt it was only fair for him to reward years of loyal service and dedication with becoming the second user of the powerful mech designer system. She would not just become a fellow beneficiary of everything that the growing fragment of the metal scroll had to offer, but she would also become his partner in earnest. The system would bind the two together in a secret group that was utterly unique. As Vase stopped before the entrance of the secure chamber, he briefly shifted his gaze towards his silent but ever-present raw bodyguards. Although he did not directly command them, the heavily armored guards obeyed his silent instruction and took up positions to the side of the armored blast doors. Vase entered the secure underground chamber and moved to the center where two plain metal chairs were placed next to a simple metal desk. Kedis had already arrived in advance. She was currently having a lovely time with Lucky. The cat eagerly sat on top of the floating bloodsinger as the sheathed weapon flew back and forth around the confines of the chamber. That soon ended as Vase arrived before Kedis. The bloodsinger returned to her rear while Lucky floated over to the metal desk. "Did you perform the checks, Lucky? Good. Keep watch and make sure that no one is able to find out what is happening." In order to make sure that Lucky did his job, Vase reached into his pocket and threw a chunk of high-grade exotic ore onto the desk. "Meow meow meow," Lucky enthusiastically promised before he began to dig into his reward. Vase did not start to talk to Kedis right away. He deployed his usual suite of jamming devices and other sources of interference. He utilized his spatial senses as well as Blinky's sharp spiritual senses to perform a quick sweep to ensure that nothing strange had slipped into the chamber without his notice. He just knew that the Red Association was secretly trying to eavesdrop on the important conversation that Vase intended to hold with his former student. The Mechers couldn't help it. It was in their nature. It did not even matter that he had become one of their strongest allies and associates. They probably would have attempted to spy on God pilots if they found a way to circumvent the detection mechanisms of God Kingdom somehow. In any case, his final sweep did not reveal anything untoward. The Mechers wouldn't attempt to spy on him and breach his trust in such an egregious fashion by slipping in a listening device that could not easily be hidden. That did not rule out that the Mechers succeeded in planting a device that amazingly avoided all of his detection methods due to working on unconventional or alien technology. Vase had a solution for that as well. It was a bit of a risky move, but if it worked out the way he envisioned, then the probability that the Mechers would be able to gain any useful information on what took place should be close to zero. "Kedis." Vase greeted the woman. "Vase." The woman stood up. "You wanted me. Here I am. I hope I can finally obtain answers from you. What is all of this secrecy about? Why do I feel you are about to change my life forever?" "Patience, Kedis. I intend to clarify everything to you in due time. First, take my hand." Kedis looked puzzled, but did as instructed. Her firm, meaty hand, which showed the traces of long practice with wielding a greatsword, clasped Ves's own hand with a strong grip. The two hadn't even completed one handshake before their environment completely changed. No longer were the two mech designers locked in a cold and sterile metal chamber that was built for privacy. They had appeared at the bottom of a majestic-looking mountaintop that appeared to be situated on an idyllic terrestrial planet. Kedis instantly went on guard as soon as she noticed she appeared in a completely different space. The only reason why she had not lashed out yet was because her bloodsinger accompanied her and because Ves's expression told her that he was the one responsible for bringing her to this mysterious site. "Vase, what is this? Where have we appeared? Is this a secret phase whale enclave? No, that doesn't make sense. We wouldn't be in open terrain if that was the case. This place, the air is too clean and the gravity is exactly 1 gram. This place is..." Her words trailed off as a giant announcement filled her vision. "Welcome to the Mech Designer System, KETIS Larkins On. As the second user, you have full access to all of the available facilities in this space." Chapter 6230, A Profound Introduction. Kedis was taken aback by the massive revelation. Her shock amplified as Vase quickly proceeded to give her a summary on the origins of the Mech Designer System and briefly described how he relied on its insane functions to accelerate his progression as a mech designer. Though he did not give her comprehensive information on everything he knew or guessed about the system, what little he revealed in the 20 minutes after entering the system space was already enough to keep her off balance. Only her strength and conviction as a swordmaster allowed her to digest the massive revelations and maintain most of her composure. She continued to look around and paid special attention to all of the little clearings further above that hosted the special facilities Vase had mentioned. After her former mentor completed his story about how he managed to upgrade the fragment of the metal scroll several times in recent years, he ended his lecture with a single message. The mech designer system is not a static existence. It is continually growing. It is becoming stronger and more versatile over time. Whether this is due to the assistance that I have provided to it or something else, the system is evolving into a higher form. I do not know what it will end up as, and I do not know whether we will suffer any consequences for making it happen. But now that you are a user, you have become involved as well. If my worst fears are true, then we may end up facilitating the resurrection of the powerful ancient cultivator who once created one of the 5 sacred scrolls. Kedis grew grave when she heard that. It was not reasonable for a relic as amazing as the mech designer system to be so generous and offer people like Vase the opportunity to acquire all sorts of magical items and skills at a very low cost. It made more sense to her that the creator of this system had a much more selfish and nefarious goal in mind. Did that made her afraid of the system and its associations with the scary cultivators of ancient times? Yes. Did it deter her from seeking to take advantage of its many useful features, ones that had helped to turn Vase from an average third-class mech designer into the most powerful and successful senior mech designer of the Red Ocean? Hell no. As a swordmaster and an ambitious journeyman mech designer, Kedis was not afraid of trouble. Just like most Larkinsons, she was more than willing to take certain risks in order to obtain a huge payoff. She did not begrudge Vase from forcing her into a mystical contract with the powerful mech designer system. He considered her to be a true friend, and would never go out of his way to deliberately harm her interests. Kedis fully understood why he was being so incredibly cautious about the mech designer system. It was not just his inherent paranoia that prompted him from taking action. The system was way too magical and desirable to expose any mention of it in real space. She could not imagine how wild and crazy the mechers would become if they caught wind of the system. Friends and allies such as Professor Jovi Armelon or even the awe-inspiring evolution, which may not be able to resist the temptation and turn against Vase for the purpose of plundering the system from his possession. In fact, such thoughts briefly crossed her mind as well, but she quickly squashed them because the mere notion of it already desecrated her honor. As a swordmaster, she could never allow herself to act despicably against her family and her friends. She held her bloodsinger and tried her best to center herself. At this time, the last thing she wanted to do was to get overtaken by her roiling emotions. She needed to maintain her rationality and take all of these changes with as much calm and control as possible. "Show me," she requested. "Show me what this so-called system space has to offer to me. I need more than verbal descriptions. I need to see for myself." Vase studied the swordmaster carefully before nodding. "You are taking this quite well. Well, it is not as if I have always assumed you managed to go from being a small figure in the Bright Republic to a Tier 3 galactic citizen in the span of 2 decades without receiving help from somewhere. I just assumed that your mother helped you in other ways. I never expected her to gift you such a powerful inheritance which she has supposedly stolen from her old cult organization. My entire life has changed because of this system," he said. "I have little doubt that if I did not obtain it at the start of my career, I would have trudged along without accomplishing anything worthwhile. Perhaps I possess a bit of talent, but without enough resources and opportunities, it is too difficult for a mech designer to climb his way up from mediocrity. Do you feel ashamed for relying so much on this system to reach the heights that you have reached today?" "No." Vase shook his head. "Life is not fair. Everyone has a different starting point. People like Alexa Strian and Jovi Armelon are set up for success at the highest level before they are even born. People who are born in a third-rate state like myself can never catch up to those kinds of privileged people unless we resort to uncommon means ourselves. The system has indeed allowed me to overcome a lot of difficulties without as much effort, but after a few years of taking advantage of all of its services, I sobered up and consciously tried to reduce my reliance on all of its conveniences. Because you do not want to be reduced to a slave to this machine." Vase nodded. "Mech designers can only progress as long as they approach their work earnestly. It is okay for us to take shortcuts every now and then, but to do it so much to the point where we no longer bother to put in the hard work to study or design anything that exceeds our limits will mean that we have ceased to grow through an organic development process. Just like how mech pilots must never rely too much on automation to fight their battles, we must also be vigilant to never rely on the functions of the system alone to produce all of our progress." Kedis nodded in agreement. She knew that Vase was cautioning her out of a concern that she would grow mad with the power provided by the system. It would be a shame for her to ruin her long-term prospects by getting spoiled by all of the amazing benefits that she gained when she became a user of this incredibly powerful relic. While she continually tried to tell herself not to get too excited about what Vase had introduced to her, she could not hold in all of her curiosity. It was impossible for her to deny the system entirely. She had hit several walls in her work as of late. Vase and many others were making rapid progress. Though Kedis was rather special in that she was a mech designer as well as a swordmaster, none of these professions provided her with any way to accelerate her progress. Even if her future potential was amazing due to being able to develop in two completely different ways at the same time, it didn't matter if she had to wait for several centuries before she had a chance to become a star designer and a sword god. Kedis was tired of constantly being treated as a junior who had yet to develop her potential to a sufficient degree. She wanted to design mechs that could have an immediate and significant impact on human society. This meant that she needed to progress faster. She wanted so badly to catch up and keep up with the likes of Vase. Only then would she be able to become powerful enough to enact meaningful change to human society. I know how to control myself, Kedis said as she made an effort to demonstrate her composure. Besides, doesn't the system come with limitations that prevent its users from becoming omnipotent without putting in any effort? It does. Let me explain it to you along the way. Let's visit the first facility. The pair of mech designers finally began to move up the mountain. They took the first possible turn and stood before the Vault of Eternity. This is a big storage space, Vase said. It can hold a lot of stuff. Originally, it was supposed to store items that are native to the system, but lately you can also rent a cubic meter of storage space by paying 10 ascension points a year. Ascension points is that the currency the system uses to set the prices on its goods and services. Yes, it originally used design points, but the system back then was a lot cruder and more limited at the time. Do not look down on a sum of 10 AP. It is normally very difficult to earn. You can earn 1 AP by completing one mech design where you have led the design process. You can also earn a lot more AP through other means, but the system won't make it easy for you. I will explain it to you later. For now, you should know that you can stuff pretty much anything except living organisms into the Vault of Eternity and retrieve it at any time. Even when I am separated from you by several light years, I haven't verified it yet, but it will most likely work. Vase replied with a touch of uncertainty in his tone. I believe that the system is currently anchored to me, but that you will still be able to access its many useful services as long as you reside in the same galaxy. Perhaps future upgrades may make it powerful enough that you can still access it if one of us has traveled to Messier 87. If you have the AP to spare in the future, I highly suggest that you rent a bit of space and stuff your combat armor and other survival gear into it. You never know when you might need emergency gear one day. Kedis definitely understood the value of being able to carry around weapons and armor in places where it was not possible for her to sneak in such dangerous equipment. I will definitely follow your advice. The pair left the Vault of Eternity and reached the Wishing Fountain next. Vase maintained a complicated expression as he gazed at the fountain. This is the Wishing Fountain. It is a giant lottery more or less. You can spend AP to buy a few low-tier lottery tickets, but in my personal experience, you can hardly get anything good. It is better to find a way to earn more valuable lottery tickets before coming here to make use of an opportunity to draw a valuable prize. Is this where you get your strangely powerful gadgets such as that odd flute of yours? You guessed right. That caused Kedis to grow a lot more interested in the Wishing Fountain. Is it possible for this fountain to award me with a powerful sword? Vase chuckled and pulled a radiant lottery ticket from his pocket that he had previously retrieved from the Vault of Eternity. Most definitely, but it is not so easy to get a lottery ticket that can bestow you with such a prize. Take a look at this radiant lottery ticket of mine. Do you know what I had to do in order to earn this valuable reward? No, the mech designer system awards me with a radiant lottery ticket for each masterwork mech designer that I have created with my own hands. It has to be because of the thought, passion and workmanship that I have put into my work that a mech is able to reach masterwork quality. Machines that gradually evolve into masterworks by relying on Gloriana's God-body method doesn't count. Do you understand the value of this ticket, Kedis? I do. After hearing that she needed to create a masterwork mech, her enthusiasm deflated. Compared to Vase, who was seemingly able to fabricate a masterwork mech every year, Kedis's craftsmanship was nowhere near as good. Chapter 6231. A strange boot. As Vase and Kedis stood before the Wishing Fountain, the former explained a few details about the wishing fountain's strange lottery drawing process.